Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve this sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 162, 3 Feet in Ice. Your buddy's skill has a pattern. Lin Ziyu was leaning on the dark edge spear at this moment and stood upright slowly, looking at Yu Yi. A pattern. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Yu Yi's gaze changed. This guy managed to figure out the way he used his body skill and where he would stop in the next moment. This observation skill was simply terrifying. Very well. I decided to fight you seriously now. Yu Yi sneered. At this moment, his whole body tensed up. He held the long sword in his hand tightly, and as soon as he exerted force through his legs, he rushed towards Lin Ziyu. The sword's strength was released, covering his body and weapons, and his speed seemed to have reached the extreme. What an incredible speed! Lin Ziyu's pupils constricted and he instinctively leaned his body to one side. Swish! A tingling sensation came and a bloodstain appeared on Lin Ziyu's arm in an instant. Oh, you dodged it. Yu Yi was a little surprised and he continued to attack Lin Ziyu with his sword. Lin Ziyu rolled backward and ducked at the other side of the arena. There was blood flowing out of the area where Lin Ziyu got cut. The tingling sensation did not scare Lin Ziyu, but made his blood boil instead. It has been a long time since he met such a strong opponent. Yu Yi frowned as he looked at Lin Ziyu. The strength of this kid was obviously much lower than him. Why? Why does he still show such a strong fighting spirit? At this moment, he was also irritated. He held the hilt in his right hand tightly and attacked Lin Ziyu again. Lin Ziyu was startled and became even more alert. Dang dang dang. When the two weapons collided, a sound rang out one after another. And at this moment, Lin Ziyu could clearly feel his hands getting numb. He only held the sword in one hand, but it was amazing that he possessed such a powerful force. Can't go on like this. Swish! With Yu Yi's swift sword movements, Lin Ziyu had many scars on his body, and his clothes became a bit tattered. Lin Ziyu let out a loud roar at this time. The system's rage buildup was already full. This blow could bring out 200% of its power. Yu Yi snorted coldly, swinging the long sword in his hand. He thought that he could withstand Lin Ziyu's attack as easily as before. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Ziyu's strength in this blow would be so strong that the long sword in his hand was almost about to fly out. Bang! This huge impact caused him to take several steps back. How could it be? How could he suddenly emit such a powerful force? Yu Yi looked at Lin Ziyu in disbelief. Lin Ziyu also gritted his teeth and looked at Yu Yi at this time. Lin Ziyu did not cause him any harm at all. The strength of this rank 5 warrior was indeed a bit too strong. I have decided to end this game. Yu Yi didn't know why, but he felt flustered. He had a hunch that if he continued fighting, it may have an adverse effect on him. Without any hesitation, he attacked Lin Ziyu with his sword. The second he rushed over, layers of thin ice slowly appeared on the long sword in his hand. With him as the center, the surrounding air seemed to have become colder all of a sudden. Gold skill 3 feet in ice. Lin Ziyu watched this scene with the dark edge spear in his hands. His body leaped suddenly, and the spear attacked him from top to bottom. The scene looked as if a galaxy of stars appeared. It was exceptionally gorgeous. The students who watched the live broadcast held their breath at this time. Ninth heaven. Galaxy fall, Lin Ziyu roared, then stabbed down. Boom! The long sword and the long spear collided, giving off a loud noise, and the entire ground was shaken. Even the live broadcast shook violently at this moment. The screen flickered for a while and nobody could see what had just happened. Can this freshman skill defeat Yu Yi? Although the students were merely watching the live broadcast, they were shocked when they saw this terrifying scene and were shocked even when they were not there. Although your skill is quite strong, it's still not enough. At this moment, with the live broadcast slowly returning to normal, they could see that Yu Yi was still standing, wiping the blood from his lips. As for Lin Ziyu on the opposite side, he seemed to be frozen by a huge block of ice. Lin Ziyu was in the ice block and was still in the same attacking pose, but his body couldn't move at all. The gold ice type skill, combined with the powerful source strength of a rank 5 warrior, gave quite an amazing effect. At this moment, not only was Lin Xiu frozen, but a thin layer of ice appeared on the surrounding ground. Amazing! This is the power of a rank 5 warrior. Seeing Yuyi's figure on the big screen, these people were completely shocked. Haha, I guess this freshman is nothing more than this. He's probably just lucky and managed to go up. Sure enough. A class 10 student will be a class 10 student. He is still incomparable to boss. The man standing next to Zhuo Kixing looked at the screen and laughed. No, I don't think it's over yet. Zhuo Kixing shook his head, still staring at Lin Xiu in the live broadcast. He had a feeling that this person had not been completely defeated. Is this considered a victory for Yuyi, who was standing in the arena, looked at a referee on the opposite side and asked, "No. If he can't fight back within 10 seconds, then you won. Or if he leaves the arena." Yuyi looked at Lin Xiu and walked over. As long as he kicked the ice block and Lin Xiu off the arena, then he could win immediately. With that thought, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although you're a good opponent, it is a pity that you can only reach this level. Yuyi smiled, and when he approached the frozen Lin Xiu, his legs stretched out as he kicked Lin Xiu down. Click, click. At this critical moment, a strange sound resounded. Chapter 163 I won. Chapter 163 I won. Lin Xiu was originally enclosed by ice when many cracks suddenly appeared on the ice. At this moment, with a huge sound, it suddenly exploded. What happened? Yuyi's gaze changed, and he saw Lin Xiu, who had broken out of the ice, charging toward him with a black spear. Dang! Yuyi's reaction speed was also very fast. The weapon in his hand was about to block Lin Xiu's attack. Lin Xiu's attack was too fast and the power it generated was shocking. The weapon in his hand was directly knocked out. Swish swish swish. The spear was vigorous and it kept aiming for his body. Although Yuyi dodged frantically at this moment, he accidentally got stabbed a few times, and his white clothes were stained with blood. Damn, the intense pain from his body made Yuyi's face become ferocious at this moment. And he was already a little dazed by this situation. How could a rank 3 warrior break free of his attack just now in such a short time? While he was thinking, his body had already jumped to the other side, and he picked up his long sword directly. Awe of the Phoenix. At this moment, Lin Xiu yelled abruptly. A large amount of flames burst forth at this time, turning into flaming birds and flying towards Yuyi, encircling him. Do you think you can hit me? Yuyi roared at this time, then dodged and avoided the attack. Although Lin Xiu's power had somehow increased drastically, it was not a problem for a rank 5 warrior like himself to avoid these flaming birds. Boom boom. As the flaming birds charged towards him, he kept retreating and avoiding. While avoiding, he also saw Lin Xiu rushing over. The tip of the dark edge spear was about to pierce his body. The pupils in his eyes constricted slightly at this moment as he watched the flaming birds rushing from both sides and Lin Xiu attacking from the opposite side. His body instinctively dodged backward. I won. Lin Xiu, who was charging over, stopped at this moment, then looked down at Yuyi and said aloud, "You won." Yuyi was about to laugh. He completely avoided his attacks. How could he lose? But his smile froze in the next moment, because he discovered that while he was avoiding the flaming bird and Lin Xiu's attacks, he was forced to retreat and accidentally left the arena. He glared at Lin Xiu, who was looking at him condescendingly. ID 9F8F4812X. Lin Xiu. Victory. Damn it! At this moment, those who saw the scene outside were so surprised that their eyes widened. This is too incredible. Right. The man with the goggles was already a little skeptical of life at this moment. Rank 3 warrior against the top of rank 5 warrior. And he actually won. Although this victory was a bit of a fluke, he still won. Damn. This guy actually used tricks. The man standing next to Zhuo Kixing also had his eyes widened and said irritably, even if Lin Xiu reaches the 21st floor, he will become first on the freshman list. That is 1 points a day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Interesting. It seems that I have to pay attention to this person. Zhuo Kixing couldn't help laughing. I believe that he will be a good whetstone. Yu looked at Lin Xiu with gloomy eyes. His eyes were filled with grievances. I lost. This was originally a definite win, but I actually lost. Boy, you have won me with your tricks, and you will regret it later, Yu said, staring at Lin Xiu in the arena at this time. From the beginning, he used those flaming birds to trick him. Lin Xiu made the flaming birds attack from all directions while he attacked from the front, just to make Yu retreat to the back. And while he panicked, he did not notice that he was already on the edge of the arena. Damn it. You are welcome to find me anytime, Lin Xiu said indifferently. Lin Xiu's expression didn't seem to have changed much, but his body still felt cold. His gold skill was indeed very strong. If he hadn't reacted in time and activated the Fury skill, which increased the strength of his body, he might have lost. You can choose to continue to fight or wait for others to challenge you on the 21st floor. At this moment, a young woman said to Lin Xiu. She looked at Lin Xiu. He appeared quite young and didn't look particularly strong, yet he managed to defeat Yu. An old stick that had been on the 20th floor for so long, remain on the 21st floor. Lin Xiu said directly without hesitation at this time. He couldn't continue fighting now. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it anymore, and he would suffer from the after effects of fury in the next few minutes. Lin Xiu took the elevator back to the bottom of the tower. At night, there were still a lot of bright lights around, and the ranking of the freshman list has now been replaced. It was his name in first place, as long as he maintained this ranking until morning. 1. PM points would be automatically entered into his information card. If he remained there for a month, it would be 30. As Lin Xiu stepped out, the students below all looked towards Lin Xiu. Most of them were filled with curiosity. The strength of this freshman was too abnormal. Right. Lin Xiu ignored the gaze of these people. Due to the after effects of fury, Lin Xiu felt as if he had no strength at all at this moment. The dark edge spear on his back also felt very heavy. Can't do it. Can't walk anymore. Not long after walking on the road, Lin Xiu sat directly on the ground, panting. The after effects caused Lin Xiu to completely lose his strength in this short period of time. Oh, it looks like you have no strength. At this moment, a voice came from the other side and several figures appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 164 Inferiority Complex. Chapter 164 Inferiority Complex. Lin Xiu looked up and saw a few men who were in the Sacred Region Academy white school uniforms. Looking at the symbols on their clothes, they were clearly second-year students. What's the matter? Lin Xiu raised his brows at this moment and said while looking at them straight in the eye. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Oh, it seems that this freshman is very smug, huh? One of the men saw the way Lin Xiu looked at them and grabbed him by his collar, lifting him up. The other two men also looked at Lin Xiu with an unfriendly gaze. Yu's friends Lin Xiu looked at him and asked. At this moment, because of the after effects of rage, he really had no strength. You went up to the 21st floor on the very first day. It seems that you're very powerful. Come and fight with me. The man did not answer Lin Xiu's question and spoke with a smirk. At this time, he also discovered that Lin Xiu was exceptionally weak, which seemed to be caused by the battle just now. I see. Lin Xiu thought about it, then mumbled to himself. What do you know? The man frowned at this moment. Lin Xiu seemed undaunted, making the men even more annoyed. You're at the bottom of the second grade, right? Lin Xiu said lightly. Shut up. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the man yelled as if Lin Xiu had touched his sore point. The other two men's expressions changed too. Why don't I take a guess? Lin Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and said. Before you guys came to the Sacred Region Academy, all of you were the top in school. Right. But you didn't expect that after coming to the Sacred Region Academy, there were too many top students here, stealing your limelight. So you guys like bullying freshmen. Right? Lin Xiu continued to speak. At this moment, the faces of these people turned nasty. Every word that came out of Lin Xiu's mouth was opening their bloody wounds. Shut up. The man pulled Lin Xiu's collar forcefully at this time and roared loudly. You can't bully people of the same grade, so you can only bully freshmen to gain a sense of superiority. And seeing that I defeated Yu, As long as you guys managed to teach me a lesson, all of you would feel very strong. How inferior do you guys feel? All Lin Xiu said with a sigh. I told you to shut up. Lin Xiu's last sentence almost made him vomit blood and completely set off his anger. He wanted to punch Lin Xiu in the face. At this moment, when his fist was about to hit Lin Xiu's face, he was stopped by someone. You. The man turned around and saw that a very beautiful girl appeared next to him. Yes, very beautiful. Her soft black hair was drifting lightly in the breeze, but her eyes were very cold and just looking at them made him tremble. Let go of him, Luo Yu said indifferently. Then, her hand slammed hard and there was a click which sounded like the bones were shattered. The intense pain caused the man's eyes to widen instantly, and in the next moment, he let go of Lin Xiu, courting death at this moment. The other two men suddenly attacked Luo Yu. Their speed was fast, but Luo Yu was faster. Luo Yu kicked the man who had just pulled Lin Xiu's collar into the air, then immediately fought with the other two men. Luo Yu was not holding a weapon and it was the first time that Lin Xiu has seen her fight with bare hands. Lin Xiu was surprised that even without a weapon, Luo Yu's skills were exceptional. Click, 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 as Luo Yu's fist hit their arms. Their arms made bone-cracking sounds. Rupturing fist. Luo Yu also knew rupturing fist. This was really beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. All following Luo Yu's attack, they let out a scream. Get lost. Luo Yu glanced coldly at the people who had been knocked down on the ground and said. Their eyes were full of fear at this moment. How can this amazingly beautiful girl have such a terrifying skill? And she's so ruthless. They heard Luo Yu's words and tolerated the severe pain of their broken arms, then left immediately. Phew. Thank you. Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the ground, smiled at Luo Yu. There were still several minutes left in the state of fury and Lin Xiu's body was still immobile. Although the explosive power of fury was very powerful, the after effects were too terrible. He encountered a few students from the Sacred Region Academy this time, but if he encountered someone who wanted his life next time, it would be a big problem. Can you walk? Luo Yu asked as she looked at Lin Xiu. Hold on, I have no strength now. Lin Xiu said, panting. Come up. Luo Yu hesitated a little then squatted down in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was startled. Was she going to carry him? Come up. Luo Yu frowned slightly and repeated herself. Lin Xiu was not pretentious, and simply put his hands on her shoulders directly. I am returning you the favor. Luo Yu said faintly and easily carried Lin Xiu on her back. She recalled that Lin Xiu carried her like this when he saved her and her cold eyes revealed a hint of warmth. But it was fleeting and Lin Xiu didn't notice it either. Lin Xiu curled his lips when she heard what she said, thinking that she had found her conscience and decided to treat him better. From time to time, some students from the Sacred Region Academy would widen their eyes in surprise when they saw them. An extremely beautiful girl carrying a man. While some people despised Lin Xiu, they were envious in their hearts. And Luo Yu continued in her own way. She didn't care about their stares at all. Lin Xiu's cheek leaned against her shoulder at this time and there was a faint fragrance on her body which smelled very good. Lin Xiu didn't know why, but his heartbeat seemed to have accelerated. Seeing her delicate and fair side profile, Lin Xiu unexpectedly kissed her gently. Chapter 165 You're laughing. Chapter 165 You're laughing. The kiss stunned Lin Xiu. He cried to himself what bad luck in his heart. He was truly seeking death. His head was almost chopped off by the last time, but he actually did such a thing. But what made Lin Xiu confused was that Luo Yu did not have a reaction. She continued to carry him and walk. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. She shouldn't have discovered it right. What Lin Xiu did not see was Luo Yu's gaze had changed. With a turn, Lin Xiu fell to the ground. Hey! Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide only to see his clothes being pulled as he got dragged on the floor. Revenge had come. Don't! Lin Xiu screamed. But Luo Yu ignored his words and continued to pull him as though she was pulling luggage. They finally arrived at the villa through many difficulties with Lin Xiu's clothes torn and tattered. He looked as though he had gone through a lot. I knew it. She won't let me off so easily. Lin Xiu glared at her. But Liu Yu ignored him and walked to the living room and started to train with her sword. It wasn't intentional. Lin Xiu called out weakly. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yu's usual calm and white face was flushed with a faint pink that disappeared right away. Shut up. Liu Yu glared at him. Lin Xiu quickly covered his mouth and acted innocent. Huchai. Upon seeing his actions, Liu Yu could not help but laugh out loud. You're laughing. Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw her new expression. It was his first time seeing her smile, and it was completely unlike her usual cold expression. Her facial expression felt warm, but this smile lasted for a second and she regained herself in the next moment. After showering and changing into a new set of clothes, Lin Xiu walked over to the training ground in the living room and started practicing with Dark Edge Spear. Let's spar. Liu Yu suddenly requested. She thrust her sword forward without waiting for him to reply. Lin Xiu had mostly recovered from the after effect of fury and quickly blocked Liu Yu's attack. Clang! The spear and sword moved extremely quickly and produced metal sounds every time they collided. Liu Yu's eyes revealed a faint hint of surprise. Lin Xiu's display of strength seemed to be far stronger than what he was the day before. As a warrior's rank became higher, training and cultivating became even more difficult. Lin Xiu's increase in strength was a tad exaggerated. Damn. Slow down. But Lin Xiu still felt that Liu Yu's attack was too serious. He had the feeling that he could not ward off her attacks. She did not use any skills and only utilized the basics of sword arts. But she had trained the basics so well that she was proficient in it. Adding the strength she used while attacking, Lin Xiu felt his palms turning slightly numb while holding Dark Edge. Clang! Right at the next moment, Liu Yu grasped the opportunity and attempted to throw his weapon off. Lin Xiu reacted in time and counterattacked. The two collided again and produced a loud metallic sound. Your spear art is good, Liu Yu commented indifferently. Of course. Right. You practiced rupturing fist before. Lin Xiu suddenly recalled her fists that sent a few warriors flying. Liu Yu nodded and placed her sword at the side. Continue. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and threw Dark Edge onto the weapon rack. The two looked at each other and moved at the same time as though they had telepathic powers. Liu Yu was extremely fast and matched with her strange body arts. She moved around like a white figure. Bang! Before Lin Xiu could react, he was punched at the back. The immense pain caused him to grit his teeth. Do not be bound entirely with your eyes. Use your body to feel. Liu Yu spoke up indifferently. As soon as she said that, another fist came towards him. Lin Xiu did not expect that a young lady like Liu Yu could explode with so much power at close combat. She was even stronger than those big brutes. After taking in a few punches, Lin Xiu gradually calmed down. He recalled the feeling when avoiding the laser beams in the gravity room. Slowly, he started to avoid Liu Yu's unending punches. At this moment, Lin Xiu was not using his eyes to capture the movements, but relied on his body's instincts and the flow of air around him to dodge the attacks. Liu Yu's eyes revealed surprise. From being unable to retaliate to being able to completely avoid her attacks. It was too shocking. Remember, Lin Xiu was only a rank 3 warrior while she was a rank 4 warrior. This one rank level was supposedly enough to overwhelm Lin Xiu. But she realized that she was unable to do it. Just a few months ago when she first met Lin Xiu at District A20, he was not even at rank 1. How did he do it to grow a rank a month? Haha. It's my turn to attack now. Lin Xiu sent out a fist towards Liu Yu, who was distracted by the thoughts in her head. By the time she reacted, Lin Xiu's fist was on her. She subconsciously grabbed his wrist. Lin Xiu was startled because the punch had to land at her chest of all places. Although Liu Yu had held onto his wrist, his fist was slightly in contact with her bulging breasts. A soft feeling was transmitted through his fist. The two froze as though time had stopped. Rolly rolled out for some reason, and onto the table where it started to bite on a crystal and look at them curiously. It was not intentional. Lin Xiu swallowed saliva and spoke up. I know, so you can't hit me. Lin Xiu sighed with relief, but in the next moment, he found his body being pulled across. I will rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than to believe the words of a woman. Chapter 166 Only 5 times. Chapter 166 Only 5 times. Class monitor. What happened to you? Early next morning when Lin Xiu opened the training grounds door, the people inside saw Lin Xiu with a pair of panda eyes and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Xiu, did you get beaten up by Miss Luo Lei? Lei knew that the two black eyes were from punches and giggled as she asked. The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, but he did not respond. She's too violent. I merely touched her breasts accidentally. Right, why did she blow up? Lin Xiu, you can't use strength to subdue a girl. Zhang Yin walked over and shook his head with a sigh. Do you want me to pass down a secret manual to you? Oh, you seem rather professional at it. Lei Lei's eyes turned cold as she pinched him with her right hand. I am not. The immense pain caused his facial muscles to distort as he forced out an extremely ugly smile. Lin Xiu laughed at the comedic sight. He walked into the training grounds and activated the gravity room. Congratulations! Class monitor to be number 1 freshman of the Tower of Tournament. Lai Ping had been completely convinced of Lin Xiu's strength and walked over to congratulate him. Lin Xiu chuckled and did not respond. What is the Tower of Tournament? A few students asked. It is Sakakard Region Academies. Lai Ping looked at their curious looks and had no choice but to explain. All their expressions turned to surprise when they finished listening to him. 21 floor. The strongest of Class 1. Ju Kixing was on the 21st floor. All of their gazes towards Lin Xiu were filled with even more reverence. That's too strong. Right. Alright. Let's get ready to train. Let's persevere for 5 hours. Lin Xiu announced when he saw that his classmates had arrived and swept his gaze across them. Alright. Everyone had recognized Lin Xiu at this time and agreed in unison when they heard him. Lin Xiu nodded his head in satisfaction and slotted his card in, revealing the value of 36,390 points. The 1,000 point of reward for being first in the freshman ranking had been credited into his account in the morning. Lin Xiu hit the 2 times gravity without hesitation. Everyone's expression changed when the gravity was activated. Although they had persevered for 3 hours the previous day, they were still not used to the change in gravity. On the other hand, Lin Xiu felt fine, with the only difference being his body being slightly heavier. Seems like the training yesterday was effective. Everyone sat cross-legged and engaged their cultivation techniques. They had yet to acclimatize themselves to gravity and could not walk around freely like Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu stood in the center and swung Dark Edge. It took more effort to swing Dark Edge around under the 2 times gravity. Basic Spear Arts. After sparring with Liu Yu, Lin Xiu knew that aside from skills, fundamentals were extremely important as well. Thrust, stab, rapid strike, attack, swing. He engaged and practiced in various spear arts. Time passed and some students could no longer endure close to the 5-hour mark. They did not activate Gene Lock like Lin Xiu to increase the base strength of their bodies, and as it was only their second training, their weaker tolerance was considered normal. 20 minutes left. It's not time yet. You guys better sit there. Lin Xiu waved his spear and spoke up. The students that had originally planned to rush out of the room persevered with clenched teeth when they heard Lin Xiu. Ding! The set time of 5 hours finally passed and the increased gravity was released. 600 points were deducted from his card. Phew! The heavy gravity was dispelled and everyone laid on the ground weakly while gasping for breath. After seeing everyone feeling slightly better 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu chuckled. Alright. We will be going for 3 times gravity training. Anyone wants to continue? Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone who just wanted to lie down and rest immediately got up and ran out. Bullshit. We are already like this under 2 times gravity. Are you asking us to die under 3 times gravity? Lin Xiu laughed when he saw them run, and was about to continue training when he heard a disturbance outside. Class monitor, there's a beauty outside looking for you, Lai Ping shouted out loud. Everyone started to add on excitedly. Lin Xiu stopped in his tracks and turned to look and saw a white figure. Why are you here? Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide as he asked Liu Yu, who was dressed in white and carried her thin sword with her. Out of points. Liu Yu spoke matter-of-factly. The corner of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched as his face was covered with lines. This lass is actually treating me as her own ATM. Class monitor. Is she your wife? Li Ping shouted at the top of his lungs. All the people outside started to laugh. All the girls that had a crush on Lin Xiu immediately had ashen expressions. Shut up. Otherwise you will join me in 3 times gravity. Lin Xiu glared at those who were laughing and shouted at them. Upon hearing his words, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Luo Yu walked over to the side and pressed on the machine. Very quickly, the machine started up and the doors closed. Lin Xiu felt his body turning heavier when he saw her move. Suddenly, he was forced to the ground. It was not only his body, but even the blood circulation in his body became extremely difficult. Damn! How many times gravity did you input? Lin Xiu glared at her and asked with much difficulty. Lin Xiu felt as though he was under 1,000 katas and his body was unable to move an inch. Only 5 times. Luo Yu replied indifferently. 5 times. Young Master Zhuo. Luo Yu did not come right at this time in a similar gravity room. A guy looked at Zhuo Kixing and asked. She went over to class 10. Zhuo Kixing replied with a gloomy look on his face. After he saw yesterday's broadcast, Lin Xiu had become a real threat to him. Chapter 167 Luo Yu's Rank 7 Odd Crystal. Chapter 167 Luo Yu's Rank 7 Odd Crystal. Class 10 Don't tell me you went to find that kid. The man beside Zhuo Kixing was taken aback. Young Master Zhuo. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? Find a chance. Take a few people with you. And teach those in class 10 a lesson first. Zhuo Kixing nodded and a strange smile rose from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Lin Xiu, who was in the gravity room, was gritting his teeth as he slowly got up. But as soon as he stood up, his body was pressed down on the ground. No way. He couldn't bear 5-fold gravity at all. This so-called 5-fold gravity was not just a 5-fold increase. The load on him caused by this has already exceeded his limit. How weak, Luo Yu said coldly as always. Hearing her venomous words, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and glared at her. He really wanted to beat her little ass up. Then he tapped on the screen over there and in the next moment, he adjusted the gravity to 4 folds. Phew! Lin Xiu suddenly felt relieved. Although he was under 4-fold gravity, it was still extremely strenuous for Lin Xiu. But compared to 5-fold gravity, the pressure was still a lot less. I have this kind of machine at home. Luo Yu fiddled with it. Then as she skillfully pressed the machine, 2 long iron chains appeared from both sides of the machine. Zai zai zai. At this moment, a lot of electric currents appeared on the iron chain. She was holding such a strong current in her hand, but it was like nothing to her. 10 volts. Lin Xiu swallowed his spit and said, "You're totally fine." This was not a short-term current, but a continuous current. Holding these 2 chains, he could see a lot of electric currents flashing on her body. But she seemed to be perfectly fine. It was simply shocking. Luo Yu shook her head. I have been training since I was a child. While she was talking, she walked towards Lin Xiu. What are you trying to do? Lin Xiu's eyes widened as soon as he saw her walking over and had a bad feeling about it. But it was too late. Luo Yu directly grabbed his body. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the gravity room and the people in the training room outside seemed to have heard it. What's wrong with Lin Xiu? Zhang Yin had goosebumps when he heard the screams. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying. It's only 10 volts. Luo Yu said curiously when she saw Lin Xiu's whole body trembling from the electric shock. Hurry up. I'm going to be burnt, Lin Xiu said while trembling. After Lin Xiu spoke, Luo Yu left Lin Xiu's side. Bang! Lin Xiu simply laid on the ground at this time. That kind of painful and refreshing feeling was really. He never wanted to experience it again. But what surprised Lin Xiu was that when he was shocked, his experience bar was also rapidly rising. But it was still a lot lesser compared to the absorption of odd crystals. Luo Yu continued with her electric shock resistance training and she increased the voltage of the electric current. Holding the 2 silver chains with both hands, she seemed to be surrounded by a ball of silver electric current. Lin Xiu was dumbfounded at this time, seeing that she was holding these 2 silver chains with a lot of electricity flowing through. He couldn't help but imagine her whipping him up with these 2 chains. Just thinking about it gave him the chills. After resting for a while, Lin Xiu slowly eased up. Under the fourfold gravity, Lin Xiu felt that his body was extremely heavy. At this moment, it was impossible to perform the laser ray avoidance training. Bang! At the same time, Luo Yu threw an object toward Lin Xiu. What is this? Lin Xiu instinctively caught it. It was a sapphire blue odd crystal, which looked exceptionally exquisite, like a brilliant blue diamond. Seeing the appearance of this odd crystal clearly, and feeling the powerful energy contained in it made Lin Xiu's eyes widen. This is the rank 7 odd crystal. As a reward for using your points, Luo Yu said faintly. Her face was still the same and there weren't any changes in her expression. But this is too precious, Lin Xiu said. Rank 7 odd crystal. Even if he used his points to redeem, he would need 500 points. He'll throw it away if you don't want it. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu, then said indifferently. Hearing her words, Lin Xiu held the odd crystal tightly. Seeing Lin Xiu's reaction, the corner of Luo Yu's mouth raised slightly, but it quickly disappeared. With these rank 7 odd crystals, it would speed up his cultivation. As the freshman assembly was approaching, Lin Xiu has been practicing in the gravity room. From the initial fourfold gravity, he slowly upgraded to fivefold gravity. The energy in the rank 7 odd crystal was too dense. He hasn't even absorbed half of the energy contained in it, although he had been continuously absorbing it the past few days. Teacher, Luo Yu has been going to class 1 recently to train with those scumbags, which is simply detrimental to the pride of our class in class 1. A guy pointed at Luo Yu at this moment and said to the man on the podium. As he said that, every student turned to look at Luo Yu. Luo Yu was still minding her own business and writing something down. At this moment, she felt many eyes on her and she raised her head slightly, then said plainly, You are also quite weak. What do you mean? Hearing Luo Yu's words, the guy's face suddenly reddened with anger. But it was true that his strength was indeed inferior to Luo Yu, which also made him very indignant. Luo Yu got up at this time, ignored these people, and walked directly to the door. Interesting. When Yuo Kixing saw this scene, he couldn't help but become even more interested in Luo Yu. Luo Yu, where are you going? The teacher of class 1 looked at Luo Yu with a headache and asked. The daughter of the Luo family. He knew about Luo Yu's family background and with their status. Even the dean had to be friendly with them. Transfer class. Luo Yu still looks like a person. A few words. As soon as she said that, she walked outside without looking back. She didn't care about anyone's feelings and opinions. Chapter 168 Level 20. Chapter 168 Level 20. Lin Xiu was still training in the gravity room at this time. When the classmates were adapting to triple gravity, Lin Xiu had already started training for the fivefold gravity. Lin Xiu used the cultivation technique to absorb the energy of the odd crystal while adapting to the fivefold gravity. At this moment, Lin Xiu was already able to perform activities under fivefold gravity, but it was still impossible to fully exert his original power under that amount of gravity. Over here Lin Xiu has activated the laser ray avoidance training at this time. These laser rays seemed to attack everywhere from the ceiling. Lin Xiu was dodging frantically. While dodging, an expressionless face surfaced in Lin Xiu's mind. Why didn't Luo Yu come today? He had been practicing with Luo Yu recently, but Luo Yu did not show up in the afternoon that day, which made Lin Xiu feel a sense of emptiness. He hasn't fallen for that chick, has he? With that thought, Luo Yu's cold face suddenly appeared. Damn! When Lin Xiu cursed, he was accidentally hit by a laser beam. A hole appeared in his clothes in an instant and a strong burning sensation made Lin Xiu grimace in pain. Although his physical strength was already very strong now, it still hurts to be hit by this kind of laser beam. There was probably a little blood in the spot where he was shot. This made him very alert as he dodged frantically until the set time was up. After the training, Lin Xiu took out the rank 7 odd crystal that Luo Yu gave him. At this time, there was still a lot of energy in this odd crystal. After so many days, there was still so much. Lin Xiu sat down cross-legged and instinctively used the cultivation technique. Not long after, a clear ding rang out. Congratulations Master for leveling up to level 20. You've gained 20 potential points. Congratulations Master for acquiring the new skill Engulf. Congratulations Master for winning a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations Master for successfully advancing to a rank 4 warrior. Congratulations Master. At this time, one after another system prompt sounded, which surprised Lin Xiu. Level 20 finally level 20. He had been absorbing the energy of odd crystals these days, and the experience bar has risen so quickly that he didn't expect to finally hit 100 million that day. Without much thought, Lin Xiu directly looked at his stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 20. Experience points 0.2 billion. Strength 400. Physique 158. Speed 101. Skill Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Rage buildup pneumonia. Potential points 20. Title rank 2 warrior. Unused title rank 1 warrior. Rank 3 warrior. Rank 4 warrior. Combat strength 4. 520. More than 4. Combat strength. And with his training during this period of time, his attribute points had also increased a lot. Lin Xiu didn't think much and directly added these 20 potential points to his physique. As soon as he finished adding the attribute points, Lin Xiu felt relief in his body for a while, and in the next moment, the fivefold gravity seemed to have a much weaker effect on him. Lin Xiu clicked on the Engulf skill and could see the effect of this skill. Engulf absorb all the energy and transform it into experience. The short introduction made Lin Xiu a little puzzled. This skill looks a bit useless. Regardless, let's see how the new title is. Rank 4 warrior increase physique attribute by 50. Seeing this, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted an increase of 50 points. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu directly replaced the original Tier 2 warrior title with the title of Tier 4 warrior. At this moment, the strength attribute points were instantly reduced by 12 points, and the physique attribute has increased to 228. At this moment, the load on his body has decreased a lot. The promotion to rank 4 warrior was simply drastic for Lin Xiu. There was no need to be afraid of tomorrow's freshman assembly. With that thought, Lin Xiu couldn't help clenching his fists. He immediately looked over to his attributes, and the rank 2 gene lock required one to be level 25 in order to unlock, which was 5 levels away. Lin Xiu was rewarded with 2 lottery chances, but he didn't want to use them now and decided to wait for more. All of the Phoenix skill had been promoted to a gold skill and he had already learned it. Adjudicate this weapon was not particularly useful now, while Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers and Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall were still pretty good, but his fist techniques and footwork really couldn't keep up with his cultivation speed. He had to exchange for a few gold skills to train his fist techniques or footwork, and he could also see if there were any strong spear art skill over there. As the freshman assembly was the next day, most people chose to have a good rest and get ready. When Lin Xiu left the training room and headed to the exchange center, he suddenly saw that there was a lot of people on the road over there. The school uniforms for the freshmen had been distributed, and Lin Xiu easily recognized that all of them were freshmen. Zhao Huang, what is the meaning of this? Lai Ping and several guys from class 10 had their white clothes dirtied. Also, there were a lot of bruises on their faces and blood seeping out of the corners of their mouths. Nothing much. Just want to tell you that from today on, you people from class 10 can't take this path. The man called Zhao Huang said with a sneer. Several people beside him laughed. The guys from other classes around also watched the scene like it was an entertaining drama. This path doesn't belong to you. Why can't we walk here? Lai Ping clenched his fists and stared at him. While talking, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. They wanted to go to the exchange center that day, but didn't expect to be stopped by these people halfway and got beaten violently. This path was the only one that led to the exchange center. If they couldn't take this path, how were they going to get to the exchange center? There were warriors' necessities there. Or, if you walk under my crotch, I'll let you walk this way in the future. Zhao Huang stepped forward, then spread his legs and laughed at Lai Ping. Hearing his words, everyone around him also laughed, bullying others to the extreme. Lai Ping and the others clenched their fists tightly, but they were completely unable to fight them. There was a huge difference in strength. Chapter 169 Crawl Over For Me. Chapter 169 Crawl Over For Me. I wanted to announce something. From now on, if you guys want to go over to the exchange center, you have to crawl over for me. Right at this time, a voice sounded out from behind. 10 pairs of eyes immediately turned behind to look at the source of the voice. They saw a young man walking out from amongst the crowd. Class monitor Lai Ping and the others cried out emotionally. Class 10 monitor. A few spectators were surprised to see Lin Xiu as well, but many more were looking at him with disdain. Class 10 was the weakest class in their eyes. So what if he was the class monitor? Gao Huang saw Lin Xiu and his eyes immediately turned cold. He revealed a smile of disdain and said, "Brat, aren't you afraid of having your tongue cut off for saying such big words?" He thought that Lin Xiu was intentionally acting brave to not lose face. "I will give you one chance. Scram now or get beaten up by me before you scram." Lin Xiu ignored Zhao Huang's words and glared at them coldly. Seeking death, a guy from the back rushed forward when he heard Lin Xiu's unbridled words. "You guys should stay by the side first." Lin Xiu remained unafraid and looked at Lai Ping and the others as he spoke up indifferently. They hesitated for a moment before rushing behind Lin Xiu. They knew his strength, and not only were they unable to help him but might even be a burden to him. Wolf Fist. The young man leaped upwards and sent his right fist towards Lin Xiu. This was a gold skill, and the air seemed to howl like a wolf as his fists flew forward. What a powerful fist skill! All the freshmen gasped in admiration when they saw the fist. Lin Xiu frowned, and the source strength in his body surged forward and enveloped his fist. His source strength turned into a pale green color that marked the level of a rank 4 warrior. Lin Xiu launched his own fist towards the youth. Seeking death, the youth roared out when he saw Lin Xiu brazenly taking his attack head-on as their fists collided. Rumble! The two fists collided and produced a loud explosion sound. The youth opened his eyes wide. A gigantic force caused his bones to seem to break and produce cracking sounds. He retreated more than 10 steps and spat out blood. "You! What fist skill was that?" The young man looked at Lin Xiu with disbelief. His wolf fist was a powerful gold skill, but was actually inferior to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looks to be completely unharmed while his entire arm was in pain. If he did not guess wrongly, his bones had some fractures. Bronze skill rupturing fist. Lin Xiu glanced at the group and replied indifferently. Bronze skill? He actually used a bronze skill. Everyone was stunned. It was their first time witnessing someone using a bronze skill with its power that was stronger than a gold skill. Zhao Huang frowned. He sensed that Lin Xiu's strength was not as simple as he looked and had faint regret on starting this. "I am Class 3 Zhao Huang. I reckon that we have had a slight misunderstanding. So why don't we stop here?" Zhao Huang pondered for a moment before speaking to Lin Xiu. He sensed that Lin Xiu's aura was very weak, but the strength he had just revealed was extremely powerful. "Sure." Lin Xiu nodded then smiled. "Lai Ping, come here." All right. Upon hearing his words, Lai Ping walked forward. The collision that forced the youth to retreat caused their morale to swell, and they were no longer fearful of the group in front of them. "All of you can crawl over from him and we can call this matter quits." Lin Xiu pointed to the spot at Lai Ping's feet and chuckled. Their expressions changed as soon as Lin Xiu spoke up. What intolerable bullying! Two of the guys immediately pounced at Lin Xiu. They wanted to teach him a lesson. Bang bang bang. They moved extremely quickly and their fists produced vacuum explosions as they flew forward. "Be careful!" Lai Ping and the others exclaimed. They were all rank 4 warriors while Lin Xiu's classmates were rank 3. In other words, the two young men were stronger and faster. HMPH. Lin Xiu snorted and moved immediately to dodge them. Damn it. The expressions in their eyes changed when they saw Lin Xiu avoid their attacks with ease and immediately gathered up all their strength. Slow. Too slow. After training in the gravity room for long, Lin Xiu's instinctive reaction had improved and he was able to avoid their fists with ease. Serial kick. Lin Xiu grabbed hold of the chance and sent out 3 kicks towards the first guy's abdomen and sent him flying out. He crashed onto a rubbish bin and fell in. In the next second, He glanced to his left and grabbed the second youth's arm with his right hand. He exerted a force with the pole. Sila. In an instant, sparks were produced and the youth's clothes were ripped and deep gashes on his arm. The immense pain caused him to scream and the power in his arm subsided. Lin Ziu snorted and kicked him out without hesitation. Silver Thunderbolt Palm Zhao Huang, who remained unmoved the entire time, suddenly launched an attack when Lin Ziu kicked the second youth. Sneak attack. Ha! But Lin Ziu was unable to react, and the palm landed right on his back and produced a loud and crisp sound. Crackle! In an instant, large silver lightning bolts trapped Lin Ziu. The ground turned black because of the lightning flashes. What powerful lightning is he? Electrocuted. Even with a warrior's strong body, one could fall due to an electric shock. All the spectators around exclaimed in unison. Chapter 170 Rubbish Skill. Chapter 170 Rubbish Skill. It's just that, but right at this time, Lin Ziu turned and spoke up indifferently. He felt nothing from the palm strike. How is that possible? Zhao Huang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had gone through electrocution training just to train in the gold skill Silver Thunderbolt Palm. Even when he used the skill, he would feel the faint numb feeling in his body. But why was Lin Ziu unaffected? After training with Liu Yu and being struck by her electric shock resistance training, his body had been tempered to a terrifying degree, much less Zhao Huang's electric shock. Even a stronger shock would not affect Lin Ziu at all. Lin Ziu suddenly heard a system notification. Does Master want to use Engulf? Use. Lin Ziu confirmed without hesitation. But Lin Ziu did not feel the obvious absorption of lightning this time, and he watched as his experience bar moved extremely slowly. It only grew so much. Damn it. What a rubbish skill. Lin Ziu was blushing with shame. He regained himself, and suddenly moved when he saw Zhao Huang attacking him. I detest people sneaking attacks the most. Just as Lin Ziu finished his sentence, he retaliated with a fist. Zhao Huang's reaction speed was also very fast and immediately blocked with both hands. Bang! But even with the successful defense, he felt immense pain from Lin Ziu's punch, as though the bones and flesh inside his body had exploded. Rupturing Fist was a fatal fist skill that produced internal injuries. Lin Ziu's fist did not stop there as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The unbridled Zhao Huang was not able to resist and could only remain in a defensive position. But even if he was able to resist against Rupturing Fist, a technique that was capable of breaking through the defense, his body was susceptible to internal injuries. Is this enough? Right at this moment, as Lin Ziu was about to launch a fist to finish him, he realized that his fist had been held. The person was extremely strong and prevented Lin Ziu from resisting even an inch. Teacher Zhao Huang saw the person standing in front of him and cried out in joy. He was truly afraid of Lin Ziu and did not expect that someone from Class 10 was actually so powerful. Lin Ziu then saw the figure in front of him. He was a middle-aged man. Lin Ziu frowned. All the teachers in Sacred Region Academy were powerful and he had no way of finishing up. Apologies. The middle-aged man chuckled at Lin Ziu and released his hold before turning to Zhao Huang. Bring them to the infirmary. Yes, Zhao Huang quickly nodded and brought the people that were beaten by Lin Ziu to a pulp away. All the spectators started to disperse. Thank you. Class monitor. Lai Ping and the others came up and thanked Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu had helped them dispel the anger in them. This made them feel extremely happy. They became even more respectful to their class monitor. What happened here? Lin Ziu asked curiously. It was a hatred uncalled for. They should not have done so just because they were from Class 10. Right. We are unsure of this as well. We merely wanted to go to the exchange center, but encountered They blocked our path right away. Lai Ping and the others were depressed. They were beaten up for no reason at all. At the same time, Zhao Huang and the injured boys were walking alongside their teacher towards the infirmary. Who made you guys do this? The middle-aged man looked at Zhao Huang and asked indifferently. I. Zhao Huang looked at his teacher in the eyes that seemed to be able to see through all his secrets, causing him to tremble. I did not like their looks. Zhao Huang gritted his teeth and said. The middle-aged man shook his head and replied. Don't be a tool for others. The young man you just fought against is called Lin Ziu. He is the first on the freshman ranking in the Tower of Tournament. He is Lin Xiu. Xiao Huang's eyes changed. He knew about the freshman called Lin Xiu that charged to the 21st floor, and even pressured Zhuo Kixing. Who knew it would turn out to be the young man he just fought? It's the freshman assembly tomorrow. Remember, you are all from class 3. If you guys can't even beat class 10 in terms of your score, be prepared to accept the devilish training. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Zhao Huang and the others heaved a sigh of relief when their teacher left. But upon recalling the devilish training raised by their teacher, they trembled. Zhao Huang had heard of Sacred Region Academy's strictness, and was not held responsible for deaths during training. If they had to undergo the devilish training, who knew if they would die or not? Damn that Liuo Zioki, he dared to trick me. Zhao Huang gritted his teeth. Liuo Zioki was the young man by Yuo Kixing's side. If not for his instigation, nothing would have happened. Lin Xiu headed towards the exchange center. Oh little brother, you're here again. The old man that he met last time had a deep impression of Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu was a freshman that brought precious goods over to exchange for over thousands of points for his first time. What do you wish to sell today? The old man smiled and asked. I want skill cards. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. Oh, what type? Spear, fist, leg skills. All gold skill cards. Lin Xiu said. The old man nodded his head and tapped on the keyboard. A large screen immediately appeared on the table before him with many skill cards projected in it. Take a look and see what suits you. Lin Xiu nodded his head. There were many skill cards with the number of points indicated beneath them. There were cheap skill cards, but all of them cost 5,000 points at the very least. Lin Xiu was left with around 20,000 skill points after training in the gravity room for the past few days. He did not like the spear skills provided and felt that they were unsuitable for him. As for the fist skills, as Lin Xiu flipped the screen, a skill card captured his attention. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Chapter 171 Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Chapter 171 Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist was a gold skill card. Oh, do you want this one? The old man said aloud when he saw Lin Xiu looking at this skill card. This skill is not easy to learn. As far as I know, all the people who have bought this skill card got seriously injured. The old man touched his beard and continued to say. Seriously injured? Lin Xiu raised his brows. Yes. I don't know if you have ever heard of a powerful fist technique in the bronze skill called Rupturing Fist. The old man nodded. Rupturing Fist would injure the user first before it could be trained to the extent of hurting others, and Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist is actually related to Rupturing Fist. But the difference lies in that you could use the powerful current generated by source strength along with your punch, which greatly increases its power. Even people who knew how to use the Rupturing Fist must be able to withstand extremely strong currents so as to not hurt themselves. I want this. Lin Xiu nodded and said at this time. The old man was taken aback. He said so much and this kid still insisted on this extremely dangerous skill card. You sure? Yeah. Lin Xiu nodded. This skill card was probably too dangerous and didn't require a lot of points. Just 6 points. Lin Xiu continued looking around and purchased the Divine Wind Kick skill for 10 points. Now, he was left with more than 7 points. He wanted to buy another skill card, but didn't have enough points. Forget it. He would just get these 2 today. The old man could not help, but shook his head secretly as he watched Lin Xiu's retreating figure. Just this Divine Wind Kick was also very difficult to learn among the gold skills. Not to mention the Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Practicing these 2 very powerful skills all at once. How could he possibly succeed? Just as Lin Xiu was about to leave, someone blocked his way. You're Lin Xiu, right? Standing in front of Lin Xiu was a handsome man, and Lin Xiu could feel the terrifying aura from him. Yuo Kixing, the strongest warrior in this intake of freshmen. He was only slightly older than Lin Xiu, but his strength has reached the peak of a rank 5 warrior. As Lin Xiu has reached the level of a rank 4 warrior, he enabled the analytic eye and could clearly see Yuo Kixing's attributes. Characters: Yuo Kixing. Strength 685. Physique 289. Speed 180. Combat Strength 5. 799. His attribute was much higher than Lin Zius. It is indeed pretty good to be able to defeat Yu Yi by trickery. Before Lin Ziu could speak, Yuo Kixing spoke. My purpose of looking for you is very clear. I just wanted to tell you that you and Luo Yu are from different worlds. Yuo Kixing said and looked straight into Lin Zia's eyes. If you know yourself, please take the initiative to leave. Are you threatening me? Lin Ziu raised his brow and asked. It's not a threat. I'm just telling you a fact. Yuo Kixing said indifferently. I've checked your identity. Both your parents are dead. Unless you can reach rank 9 warrior, you are still considered weak in this world. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Ziu still didn't have any expression on his face. As Lin Ziu spoke, he walked to the other side without looking back. Master Zhuo. This guy is really smug. Huh. At the same time, Uo Zioki, who was walking behind, said in disdain. Previously, he asked Zhao Huang and the others to teach the people in Class 10 a lesson, but didn't expect Lin Ziu to teach him a lesson instead. This made him very upset. Isn't he just the class monitor of Class 10? He should know. Based on his status, he is not worthy to be with Luo Yu. Yuo Kixing's eyes became cold at this time. Lin Ziu walked to the road. He seemed to be in a daze. Luo Yu's status. Lin Ziu had also thought about this before. To be able to groom such a powerful warrior, coupled with Luo Yu's temperament, he knew at first glance that she was not an ordinary girl. So, what exactly is her status? Why am I thinking so much? Lin Ziu suddenly shook his head. It was as if he was going to propose marriage. But what he must admit was that after spending time together these days, Lin Ziu seemed to have developed a special feeling for Luo Yu. As soon as he returned to the villa, he saw that there were already ordered meals on the table, and Luo Yu was still brandishing her sword. I've eaten. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Ziu and said faintly. Lin Ziu knew exactly what she meant and simply sat at the dining table and gobbled the food up. By the way, have your class nominated someone for tomorrow's freshman assembly? Lin Ziu asked. I'll find out tomorrow. Luo Yu gave a sly look at this time, but it was just a flash, and she returned to her usual icy countenance. Lin Ziu curled his lips, but thinking of Yuo Kixing's words made Lin Zia's face change. Luo Yu noticed it and she stopped what she was doing for a moment. What's up with him? But very quickly, after seeing that Lin Ziu was moving, Luo Yu continued practicing basic swordsmanship. An elite isn't created overnight. Only by practicing day after day can one become strong. Lin Ziu sat on the other side of the training ground after eating and took out the 2 gold skill cards. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist was almost tailor-made for him, because he had the foundation of Rupturing Fist and was forced by Luo Yu to go through the electric shock resistance training. He could withstand normal currents, but Divine Wind Kick was a bit difficult. He shook his head and put the skill cards directly on his forehead. With the use of the skill card, a large amount of information surged in his mind. Although all the information was in his mind, he didn't have muscle memory yet, so he still had to practice constantly. The night passed quickly and it was the morning of the next day. Goo goo goo. Early in the morning, Ruli seemed to be very excited, standing on Lin Zia's shoulders and constantly jumping, making a strange noise. Do you want to go too? Lin Ziu said to this little thing at this time. Ruli seemed bored staying in the house all the time. Hearing Lin Zia's words, it jumped excitedly. You must stay in my pocket and don't move around, Lin Ziu said as he put it in his pocket. Lin Ziu neatened his clothes and was about to set off. Today is the Freshman Assembly. Chapter 172 G17 Ruin. Chapter 172 G17 Ruin. As soon as he walked out of the door, he realized that Luo Yu's figure had long disappeared. Lin Ziu was not surprised and walked directly to the meeting place, as he knew that there was a competition today. Lin Zia's dark edge spear had already been placed in the spear box, and he went out with it on his back. Our Class 10 seating is over here on the spacious field of the Sekigura Domain Academy. There was already a crowd. Class 10 of the South Campus. Lin Ziu saw the words on the ground and walked over there. Lin Ziu seeing Lin Ziu coming over, Zhang Yin waved. Line up. Everyone. We'll be starting the freshman assembly at 8 o'clock. Lin Ziyu nodded. Then his gaze swept across everyone in the class and he said, Lin Ziyu was now very respected when he is in class. Not only because of Lin Ziyu's strength, but he has been using his points to open the gravity room for them to train, which was very well late. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words at this time, they quickly lined up in a row. Come on, let me introduce her to everyone. This student has just transferred to our class. Her name is Liuo. At this time, on the other side, Nan Zhangjin slowly walked over with a girl in white. Liuo, seeing the girl, Lin Ziyu was stunned. Why did she come here? The students in class all knew that Lin Ziyu and Liuo seemed to have some kind of unexplained relationship, and Lin Ziyu had been training with her these days. At this moment, they began jeering. You guys know each other. Nan Zhangjin was taken aback at this moment. Of course. Lin Ziyu nodded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only acquaintances but roommates living together. That's good. She will be joining our class. You guys are not allowed to bully her. Nan Zhangjin nodded and said aloud. You should ask her not to bully us. Lin Ziyu muttered in his heart. Liuo's strength was now at the peak of rank 4 and was very close to reaching rank 5. Why did you join our class? Suddenly Lin Ziyu saw Liuo standing next to him and asked curiously. Liuo was originally in class 1 and he would have to fight against her. The thought of Liuo kicking in her class made him a little uncomfortable. You guys are too weak. It wouldn't be fun to crush all of you. Liuo glanced at Lin Ziyu and said indifferently. Lin Ziyu's mouth twitched, but what she said really left him speechless. There was indeed a gap in the strength of the people in his class from those in other classes. At this time, he took a closer look and there were many unfamiliar faces on the opposite side. On the ground at their side, one could clearly see Class 1 to Class 10 of the North Campus. So this Sacred Region Academy was actually divided into the North and the South Campus. The freshmen at the North Campus seemed to arrive at the Sacred Region Academy earlier than them. Everyone, welcome to the Sacred Region Academy. After passing all the tests, I believe that in the past few days, you have all learned about the Sacred Region Academy. Right at this moment, an old man with long hair and a long beard stood on the high platform over there and said aloud. He didn't use any loudspeaker, but when he spoke, the sound seemed to pass into everyone's ears. Dean of the Sacred Region Academy, just standing there. Everyone felt a strong sense of oppression from him. This is the strength of a rank 9 warrior. My name is Bailey. You can call me Dean Bailey. The old man glanced at the thousands of people in the audience and said lightly, I won't talk too much nonsense today. According to the practice of the Sacred Region Academy, we are going to have a freshman assembly. It can also be said to be a freshman test. Hearing what he said, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Could it be that the previous test on the path of death was not the real test? Dean Bailey snapped his fingers at this time and 2 huge projections appeared in front of him in an instant. This test, no, it should be called a competition, will be held in 2 venues. The first one is the Emerald Forest. At this moment, a forest covered in greenery could be seen on the screen and some evolved beasts flashed by from time to time. The Emerald Forest was in the southern region. The trees there were affected by radiation and became very huge. And there were many high-ranking evolved beasts in there. But as long as you didn't go deep in the forest, it wasn't too dangerous. All the students are allowed to go to this area. The class that collects the most odd crystals here will immediately win. In addition to the points rewards, there are also various skills that are not sold on the market. Hearing this, the eyes of these people couldn't help but brighten. Skills that weren't sold in the market must be very strong and precious. The second area is the G17 ruin. As Dean Bailey spoke, everyone's eyes turned to the other projection. This was an abandoned city, surrounded by darkness, and there was some acid rain in the sky. In these abandoned cities, you could still see some zombies and terrifying evolved beasts. This map was obviously different from the Emerald Forest just now. It looks dark and terrifying, and it made people feel uncomfortable just looking at it. The G17 ruin. This will be deadly. Seeing this map, Lai Ping trembled. You know this place? Lin Ziyu asked. Lai Ping nodded. A very powerful virus broke out in this area that year. Some warriors went over to carry out cleanup missions, but they were all infected and turned into zombies. It was very scary when ordinary people become zombies, but when these warriors turned into zombies, they were even crazier. When they see human beings, they would go wild and attack. They don't feel pain at all, and there was no other way to kill them other than to cut off their heads. Almost all the evolved beasts in there are rank 4 and above, and I heard that there are also rank 7 ones. After saying this, there was a hint of fear in Lai Ping's eyes. After listening to Lai Ping, the rest of the people felt a chill down their spines. What is a rank 7 evolved beast like? It could probably kill all of them with just one slap. It is not necessary for everyone to go to the G17 ruin. You can pick 5 people from the class. Hearing what Dean Bailey said, these people heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was too dangerous there. If you got attacked and infected by those warriors who have become zombies, there will be no cure. If all of you are ready, let your teachers lead you out. Chapter 173 Move Out. Chapter 173 Move Out. Lin Zhu. You will delegate who will go to G17 ruin and who will head towards Emerald Forest. Nan Zhengjun looked at Lin Zhu and said. Lin Zhu nodded and looked at the students that were in neat rows. Many had anxious expressions on their faces. After hearing Lai Ping's words, they felt that the G17 ruin was a place with real danger. Those who want to go can come out. Lin Zhu glanced at them and spoke up indifferently. Opportunity and danger coincide together. Although there were zombies and terrifying evolved beasts, they were just experience points to him. Everyone hesitated while looking at each other. Ilgo. Zhang Yin gritted his teeth and spoke up. Lei Lei's expression changed and pulled onto his hand. After all, it was truly dangerous, and she did not feel at ease as his girlfriend. It'll be fine. Zhang Yin patted her hand and reassured her. No. I'm going with you. Lei Lei shook her head and said, You can't. It's more dangerous there and it'll be hard to take care of you as well. Zhang Yin advised. It was a fact. Lei Lei's strength was on the weaker side. If she went, it would be even more difficult. Lei Lei kept quiet after hearing his words. Zhang Yin was worried for her, and although they were slightly emotional before, she managed to calm down. Ilgo. Jiang Lai gritted his teeth and stood out as well after seeing Zhang Yin volunteer. One more. Yu spoke up indifferently. Needless to say, she would participate in the ruin. Emerald Forest posed no threat to her. Lin Zhu looked at them and could not help but frown. It required 5 people to form a team to go, but the level of danger was too high and many did not dare. If they did not meet 5 volunteers, it would be regarded as a direct forfeit and they would fall to the bottom of the freshman assembly. Ilgo Lai Ping clenched his teeth and said. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. After all, he was one of those that were afraid. His expression was extremely ugly and his eyes were still filled with fear. Really, Lin Zhu frowned and asked. He sensed that there was something amiss in Lai Ping's eyes, as though he had experienced something scary before. Yes. Good. Then it's decided. The 5 of us will head to G17 ruin. The rest of you will go to Emerald Forest. Lin Zhu nodded his head. All right. After deciding on the count, everyone headed in their respective directions under Nan Zhengjun's guidance. This bag has space to store odd crystals and contains some nourishment. The time limit is 1 week. The teams that enter G17 ruin and obtain the most rank 5 and above odd crystals will be hailed as the winner. Nan Zhengjun explained. He took out a few special bags and handed them to everyone while explaining. As for Emerald Forest, it was said that there was a trophy cup deep inside. Whichever class rushes to obtain it will be the winner. In other words, G17 required more battles and would be more difficult. Once everything was set in place, everyone headed towards the school gates. Everyone saw 2 airships parked at the shore and knew they were separated to head towards G17 ruin and Emerald Forest. Before boarding, everyone was scanned for carrying odd crystals to prevent cheating. If someone carried many rank 5 odd crystals over, the competition would be meaningless. Oh no. Rolly is on me. Will it be scanned out as an odd crystal? Lin Zhu. What are you dazing out for? Nan Zhangjin saw Lin Xiu standing in place and slightly out of sorts and called out to him. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Xiu shook his head and walked over. The results surprised Lin Xiu, as the scan did not detect Roly. This made Lin Xiu suspicious. Everyone boarded the airships and soon enough, the airships started to rise. The windows were pitch black as usual, most probably to prevent people from knowing where Sacred Region Academy's actual location was at. Lai Ping. What's wrong? Lin Xiu noticed Lai Ping standing in place and his expression was one of fear. No way. He knows that it is dangerous there. Did he become like that because he is afraid? Z's. If you're afraid, don't go. Be careful that you might lose your own life. The other students started to mock him when they saw him frozen. Ha ha ha. As expected of Class 10. Weak chicken. Lin Xiu could clearly sense that something was off. As though there was some sort of shadow in his heart. I've been there before. Lai Ping sighed and spoke up after staying in a daze for a long while. While saying that, Lin Xiu saw the pain in his eyes. You've been there before. Jian Lai was startled and blurted out subconsciously. Seeing everyone's skepticism, he plunged into his memories. You guys know how short-tempered I am. I don't get convinced well. There was once my classmate who told me it was very horrifying there and said no one dared to go. I don't believe in evil, so I accompanied him. At this point, Lai Ping's hands started to tremble. On the first day that we were there, my friends were all hurt by some evolved beasts and got infected. Mutants. At this point, Lai Ping's eyes grew larger as his body trembled. He did not want to recall that horrifying scene. I came back alone. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before revealing a bitter smile. The evolved beasts there carry some sort of virus? Zhang Yin asked. Although evolved beasts at other places were equally as terrifying, warriors would at most get injured after being attacked. But the evolved beasts in the ruin could infect people. That's right. Lai Ping nodded his head. Although the virus carried on these evolved beasts are not as much as the zombies, whoever gets hurt and infected will turn into one in 24 hours. How can you understand watching your own friend turn into a zombie? That helplessness made him realize how unbearable it was. Chapter 174. Two Hearts Beat as One. Chapter 174. Two Hearts Beat as One. The airship gradually descended not long later. Alright, we have arrived at G17 Ruin. Before moving out, I need to explain something to you guys now. At this point, a middle-aged teacher walked over. He was dressed in Sacred Region Academy's white robe that was distinctly different from the ordinary teachers. His was obviously higher grade. Remember, if you sustain a wound from an evolved beast, come back here within 24 hours or you will die. The middle-aged man glanced at everyone and said indifferently, also, if you get bitten by a zombie, there's no hope for you. When he said that, everyone's expression changed. All of them were no longer joking around. Rumble. The doors of the airship slowly opened. Everyone was dressed in their battle robes and walked down the stairs with their weapons. The atmosphere was gloomy and overcast. The air seemed to contain particles that obstructed vision. The air quality was not great. What a terrible smell. Zhang Yin commented. I will be waiting for everyone here 1 week from now. The middle-aged man stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the 100 freshmen. With that said, the airship doors closed. Lin Xiu looked around at their surroundings. It was no grassland and in the distance were abandoned tall buildings shrouded by mist. They could not see any zombies or evolved beasts. Let's walk this way. When he saw other teams moving out, Lin Xiu pointed towards the buildings and said. The other team started to move in different directions. Lin Xiu had drawn Dark Edge and tensed his body. Roly had popped half of its body out of Lin Xiu's pocket and was observing its surroundings. They headed in one direction and Lin Xiu was able to hear rustling sounds, as though something was approaching them from behind. There are many warriors that took risks here and ended up staying here forever as zombies. Lai Ping held his saber and said through clenched teeth. Just as he finished his words, Yu charged forward. She moved extremely quickly to the extent of turning into a white figure as she rushed forward. A figure suddenly rushed out from the grass ahead. When they focused, they saw a male with bad hair, a pale face, and a set of white teeth. His mouth seemed to have wrought with blood and looked extremely disgusting. Lin Xiu noticed that he was dressed in battle robes as well. He activated Analytic Eye and read the information. Rank 4 zombie. Traits: a warrior that was infected and turned into a zombie. Extremely fast and strong. Will be infected upon being bitten. Su. Liu Yu did not hesitate and slashed down with her sword and cut it into two. This monster was actually hiding in the grass. Zhang Yin and the others took a deep breath in after the fight. It was obvious that the zombie still had some intelligence to hide inside the grass. Be careful. Lin Xiu frowned. The air around was stifling as though they were being trapped by the fog. Their vision had been impaired as well. It was extremely dangerous under such circumstances. Roar. Right at this time, another beast roar came out from another direction that caused their hairs to stand. Those people are gone. Jiang Lai looked around. All the teams that had disembarked were no longer in sight. Let's take a look over there. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before deciding. They continued ahead and saw many skeletons and dried bloodstains all over the ground along with a layer of red gooey stuff. Right as they turned a corner, a figure suddenly pounced onto Lin Xiu. Bang! Lin Xiu looked at the monster that had suddenly appeared and almost bit him. He started to perspire in cold sweat. Dark edge had penetrated its head. The close proximity revealed the sharp teeth in its mouth. Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 4 zombie. Obtaining 100 experience points. Too little. Damn. Why do these things keep appearing out of nowhere? Zhang Yin cursed when he saw the new monster. Lai Ping was trembling as the figures of his past had surfaced. Damn. We're going to be in trouble. What trouble? Lin Xiu kicked the zombie away and asked. Just as he said that, he heard footsteps from all directions. He looked ahead. Although their vision was impaired by the mist, he could vaguely make out a large number of figures. Zombies. Many zombies. Why are there so many zombies? Jiang Lai and Zhang Yin choked on their own breaths. There were so many zombies and every single one were warriors that had been infected. Warriors were already strong and after turning into zombies, they became even more terrifying, because they did not know pain and would go crazy and focus on biting their targets. Run quick! Run! Lai Ping shouted. His eyes were filled with fear as though he had returned to his past. Zhang Yin and Jiang Lai nodded. Their goal was to hunt evolved beasts and obtain odd crystals. They did not need to clash with zombies. But right at this time, they realized that Lin Xiu and Liu Yu were still in their original positions. Their eyes were fixated ahead. There was no fear, but instead battle intent filled their eyes. You want to kill them too? Lin Xiu chuckled and looked at Liu Yu. She nodded. Seems like we have a tacit understanding. Is this what they say? Two hearts that beat as one. Shut up. Liu Yu glared at Lin Xiu with a bit of bashfulness and annoyance before turning towards the zombies. Lin Xiu followed up immediately. Those two lunatics. Zhang Yin's scalp was numb by the zombie horde. But Lin Xiu and Liu Yu had charged right in. Chapter 175 Kill the Zombies. Chapter 175 Kill the Zombies. One person was holding a long spear while the other was holding a long sword, and the two of them rushed in like two shadows. Awe of the Phoenix. The moment Lin Xiu rushed over with his spear, his hands swept across the air. At this time, a large number of flames began to appear from the bottom of the spear. Then, he released them directly from the tip of the spear. The flames instantly turned into huge flaming birds and rushed forward. As the current of the Phoenix has become a gold skill, everything in their surroundings seemed to have turned flaming red. The flames seemed to cut through the sky as they rushed toward those zombies. Roar! The zombies roared ferociously as a large number of flaming birds rushed over and formed a tornado of flames. Spinning like crazy, the zombies that were attacked by this move got roasted instantly and their entire bodies became black and they shattered. Congratulations, Master, on killing rank 4 zombies. You've gained 100 experience points. Congratulations, Master. Many system prompts rang out, but Lin Xiu ignored them and continued to rush over. Amazing! Such amazing skill. Zhang Yin and the others stared and looked a little dumbfounded. Lin Xiu's Awe of the Phoenix wiped out about 10 zombies in an instant, and the lingering flames also injured the surrounding zombies. Let's go fight too if you're so fearful. You might as well not come. Zhang Yin held the weapon in his hand and did not continue escaping, but attacked the zombies and rushed over instead. Jian Lai gritted his teeth and followed behind Zhang Yin as he leaped up and used the landslide strike to split a zombie in half from top to bottom. You guys are insane. Lai Ping saw the scene and the shadow in his heart seemed to emerge again. Even the weapon he was holding began to tremble slightly at this time. What was he going to do? I won't lose to you guys either. After hesitating for a while, Lai Ping yelled and attacked the surrounding zombies violently. Liu Yu had no expression on her face, but her hands were moving very quickly. Every time she waved her long sword, she chopped a zombie into two. Her long sword was not an ordinary weapon, and with her own strength, killing these zombies was like cutting tofu. Lin Ziyu was also holding the dark edge spear tightly and thrusting it like crazy. These zombies were really disgusting, and as long as their heads were not pierced through, they could still continue to attack. It was as if they were immortals. Doomed. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yin killed a zombie, he turned around and suddenly saw another zombie with its mouth wide open, revealing its horrifying fangs. It was about to bite and tear him apart. At this critical moment, Zhang Yin suddenly saw a series of cold lights flashing in front of him, and the zombie that was about to pounce on him suddenly had more than 20 holes on its body. Thud! With a dull sound, the zombie fell to the ground. Be careful. Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the zombie was severely stabbed by him and died. Thank you. Zhang Yin patted his chest. He was almost bitten by the zombie just now. Not long after, the zombies had been wiped out by Lin Ziyu and the rest. Lin Ziyu probably killed more than 30 of them and gained more than 3 million experience points in total. But it takes 200 million experience points to level up, so this was simply a drop in the bucket. Yu also killed dozens of them, and there was still a lot of blood on her long sword. As she swung the sword with force, all the blood was splashed on the ground. If we killed people using a weapon that has been used to kill zombies, it would probably cause them to be infected. Huh. Jian Lai looked at the blood on his machete at this time and said subconsciously, the blood on the machete still exuded a foul smell that gave people goosebumps. Those viruses only can survive for 5 seconds after being exposed in the air. Liu Yu said plainly. That's good. Hearing Liu Yu's words, Zhang Yin also heaved a sigh of relief. If he encountered some malicious warriors and accidentally got injured, he was really afraid that he would be infected if he came into contact with those blood. Go to hell at the same time. Lai Ping seemed to have been too engrossed in killing and was slashing frantically at the corpse of a zombie on the ground. The zombie was already completely dead, and under Lai Ping's frenzied slashing, it looked like mud at this moment. It's dead. Lin Ziyu stood beside him at this time, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Oh." When Lin Ziyu patted his shoulder, Lai Ping roared and turned around to attack Lin Ziyu. Bang! Lin Ziyu grabbed him by the wrist and shouted sternly, "Lai Ping! Class monitor." The crazy look in Lai Ping's eyes disappeared and he returned to normal. He looked around and saw the corpses of zombies everywhere, and the blood seemed to stain the whole ground red. It's okay, Lin Ziyu said lightly. Coming here probably evoked the terrifying memory in his heart. But if he managed to survive, he should be fine. The zombies that these warriors mutated into are really terrifying. Jian Lai also had a lingering fear in his eyes at this moment. If Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu didn't take on most of the firepower, they would be in trouble for sure. Let's go. Lin Ziyu looked around and found that no zombies had appeared. His main goal this time was to hunt for evolved beasts. But there weren't any evolved beasts appearing. Instead, they killed dozens of zombies. Although the strength of these warrior zombies was terrifying, they had no intellect. After all, as long as they were careful, it was too difficult to deal with them. The architectural style of this city was from 30 years ago. The surrounding buildings were corroded, the walls were ragged, and there were a lot of black marks. The air quality was very bad. There was always a choking smell. Strange. Why haven't we seen any evolved beasts yet? Chapter 176 Golden Back Wild Bull. Chapter 176 Golden Back Wild Bull. From the time they arrived at the G17 ruin, Apart from the group of zombies they just encountered, they didn't see any evolved beast. This was a bit weird. According to the data, the place with the most evolved beasts should be in the area ahead, Lin Xiu said while looking at the phone in his hand. As they were walking, Lin Xiu took advantage of this time to log into the Warrior Union website with his phone and paid to search for information about the G17 ruin. It wasn't that there were no evolved beasts. There were so many. The entire G17 ruin used to be a big city, but it became like this because of the outbreak of the virus. According to the display on the map, they were probably around the borders only. Roar. At this moment, Lin Xiu and the others heard a roar. It's here Liu Yu's gaze changed and Lin Xiu rushed forward at the same time. The roar of the mutated beast was very loud and deafening. It looks like a big guy. At least a rank 4 evolved beast. Wait for us. Guys, at this moment, Zhang Yan and the others saw Lin Xiu and Liu Yu rushing up, and they ran forward with their own weapons as well. Boom! At the same time, the wall of a building at a corner in front was smashed in an instant. A huge figure dashed towards Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. Judge seeing this scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. At this time, he turned his body and dodged. Liu Yu leaped up high and cut down with her long sword. Dang! The long sword slashed the back of the evolved beast and there was a sudden sound of metals colliding. Can't cut through. Liu Yu's gaze also changed at this moment. She turned her body, stabilized herself in the air, and jumped to the other side. Lin Xiu activated his analytic eye instantly. Rank 5 evolved beast goldenback wild bull. Characteristics after the infection. The ordinary cow has been mutated. Its body shape is like a giant elephant with a mutated back. Its back is golden yellow in color and is the hardest part of the body. This is a rank 5 evolved beast. Be careful, Lin Xiu shouted, and in the next instant, he pounced in front and rushed over, directly avoiding the collision of the golden-back wild bull. Although the size of this darn thing was very large, its speed was very fast, especially when it charged over. A force like that actually destroyed the surrounding buildings. It was very strong, extremely strong. It seemed to be annoyed by Liu Yu's attack just now. After charging to the opposite side, it shook its head and turned back to attack Liu Yu, who was standing there. Damn! Zhang Yin and the others muttered a curse when they saw the scene. This was a rank 5 evolved beast, and its strength was comparable to a rank 4 warrior. They were only at the peak state of a rank 3 warrior and the body of this thing was so huge. Just looking at it gave them pressure. Rumble rumble. As the goldenback wild bull rushed towards Liu Yu frantically, the entire ground seemed to shake. Liu Yu frowned slightly. Then a force burst forth from her body as she rushed forward without avoiding it. Lin Xiu also chased behind, carrying his dark-edged spear and attacking from behind. The back of this goldenback wild bull was the hardest part. It was not easy to break its defense and could only be attacked from the side. The moment it hit Liu Yu's body seemed to be light and fluttering as she flew directly into the air. Moreover, at this moment, the body of the longsword transformed into an illusion of a huge longsword, which directly pierced into its huge and black eyes. Bang bang. As the two sounds rang out like something was being jabbed, the eyes of this golden-back wild bull burst. What kind of scale is this? Lin Xiu's jaw dropped when he saw this scene. At this moment, the golden-back wild bull suddenly let out a miserable roar and its body moved violently, charging everywhere. The huge horns hit Liu Yu's body directly. Liu Yu, who was caught off guard, flew out directly. Lin Xiu stopped moving when he saw the scene and leaped. As he flew out, he hugged Liu Yu's body and landed on the ground. Are you okay? Lin Xiu whispered. Liu Yu shook her head and broke free of Lin Xiu's embrace as she looked at the goldenback wild bull in front that was trampling and crashing around like crazy. With it being in this state, it was a challenge to even attack it in close range, not to mention kill it. The ground around them was being trampled by it like crazy and a lot of cracks had appeared. The ground nearby seemed to be shaking slightly too. Zhang Yin and the others stood at the same spot while they watched helplessly. In this situation, who dares to step forward and attack? Huh? Release a skill from a distance. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Yin and the others on the opposite side and yelled. As soon as Lin Xiu said that, he swung his dark-edged spear in the air. At this moment, several flaming birds rushed from all directions to the golden-back wild bull who was going crazy there. I'll give you a whole roasted beef. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and kept releasing the of the phoenix skill. It has been upgraded to a gold skill. At this moment, Lin Xiu could release more than 30 flaming birds at once, and the temperature of this flaming bird was also very high, as a large number of flaming birds crashed against the body of the golden-back wild bull. At this moment, a tornado of flames was formed again, burning the golden-back wild bull madly. Mountains and earth split. Zhang Yin jumped up from a distance at this time and struck down. In an instant, deep gullies appeared on the ground around them, and attacked the bull directly while Lai Ping and Jiang Lai used the crescent slash to form a crescent-like sword attack. Due to the burning of flames, the thick hair on the body of this golden-back wild bull has been completely burned, and its skin blackened. The skills hit the side of its body and wounds appeared as its blood continued to flow down. Good chance. As the flames produced by Lin Xiu's skill slowly reduced, Luo Yu's gaze changed in the next moment, and she rushed over like a bullet out of the chamber. Swish! At this moment, her long sword slashed directly at the neck of the golden-back wild bull. Slash. Chapter 177 North Campus Class 4. Chapter 177 North Campus Class 4. As Luo Yu's sword came down, it sliced through its neck easily, and chopped off its head due to Lin Xiu's of the phoenix that had cooked its body well enough. Bang! Right at this time, another black figure rushed out from the other side and stood behind the golden-back wild bull. Oh, you killed it, so quickly. A guy stood by the side with a strange look in his eyes as he looked at Luo Yu and the others. Sorry, we discovered this golden-back wild bull. Who would have thought that it would run over to you guys? Another guy chuckled and said. His words were obvious. He meant to say that the rank 5 golden-back wild bull was theirs. Lin Xiu walked over to Luo Yu's side and squinted his eyes. They were Sacred Region Academy students as well, but he could see that they were from North Campus Class 4 from the engravings on their ropes. You mean to say you want to snatch it? No. I'm saying that we are just retrieving our spoils of war. We fought against that golden-back wild bull for a long while. Take a look at the wound at its leg. It was caused by my companion Sun Wuhei's hammer. The guy shook his head. Behind him, Sun Wuhei moved the gigantic hammer in his hand and looked down at Lin Xiu and his group arrogantly. But when he looked at Luo Yu, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What a pretty girl. I forgot to introduce myself. I am North Campus Class 4 Jiangye. We will be taking the odd crystal. As for the good materials on the golden-back wild bull's body that can be used to craft weapons, you guys can have it and exchange it for points. Jiangye spoke as though he was generously giving them things. What's the meaning of this? We were the ones to kill it. Zhang Yin and the others walked over and retorted when they heard Jiang Ye's words. Shameless. Truly shameless. We just killed a rank 5 evolved beast through our own hard work, and they want to reap the benefits. South Campus Class 10. Jiang Ye looked at their uniforms and shook his head. He looked at Zhang Yin and replied, We are rank 4 warriors. Are you trying to threaten us? Jiang Lai and Lai Ping held their weapons tightly when they heard his threat. If that's how you interpret it, you can assume so. Jiang Ye waved his hands asymmetrically. The other guy started preparing to retrieve the rank 5 odd crystal from the bull's head. I think it won't matter if a few Sacred Region Academy students die in G17. Right? Lin Xiu suddenly spoke up indifferently. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Ye and his group had a change in expressions. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ye's face turned dark. How you interpret it is how it is interpreted. Lin Xiu glanced at him. Right at this time, the silent Luo Yu suddenly took action. She moved extremely fast, and used her sword to stab at the two guys that were using their weapons to dig out the odd crystal. They turned right at the moment to see a cold light in front of them. Their expressions changed as they stopped digging the odd crystal and immediately jumped out of the way. You're crazy, the man wielding the saber retorted in a panic. It was just a bit and his neck would have been sliced off. He never thought that the extremely beautiful girl would actually be so ferocious. I will say this once. The odd crystal is ours. Luo Yu stood her ground and looked down on them as though they were ants. Seems like you want to snatch it from us. Jiangye sneered. He was not afraid of fighting. Although Luo Yu and Lin Ziyu were rank 4, the other 3 were rank 3 warriors, while his group of 5 were all rank 4 warriors. There was nothing to compare. They were bound to win in the fight. You guys are weak. Inverting right from wrong seems rather fun to you. Lin Ziyu shook his head and sighed. Seeking death, Jiangye was infuriated when he saw Lin Ziyu's mocking expression and shot forward with his sword. He moved quickly and appeared before Lin Ziyu. His sharp sword was aimed at Lin Ziyu's head. Clang! The spear in Lin Ziyu's hand moved as the spear immediately blocked the sword strike. And as for Luo Yu, she rushed straight for the other warriors. She was fighting against 2. Jiang Yin and the others faced off against the remaining 2 warriors. After all, they were at the peak of rank 3 and were able to balance out against the 2 rank 4 warriors. Who would have thought that you're rather capable? Jiangye spoke up while fighting Lin Ziyu. He thought that Lin Ziyu was an ordinary rank 4 warrior, and only realized that Lin Ziyu was extremely strong while fighting him. His palms were faintly numb from the collisions. Shadow Jiangye felt pressure and immediately used his gold skill without hesitation. He transformed into a black figure and his incoming sword seemed to have disappeared. Where did he go? Go and die. In the next second, the sword appeared at the back of Lin Ziyu's neck and was about to cut his head off. Clank! Jiangye had a sinister smile when he realized that his sword had been blocked, and the collision produced a loud metallic sound. How was that possible? Jiangye was stunned as he was unable to comprehend how Lin Ziyu was able to have such terrifying reaction speed. He turned his body and performed a roll backward. Lin Ziyu snorted and turned to give chase. Although Lin Ziyu was unable to see where Jiangye had disappeared to, his intense training with the gravity room's laser beams had improved his reaction ability. Although Jiangye had disappeared, Lin Ziyu was able to rely on the change in air movements around him to find out he was coming from behind. Lin Ziyu rushed forward at a rapid speed. The expression in Jiangye's eyes changed. He prepared his sword to block when he realized that Lin Ziyu's spear had turned into more than 10 stabs. Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Chapter 178 Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Chapter 178 Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. What skill is this? Jiangye opened his eyes wide as he prepared his sword with the intention to block the attacks. He felt more than 10 strikes on his sword in the second, and the powerful blows caused his sword to fly out of his hand. Scram! The instant his weapon was thrown off, Lin Ziyu used his left hand and performed a punch. Crackle! A large burst of electric currents appeared on Lin Ziyu's fist. It looked as though his fist had been wrapped by lightning and produced a silver light. Bang! Jiangye could not retaliate at that moment without a weapon. He was hit directly in the abdomen by Lin Ziyu's silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. Lightning charged throughout his entire body as he was flung out like a kite and smashed heavily onto a wall behind. Jiangye's entire body trembled as an immense pain shot through his body and prevented him from moving. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Luo Yu battled against the other 2 rank 4 warriors with ease and even became increasingly brazen, causing the 2 to frown. Cold sweat started trickling down their foreheads. They had never seen such a powerful female warrior before. And, even more importantly, she was beyond beautiful. How in the world did she train? Clank clank. Suddenly, the sword in Luo Yu's hand unleashed white auras that erupted with terrifying force. The 2 rank 4 warriors wanted to block, but upon collision, the immense power forced the 2 to fly backwards. I will kill you if you move another inch. Upon hearing her cold words and looking at the sword pointed at them, the 2 guys froze. They believed that the lady in front of them would really kill them. They both stood their ground and did not dare move an inch. They turned to look at Lin Ziyu to see their captain on the floor and spasming endlessly. How did it turn out like that? They were overwhelmed with shock. One must know that Jiangye was extremely powerful and considered in the mid-tiers of rank 4 warriors. Close to peak rank 4. He was actually beaten up in such a short time by that seemingly weak boy. Go and die on the other hand. The fight between Zhang Yin's group and the other two rank 4 warriors was extremely difficult. After all, they were rank 3 warriors and were different from the rank 4 warriors. One of the rank 4 warriors roared and held his giant hammer tightly as he smashed towards Li Ping. It's over. Li Ping's eyes grew wide. He wanted to move but his body could not keep up. His entire existence would most probably turn into a pulp once hit by the giant hammer. Clank. At that critical moment, Sun Wuhe's giant hammer collided with something and was actually pushed back. The powerful force caused his hands to turn numb as his hammer was flung out of his hand. Bang! The gigantic hammer smashed onto the ground and produced a large pit. I'll let you have a taste of my silver thunderbolt rupturing fist as well. Lin Xiu had just used his spear to block the hammer and sent it flying. He then used a fist to smash right onto Sun Wuhe's body. Seeking death, Sun Wuhe was infuriated at the loss of his weapon and sent his own fist towards Lin Xiu. Vacuum punch. He roared out loud and his fists seemed to explode into the air. Once their fists met, a loud explosion occurred and he felt as though his entire arm had collided onto a sports car and even ripped apart. Electric currents flooded his entire body and caused his eyes to turn over. How did that happen? The other warrior was stunned and when he regained himself, 2 sabers were already at his neck. Class monitor. Thanks. Li Ping seemed to be drained of all his energy as he sat on the ground completely drenched in his own perspiration. If not for Lin Xiu's timely intervention, Li Ping would have turned into mincemeat. Just like Professor Yang, Lin Xiu looked at Sun Wuhe whose body was still crackling with electric currents and spasming about. Who is Professor Yang? Zhang Yin asked curiously. Yang Yangxin. An electric king back in my hometown who uses electric skills to deal against students. Lin Xiu explained. Electric skills. So powerful. Gugugu. Just then, Lin Xiu heard a familiar sound. He turned to see Rolly on his shoulder and holding onto a gold odd crystal. You dug it out, Lin Xiu exclaimed out happily. It was undoubtedly the rank 5 golden back wild bull's odd crystal. Unknown to him, Rolly had run out of his pocket to dig out the crystal. It jumped about happily on his shoulder. Powerful. Lin Xiu complimented. Put it in my bag. Rolly truly understood Lin Xiu's words and went back into his bag. We were wrong. Please let us go. The man who had Jiang Lai and Zhang Yin's sabers at his neck trembled and begged. He was truly afraid. He was still able to see his companion lying on the floor with his rotten arm and spasming as electric currents ran all over his body. We are all students of Sacred Region Academy. You can't kill us. The 2 guys who were held hostage by Liu Yu spoke out loud. If the teachers find out, you guys are dead. They did not expect that a team from South Campus Class 10 would actually be so strong. It had exceeded their expectations. Then we need to see if you guys are worth keeping. Take out things to trade for your lives. Otherwise, die. Chapter 179 Attack. Chapter 179 Attack. I will give you 2 rank 5 odd crystals. Right at this time, Jianya crawled over slowly. He was still in pain and continued to twitch as he stood back up. His gaze towards Lin Xiu was that of fear. He felt as though all his organs had been injured from the punch, and the intense electric currents in his body made him feel completely numb. Captain, the other members of his team exclaimed out loud at his words. They were lucky and saw 2 rank 5 evolved beasts fighting. After the fight, they swept down and collected the spoils of war. If they gave the 2 rank 5 odd crystals to Lin Xiu, they were bound to be at the bottom for the freshman assembly. Do you want to die? Zhang Yi looked at them and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth as he asked. His teammates immediately fell silent when they heard his retort. Just a few minutes before, they wanted to be the murderers. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu and his team would be stronger than them? This was the model example of failing to kill and instead turning into the victim. Sure, Lin Xiu was faintly surprised when he heard about the 2 rank 5 odd crystals. He nodded his head and agreed. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body as he took out 2 dark blue odd crystals and handed them over to Lin Xiu. Jiang Yi watched in pain as Lin Xiu took them. We have 3 rank 5 odd crystals now. We should be faster than the other teams. 1 minute. You have 1 minute to disappear from our eyes. Lin Xiu looked at them and said indifferently. Jiang Yin and the others let go of the warriors when they heard Lin Zia's words. Sun Wuhei was still on the ground twitching endlessly with a missing arm. He was obviously severely injured. Quickly, carry him. We're heading back. Although Jiang Ye was reluctant and unresigned to it, it was not suitable for them to continue staying. His internal organs were feeling terrible and Sun Wuhei was reduced to such a state. If they did not receive treatment promptly, even a warrior with a powerful body would be at risk. Jiang Yin heaved a sigh of relief at their departure. The fight was extremely dangerous. Jiang Lai and Lai Ping sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Let's take a break first and replenish our energy. Lin Ziu stabbed his spear into the ground and sat on a rock. He then took out a vial of nourishment liquid and emptied it into his mouth. Although it was not tasty, the nourishment liquid contained a lot of energy. One bottle was enough to sustain their bodies for 2 days. You're not drinking? Lin Ziu looked at Luo Yu and asked. Luo Yu shook her head and jumped onto a big rock and looked into the distance. She felt the place was strange, as though someone was watching them. We have 3 rank 5 odd crystals now. We should have the most out of the teams. Right? Lai Ping slowly walked out from the shadow and asked. We can't be certain. Those stronger teams might have already charged into the core of the city. Lin Ziu shook his head. He knew that Class 1 Duo Kixing was at the peak of rank 5. His team most probably consisted of peak rank 4 warriors. Adding that North Campus Class 1 was also another strong team. It was difficult for them to compete for first place. The team continued on after resting for half an hour. They were at the edge of G17 ruin and the closer they got to the center, the more zombies there and evolved beasts. This meant even more danger. Many tall buildings started appearing, but they were dilapidated, run down, and covered with moss. The bounty is this guy. Inside a tall building were a few black shadows. They looked down and watched Lin Zia's group. There are people eyeing us. Yu looked around and sensed that something was amiss. There were also corpses of zombies and evolved beasts around. There were wounds on the corpses that were inflicted by warrior weapons. Crack. Inside the building, one of the guys took an extremely large laser rifle and aimed it at Lin Zia's head as he smiled. As he pulled on the trigger gently, a large burst of energy converged at the muzzle of the rifle. In the next moment, he pressed down hard and a laser beam shot right at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu sensed something and turned to look, only to see a laser beam right at him. But he had nowhere to dodge. Engulf activated. Energy absorbed 25. 2,000 experience points gained. The notification in the system sounded out, but Lin Ziu did not have the time to check on it. He was struck by a large force and flew out. He crashed into a wall and caused it to crack. What's going on? Jiang Yin and Jiang Lai were stupefied. They did not even have the time to react and the situation suddenly turned for the worse. Yuo was already running over to Lin Ziu. Are you alright? I'm fine. Lin Ziu shook his head and crawled back up. The upper torso of his clothes were charred black. The laser beam was too strong and actually destroyed his expensive battle robes. If not for his powerful flesh body, he would have died. It should be a sniper-type laser rifle. Only such rifles have that much power in them. I'm going to kill him. Luo Yu raised her sword and rushed out. But when she appeared on the road, many laser beams shot down at her from all directions. Jiang Yin and the others quickly ran over to Lin Ziu. Luo Yu avoided the laser beams. She saw an open building and rushed into it. He should be dead. Right? The guy that shot Lin Ziu with the large laser rifle frowned and muttered to himself. Chapter 180 Hunting Team. Chapter 180 Hunting Team. Although there was no explosion, he should be dead from being struck in the chest. Right. At the same time, he saw a young lady rush out and all the agents hiding in the buildings pressed on their triggers. But the young lady was extremely fast and was able to avoid all the laser beams to his surprise. Attention! Attention, someone is rushing up building E1. The man's face changed and quickly shouted onto the communication device on his shirt. They were a hunting team in G17 ruin, and were specialized in using various weapons and concealed locations and buildings to hunt evolved beasts. Furthermore, they accepted bounties, and when they saw Lin Ziu, they took the chance to attack. Although they were warriors as well, they were weaker in terms of close combat. Class monitor. Are you alright? Lai Ping asked. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head and took out a little vial and applied the liquid on his wounds. A numb sensation set in and his pain gradually disappeared. Who the hell are they? Zhang Yin frowned. I'll go take a look. Lin Xiu's expression was bad. Regardless of who the ambushers were, any ordinary person would get mad for being sneak attack on. And he did not know of Liu Yu's situation. Lin Xiu held his spear and upon walking out, a few laser beams flew at him. Bang bang bang. Many laser beams shot down and formed many potholes on the ground. But Lin Xiu was already prepared and dodged all of them. Damn it, does he have ice growing on his back? Over there. While dodging the laser beams, he looked over and charged under a building. Attention attention, 2 intruders have entered buildings E1 and E2 separately. The people became anxious when they saw Lin Xiu enter another building. But they were at higher floors. As long as they saw people coming up the stairs, they could simply use their laser rifles to fire away. They had the latest version rifles that were extremely destructive and could even inflict heavy injuries through battle robes that had higher defense. What do we do now? Gyong Lai looked outside and asked. The ground had many potholes from the laser beams. They did not dare act recklessly under the concentrated attacks. After all, their responsibilities were inferior to Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, and would die or be crippled if struck by the laser beams. We should wait for a bit. Class monitor and Liu Yu should be able to kill them. Although Zhang Yin wanted to fight, he knew they were not strong enough and might get killed by trying to go out. Damn it. Why will there be such people here? Zhang Yin clenched his teeth and punched the wall unhappily. There are all sorts of people in G17 ruin. You think Sakakard Region Academy are the only people here to train? Lai Ping said. There are even warriors specialized to kill and hunt. Just as he said that, noises came out from the side and startled the trio. They immediately raised their weapons. Just as they turned, they saw a few white figures. Were on the same side just as Zhang Yin and the others held their breaths. Voices were heard on the opposite end. When they looked carefully, the newcomers were wearing robes with Sacred Region Academy's insignia as well. North Campus Class 10. South Campus Class 10. They looked at each other for a moment and blurted out to each other. Both Class 10 teams suddenly felt camaraderie as the most impoverished people. Why are you guys here? Zhang Yin saw that the group of 5 was covered in dirt and looks to be in a difficult situation and asked. We just arrived here, but it seems that there are people above using laser rifles to kill evolved beasts. We were almost shot. One of them said with a hint of fear in his voice. Where are your other 2 members? They saw that South Campus Class 10 only had 3 people and asked curiously. They went to deal with those people. Lai Ping replied. Deal with them? That's too dangerous. They seem to be rank 3 and above and they all have unique laser rifles. One of the guys was surprised at Lai Ping's words. And they were all on the higher floors. If they rushed up the stairs, they would be shot by the laser rifles. At the same time, a man dressed in black robes held his rifle and aimed at the stairs. As he looked down from an angle, he did not make any discovery. Strange. I saw that girl rush in, but it was so quiet that it became scary for him. The strange situation caused his entire body to become tense. He placed his rifle in place. As long as a person appears, he would press on the trigger and shoot. Bang! A white figure suddenly appeared below. He quickly pressed on the trigger and shot out rapid laser beams down. But the figure disappeared without a trace again. Where is she? His pupils constricted as he suddenly raised his head to see a cold aura. He wanted to react, but felt a sharp pain. Blood started to flow from the center of his head. Liu Yu remained emotionless as she looked at the person. She looked around and started running in another direction. On the 20th floor at a room to the left, Lin Xiu muttered to himself as he ran upwards. When he avoided the laser beams, he had already memorized their positions. Su su su. As he stepped on the 19th floor, laser beams shot down at him. The floor was immediately riddled with holes. Lin Xiu kicked the wall and used the momentum to dodge. There were more laser beams in the gravity training room and this was nothing compared to the training room. When the next laser beam came out, Lin Xiu confirmed the position and charged forward. Chapter 181 Obtaining the Odd Crystal. Chapter 181 Obtaining the Odd Crystal. The man with the laser gun, who wanted to shoot, saw this scene and his pupils suddenly constricted. Just when he wanted to continue to raise his gun and shoot at Lin Xiu, a cold light flashed, and his head was directly penetrated. Fresh blood spurted out in an instant like a blood-red plum blossom. Lin Xiu stood here and drew the dark-edged spear from his head. Then looked around. There seemed to be no one else on this side. These people were very well armed. They all wore the latest combat suits and had new laser guns. Why did they attack them suddenly? Did they want the odd crystals? Lin Xiu heard a slight noise at this moment and quickly ducked in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. Laser beams shot from all directions. The walls were covered in holes. Found the target. Everyone gather and attack. The men holding laser guns on this floor slowly approached in the direction that Lin Xiu had escaped. The muzzle of the laser guns in their hands was also pointed in that direction at this time. As soon as there is any movement there, they would pull the trigger and shoot. Lin Xiu hid behind and knitted his brows, looking at the holes in the wall in front. If he walks out, he will be shot and turned into a sieve. Right now, his combat suit couldn't withstand so many laser beam shots, and even if it can withstand it, the impact will still be there. He has to think of a way. Bang, bang, bang. The men with laser guns slowly moved closer to that side. In the next second, as a bright light flashed, they directly pulled the trigger and shot wildly. Skill seeing the flaming birds appear. These people were shocked and retreated to avoid them. The disadvantage of using weapons is that they cannot fight in close combat at all, and they could only dodge when encountering this kind of skill. Quickly get out of the way. The temperature of these flaming birds was extremely high, and they would be burnt to death if they charged over in this situation. These people had forgotten to aim their guns toward Lin Xiu already, and were all confused by the flaming birds that kept flying out. At this moment, a black figure rushed out from inside. Swish! It sounded like a gust of wind, and several men who were avoiding the flaming birds had traces of blood appearing on their necks in a split second. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the men behind came to their senses and began to pull the trigger of their laser guns. A large number of laser rays shot out. The place was covered in holes in an instant, but Lin Xiu's reaction was simply too fast. Even in such a narrow place, his ability to dodge was still very strong. These people were holding laser guns and weren't a match for Lin Xiu in close combat at all. Following the continuous waving of the dark-edged spear in his hand, those who were holding the laser guns were cut to the ground by Lin Xiu one by one. Are you the leader? Lin Xiu saw a man in front of him whose outfit and weapons were obviously different from these people. He pointed the spearhead at him and said indifferently, "You." The man's eyes widened and he couldn't believe that Lin Xiu managed to deal with all his companions in such a short time. At this moment, there was a scream from the opposite building and a man was kicked out of the high building. It must be Liu Yu who had done that. Seeing this terrifying scene, the man became even more frightened. "Why are you attacking me?" Lin Xiu said plainly. The man's gaze changed a bit, and when he was about to pull the trigger, Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear hit it and split the laser gun in half. "Don't kill me." He completely submitted to his fate when he saw this scene and begged with a look of horror in his eyes. "I merely accepted a mission on the hunting net." Hunting net. Lin Xiu remembered Liu Lai telling him that he had a bounty on him on the website. The reward was 10 million union coins. "Okay. You can go to hell." Lin Xiu nodded. Before the man could speak, Lin Xiu shook his right hand and the dark-edged spear penetrated through the man's chest. Because of the blood flowing out of these people, the surroundings had a bloody stench. Lin Xiu took a closer look and there was a bulging backpack behind the man. After pondering for some time, Lin Xiu tore off his backpack from him. When he opened it up, besides many ordinary items, there were many odd crystals inside. 2 rank 5 odd crystals, 1 rank 4, and the rest are rank 3. Lin Xiu couldn't help but shook his head looking at these things. The rank 5 odd crystals were considered a gain, but those rank 3 odd crystals were of no use. But he could absorb the energy inside. Without hesitation, after putting the 2 rank 5 odd crystals into his backpack, he took the remaining odd crystals and began to use his cultivation technique. The energy in the odd crystal was quickly absorbed by Lin Xiu with the use of the cultivation technique. In a short period of about 5 minutes, the energy in the odd crystals was absorbed completely, and the odd crystals with different colors became transparent, which meant that the energy inside was gone and they were just useless stones now. Roly, this is for you to eat. Lin Xiu took one of the rank 4 odd crystals and put it into the backpack behind him. Roly got out of the backpack quickly and took the odd crystal and slowly began to eat. SSSSSS. When Lin Xiu was about to walk away, he noticed a strange noise around him. It gave him a creepy feeling. He turned and looked up. Next to the corpses of the people who had just been killed by him, a lot of rats appeared, gnawing on their corpses. Some people's faces were eaten directly by those sharp teeth. The noise made when the rats bit down gave Lin Xiu goosebumps. There are so many weird things here. Lin Xiu walked down, and when he first walked out on the road outside, he saw Yuoyu also walking down and was holding something in her hand. Dun, Lin Xiu asked aloud. N? Yuoyu nodded and tossed something glistening to Lin Xiu. Chapter 182 Space Cracks. Chapter 182 Space Cracks. 3 rank 5 odd crystals. I got it from those people. Yuoyu said. N? I also got 2 rank 5 odd crystals. Lin Xiu nodded, adding the other 3 odd crystals. His team already got 8 rank 5 odd crystals and this was only the first day. Seems like the chances of winning first place were still quite high. Lin Xiu seeing Lin Xiu and Yuoyu coming back. Zhang Yin and the others waved in surprise. Lin Xiu nodded. When he looked at them, he found that there were 5 other strangers with Zhang Yin and the rest. Class 10 of the North Campus. Lin Xiu saw the emblem on them and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence. They were all in Class 10, and looking at their dusty and dirty faces, they probably encountered a lot of danger here this morning. Hello. Those people smiled nervously as they looked at Lin Xiu and Yuoyu. They had seen Lin Xiu and Yuoyu's names on the freshman list on the Tower of Tournament, which had their photos next to their names. Seeing that these 2 people were in Class 10, their eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xiu nodded, and after he greeted them, he looked at Zhang Yin and the others and said, The people above have been eliminated by us, and we even obtained a few rank 5 odd crystals. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yin and the others laughed. These guys actually gave us odd crystals for free. Let's continue ahead. Lin Xiu thought for a while and said, The strength of these people was also around rank 3. The deeper they went into the G17 ruins, the more dangerous it would become. If these people tagged along with them, they would definitely drag them down. Wait, just as Lin Xiu said that, a tall guy among the group of people from Class 10 of the North Campus stood up. What's the matter? I think we can make a deal. The tall and sturdy man from Class 10 of the North Campus looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud, What deal? Lin Xiu raised his brows. We can use a piece of information to exchange for odd crystals with you. The sturdy man said. He sounded very confident, like Lin Xiu would definitely agree to this deal. What information do you have? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Space cracks. I know there is a space crack somewhere, the sturdy man said in a deep voice. Hearing the word space cracks, the gaze of Lin Xiu and the others changed. In recent years, space shocks have occasionally occurred in various places on the Earth, resulting in some space cracks. Some creatures or treasures from other worlds all came out of these space cracks. But this kind of space crack would disappear after a period of time. It was very magical, and so far, no one knew how it happens. But what was certain was that there would definitely something from another world around these space cracks. Treasures and the like were also highly possible. How do you prove that your words are credible? Lin Xiu said lightly. If his information was accurate, then it was really worth taking a look at. Information card. We can leave our information cards with you guys, and you can give them back to us after you guys return, the sturdy man continued to say. Lin Xiu shook his head. This card is of no use to me. We just don't want to return being in the last place. As long as you give us 3 rank 5 odd crystals, I will tell you the location of this space crack, the sturdy man said. It was very likely that there were horrifying creatures from other dimensions in these space cracks, and this was a matter of both danger and opportunity. But this place was simply too dangerous. They were merely at the borders and were almost unable to go further. Sure, Lin Xiu pondered for a moment, then directly took out 3 rank 5 odd crystals from his backpack and tossed the crystals to them. You trust me at this moment? The sturdy man was stunned. He never expected Lin Xiu to be so straightforward. We're in the same academy anyway. If you lie to me, wouldn't it be easy for me to find you? Lin Xiu smiled. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the people in Class 10 of the North Campus smiled bitterly. What Lin Xiu said was indeed the truth. After receiving Lin Xiu's odd crystals, the man took out his phone and sent a map to Lin Xiu's phone. Follow according to the map above, and that is the space crack. Rest assured, although the strength of Class 10 of the North Campus is not as good as yours, we will never lie. Lin Xiu nodded. After separating from these people, Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment, then said to Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu, do you think this is real? Just as Jiang Yin's words were being uttered, Jiang Lai and Lai Ping's eyes looked towards Lin Xiu. You could tell if someone is lying through their expression and the look in their eyes. There is no doubt that what they are saying is true. Yu, who was standing next to Lin Xiu, said faintly, Indeed, I don't think they are lying. Let's go there and take a look. Lin Xiu held the long spear in his right hand and the dark-edged spear in his left hand, then proceeded to the area marked on the map. This so-called space crack appeared to be somewhere in the center of this city. As Lin Xiu and the others continued to walk forward, there were more and more moss-like things on the surrounding ground, and it was a little wet. There were many weird vines entwined on the surface of those buildings. Be careful. I think it's a bit weird. Lin Xiu frowned, his eyes constantly scanning around. Quiet. It's too quiet here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. They just stepped into the dilapidated street in front when a weird sound rang out, causing the tensed-up Lai Ping to exclaim, It's just a mouse. Jiang Yin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the dark creatures clearly. These mice were a bit big, like the size of rabbits, and their mouths were full of jagged teeth, which looked very disgusting. So many skeletons. The few people continued to move forward, and at the next corner, Jiang Li's eyes widened as he looked at the scene ahead. Trembling. On the street in front, there were bones everywhere. It seemed like some belonged to humans and some were evolved beasts. And on the bones, there seemed to be quite a few rats standing. Be careful, don't attack them. Chapter 183 Horror Rat Swarm. Chapter 183 Horror Rat Swarm. As soon as Lin Xiu spoke, Lai Ping immediately attacked a rat that crawled past his feet. Bang! As Lai Ping's saber cut down, the huge rat was cut in half and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xiu saw this scene already knew it was too late. Lai Ping and the rest were puzzled. Didn't they just kill a rat? But when they turned to look ahead, they found that those massive rats seemed to lose their minds and were rushing towards them madly. The whole street in front of them was completely black, hiding the sky and covering the earth, and they were all rats. My God, he was shocked to see this scene. Awe of the Phoenix, Lin Xiu roared, and the dark-edged spear in his hand slammed hard as the flaming birds instantly flew out of the spear. These rats seemed to have undergone some mutations. Even if they were touched by these flaming birds, they didn't die immediately. Damn it. A portion of the rats had already escaped from the flaming birds at this time. The rats rushed to the front, then pounced towards Lin Xiu and the others. They opened their mouths and you could clearly see the 2 rows of sharp teeth inside. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Liu Yu's expression also became a bit nasty. With a wave of the long spear in her hand, the sword aura turned into a crescent shape and attacked. The rats that rushed over were all cut into 2 in a short time. Leave quickly. Lin Xiu waved his hands continuously, and the flaming birds were released in large numbers. They gathered at the intersection in front, forming a huge flamestorm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 3 black rats and gaining 15 experience. Congratulations, Master. Although the sound of these prompts kept ringing in his mind, Lin Xiu wasn't in the mood at all, because these rats were very dangerous. He just checked it with the analytic eye, and these darn things usually only eat zombies. But when provoked, they will attract a swarm and take revenge. Their claws and teeth would release some toxic fluids from their bodies, and those fluids also contain viruses. If accidentally touched, it would be troublesome. When Lin Xiu used Awe of the Phoenix, everyone quickly ran to the front. After making turns and going around corners, none of those terrifying rats were chasing them anymore. Sorry. I'm sorry. Lai Ping leaned his back against the wall behind him. While panting, he looked at Lin Xiu apologetically. That rat crawled over his shoes just now, and he found it really disgusting. However, he didn't expect that just killing a rat would attract such a swarm of rats to take revenge. In that kind of situation, if you're not careful, you will probably be swallowed up by the rats and become skeletons. Just be careful in the future, Lin Xiu said helplessly. The analytic eye was very useful. Otherwise, Lin Xiu wouldn't know that this kind of rat was so disgusting. Seems like we're reaching soon. Yu looked around at this time and said aloud, "It should be up ahead." Lin Xiu nodded and looked at the map on his phone. The location was in the back courtyard of the front building. Is there really a space crack here? Zhang Yin was still a little unconvinced. He only heard of this kind of thing, but hadn't really seen one before. At this time, he was still slightly doubtful. But I heard that those space cracks may have some beasts appearing from other dimensions, Jiang Lai said with a serious expression on his face. There would always be opportunities and risks in this sort of situation. It was said that some powerful warriors have obtained some extraterrestrial treasures in the space cracks, which made them very powerful. Take a look and we'll find out. We can't waste those odd crystals, Lin Xiu said. Although they didn't know how the information was obtained, since they already traded it with odd crystals, there was no other way but to check it out. They continued ahead and there were many decaying corpses on the ground, emitting a foul smell. But he didn't see those disgusting rats, which made Lin Xiu a little suspicious. One must know that the characteristics of those rank 3 black rats was to eat decaying corpses. There was a tall building in front, but it was covered in moss and some areas were corroded. According to the map, the so-called space crack was in a huge courtyard behind the building. Do you feel it? When Liu Yu first walked to the front of the building, the pupils in her eyes constricted slightly, and she said to Lin Xiu, "It should be true." Lin Xiu also nodded, just standing there. Lin Xiu felt the energy in the surrounding air has become very strong. Not only Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, but Zhang Yin and the others also felt something was wrong. Cultivation technique was to absorb the energy in the air, then use it to strengthen and even improve one's body. Generally, the energy in the air and the earth is constant. If you want to absorb a large amount of energy to strengthen and improve your body, you can only absorb the kind of energy in the odd crystal. But now that Lin Xiu and the others were standing here, he could sense as if the energy has become stronger. It was definitely an unusual feeling. And Lin Xiu had gone through so many battles. His body could instinctively sense that there was something extraordinary in this building. Be careful. I think there is a big chap inside. Lin Xiu held his dark-edged spear tightly with both hands and said while holding his breath. Lin Xiu and Liu Yu walked in front. Everyone was also holding their weapons firmly in their hands as they slowly moved forward. Rolly, who was still standing on Lin Xiu's shoulders, seemed to feel something at this time. It held its chubby body with both hands and got into the backpack. There were many spider webs around the gate of the building. The door was open and looked as if it had been damaged by some impact. The weather here was gloomy, but at this time the environment inside the building became even darker. Gulp! Lai Ping and Jiang Lai had cold sweat dripping off their foreheads, and the strange environment made them swallow their spit in fear. Chapter 184 The Fire of Red Lotus. Chapter 184 The Fire of Red Lotus. It's so dark, Zhang Yin said aloud. The inside of this building was completely dark and the visibility was very low. Just then, Jiang Lai suddenly felt his foot being pulled by something and he yelled in fright. A rotten hand suddenly caught his foot. Bang! Zhang Yin saw the scene and rushed over. He lifted his weapon and slashed down, chopping off the rotten arm that had caught Jiang Lai's foot. Go to hell! Jiang Lai was taken aback. He looked at the body of a zombie lying on the ground and cut it directly. Bang bang bang. Its body was cut into several pieces in an instant. Ha! Lai Ping also took out a small flashlight at this moment and everything around him became brighter. When he saw the scene clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. There were a lot of corpses on the ground. They were wearing combat suits, so it was clear that they were warrior zombies that got infected. But what is weird was that their bodies seemed to be shriveled, as if the flesh and blood inside were sucked dry. It was already dead. You probably accidentally stepped on its hand. Lin Xiu looked towards Jiang Lai and said aloud. Jiang Lai was too nervous just now and scared himself instead. But, what are these things? With the flashlight that Lai Ping took out lighting up the place, Jiang Lai could clearly see that the zombie's corpse that had just been chopped into pieces seemed to have some blue things crawling out. It looks like bugs. Deng Yin also noticed those things and felt sick. How could there be something like this in the corpses of these zombies? Lin Xiu looked over there and saw the corpse of the zombie that Jiang Lai had cut into pieces. It seemed that there were bugs coming out as well. Without any hesitation, he activated the analytic eye. Rank 2 blue-winged beetle young. Characteristics creature from another dimension. Strong reproductive ability. Lives in the flesh of any creature and survives by eating the flesh of the host. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. It seemed that the inside of all the corpses on the ground was filled with these darn things. With that thought, Lin Xiu had goosebumps. He picked up the dark-edged spear and directly poked at the few blue-winged beetles that had crawled out. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies exploded in an instant. There was too little experience killing these things to be worth mentioning at all. Be careful. There are probably still many of these strange bugs in the corpses of these zombies. Don't step on the corpses. Lin Xiu warned. If these darn things ran into his body, it would really be trouble. Zhang Yin and the others nodded. The situation here was too weird. And now they were also very cautious and serious. They continued walking and soon, they saw a ray of light. At the end of the first floor was a huge French window. But because there was a lot of blood and spider webs on it, they couldn't really see the scene behind. With a wave of the dark-edged spear, Lin Xiu released a flaming bird and all the spider webs were burned. I see it. As the large number of spider webs blocking the front were burned, Lai Ping shone her torchlight and she could see that in the courtyard, there seemed to be a huge shadow. Lin Xiu strode over and walked out through the French windows directly. When he reached the courtyard behind, his eyes widened. In the space above, a huge crack appeared. It seemed that the space had been torn open and it was pitch black inside with flashes of lightning from time to time. On the ground of the courtyard, there were a lot of dark blue stones, which seemed to have fallen from the space crack. This huge courtyard was like a small park covered in dark blue stones. There were many weird cracks on the stone. No, not cracks. They looked more like a pattern. So many stones. Zhang Yin and the others said to themselves as they looked at these weirdly shaped stones with their mouths wide open. Luo Yu had already walked forward and with the sword in her hand, she slashed hard at the stones. Dang! The long sword hit the stone and it sounded like metals colliding. It should be some kind of metal that is very hard. Luo Yu observed it carefully and said aloud. Lin Xiu also prodded it with his dark-edged spear. It was true. These things looked like stones, but they seemed to be some kind of special metal. At this moment, there was still some white smoke emitting from these things like they had fallen not long ago, and the impact caused a part of it to burn. It should be pretty good if we brought them back to make weapons. He Lai Ping looked at the stones and said in surprise. Could it be possible that only these stones were dropped from this space crack? Zhang Yin said curiously. There should be other things in these space cracks, such as beasts. But this space crack was so big yet there was nothing around it. Let's go over there and take a look. Lin Xiu stepped on these weird stones and continued to walk forward. Luo Yu also followed closely next to Lin Xiu and the two of them jumped to the front quickly. Wait for us. When they arrived at this group of stones, they saw that the stones ahead looked as if something had made them turn red. Lin Xiu and Luo Yu both felt it and the surroundings seemed to become hot. As Lin Xiu got closer, the burning sensation became stronger and the surrounding temperature exceeded at least 50 degrees. As Lin Xiu got closer, the temperature increased drastically. He took a closer look and the area in front. Even the surrounding air seemed to be distorted due to the scorching heat. What is this? He tolerated the scorching temperature and continued walking. Then, Lin Xiu found a huge sunken area in the middle of the group of stones. Below that, There was a fiery red lotus. No, it wasn't a lotus. It was like a special red lotus made up of energy bodies. Red lotus fire. When Liu Yu saw this, she revealed a shocked expression on her usually expressionless countenance. Chapter 185 Fighting Over. Chapter 185 Fighting Over. What is the red lotus fire? Lin Xiu asked when he heard Liu Yu. It looked like fire but did not feel like so and was more like a ball of energy. It resembled the energy inside odd crystals, but odd crystals were in a solid state. A very powerful type of energy and looks like a fire lotus. Liu Yu replied. Zhang Yin and the others rushed over and felt that the surrounding was extremely hot to the extent that they were drenched in perspiration. When they saw the red lotus fire, the expressions in their eyes changed. What a powerful energy! Zhang Yin muttered to himself when he saw the red lotus fire. The energy accumulated within could be said to be equal to many odd crystals added up. And it was slightly different from ordinary odd crystals. Can it be absorbed? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu and asked. It contained extremely powerful energy and Lin Xiu thought to use his cultivation technique to absorb it. No, it's too dangerous. If you're careless, your entire being will be disintegrated. Liu Yu shook her head. Then what's the use of that? Did we come here for nothing? Lin Xiu was unhappy about the worthlessness of the item. He felt that if he was able to absorb the powerful energy inside like absorbing an odd crystal. Everyone quick over here right then. Shouts could be heard from the buildings where they had just come from. Lin Xiu turned to discover a few Sacred Region Academy students walking over. Damn, people actually arrived here a step ahead of us. The leader saw and was slightly surprised. North Campus Class 2 Zhang Yin and Jiang Lai noticed the insignia on their clothes and said. The five ignored Lin Xi's team and walked ahead and saw the red lotus fire brimming with energy, and their eyes were filled with joy. There's actually a treasure. The young men's eyes lit up. Lai Mo, Hua Ming, prepare the tools. We are taking this away as per his orders. The two guys beside him started rummaging their bags and took out a few tools. One was a unique box and the other took out a few unique trowels. Wait, we found this first. Lin Xiu noticed their actions and frowned and blocked their front. The young man who gave the order sized Lin Xiu up, then looked at the insignia on his robes and laughed. South Campus Class 10, you can't take this, and even if you could, it's useless for you. And you can't even grab it. Whether or not it is of worth to us is not your problem. But if you're insisting on being this way, we can consider you trying to snatch it, Lin Xiu asked coldly. Haha, the guy laughed out loud when he heard Lin Xiu. Yeah, I want to snatch it. What can you do? The young man stopped laughing and stared at Lin Xiu. The atmosphere became extremely serious suddenly. Then well, just kill you. Liu Yu spoke up and instantly charged towards the young man. His pupils constricted as he raised his two short blades and blocked her attack. Clank. Get rid of them. The young man was infuriated by Liu Yu's sudden attack and roared. Your granddaddy Jiang Lai and Lai Ping raised their sabers and charged. They were annoyed as well. They got to this place with much difficulty and the enemies wanted to snatch the treasure. Clank, clank, clank. Liu Yu moved extremely quickly and unleashed many attacks at her opponent. After a few clashes, a loud sound came out. Lin Xiu held dark edge and stabbed forward. Aside from her opponent that used two short blades, the other four wielded broad sabers. They were all rank 4 warriors, causing Zhang Yin and the others to be under a great deal of pressure. Lin Xiu faced two opponents and was able to alleviate their stress lightly. You're Liu Yu's opponent asked through gritted teeth. She was simply too powerful and there was only one lady that could helm such strength in Sacred Region Academy. Liu Yu, who was on the ranking list. Why is she in South Campus Class 10? You talk too much. Liu Yu's expression did not change as she stabbed forward with sword in hand and replied indifferently. Her sword arts were extremely sharp and made him feel a great deal of pressure. After a few clashes, his hand became numb. Damn it. How did she even train herself? Why is she such a pain in the ass? Lin Xiu felt the pressure while against two rank 4 warriors. In between their attacks, Lin Xiu suddenly stabbed at one of his opponents. His spear immediately transformed into 10 afterimages. The guy became frightened. He immediately used his skill in an attempt to block the attacks. Clank clank clank. Under the ferocious spear attack. His weapon had many dents. Damn. Lai Ping was careless and got cut on his arm. His battle robes immediately split apart and blood flowed out. Dang Yan and Dian Lai also sustained injuries on their bodies. The gap was only 1 rank, but the strength difference was too great. They were forced to a passive defensive state and were almost killed. But they had no other choice and focused on defending. If they relaxed, they were bound to die. Gulu. Right at this time, no one noticed many large creatures on the walls of the buildings that remained stationary. But because of their battles, the creatures slowly started to move. Go and die. One of the opponents revealed a sinister smile and looked at Zhang Yin, who was gasping for breath with an injured arm. He held his saber with both hands and leaped forward. He wanted to slice Zhang Yin into 2. Gulu. But right at this time, the strange sound came out and the warrior that was in the air suddenly felt a looming figure above him. It was as though something had suddenly charged down from above him. What the hell is that? Chapter 186 Swallowed. Chapter 186 Swallowed. He raised his head and looked, but did not see anything, but was smashed right into the ground. Rumble. A loud noise came out and caused the surroundings to tremble. Everyone stopped in the middle of their fights and turned to look. To their shocking discovery, they saw a gigantic beetle-like creature. They had black power on their backs, and when the warriors looked up, they noticed 2 or 3 more on the buildings. The black powder on their backs was almost identical to the building's exterior. If they did not look carefully, no one would notice such a thing. No wonder they did not see anything. All of the creatures were asleep. Damn it. The warrior that was suppressed to the ground struggled to get out. He was a rank 4 warrior and had a strong physique. Although the creature had smashed him to the ground, he believed he could stand against the creature. Crack. But right at this time when he revealed his upper body, the creature opened its large mouth and revealed the dense mass of sharp teeth and bit him. Blood immediately sprayed everywhere. The brutal death caused everyone to tremble. Rank 6 blue-winged beetle dimensional creature. Lin Xiu immediately activated Analytic Eye and received information on the creature. They were the adults of the blue-winged beetle. With his increase in strength, Analytic Eye became stronger and he was able to view information of warriors that were a rank higher than him and evolved beasts that were 2 ranks higher. But what does it mean that they are categorized as dimensional creatures? Are they creatures that ran out of space cracks? Damn, why are these things here? The youth fighting against Luo Yu had a change in expression. Quick! Let's go. He had an ashen expression when he saw his teammate die and immediately called out to his other teammates. The creatures were extremely powerful and he did not want to fight under the uncertainty. Clank! He blocked Luo Yu's attack while calling for his teammates. Following a burst of strength from his legs, he retreated to the other side and scurried away. Go and die. The 2 rank 4 warriors suddenly unleashed their strongest skills against Lin Xiu just as they were about to leave. Lin Xiu felt a burst of power surging forth from their sabers as they swung down. The sound of vacuum explosions was produced around them. Lin Xiu was startled. He did not expect the 2 to retaliate so suddenly. Adjudicate. He could not take them on head-on, and could only use this skill. He wanted to see if he could repel their skills back to them. Bang! The 2 rank 4 warriors wanted to take the opportunity to backstab Lin Xiu, but did not realize that his reaction would be that quick. In a second, the burst of power they had unleashed surged back to them. It was as though their attacks were aimed at themselves. The immense force sent them flying. Lin Xiu did not escape unscathed. He felt the force in his chest, and he was flung out like a kite being let loose. His entire body fell right into the pit that held the red lotus fire. Lin Xiu Luo Yu wanted to give chase, but her pupils constricted and ran towards Lin Xiu. Quick, the 2 spat out blood and ran without looking back. Rumble rumble. The rank 6 blue-winged beetle swallowed the warrior's corpse and started moving towards Zhang Yin and his group. Damn it, seeing this, they cursed and quickly ran in the opposite direction. As for Lin Xiu, he rolled down into the pit and his mouth touched the red lotus fire. Crap. Lin Xiu was alarmed, and when he thought that his lips would be burned away, he realized that the red lotus fire had slipped straight down into his throat and into his body. An immense pain instantly flooded through his entire body. His bones, flesh, and even his cells were burning. Pain. It's too painful. The immense pain prevented him from talking. He could only open his mouth and eyes wide. Lin Yuoyu jumped down and realized that the red lotus fire had disappeared and started to panic. You swallowed it. Lin Xiu started to perspire. He wanted to speak but was unable to. He never wanted to swallow it. It moved its way into his body. Yuoyu suddenly held Lin Xiu's sleeves and could see all his veins expanding up. His veins were flowing with red energy that flickered everywhere. It was a terrifying sight to see. What's going on with Lin Xiu? Zhang Yin and the others rushed over and saw Lin Xiu lying on the ground with his veins turning red on his face. All of them opened their eyes wide in shock. Nothing. Yu replied indifferently. He just swallowed something. Swallowed something. Zhang Yin was stunned and realized that the temperature around them had returned to normal. And the red lotus fire that was in the center had disappeared. Lin Xiu swallowed the entire thing. Zhang Yin was stunned. The treasure seemed to wield temperatures that could melt a person. If someone swallowed it, won't he be doomed? Help right at this time. Diong Lai and Lai Ping's screams could be heard from a distance. Go and lure the creatures away first. Don't come here. Yuoyu looked at Zhang Yin and said. All right. Zhang Yin nodded his head and rushed out without hesitation. All right. At this time, Lin Xiu suddenly stood up and roared from his lungs. Every part of his body had turned red. All the veins on his face and body parts were glowing red. Even his eyes were smeared with fiery red color. Chapter 187 Devouring the Red Lotus Fire. Chapter 187 Devouring the Red Lotus Fire. It hurts. It hurts too much. It felt like the blood in his body was up in flames. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth tightly at this time, trying hard to endure it. But this pain was really beyond the endurance of ordinary people. It was as if his body was about to melt completely. After a short while, Lin Xiu was dizzy and his body fell to the ground. Engulf skill is activated. Absorb 0. 1. While Lin Xiu was dizzy, the system prompt sounded. But at this moment, Lin Xiu could not hear it anymore. Yu frowned when she saw this scene. Lin Xiu was in a very dangerous state right now. The red lotus fire seemed to have rushed in Lin Xiu's body, making his whole body flushed. Even his combat suit became extremely hot at this time and some white smoke was coming out around him. The only possibility now was for Lin Xiu to completely absorb the fire of this lotus fire. Otherwise, there was no other way to save Lin Xiu. Yu was silent for a while, then sighed. There was nothing she could do now and could only hope that Lin Xiu can make it through. Although she has never heard of many warriors who could do this. The source strength in Yu's body was released at this time. Because of the skill she cultivated, her source strength seemed to have a kind of ice attribute. Looking at Lin Xiu, whose body became extremely hot, she lifted his body and hugged Lin Xiu from behind. A very hot sensation spread over her body instantly, causing Yu to frown. She held her breath and continued to release her source strength, wrapping Lin Xiu's entire body. She didn't have a better way and could only use the source strength she released, coupled with the cold effect produced by her special skill to cool Lin Xiu's body. Otherwise, if this continues, the flesh and blood in his body would be completely burned by the fire. Lin Xiu, who was unconscious, seemed to feel a slight icy sensation, and his body that felt like it was burning before felt much better. What Lin Xiu didn't know at this time was that the energy of the red lotus fire was continuously being absorbed by his body. His body was initially seriously injured, but because Yu wrapped Lin Xiu's body with her source strength, it allowed Lin Xiu's body to recover faster. Destroying and repairing at the same time, this kind of severe pain was not something ordinary people could bear. Even when Lin Xiu was unconscious, his teeth were still clenched. What happened? After a short while, Yu clearly felt that Lin Xiu's body was instinctively absorbing the source strength released by her. Although she didn't know what was going on, Yu still continued releasing the source strength from her body. Darn thing, Zhang Yin and the others were running wildly at this time. The rank 6 blue-winged beetle was really terrifying. Not only was it huge in size, but it was also very fast. They could only keep running away and hiding from this monster's pursuit. Fighting back was simply impossible. About half an hour passed quickly. Luo Yu's face had turned pale. Even though her body's source strength was very strong, but it has been half an hour and she was almost completely hollowed out at this time. Lin Zia's body seemed to still have a burning sensation now. Absorption 99. 1. What Lin Ziu didn't know was that at this time, the engulf skill was working together with his body, constantly devouring the energy of the red lotus fire. His flesh and blood, organs, meridians, and even bones in the body were repairing crazily while being destroyed by the fire of the lotus fire. After the repair, it seemed to be stronger than before. Slowly, as the last lotus fire energy cluster disappeared in Lin Zia's body, a prompt sounded in his mind. Engulf complete. Experience gained. 310 million. Lin Zia's originally red skin was now slowly returning to its original appearance. Damn. Lin Ziu seemed to hear some loud noises nearby. He slowly opened his eyes and his blurred vision became normal. The extremely burning pain in his body from before seemed to have disappeared, and he felt very comfortable now. Yes. Incredibly comfortable. Like he had a new life. Luo Yu Lin Ziu took a glance and saw Luo Yu hugging him from the back. She didn't look good and her face was very pale. When he was in a coma just now, he felt the coldness and there was a lot of source strength. Could it be Luo Yu? With that thought, Lin Ziu felt as if his heart had been hammered, and there was an indescribable feeling. Are you okay? Lin Ziu said nervously at this time. Luo Yu's face was still expressionless and she shook her head at this time. But she looked at Lin Ziu with a look of shock. Hurry up. Absorb the energy of the odd crystals first. Lin Ziu said sternly, as he took out the rank 5 odd crystals directly from his backpack and placed them in Luo Yu's hands. Her current situation was obviously due to the exhaustion of source strength. Boom. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came and the whole ground seemed to shake. I can't do it anymore. Lai Ping and the others' voices came from a distance. They were in a difficult situation at the moment. This rank 6 blue-winged beetle was really terrifying. Not only did it make people not have the slightest courage to fight back, but it was unbearable to even flee from it. They were buying time for Lin Ziu and Luo Yu, so Zhang Yin and the others were running wildly to attract the monster's attention. But they were in a state of exhaustion right now. You go and help them first. I'm fine. Luo Yu seemed to know what Lin Ziu was thinking. She sat up on the ground at this time, then looked up at Lin Ziu and said, "An, take a break first and I'll be right back." Lin Ziu nodded, then picked up the dark edge spear on the side and ran over. Luo Yu took a deep breath. Seeing Lin Ziu wake up, her tensed heart could finally relax. There was still a hint of shock in her eyes. Lin Ziu seemed to have absorbed all the energy of the red lotus fire in just half an hour. She didn't think much about it. At this time, she quickly used the cultivation technique, placed her palms together, and quickly absorbed the energy of the odd crystal into her body. Click, click, click. Just as Lin Ziu ran over, he heard a faint sound and it sounded like an eggshell cracking. Chapter 188 Self-Invented Skill Fire Refining Starlit Sky. Chapter 188 Self-Invented Skill Fire Refining Starlit Sky. Some dead skin fell from his cheeks and arms. Lin Ziu touched his face subconsciously and a large amount of light red dead skin fell off. His skin seemed to have become a lot smoother. There seemed to be a fiery red color in his eyes. But it quickly disappeared. Oh right. I think I heard the prompt for gaining experience just now. Lin Ziu instinctively entered the system, and was surprised to find that he had leveled up. Post Lin Ziu. Level 21. Experience points 03 billion. Strength 432. Physique 235. Speed 101. Skill Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Rage Buildup. Potential point 21. Title Rank 4 Warrior. Unused Title Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Combat Strength 4650. Level up. He actually leveled up. Oh right. Lin Ziu recalled at this time. When he fainted previously, he vaguely heard that he had gained more than 300 million experience. Could it be that the engulf skill completely swallowed the red lotus fire and turned it into experience points? This was also a bit weird because the first time he used this engulf skill, he could only absorb so little energy. He didn't have time to think so much. Without hesitation, he added these 21 potential points to his strength directly. His strength attribute instantly became 453. A wave of power seemed to be transmitted to Lin Zia's body in an instant. But it takes 300 million experience to rise to level 22. Which was simply insane. How many evolved beasts did he have to kill to be able to reach that amount? And it was not always possible to encounter this space crack. We're doomed. At the same time, Zhang Yin, who was on the opposite side, staggered and fell to the ground. He turned around and saw that the rank 6 blue-winged beetle opened its big mouth and was about to bite into his body. Thinking of the bloody scene of the rank 4 warrior in Class 2 of the North Campus who got directly bitten in half by the monster, Zhang Yin's body trembled and he had no strength to get up and escape. Zhang Yin, Run Lai Peng and Jiang Lai had already fled to the other side and were out of breath. Seeing this dangerous scene, they couldn't help shouting loudly. Bang! Just when Zhang Yin opened his eyes wide and had accepted his fate, the huge blue-winged beetle flew out as if it had been hit by a train. Its whole body smashed into the first floor of the building at the other side, making a loud noise. He was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. What the hell happened? Are you okay? Lin Ziyu had already appeared in front of him as he asked Zhang Yin. Lin Ziyu, are you okay? Zhang Yin turned his head abruptly, and suddenly found Lin Ziyu standing next to him. Perfectly fine. He clearly remembered that Lin Ziyu swallowed that terrifying fire lotus-like energy cluster into his body. I'm fine already. Lin Ziyu nodded. Class monitor Lai Peng and Jiang Lai were excited when they saw Lin Ziyu, who suddenly appeared. After all, Lin Ziya's strength was tyrannical. As long as Lin Ziyu was here, it was possible to kill that terrifying monster. Boom! As soon as they spoke, there was another huge noise from the building on the other side, and the whole ground seemed to shake at this moment. The blue-winged beetle, which was just knocked out by Lin Ziyu, suddenly revealed its wings that were hidden in the carapace, then rushed towards Lin Ziyu and the others at an extremely fast speed. Hurry up and run away! Lin Ziyu saw the scene, and the pupils in his eyes constricted. Although this monster was knocked out by a violent attack by Lin Ziyu, the carapace on its body formed a very good shield, and it did not cause much damage at all. As it flapped its blue wings and charged over, it seemed like a gust of wind was surging around it. Thump thump. Lin Ziyu was not nervous, but it was completely silent around him. All of a sudden that he could hear his heartbeat. He had a feeling that he could unleash a very powerful skill, but he didn't know the name of the skill. Swish! The dark edge spear in Lin Ziya's hands rang out loudly at this moment, and a small flame spread from the bottom to the tip of the dark edge spear. Go to hell! Fire refining starlit sky. At this moment, 4 words appeared in Lin Ziya's mind and he yelled. He didn't retreat but put force in his legs and he flew up. He waved the dark edge spear he was holding, and the entire sky suddenly turned a fiery red color. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Yin widened his eyes and watched this horrifying scene. He had seen Lin Ziya's Awe of the Phoenix, but he had never seen Lin Ziyu use this kind of skill. Also, the temperature of the flame was very terrifying and the surrounding ground turned red in an instant. Their bodies felt like they have suddenly fallen into a heated bricked bed. Very soon, the flame swept over the rank 6 blue-winged beetle that rushed over. Boom! As soon as the wings of the rank 6 blue-winged beetle touched the flame, they burned directly. The evolved beast that originally flew in the air fell directly to the ground because of its burning wings. The ground around shook at this moment. Hiss hiss hiss. The body of the rank 6 blue-winged beetle was struggling violently and seemed to be wailing in pain. But at this moment, no matter how hard it struggled, the flame still did not go out, but burned more violently instead. This is too scary. Zhang Yin and the rest trembled slightly as they watched this scene. What kind of weapon is this? It could produce such a terrifying flame, just like the fire of hell. The carapace of the rank 6 blue-winged beetle seemed to be slowly melting away. Lin Ziyu continued to hold the spear with both hands at this time, and rushed forward. on the body of the rank 6 blue-winged beetle that was wrapped in flames. Lin Xiu clearly saw flashes of light. There was nothing wrong each time he used the profound intent. There would be these bright things that only he could see. Profound intent. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Xiu had already rushed to the blue-winged beetle and thrust his dark-edged spear as flashes of light burst out. Because of the burning of the flame, the skin of the blue-winged beetle has become fragile. At this moment, the body exploded in an instant, torn apart. Chapter 189 continued to fight. Chapter 189 continued to fight. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 6 blue-winged beetle. You've gained 10 million experience. Lin Xiu was out of breath and was startled when he heard the system prompt. It actually has 10 million experience points. Over 1 million more experience than killing a rank 6 green vine beast. But 10 million experience points were still too little. It now takes 300 million experience for him to level up. At this moment, Lin Xiu came back to his senses and thought about the skill he had just released. It was clear that it was the red lotus fire that he had just engulfed, and he released a flame that was just as powerful as the red lotus fire through the majestic soar strength. But if that was true, it also consumes a lot of physical strength and source strength. Just after releasing it, Lin Xiu felt as if his body had been emptied. Bang bang bang. At the same time, Lin Xiu heard a weird sound, and it sounded like it was from the blue-winged beetle that was torn apart. Damn, so many small bugs. Lai Ping saw that there were many small blue-winged beetles on the body of the blue-winged beetle that had been split into several pieces, and they were flying over frantically. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin and the others quickly picked their weapons and attacked the little blue-winged beetles that rushed over. Lin Xiu felt a little weak at this time. The flame that was released just now used up too much of his strength. When the analytic eye was activated, he realized that these small blue-winged beetles were only rank 3 evolved beasts, which posed no threat to Zhang Yin and the others. Lin Xiu lifted his head and looked toward the building. There were still a few rank 6 blue-winged beetles on it. It seemed like they had been affected by the battle just now and were now waking up. As they climbed on the wall, their bodies were shaking slowly and the dust and mud on the surface were falling off. Oh no! If these 3 rank 6 blue-winged beetles all come down, it would be very troublesome. He used up so much energy just killing one of them. There was no way he could deal with those few. Liuoyu. Lin Xiu quickly jumped back into the pit. Liuoyu was still using the cultivation technique as a guide, constantly absorbing the energy of the odd crystal in her hand. Lin Xiu could clearly see the odd crystal in her palm turning transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could be seen that she was madly absorbing the energy in the odd crystal now. Go to hell! Zhang Yin and the others waved their weapons continuously, cutting the bodies of the little blue-winged beetles in two. But there were so many of these darn things like they couldn't be killed no matter what. Boom! At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed from the space crack above. Some stones fell from above, almost hitting Lin Xiu. Damn it! Lin Xiu rushed to Liuoyu, then dodged. At this moment, Liuoyu came to her senses and saw Lin Xiu pressing on her body. Of all places, his right hand was on her chest. There were some stones just now. I didn't mean it. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he felt that his right hand was just pressed against something soft. He stood up immediately. I'm doomed. He originally thought Liuoyu would go crazy, but her expression didn't seem to change and she stood up directly. Kill those 3. She watched the 3 huge rank 6 blue-winged beetles jumping down from above and said faintly, I don't think they can be killed. These were 3 rank 6 blue-winged beetles and they had already consumed a lot of power just now. Absorb the energy. I will deal with them first. At this moment, Liuoyu tossed the rank 5 odd crystal that she had just absorbed most of its energy to Lin Xiu, and immediately jumped out. Lin Xiu looked at her jumping out, hesitated for a moment, and directly sat down cross-legged as he began absorbing the energy of those odd crystals. Don't go! Lai Ping was surprised when she saw Liuoyu jumping out and was rushing toward the 3 rank 6 blue-winged beetles that seemed to have just awakened. Dealing with just one of them was awful enough, and now these 3 were awake. There was no way to deal with them. You can deal with the younger ones. Liuoyu seemed to hear his voice and as she spoke, She rushed over and her body was like a white shadow. We're not leaving if we kill these rank 6 blue-winged beetles. Well, get the rank 6 odd crystals, Zhang Yin exclaimed. Money comes from danger. As long as they got these rank 6 odd crystals, the chances of getting the first place would be greatly increased. Lin Xiu started using the cultivation technique as a guide, absorbing the energy of the odd crystals hurriedly. He wasn't sure if it was because of the increase in his strength. Lin Xiu felt that he had absorbed the energy of the odd crystal a lot faster, and it didn't take long for him to absorb all the energy inside. His body was like a dried fish pond just now, but at this moment it seemed like a rainstorm suddenly came, and the fish pond was filled up again. Relaxing, Lin Xiu opened his eyes and immediately picked up the dark edge spear on the side. Goo, just then, Roly jumped onto Lin Xiu's shoulder, holding a blue jewelite crystal with both hands. Rank 6 odd crystal. Lin Xiu turned his head to look and said in surprise, "Oh right. It was obtained when he killed the rank 6 blue-winged beetle, and the odd crystals of these evolved beasts from other dimensions were clearly different from ordinary odd crystals. The energy contained in these odd crystals appeared more full and powerful. Put it into the backpack," Lin Xiu said to Roly. Roly seemed to understand Lin Xiu's words as it jumped directly into Lin Xiu's backpack holding this odd crystal. At this moment, Lin Xiu leaped over and saw that Zhang Yin and the others were still fighting the little blue-winged beetles and they looked very tired. He suddenly swung the dark edge spears in both hands and a flaming bird flew over. Bang bang bang. As soon as the flame collided with the little blue-winged beetles that flew toward Zhang Yin and the others, there was an explosion. Moreover, Lin Xiu discovered at this time that his skill of the phoenix seemed to have changed. The flames of those flaming birds became fiery red, and the temperature was much higher than before. Those little blue-winged beetles that touched them and were burnt to slag. Collect all the rank 3 crystals and absorb the energy first. You. And I will kill those darn things. Chapter 190 Complete Annihilation. Chapter 190 Complete Annihilation. As soon as Lin Xiu said that, he rushed towards Liu Yu. Hurry up! Zhang Yin heard Lin Xiu's words and hurriedly said to Lai Ping and Jian Lai. The two of them reacted quickly. There were already many rank 3 odd crystals on the ground, and they were all from the little blue-winged beetles that were just burned into slag by the flame. Their bodies were extremely tired and their energy was almost completely used up. Liu Yu was fighting with the 3 rank 6 blue-winged beetles at this time, but she was clearly at a disadvantage, and there was almost no way to attack. Although the size of this blue-winged beetle was large, its speed was amazing. Roar! At this moment, one of the blue-winged beetles roared like a beast as it opened its mouth that was full of sharp teeth and was about to bite Liu Yu. Get out of the way! Lin Xiu put force on his legs, and great strength burst forth from his body as he charged over directly. He brandished the dark edge spear in his hand violently and it went across its open mouth. Bang bang bang. The row of teeth in the was slashed diagonally by Lin Xiu's spear tip and they all fell off immediately. Of the phoenix, this was not over yet. Lin Xiu seemed to stay in the air for a while as he swung his dark edge spear, releasing a series of flaming birds, which directly flew into its mouth. The blue-winged beetle didn't have time to react at all, and within a short period of time, those dozens of flaming birds all rushed into its mouth and bombarded recklessly in its body. Its body fell to the ground all of a sudden and it struggled madly. Although the body of this blue-winged beetle was covered with a hard carapace, it was very fragile inside. Lin Xiu's attack caused huge damage to it. Liu Yu also took advantage of this time to sprint over and swung her long sword toward one of the rank 6 blue-winged beetle's limbs. A few of its forelimbs were directly cut off by Liu Yu. Roar! The blue-winged beetle seemed to feel a sharp pain and made a terrifying sound. It opened its big mouth and was going to bite Liu Yu. However, Liu Yu wasn't slow in reacting at all and she easily avoided the attack. No problem. Right? Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, who had retreated to dodge, now had their backs against each other, as if they had returned to the scene when they were fighting side by side. The blue-winged beetles across them were really big like a little monster. Kill them. Liu Yu's eyes were still full of killing intent and she said lightly. Lin Xiu nodded and at the next moment, Both of them suddenly rushed out. The blue-winged beetle that had just eaten Lin Xiu's flaming birds was still struggling crazily on the ground and spitting out a lot of blue liquid from its mouth. It had no fighting power at all. And what Lin Xiu had to deal with now was the other one. The blue-winged beetle saw Lin Xiu rushing over, opened its mouth wide, and lifted up its sickle-like forelimbs. It swung them towards Lin Xiu's body like it wanted to cut Lin Xiu's body in two directly. Lin Xiu turned around in the air, and while avoiding it, he jumped to its back, holding the dark-edged spear. Lin Xiu pierced it directly into his back. Dang dang dang. He thrust the spear over 20 times, but its carapace seemed to be too hard to pierce. It simply left a lot of dents on it. Roar! It seemed that because Lin Xiu was standing on its back, it became very agitated. The wings on its back opened and it began flying. Damn! Lin Xiu was taken aback by its sudden movement and almost fell to the ground. But seeing its wings spread out from the back door of the carapace, Lin Xiu stabilized himself, and with a sudden wave of the spear, a flame was directly released as it rushed towards its wings. Boom! As expected, its wings touched the flames and they burned directly. Its body in the air suddenly became wobbly and it fell directly to the ground. There was a loud noise and the whole ground seemed to be shaking. A thick layer of dust flew. If Lin Xiu used the skill Fire Refining Starlit Sky, he could probably melt its carapace directly. But he wasn't sure why. He felt that he couldn't release this skill at this moment. It seemed that the skill just now was just a flash in the pan. Damn it. He knew that because he absorbed the red lotus fire, he could release that flame. Could it be that he hadn't mastered this thing? Before he could think about it, Lin Xiu saw the blue-winged beetle whose wings had been burned by him, trying to get up again. Go to hell. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. Before the blue-winged beetle stood up completely, he jumped over there directly, and with his dark-edged spear, he pierced through its head, which was relatively small compared to its body. Bang! Lin Xiu had used up all his strength for this attack, and the tip of the spear directly pierced through its head. Thud! The body of the blue-winged beetle hit the ground heavily. Is it dead? Lin Xiu was standing above its head at this time and was panting from exhaustion. But fortunately, this thing seemed to be dead, and in the next moment, Lin Xiu also clearly heard the prompt from the system that he gained experience. 10 million experience. Another 10 million experience. And Luoyu was fighting with the last blue-winged beetle. The Luoyu's speed was very fast. She did not fight it head-on, but used her speed and sharp sword to her advantage and slowly sliced off its legs. After a while, its body also fell to the ground. Luoyu took advantage of this and jumped directly to the side of its head. The long sword in her hand instantly transformed into a huge sword illusion and immediately slashed directly from above. Boom! There was a loud noise and its head was directly chopped off by Luoyu's blow, as a long crack appeared on the ground below. What a terrifying skill! Lin Xiu also watched this scene in shock. Luoyu's strength seemed to have become stronger. Chapter 191 The Mist. Chapter 191 The Mist. Who? Luoyu pressed her long sword on the ground and she looked a little out of breath. That blow just now really consumed a lot of her physical strength. Gulu gulu. And the other blue-winged beetle that was attacked by Lin Xiu with the flames of the awe of the phoenix in its mouth was giving off strange noises. There was still a lot of white smoke coming out of its mouth. After a while, it trembled and fell to the ground. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, making a dull sound. It caused a lot of dust on the ground to fly. Rolly seemed to feel something at this time and climbed out of Lin Xiu's backpack, then jumped directly onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. It looked around for a while, then jumped out and dived directly into the corpses of the blue-winged beetles. Soon, the rank 6 odd crystals that were like bright blue gems were pulled out by it. Luoyu saw the scene and the pupils in her eyes constricted suddenly. She held the long sword and was about to stab Rolly. No, Lin Xiu blurted out. The tip of the long sword was about to pierce Rolly's body. But when she heard Lin Xiu's words, Luoyu stopped moving. Rolly was still trembling and he was very scared. At this time, seeing that Luoyu had stopped moving, its chubby body quickly jumped onto Lin Xiu's shoulder like it was fleeing from her. What is this thing? Liu Yu opened her small mouth slightly and looked curiously as Rolly stood on Linzia's shoulder like a meatball. Its two small hands were holding 3 rank 6 odd crystals. I found this. Lin Ziyu didn't think much and told Liu Yu about the origin of Rolly. Liu Yu widened her eyes in curiosity and poked Rolly's body with her fair fingers. It was soft and fleshy. Do you know what this is? Lin Ziyu asked Liu Yu curiously at this time. Lin Ziyu was also very curious about Rolly's origin. Logically speaking, how could there be such a thing in the rank 6 green vine beast? More surprisingly, Rolly had a conscience and could understand his words. I don't know either. Liu Yu shook her head, her eyes filled with surprise. It was the first time she had seen this kind of creature. Phew. Let's take a break first, Lin Ziyu said when he saw that Liu Yu seemed a little tired. That space crack above was slowly shrinking at this time, becoming smaller and smaller. This kind of space crack would not last for a long time and would generally slowly shrink until it disappears within 2 or 3 days. To this day, no one knows the cause of it until now. Jiang Yin and the others were still absorbing the energy of those rank 3 odd crystals over there. It wasn't early anymore and they decided to rest at this place that night. Damn it. If the meat of these insects can be eaten, it would be great. At night, Lai Ping and the rest finally regained their strength. At this time, they laid on the surrounding corpses and said aloud, drinking these weird-tasting nourishment liquids still didn't feel very good. You can give it a go. Jiang Lai smiled at this moment. These are creatures from another dimension and they weren't sure if the meat inside was poisonous. It would be great if these stones could be brought back. They should be able to forge good weapons. Jiang Yin leaned against the huge boulders behind him to rest while looking at these things that looked like stones but were actually unknown metals. These metals falling from the space cracks were obviously very hard. If you use these to temper your weapons, you could definitely get very strong weapons. When we go back, we just need to bring a few of them, Lin Ziyu said aloud. Although he had recovered his strength, the visibility at night was low and it was more dangerous, so everyone decided to take a rest here. Time passed quickly and as the sky showed a hint of brightness, Lin Ziyu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Liu Yu was already standing on a rock not far away, looking at something in the distance. Awake, Liu Yu didn't look back, but she already felt Lin Ziyu's arrival. Yeah. Lin Ziyu nodded, then followed Liu Yu's gaze and look ahead. Frowning, the fog here looked very heavy and the visibility was very low. There was no way to see what was happening in the distance. Not long after, Jiang Yin and the others woke up one by one and walked to Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu. Let's go. Let's go to the city center today, Lin Ziyu said aloud. Jiang Yin and the others nodded. Now Lin Ziyu was basically their core. But we can be certain that we won this time. Right, after all, we now have 4 rank 6 odd crystals, Jiang Lai exclaimed happily at this time. 1 piece of rank 6 odd crystal was equivalent to 10 pieces of rank 5 odd crystals. Not necessarily. Maybe other people also hunted down the rank 6 evolved beast. Yang Yin shook his head and said, he knew that the strongest person in class 1 was a peak rank 5 warrior. The kind of elite could even kill a rank 7 evolved beast. Be careful. The fog is a bit heavy today. After walking out of the building, Lin Ziyu warned while carefully observing the surroundings. Liu Yu was already holding her long sword tightly with her right hand and it could be seen that she was also on her guard in this strange situation. As they continued walking, they saw a road that led directly to the front. According to the map, it would take about 15 minutes to walk to the area close to the city center. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Yin, who was walking, suddenly heard a strange sound. He turned his head abruptly and saw a black tentacle which entangled his body instantly. What is this? Jiang Yin was shocked. When he wanted to move, he found that his body had been entangled by several tentacles and he couldn't move at all. Help! As soon as he called out, his whole body was about to be pulled to the depths of the mist. Bang bang bang. At this critical moment, Lin Ziyu rushed over in an instant. The dark edge spear in his hand slashed sharply, slashing all those weird tentacles. As the tentacles broke, a lot of blood-red liquid spurted out and splashed all over the ground. Chapter 192 The Scattered Group. Chapter 192 The Scattered Group. Damn. Zhang Yin quickly flung those slick tentacles wrapped around his body with a strong shake. Although these tentacles were thrown on the ground, they still seemed to tremble slightly. They were very disgusting. What the hell is this? Lai Ping and Jiang Lai also came to their senses, and their eyes widened as they looked at the tentacles on the ground that had just been chopped off by Lin Xiu. These things looked a bit disgusting. After all, tentacle zombies. Lin Xiu said faintly. Although he couldn't see where these darn things were, he found out through his analytic eye that there were such horribly mutated tentacle zombies in the thick fog. Also, they were rank 4 tentacle zombies. It's coming. After Liu Yu heard Lin Xiu's words, her eyes focused on her surroundings. She seemed to feel something at this moment and her gaze changed, as the long sword she was holding slashed straight ahead. Bang bang bang. With a dull sound, some slender tentacles were directly cut to the ground. Listening carefully at this time, they could feel the rustling sounds around them becoming more and more frequent, as if the blood plasma from the tentacles that were cut off attracted some things around. What the hell is this? Zhang Yin had just recovered from the shock, and when he took a closer look, he found that slowly, from the surrounding dense fog, a number of figures were approaching. They quickly surrounded them all. Soon, Zhang Yin also saw the tentacle zombie closest to them. The hands and feet of these zombies were full, but the entire head seemed to be split open and was densely packed with teeth. There were many tentacles on them and they were black-red in color. Also, they had barbs on them as they moved constantly in the air. Just looking at them made one's hairs stand on its ends. My God! Lai Ping was already dumbfounded, and it was the first time she saw such a disgusting zombie. Bang bang bang. Before they had time to react, the tentacle zombies surrounded them in all directions. At this time, the tentacles in their mouths stretched out towards Lin Xiu and the others and flew over. There were disgusting tentacles coming from all directions. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate. He waved the dark-edged spear in his hand and a large number of flaming birds flew towards the front. As soon as those tentacles touched the flaming bird, they were directly burned. Liu Yu also rushed forward, constantly waving the long sword in her hand, cutting off those tentacles. With all the tentacles being chopped off, the heads of those tentacle zombies that were originally split into 2 began snapping and were about to bite Liu Yu. Boom! Liu Yu frowned and swung the long sword in her hand, cutting one of them into 2. Lin Xiu also rushed over there, waving the spear in his hand continuously. As he brandished the spear, fiery red flames appeared on the spearhead, instantly slashing the heads above the tentacles. Don't just stand there. Kill it! Lai Ping came to his senses and howled suddenly. Then holding the weapon in his hand, he ran over to these tentacle zombies. These darn things obviously had to rely on the thick fog to hide. If it weren't for the many laser training in the gravity room previously, Lin Xiu might have gotten entangled by the large number of tentacles that were attacking from all sides. At this time, Lin Xiu was dodging frantically, but he also kept attacking these tentacle zombies at the same time. 100 experience was gained for every kill, but this 100 experience was still too little for Lin Yu. He didn't look at the system prompts at all and continued to wave the spear in his hand. Bang bang bang. As Lin Xiu attacked, the tentacles of the tentacle zombies fell all over the ground, and the corpses of the tentacle zombies whose heads were cut off were also all over the ground. Damn. Why is it endless? Lin Xiu's hand was getting a bit numb, and when he saw that these darn things did not seem to decrease in numbers, he clenched his teeth. There was no other way. In this current situation, even if they don't kill them, they will keep attacking. The only way now is to kill them all. Time passed quickly, and when Lin Xiu killed the last tentacle zombie, he finally let out a sigh of relief. How are things over there? When Lin Xiu turned and looked back, he found that there was a thick fog behind him. It was impossible to see Liu Yu, Zhang Yin, and the others. And what was even stranger was that the surrounding area was quiet. There were no sounds of fighting at all. Liu Yu Lin Xiu tried shouting, but he didn't hear any response. Lin Xiu frowned and quickly walked back with his spear, but when he got there, he found that the tentacles on the ground simply disappeared, and the surroundings seemed a bit strange. What is going on? Where are they? Zhang Yin, Lai Ping, Yong Lai. Lin Xiu continued to call out their names, but there was still no response. There was something wrong with this dense fog. It must be this thing that was interfering. If his guess was right, he and the others were all separated. In this situation, the danger was greatly increased. What was he going to do? Lin Xiu took out his phone and he had Liu Yu's number in it. He made a quick call and got through. Yu, where are you now? Lin Xiu said quickly at this time. North City Street 1. Yu held a mobile phone in her left hand and leaped up. After cutting off the head of a zombie, she raised her eyes to look at the door number of a building on the left and said aloud. She found it very strange just now as well. She was clearly with Lin Xiu, but soon after she killed the tentacle zombies, she slowly realized that Lin Xiu and the others had completely disappeared. At this time, as she was holding the phone in her left hand, she saw the zombie next to her running over. With the long sword in her right hand, she simply beheaded it. Blood and broken limbs were all over the ground. Send me a coordinate, Lin Xiu said aloud. He didn't have the phone numbers of Zhang Yin and the others, so he couldn't contact them now. As Liu Yu sent over her current coordinates, Lin Xiu was startled. It was very far from where he was at now. What exactly is going on? Lin Xiu was confused at this time. At this moment, a black figure slowly approached Lin Xiu in the thick fog. Chapter 193 The Exile. Chapter 193 The Exile. Lin Xiu's gaze changed at this moment and he thrust his dark-edged spear to the back. Dang! The spear tip seemed to have collided with some metal object, making a clear sound. Tisk tisk. Do you need to have such a bad temper at this moment? A person walked out of the thick fog and looked at Lin Xiu with a smile. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes at this time and took a closer look. This was a man wearing a white combat suit. He was about 25 to 26 years old. He held a very large saber in one hand and blocked Lin Xiu's attack. There was a slight hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Xiu seemed to be pretty good. Who are you? Lin Xiu said lightly. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that he wasn't a good chap. The analytic eye was activated and Lin Xiu found out that this guy turned out to be a rank 5 warrior. My name is Cheng Fan. By right, you should call me senior. The man looked at Lin Xiu and said with a smile. Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xiu raised his brows. Senior year. Cheng Fan nodded and said aloud. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu's backpack and continued. Lend me the odd crystals in your backpack. I will return them to you when we return to the academy. Are you mentally retarded or retarded? Lin Xiu said with a sneer. This person seemed to realize that there were a lot of rank 6 crystals in his backpack and he wanted them, but he made it sound so dignified. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. At this moment, several people walked out from the thick fog and stared at Lin Xiu. The weapons in these people's hands were covered in blood and some of them were even dragging some corpses as they began to dig for something on top of those corpses. Oh, you guys are back so soon. Cheng Fan seemed a little surprised. Damn it, just a few odd crystals. This group of Sacred Region Academy students are really weak. A bald and sturdy man directly crushed a man's head. Snapped. A piece of emblem fell out of the clothes of the corpse and landed on the ground at the side. Lin Xiu took a glance and found that the emblem belonged to someone from Class 9 of the South Campus. And looking at the emblem's design, there was no doubt that they were from the same batch. At this time, the eyes of the people on the opposite side were all looking at Lin Xiu. Their eyes were bloodthirsty and tyrannical. They were clearly those that kill without blinking. Take the odd crystals out and I won't kill you. The man who just stomped the head of the corpse with his foot looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud. There were 5 people and all of them was a rank 5 warrior. Damn, why are so many rank 5 warriors here? Sure, I can give them to you, but I would like to ask, did you guys create this thick fog? There was no fear in Lin Xiu's eyes at this time. He looked at the people in front of him and asked directly. The bald man revealed a sinister smile. It seems like you haven't been to the G17 ruin yet. This is released by a certain evolved beast, and it has nothing to do with us. Released by a certain evolved beast. Lin Xiu was taken aback and was suddenly a little unsure. But in this dense fog, it is indeed an excellent environment for hunting down prey, and you are our prey. The bald man said with a sneer. Looks like you are not being honest. Give me my things. As the bald man spoke, he stretched out his sturdy arm and grabbed it from Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu's pupils constricted suddenly. Then he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed his hand. Lin Ziyu's speed was very fast. Even though the bald man avoided his spear instinctively, Lin Ziyu's dark-edged spear still pierced his palm. The intense pain caused his expression to change. Idiot Lin Ziyu snorted coldly, then pulled out the dark-edged spear and continued to stab him in the body. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The dark-edged spear instantly turned into countless spear shadows and stabbed into his body. Dang dang dang. But at this moment, the other 4 warriors had already come to their senses and used their weapons to block. Lin Ziyu's expression changed and strength burst forth from his legs as he flipped backward, quickly dodging their attacks. Damn, I'm going to blow your head. The bald man looked vicious at this time. The meat on his face was squished together and he seemed ferocious. His other uninjured hand took out a bottle from the pocket of his combat suit at this time and poured some liquid on his wound. Soon, the blood on his palm that was penetrated by Lin Ziyu quickly healed. Kill him. Cheng Fan's expression also changed at this time and he took the lead to slash Lin Ziyu with his saber. Dang. Lin Ziyu held the spear body with both hands and resisted his blow. The source strength erupting from Cheng Fan's body was very strong, and while the spear was blocking it, it let out a loud noise. Lin Ziyu felt a huge force from Cheng Fan and his hand was getting numb. The thick layer of dust on the concrete floor under his feet seemed to be dancing in the wind. You're from the Sacred Region Academy, and you're going to kill a freshman. Lin Ziyu looked at him and shook him away with his hands. Ha ha ha. We are indeed from the Sacred Region Academy. Cheng Fan laughed at this moment, then continued to attack Lin Ziyu. There were 3 rank 5 warriors attacking from both sides. After all, they were all rank 5 warriors and their speed was astonishing, making Lin Ziyu feel that the pressure was gradually increasing. But we are exiles, Cheng Fan said in a cold voice and began slashing with the swords in both hands. The terrifying sword aura directly split the surrounding ground into a deep gully. Exiles, a student who was expelled from the academy. Lin Ziyu sneered while avoiding their attacks. Lin Ziyu had learned about the Sacred Region Academy on the official website some time ago, and he had seen news about this. In the Sacred Region Academy, if you do something that violates the principles of the academy, you will be directly expelled from school, and after dropping out, other academies would not accept you at all. These people were probably a group of people who were expelled from the Sacred Region Academy. Chapter 194 Besiege. Chapter 194 Besiege. Cheng Fan and the others didn't say much when they heard Lin Ziyu's mocking words. They simply waved their weapons and continued to slash towards Lin Ziyu's body, under the siege of 4 rank 5 warriors. Lin Ziyu knitted his brows. His expression was very stern. These people were very strong and had rich combat experience. It was really troublesome to deal with them. Damn it. Boom. At this time, as Lin Ziyu blocked the attack from Cheng Fan's slashing sword, a huge impact suddenly exploded and flames burst out. Pooh! After Lin Ziyu resisted this attack, he felt a tightness in his chest and he retreated several steps as a trace of blood flowed out from his mouth. Boy, that's not bad. You managed to survive till now with all 4 of us attacking. The rest of the people looked at Lin Ziyu with a visibly surprised look. The 4 of them were all rank 5 warriors, and Lin Ziyu was only a rank 4 warrior, yet he could fight until this moment. Leave him to me. This kid just stabbed me. Let me end his life. At this moment, the bald man behind with the huge machete came over and said grimly. He was stabbed through the palm of his hand and the scabs were clearly visible at this time. His eyes were malicious and he stared at the injured Lin Ziyu. He wanted to trample on Lin Ziyu's head severely to vent his hatred. Scar, you need to be careful. This kid is not easy to deal with. Seeing the bald man walking over, Cheng Fan said coldly. HNG, you think I can't kill a rank 4 warrior? The bald man snarled and spoke with a sullen voice. He walked towards Lin Ziyu step by step, firmly holding the seemingly large saber with his right hand. The other 4 people encircled Lin Xiu to prevent him from fleeing. Lin Xiu frowned as he watched the bald man slowly approaching. This guy was a rank 5 warrior and had a high strength attribute. He was obviously a strength-type warrior. If this goes on, Lin Xiu would be in danger. What was he going to do? Boy, you are pretty good. You actually attacked me. The bald man licked his lips and continued to walk to Lin Xiu's side when he suddenly yelled, "But you also irritated me." As he said that, he rushed over like a bull. Boom! The wide saber slashed fiercely, directly splitting the wall behind Lin Xiu. "Let's see where you can hide." The bald man saw that Lin Xiu was trying to hide and became even more agitated. The majestic soar strength was released from the body, enveloping the entire saber. With each of his attacks, the surrounding buildings made a loud rumbling. "Is this okay?" The other 3 rank 5 warriors looked at Cheng Fan and said, "It's okay. It's been long since I met such an interesting freshman. I wanted to have some more fun, but didn't expect you guys to come back so soon." Cheng Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Boom boom." A large number of buildings collapsed and the power of the bald man was so terrifying. Even the ground was cut into deep trenches by his saber. What a simple-minded creature with well-developed limbs. Lin Xiu said aloud as he dodged. Lin Xiu used without a trace, coupled with his already fast reaction speed, and for a while, the bald man could not touch Lin Xiu's body at all. "Go to hell, I want to chop you into a pulp." Hearing Lin Xiu's mocking words, the bald man suddenly became furious and slashed the swords in both hands frantically. Lin Xiu. Yu was here waiting for Lin Xiu to come over, but after a long time, she didn't find Lin Xiu and felt that something was wrong. She thought about it and took out her phone to contact Lin Xiu when she found that Lin Xiu didn't answer at all. This made Liu frown. She immediately tapped on the phone and soon, the signal address generated when Lin Xiu called her was deciphered by her. Without hesitation, she ran in Lin Xiu's direction with the long sword in her hand was constantly waving as a large number of zombies were chopped by her. Damn! What the hell is this? Lai Ping looked around and was trembling. There was fog everywhere and they could only see what was next to them. Any further, it was completely white and they couldn't see clearly at all. In this kind of darn place, the use of the naked eye was clearly reduced and they could only rely on instincts to avoid danger. Lai Ping held his breath at this time and walked forward slowly. Just around the corner, he heard a goo 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 sound. Although the voice was very soft, he could still hear it with full concentration. Lai Ping took a deep breath, then grabbed the saber in his hand tightly as he leaned against the wall and walked forward slowly. In the next second, as he turned, he raised his saber and slashed. Go to hell. Dang. At this moment, the sword seemed to collide with some metal, giving off a clear sound. Wait! Lai Ping was shocked and he heard a familiar voice. He took a closer look. Isn't this just Zhang Yin and Jiang Lai? After seeing each other's faces, these people were pleasantly surprised. Damn, you scared me to death. I thought it was a zombie. Jiang Lai said with a sigh of relief. I thought so too. Lai Ping his chest. He was obviously frightened just now. By the way, have you seen Lin Xiu? And Liu Yu? Zhang Yin looked around and asked. It was a coincidence that he could find Jiang Lai. No, I have been looking for you guys and I only found both of you now. Lai Ping shook his head and said. He didn't know why everyone was separated suddenly just now, which scared him. Damn it. The phone can be used, but I forgot to save Lin Xiu's number. Zhang Yin said regretfully. After all, they had been together since the beginning and didn't think so much. Let's go up ahead and take a look. This navigation map seems a little wrong. The place has been destroyed and it is completely different from the previous map. Chapter 195 Moon Wings Corp. Chapter 195 Moon Wings Corp. Right as they were advancing, Lin Xiu was still in a heated battle. What are you dodging for? The bald man roared and swung his saber fanatically. He was completely infuriated and wanted to mince Lin Xiu's body up. Lin Xiu frowned and avoided the saber that barely swept past his head and cut away a few strands of his hair. Just a bit more and his head would be gone. Clack. Right at that moment, Lin Xiu grasped the opportunity and stabbed forward. But the bald man blocked his stab with his saber. Lin Xiu immediately felt numbness in his hands. Very good, the bald man laughed when he saw Lin Xiu attack. He held his saber with both hands and retaliated. The force pushed Lin Xiu back as he continued to slash towards Lin Xiu. He had a full grasp of Lin Xiu's strength and appeared to be able to attack with ease. Let him play for a bit. We can rest and see if those foolish freshmen will come over. Cheng Fan sat on a rock at the side and watched the battle with interest. Scar. Why not let him join us? He has potential. Cheng Fan thought for a moment and said. HMPH, the bald man snorted and continued to slash with his saber. Clank, clank, clank. The saber struck Lin Xiu's spear body and produced loud sounds. But to his surprise, Lin Xiu's spear was unharmed. It was too hard. Brett, want to join our Moon Wings Corp? The bald man asked while attacking him. Moon Wings Corp, what's that? Although Lin Xiu did not understand, he memorized the name. I'm not interested in your Bird Wing Corp. Lin Xiu snorted and continued to block the bald man's attack. He suddenly stabbed forward. Clank. Lin Xiu's stab looked extremely easy to block to Scar. But while blocking, he suddenly felt a powerful force. His hands turned numb and his saber was flung away. How is this possible? Scar's eyes were filled with disbelief. But Lin Xiu did not give him any time to think and stabbed forward. Bang! You! Scar opened his eyes wide and looked at his chest in shock. Where Dark Edge had pierced through completely. His heart region had been completely stabbed through. Bye-bye. Lin Xiu kicked him away. Scar, Cheng Fan and the others were overwhelmed with shock. They did not think that Lin Xiu's one attack could kill Scar. How is that possible? He was constantly in the passive state and beaten down by Scar. How did he suddenly turn up superior? Who? The bald man's body twitched on the floor as blood flowed out from his mouth. He opened his eyes wide and after twitching for a few more bouts, he breathed his last breath. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 5 warrior. Obtaining 10 million experience points. Very good. 10 million. Lin Xiu looked at Cheng Fan and the others as his entire body emitted fighting intent. Because he had suddenly used fury and killed the bald man before he could even react, it would still be troublesome for him to fight against the remaining 4 rank 5 warriors. Kill him now! Cheng Fan clenched his fists and his veins popped out as he roared. Following his command, Cheng Fan's teammates charged at Lin Xiu. They moved extremely quickly and released dust in their wake. Inside the mist, their figures became hard to detect. Lin Xiu did not attempt to run, but welcomed the battle instead. Under Fury's state, his strength was at peak rank 5. He had grown 1 rank up. As long as he killed the other 4 rank 5 warriors, he would gain 40 million experience points. Lin Xiu moved and his source strength erupted out, enveloping his body with a pale green aura. Clank, clank, clank. The four surrounded him and clashed with Dark Edge, producing a series of metallic sounds. Faced against 4, Lin Xiu seemed to be extremely proficient and was not inferior or at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Cheng Fan's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all he had seen Lin Xiu's strength, he was an ordinary rank 4 warrior. But the strength he was displaying was now of a peak rank 5 warrior. How could there be such a great disparity in power? The intense battle produced many collision sounds and the structure was slowly damaged by their skills. Su! Lin Xiu discovered that one of his opponent's speed and reaction time had dropped and stabbed him without hesitation. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The man did not expect Lin Xiu to attack him suddenly. As per Lin Xiu's calculation, he was slower and failed to react in time. The spear immediately pierced through his body. Bang! The immense pain caused his pupils to constrict. But the spear did not stop there and unleashed multiple strikes. It was too late for him to dodge. His entire body was dyed red instantly. He wanted to stab at the head and get rid of him instantly. But the other 3 came rushing over. HMPH Lin Xiu snorted and avoided their attacks. He looked at his opponent that was completely soaked in his own blood, but yet to die and was inwardly regretful. Their battle robes were too exquisite. Although Dark Edge had stabbed into his body, the battle robes had deflected most of the damage. He failed to kill him. Mount Hua Strike Cheng Fan felt that something was amiss and did not want to tangle with Lin Xiu any longer. He leaped up with both hands on his saber as he slashed towards him. His saber was imbued with source strength. Following his slash, the ground around started to rip apart. The powerful strike went straight for Lin Xiu. Chapter 196, Beauty Saves the Hero. Chapter 196, Beauty Saves the Hero. Lin Xiu's eyes grew large when he saw the attack. The power of the skill was too terrifying and caused the ground to tremble. The powerful blade aura was heading straight toward him. There was no way to block it. If he were to resist it head-on, he might be killed. He could only dodge. Right at this time, a white figure rushed down and carried Lin Xiu away. Rumble. The rumbling loud noise arrived at Lin Xiu's original position and produced a large gorge that was bottomless. If Lin Xiu had stayed, he would have been sliced into two, but Lin Xiu had disappeared. Why does it feel like beauty is saving the hero? Lin Xiu was carried in a princess hug, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seems that the situation has been reversed from hero saving the beauty to the beauty saving the hero. But Lin Xiu was overjoyed at Liu Yu's appearance. He wanted to look for her but encountered them. You are not. Liu Yu glanced at him and replied indifferently. Her direct reply made him almost vomit blood. HMPH. Seems like his companion is here. Cheng Fan looked ahead and his eyes turned gold. He had unleashed a powerful skill and he did not have much strength left. More importantly, not killing Lin Xiu hurt him the most. No matter how many they come, we will kill them all. His companions, the remaining 3 rank 5 warriors, all glared coldly towards Lin Xiu's direction. They were the heads of G17 Ruin. The Sacred Region Academy's freshmen could not overpower rank 5 warriors no matter how strong they were. They believed that it was a fluke for Lin Xiu to kill the bald man. We will take 2 each. Liu Yu looked at Lin Xiu standing beside her. Lin Xiu nodded. He still had 7 to 8 minutes of fury left, which was enough. By going all out he only needed the 7 to 8 minutes to kill the 2 rank 5 warriors. It was not a problem. Right after their conversation ended, the 2 charged straight for the building with tacit understanding. They moved extremely fast like a black and white figure. Incoming, although the mist was still thick, it did not influence their vision. Clank, clank, clank. Cheng Fan discovered a black figure in front of him just as he finished his sentence. Lin Xiu, with his black dark edge, had arrived. His spear moved like a black dragon that stabbed at Cheng Fan. Cheng Fan could not retaliate but engage in defense. So strong. How was this possible? His strength previously was at rank 4 only. But he was suddenly able to unleash a substantial difference in power. Did he consume some prohibited drug? While still in shock, he noticed stars appearing inside the mist. It was as though the sky had fallen. At the same time, the black spear that Lin Xiu brandished produced white lights. Gold skill 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall. The powerful force caused Cheng Fan's expression to change. Just as his body wanted to dodge instinctively, he realized that Lin Xiu's attack was not at him. Be careful. Right at this time, the other rank 5 warrior turned to look over only for his expression to change. He thought that Lin Xiu was using the powerful skill against Cheng Fan, and was behind Lin Xiu to deal with a fatal strike. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu would suddenly turn while unleashing the skill and use it on him? He wanted to use his own weapon to block, but was instantly devoured by the lights of the skill. Bang! As 9th Heaven Galaxy Fall overwhelmed the guy, his weapon was instantly destroyed while his body exploded into countless pieces. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 5 warrior, obtaining 10 million experience points. Another 10 million. All this happened while Liu Yu was against the other 2 rank 5 warriors. The thin sword in Liu Yu's hands unleashed endless attacks on them. Her sword arts were sharp and precise, giving the 2 a great deal of pressure. They did not know what bizarre skill she was using as well that enveloped her sword with a frigid cold aura. Whenever her sword collided with their weapons, it would cause a layer of frost on their weapons. This frost made their hands extremely cold, and holding their weapons would instead feel more painful. We need to kill her, otherwise we will die. The 2 glanced at each other and roared. If this went on, they were bound to die. They no longer held back and used their best skills as they attacked Liu Yu. Even so, Liu Yu remained calm and indifferent as she blocked their skills with ease. Who would have thought that I would get cheated by you? Chang Fan glared at Lin Xiu coldly and said. He did not expect that someone would suddenly change their target to another person when unleashing a skill. This even led to the death of his teammate. It's your turn now. Lin Xiu ignored his words and held the spear tightly as he performed a thrust at Chang Fan. Stop bragging. You must have used some forbidden medicine to increase your strength. Once it is over, you're definitely dead. Chang Fan believed that Lin Xiu had ingested some forbidden medicine. He decided to delay time instead of going head-on with Lin Xiu until Lin Xiu became weaker. Lin Xiu's eyes changed. He did not ingest anything, but the after-effects state of fury was the same as consuming forbidden medicine. He still had 4 minutes and had to kill him within that time limit. Without further ado, Lin Xiu shot forward like an arrow. As expected, seeing Lin Xiu's slightly anxious state, Chang Fan believed that he had guessed right. He believed that he only needed to defend against Lin Xiu and wait for the effects of the drug to disappear before killing Lin Xiu. Chapter 197 Broken Arm. Chapter 197 Broken Arm. Lin Xiu charged at Chang Fan and swung Dark Edge. The spear was like an extension of Lin Xiu's body as he attacked Chang Fan endlessly. Chang Fan gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xiu as he waved his own weapon. Lin Xiu's momentum was too strong, and he was able to feel the pain in his hands whenever he blocked an attack. Impossible. How was he suddenly growing stronger? He must have eaten some forbidden medicine. As long as I can tide over his attacks, it'll be my turn soon. Lin Xiu frowned. Chang Fan was focusing on avoiding his attacks, and would only defend instead of attacking. He clearly wanted to waste time. Chang Fan thinks I've consumed some forbidden medicine and wants to drag until it wears off. But fury will render me weak for 10 minutes after it ends. If it comes to that, I'm done for. No. I need to kill him now. Clank clank clank. As Lin Xiu unleashed torrential storm of rose flowers, his spear transformed into multiple black shadows. But Chang Fan's reaction was too fast. He was able to use his broad saber and block all of Lin Xiu's attacks. Damn. Lin Xiu frowned. His opponent was completely guarded and did not find any opportunities to attack him. This meant he had a harder time looking for flaws to deal with a fatal strike. Chang Fan's mouth curved upwards. He could sense Lin Xiu's anxiety. Seems like him, right? As long as I can hold on for a few more minutes, Lin Xiu will be spent. Go and die. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as his spear tip unleashed flames right onto Chang Fan. It's useless. Chang Fan bellowed and exerted force as he blocked the attack with his weapon. But a strange thing occurred. The flames on Lin Xiu's spear suddenly spread onto his palms when their weapons collided. What is going on? Chang Fan's eyes opened wide when he looked at the flames. His hand was actually charred black by the flames. Immense pain could be felt from all 10 fingers as Chang Fan held in anguish. This was the Red Lotus fire unleashed with his source strength. Although it exhausted a lot of source strength to unleash the flames, the might of the flames was extremely dangerous. Chance. Lin Xiu immediately followed up with Dark Edge and stabbed Chang Fan's chest. Chang Fan had not lost his rationality even while in pain. He moved his body to the side as an attempt to dodge. Bang! But his reaction had dropped and the spear went right through his arm. Chang Fan's eyes bulged open as he ripped his right arm off with his left without hesitation. Blood sprayed everywhere. After ripping his own arm off, he charged into the mist and scurried away. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiu charged forward when he saw Chang Fan escaping. His body flickered as he thrusted his spear towards Chang Fan's back. When his entire body froze, a sense of weakness spread over his entire body. Oh crap. Lin Xiu lost focus and his entire body fell to the ground. He no longer had an ounce of strength in him. Damn it. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and I would have killed him. How can I lose strength now? Clank clank clank. On the other hand, Yuoyu was still fighting the other 2 warriors. The 2 rank 5 warriors were under a great deal of pressure. Although they were using their skills to attack Yuoyu, her skills were too terrifying and she was able to avoid their attacks with ease. But they were both rank 5 warriors and they were rank 5 warriors with an abundance of fighting experience. They were actually using so much effort against a young lady, and were almost killed by her. Dao Long, Kill that brat. One of the rank 5 warriors blocked Liu Yu's attack, and his eyes darted to see Lin Xiu lying on the ground. He immediately roared out loud to his comrade. Zhao Long immediately turned his gaze to see Lin Xiu lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned and charged towards him. Liu Yu's pupils constricted at the sight of this. She erupted with power and flickered in front of him. Seeking death, Liu Yu's gaze turned cold. The sword in her right hand turned into frost as she slashed towards him. The man froze with opened eyes. He did not expect Liu Yu's speed to increase even further. They were barely resisting against her 2 against 1. But Liu Yu had suddenly appeared before him with speed and power surpassing that of before. He could not even react. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere as his entire body was cleaved into 2. Even his robes could not withstand the attack. The other guy turned pale when he witnessed the death of his comrade. Although they had killed many before and used even more brutal methods, the thought of dying scared him even further. Run! I need to run. That was his only thought. But would Liu Yu watch him run away? The answer was definitely no. Where are you going? Just as he was about to dive deeper into the mist, Liu Yu leaped upwards and blocked his escape. I am from the Moon Wings Corps. If you dare kill me, you're dead. The man trembled but found the strength to shout. Any ordinary person would not dare provoke their unit. But he was mistaken about one thing. Liu Yu was no ordinary person. Then go and die. Liu Yu ignored his words and slashed at him. Without hesitation. Bang! Her sword was too fast that the fearful man was not even able to react. In a split second, his body was cleaved into 2. Chapter 198 Mutated Red-Eyed Dog. Chapter 198 Mutated Red-Eyed Dog. His eyes were still open as he was cleaved into 2, as though he could not believe that he was dead. After killing him, Liu Yu swung her hand and all the blood on her sword dropped off. She walked over to Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground. After multiple attempts, she lifted Lin Xiu up and got him to sit. You killed them all. Lin Xiu looked at her. Their close proximity allowed him to see her delicate face and her skin that seemed flawless. Be it in his previous world or in this world, Liu Yu was definitely the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Liu Yu nodded and noticed Lin Xiu staring at her. She frowned and hesitated for a moment. Do I have something on my face? Cough cough. No, nothing. Lin Xiu shifted his gaze away awkwardly. He had lost his energy and was out of strength. He felt that it was a pity that they allowed Cheng Fan to run away alive. Are you hurt? Liu Yu looked at Lin Xiu's state curiously, and after studying him, she realized that he did not have a single wound on him. Is this concern coming from you? Lin Xiu smiled. Bang! Lin Xiu had just replied when Liu Yu's expression became cold again. She immediately released her hand on his back and made him fall to the ground. What a petty girl. Lin Xiu grimaced in pain upon falling to the ground. They will return. Liu Yu suddenly said. You mean that guy? If he comes back, I'll kill him. Lin Xiu snorted while lying on the ground. It was a pity that he only got an arm and not killed him. Do you know what the Moonwings Corps is? Liu Yu glanced at him and asked indifferently. An ordinary mercenary unit. Lin Xiu was startled by her question and asked. He truly did not know the Moonwings Corps. You're right that they are a mercenary unit. But they are in no way ordinary. Liu Yu shook her head and took her phone out. She keyed in the phone and an image appeared before him. Moonwings Corps. The world's strongest mercenary group that accepts all missions including assassination and sieging small countries. Their members are not ordinary, and even the most ordinary members were at least rank 5 or higher. They had one specialty. That was debt had to be repaid. As long as one of their members was killed, they would hunt the killer until the end of the world. There was a record of a king of a small country in Africa that killed a member of the Moonwings Corps. The country was razed to the ground in a week. What the hell? So rampant. Lin Xiu cried out with his eyes wide open when he saw the article. The Union doesn't care about them? Lin Xiu asked. Although there were territories for countries, most of the countries were allies and had a Union leader. It could even be said that Earth was one country. Although there were still some standalone, independent countries, Moonwings Corps have people everywhere and many of them have concealed their identities. Most importantly, their leader is said to be a rank 9 warrior. Liu Yu replied indifferently. Rank 9 warrior. Lin Xiu sucked in cold air when he heard the explanation. Rank 9 warriors were warriors that were extraordinarily strong. You think that guy will bring his court members over for revenge? That's bullying. They can kill others, but we can't kill them and they will take revenge. Lin Xiu whined at the unfairness of the world. They see it that you are bullying them by attacking them. Liu Yu nodded her head. It's fine. No matter how many comes. Well, just kill them. Liu Yu looked towards the mist with a cold glare and said, after resting for 10 minutes. Lin Xiu gradually recovered his strength and he stood up slowly. The corpses had many odd crystals, but they were all rank 3 or rank 4 crystals. They were not as useful for Lin Xiu. He quickly used his cultivation technique and absorbed the energy within the odd crystals. His source strength was greatly replenished from this. The death of the warriors emitted a dense blood stench that made Lin Xiu scrunch his nose up. It was unbearable. Gulu. Right at this time, strange sounds could be heard around them. Lin Xiu opened up his eyes wide. What was that? The mist around was extremely thick, and they could vaguely make out the distance. But it was all white. Something's coming. Yu became cautious. There was never an opportunity to rest and hear, and every location seemed to be as dangerous as the next. Lin Xiu focused on his hearing. The sound seemed to come closer. He turned and looked behind him. He saw pairs of flaming eyes in the distance. Mutated red-eyed dogs. Yu looked in the same direction and the gaze in her eyes changed as she explained. Rank 5 evolved beast. Mutated red-eyed dog. The corrosion of the virus in their bodies stimulated a mutation that caused their bodies to be large. And with rot all over their exterior, they were extremely disgusting. Their eyes were red and looked menacing. Gulu gulu. As the strange sounds became clearer, Lin Xiu could see sets of teeth inside their bloodied mouths. There were traces of meat between their teeth and liquid flowing down from their mouths. 1, 2, 3. There were 7 or 8 of them. They had pounced onto one of the corpses and devoured the entire body and did not even leave a single bone. The sound of the bones being broken down caused Lin Xiu's hair to stand. What do we do? Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu. Kill them. With that said, she charged towards the closest mutated red-eyed dog. Lin Xiu followed up without hesitation. The two that were like a pair of black and white shadows charged to the front. Chapter 199 Liu Yu's advancement in rank. Chapter 199 Liu Yu's advancement in rank. Roar. The mutated red-eyed dogs realized that Lin Xiu and Liu Yu were rushing at them and howled. The sight of the pieces of flesh from the corpses they had just eaten stuck in between their teeth was extremely gruesome. They charged towards Lin Xiu and Liu Yu without waiting for them to come over. They were rank 5 evolved beasts with extremely fast speed. They did not even leave shadows inside the mist. Bang! Lin Xiu took the first strike and stabbed at a mutated red-eyed dog without hesitation. But the red-eyed dog actually avoided his attack surprisingly. This shocked Lin Xiu. He was already extremely fast, but the mutated red-eyed dog was actually even faster. And as it avoided Lin Xiu's attack, it actually pounced straight at his neck. What a ferocious mutt. Lin Xiu's eyes changed and he took a step back. As he retreated, another mutated red-eyed dog from behind pounced at him. Scram! Lin Xiu panicked and unleashed Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Rumble! This struck the mutated red-eyed dog that was sent flying. The impact even created a hole in the wall. Careful! Yu called out and slashed in front of Lin Xiu. Bang! A mutated red-eyed dog that took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Lin Xiu was cleaved into two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Roar! Although one of the mutated red-eyed dogs was killed, the others had fear and any signs of retreat. They continued to charge at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. They did not care or could not care. They simply looked crazy. Die for me! Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he predicted one of the rank 5 mutated red-eyed dog's movements and thrust dark edge at it. Bang! Specks of flame suddenly appeared at the spear tip. Bang! As Lin Xiu had anticipated, his spear struck one of the rank 5 mutated red-eyed dog just as it was about to pounce. The spear stabbed right into its large opened mouth and along with the terrifying flames, the dog's body instantly swelled up and blew up into pieces. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing rank 5 mutated red-eyed dog. Awarded with 1 million experience points. Only 1,000,000. The corner of Lin Zia's mouth twitched. 1,000,000 experience points was simply inefficient to him. Luo Yu also got rid of another mutated red-eyed dog at this time. It was not difficult for Luo Yu to kill them. Goo! Right at this time, the mutated red-eyed dogs all released a howl. They retreated not long later and their figures were hidden by the dense mist. They disappeared in an instant. Lin Ziu frowned. It was difficult for them to pinpoint their locations once they were hidden. After all, it was too terrifying inside the mist as their visibility was impacted. You're a rank 5 warrior now. Lin Ziu looked at Luo Yu and asked in surprise. He realized that Luo Yu's movements were far stronger than before, and she was much faster in killing the rank 5 mutated red-eyed dogs. When he looked at her, he realized that she had been promoted to rank 5. I broke through inside the space crack. Luo Yu nodded and replied indifferently. But Lin Zia's eyes suddenly enlarged, as he felt the burning pain in his entire body. What's going on? Bang! He could not hold his spear steadily and quickly sat down as he gasped. He was out of energy, as though all of it had been converted to heat energy. Luo Yu walked over when she noticed the abnormality and squatted next to him. She extended her hand and grabbed his wrist. His wrist was extremely hot and his pulse was fast. Lin Ziu immediately imbued her cold source strength into his body without hesitation. The immense heat in his body quickly became less painful. What's going on? Lin Ziu asked curiously. He had clearly absorbed all the red lotus fire energy. Why would he still heat up? Luo Yu seemed to read his thoughts as she explained indifferently. Although you've refined the red lotus fire, your body isn't capable of enduring it when you use it. Incapable of enduring it? Lin Ziu was enlightened. So my body will be affected when using the red lotus fire. Once your body has completely adapted to using the red lotus fire, it shouldn't occur again, Luo Yu explained. Lin Ziu nodded his head and heaved a sigh of relief as he stood back up. The mist was still around and they did not know when it would dissipate. I heard from the others that this mist was formed by an evolved beast, Lin Ziu suddenly said as the two cautious moved ahead. An evolved beast formed this mist. Luo Yu revealed a hint of surprise when she heard his words. How powerful would the evolved beast be if it was the culprit capable of producing a mist that could shroud the entire G17 ruin? A rank 9 evolved beast. Luo Yu frowned upon thinking of this. I heard it from the Moon Wings Corps people. I'm not sure if it's true or false. Lin Ziu was also skeptical. It should not be possible. If such a powerful evolved beast exists, we're all done for. At the same time, on the other side, damn it, that brat and that girl will be dead the next time we meet. Cheng Fan thought to himself as he ran into their secret base with a pale face. Upon entering, he applied the medication to his broken arm. While pouring the medicinal liquid over his wound, it produced a lot of white smoke. The immense pain caused him to open his eyes wide as he clenched his teeth. Chapter 200 Approaching Rank 9. Chapter 200 Approaching Rank 9. Phew! Phew! After taking a few deep breaths, he calmed himself down. His wound had completely stopped bleeding and was recovering slowly. Damn it. It seems that I have to get someone inside the unit to get me a new arm, Cheng Fan thought to himself. His eyes were immediately filled with hatred when he thought about Lin Ziu. After packing his things, he revealed a sinister face. Seems like I have to give them a big gift before leaving. As long as it awakens, everyone here will die. Lin Ziu and Luo Yu continued their journey ahead. Lin Ziu remained cautious due to the thick mist and held Dark Edge tightly. His eyes darted around for danger. Is this towards the center of the city? Lin Ziu asked. Luo Yu nodded her head. She held her weapon tightly. She could sense that the area around them was strange. It was as though something was stalking and observing them. As they continued onward, Luo Yu used her right leg to kick a small pebble forward. Bang! The pebble struck something and produced a clear and crisp sound. Roar! A howl followed up from the sound. The pebble that Luo Yu kicked had clearly struck an evolved beast. They focused forward and saw a mutated red-eyed dog charge at them. One of its eyes had a pebble embedded into it. Obviously, the pebble that Luo Yu kicked out had struck the mutated red-eyed dog in the eye while it was hiding inside the mist. They were following us. Lin Ziu was shocked at the sight of the mutated dog. They had left the original battlefield and walked on for around half an hour. Who would have thought that the creature would be following them? That's too terrifying. Right. As the first mutated red-eyed dog charged out, even more of them came out from around, forming an encirclement around them. They had large bodies and extremely long and sharp teeth. Their appearance was extremely grotesque. Lin Xiu frowned and retaliated alongside Liu Yu in different directions. He held Dark Edge with both hands and performed a swing, unleashing many blazing birds at the dogs. Let's turn you guys into hot dogs, Lin Xiu snorted as the blazing birds charged at the mutated red-eyed dogs. Rumble rumble. Explosions occurred the instant the blazing birds collided into the mutated red-eyed dogs. Awuo. The rank 5 mutated red-eyed dogs that were surrounded by the blazing birds all howled out loud. Lin Xiu took the opportunity and charged forward. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The spear transformed into cold lights and stabbed forward under the skill. The mutated red-eyed dogs that were engulfed in flames were charred black. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiu's spear suddenly appeared and stabbed their bodies. Lin Xiu felt that he had too few skills in his arsenal, especially with spear skills. I need to learn more skills when we get back. Scram while destroying the head of one of the mutated red-eyed dogs that was enveloped in flames. Those that were not burnt charged towards him. Lin Xiu's eyes changed expression as he bellowed and used his left fist to punch one of the mutated red-eyed dogs. Silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. Bang! When Lin Xiu's fist landed on the mutated red-eyed dog's body, electric currents enveloped its body. The immense force and terrifying electric current caused the mutated red-eyed dog to instantly foam at the mouth. Bang! Lin Xiu did not give it any opportunity and used Dark Edge spear to stab into its head. Liu Yu did not slow down in her momentum. She quickly got rid of the other mutated red-eyed dogs around them with Lin Xiu's pressure. Lin Xiu obtained 10 million experience points by killing 10 of them. Gugu. Roly rolled out and jumped on the corpses and took out all the odd crystals. Your creature is very interesting. Liu Yu saw Roll holding on to the pile of odd crystals and putting them into his bag, and spoke with interest. Roly seemed to be afraid of Liu Yu. Afraid that Liu Yu would cut it up and perform research on it. It hugged its head and quickly dove into Lin Xiu's bag. I don't know what it is. To be honest. Lin Xiu shrugged helplessly. After all, it was a magical creature. It did not resemble an evolved beast as well. Lin Xiu only treated it as a pet. But there are many rank 5 evolved beasts here. If the other teams came here, I think they would have killed many. Right, Lin Xiu looked at the corpses on the ground. There were around 20 out of them. The mutated red-eyed dogs were evolved beasts that hunted in packs. They had killed a few before and even more came running back, and hid in the mist with the intent of ambushing them. All of a sudden, a loud sound was heard in the distance. It sounded as though something had exploded. The ground started to tremble as well. What's going on? Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he held onto a pillar next to him. As the ground trembled, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. Their vision became clearer. In the distance, they saw an extremely tall structure that seemed to shoot through the clouds in the center of the city. A series of explosions had occurred on the structure, and there seemed to be a large creature at the bottom that had been roused awake and was flapping its wings. Lin Xiu was able to sense the terrifying pressure from it even from the distance. The wind around them gradually picked up. Lin Xiu was alarmed. The creature was able to create such effects just by flapping its wings. Lin Xiu took in a breath of cold air. Could that be the rank 9 evolved beast? Chapter 201 Rank 8 Evolved Beast Ice Crystal Whitebird. Chapter 201 Rank 8 Evolved Beast Ice Crystal Whitebird. Lin Xiu leaped onto a flat roof nearby and looked ahead. The expression on his face turned to shock. The evolved beast was extremely large. It had a pure white body that resembled ice crystals. It was a bird, a gigantic bird, and the mist seemed to be formed from the ice crystals released from its body while it was in slumber. Analytic Eye was unable to analyze it. It's getting cold. As the giant evolved beast flapped its wings, the cold winds that surged forth made Lin Xiu cold. At the same time, the evolved beast flew into the sky, opened its mouth and expelled a cold smoke. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The location that was struck by the cold smoke froze instantly. Everything seemed to have been sealed in ice. The exterior of the buildings had layers of ice all over them. That's too insane. Right. Rank 8 Evolved Beast. Ice Crystal Whitebird. Luoyu stood beside Lin Xiu and looked at the evolved beast and spoke indifferently. Her eyes were filled with shock. How could such a powerful evolved beast be here? The evolved beast was clearly in deep slumber, but someone might have headed to its location to break through and aggravated it. At this moment, it was flying in the air and attacking the surroundings. The mist is gone at the same time. Deng Yin and the others realized that the dense mist had disappeared and were extremely happy when they felt the ground shake. When they looked in the direction, they saw the gigantic evolved beast flapping its wings. Although they were a great distance away, they were able to see the gigantic ice crystal whitebird's body. By the looks of it, it would be about the size of a mountain. It was too terrifying. So cold. Jiang Lai hugged his own body and sneezed. What do we do now? Lai Ping looked at Zhang Yin. Just by standing at their positions, they were able to sense the powerful pressure emitting from the evolved beast. It was fanatically spewing terrifying cold air around it as though it was infuriated. Let's look for Lin Xiu and the others, Zhang Yin decided and said. Rumble rumble. At the same time, everyone in G17 had a change in expression as they witnessed the change. Many evolved beasts were running away frantically. Young Master Yuo. What rank is that evolved beast? Yuo Saoki stood beside Yuo Kixing and asked when he saw the shocking scene. That's too terrifying. All of the evolved beasts there have turned into ice sculptures of an ice world. If they had rushed over, they would most probably be frozen as well. Rank 8 Evolved Beast Ice Crystal Whitebird. Duo Kixing replied as he watched the majestic bird. Rank 8 The other three warriors all had a change in expressions. What did rank 8 signify? It was equivalent to a rank 7 warrior. A rank 7 warrior could kill them as easily as squashing an ant. Don't worry. There will be people who will come to take care of it in a while. Yuo Kixing looked at the ice crystal white bird and smirked. He took out his phone and started recording. As long as someone comes to kill the evolved beast, I can be the fisherman to snag everything up. All of you can go and die. On the other hand, Sheng Fan watched his efforts play out with a sinister look in his eyes. The ice crystal white bird had been in deep slumber due to its physique. It released a unique gas that would react with the surrounding air and produce such an effect. They had long discovered the ice crystal white bird, but they had focused on hunting other evolved beasts and killing and seizing treasures from other warriors, so they never woke the evolved beast. As long as this evolved beast awakens, it will induce a terrifying beast tide and zombie tide. See how they survive this. Goodbye. Cheng Fan sat on a small plane and flew off. It was an automatic plane, so he was able to escape safely with one arm. Lin Xiu was a student of Sacred Region Academy and very few people used spears. Adding that Lin Xiu's spear was pitch black, that was rare to be found. He believed that finding Lin Xiu would be easy. Upon thinking about this, his expression became sinister. He had to take revenge for his missing arm. Roar! Lin Xiu and Liu Yu stood on the roof and were able to see the streets below. There was an endless wave of evolved beasts charging in their direction. All sorts of evolved beasts as well as zombies seemed to have sensed danger and rushed over. Wow! A shriek came out. Lin Xiu turned to see a zombie with a rotten body and a white maggot on its face rushing towards him while opening its bloodied mouth. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. He did not expect a zombie to crawl up and attack him. But Lin Xiu did not hesitate to use his spear to explode the zombie's head. But it was not over. Once Lin Xiu killed the zombie, more evolved beasts and zombies rushed towards them. It's a disaster. Lin Xiu used his spear to attack without hesitation. Luo Yu engaged them as well. Lin Xiu's eyes swept across the streets while killing the evolved beasts and zombies and saw an endless wave of them approaching. Damn it, why are there so many? This can't go on. Even if we continue fighting, we can't kill all of them. Luo Yu and I will die from exhaustion. Countless experience notifications sounded out in his head as Lin Xiu massacred the creatures and zombies. But Lin Xiu did not pay attention to it at all. He looked at the building ahead. We can cross over and head to a higher roof and move higher and higher. The evolved beasts and zombies should not be able to climb so easily. Luo Yu this way. Chapter 202 Gathering of Warriors. Chapter 202 Gathering of Warriors. After stabbing a zombie's head, he turned to Liu Yu, who was killing the incoming evolved beasts and zombies, and exclaimed. Liu Yu heard him and looked over before nodding. They would exhaust themselves if they stayed and continued to fight. There were so many zombies and evolved beasts that it was illogical to continue staying. Awe of the Phoenix, Lin Xiu swung his spear out and unleashed many blazing birds that formed a blazing tornado. The two took the opportunity and leaped forward before rushing ahead. The blazing tornado obstructed the evolved beasts and zombies, and the two were able to arrive at the other side smoothly. Roar! The evolved beasts and zombies thought of pouncing towards Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, but were unable to due to the height. Phew! Lin Xiu sat down and heaved a sigh of relief. As he leaned to the side and looked down, he was able to see many evolved beasts and zombies gathering. At this moment, the zombies and evolved beasts were fighting each other and felt like a dogfight. That ice crystal white bird seems to be infuriated. All those warriors will die. Liu Yu looked into the distance. All the buildings in the center of the city had been sealed by ice, and the core region had turned into an ice city. I wonder how Zhang Yin and the others are doing. Lin Xiu muttered. Lin Xiu was still unclear why everyone got separated. He knew it was not only because of the mist. Rumble, rumble. Right at that moment, Lin Xiu looked up to see multiple strange flying devices soaring over. Who are they? Lin Xiu was surprised. They should be here to hunt the ice crystal white bird. Liu Yu's eyes turned cold. The ice crystal white bird was a rare creature, adding that it was rank 8. Its odd crystal and its entire body were good materials. If anyone were to discover such evolved beasts, it would attract powerful warriors to hunt them. This was nothing strange. Bang! Right at that moment, figures descended and all of them landed at the top of a few high-rise buildings. Oh, there are two youngsters here. A man slowly descended with the help of his flying device to where Lin Xiu was situated. He looked at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu with a faint hint of surprise. Lin Xiu looked at him with analytic eyes. Unable to analyze. He is at least rank 7. Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu became cautious, while Liu Yu glared at him coldly as well. Don't need to be so hostile with me. I have no interest in you little brats. The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly and said, You're here to hunt this evolved beast. Lin Xiu frowned and pointed at the ice crystal white bird that was in the air and asked, That's right. The man smiled. I wanted to ask, how long has the ice crystal white bird appeared? Has anyone fought with it yet? His aura suddenly became strong as he looked at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. It was sleeping well, but someone seemed to have attacked it and awoken it. Lin Xiu held onto Dark Edge tightly and replied indifferently. Lin Xiu was able to sense the immense power from the man and knew that he was too powerful. All right. The man nodded his head and pressed a button behind him. The flying device on his back quickly turned and he flew away. Rank 7 warrior. Liu Yu looked at the man and said. Lin Xiu nodded his head and looked ahead. There were many warriors that relied on various flying devices to come over. Some came in groups. Some came alone. Their goal was simple. To hunt and kill the peak rank 8 ice crystal white bird. Damn. There are too many zombies and evolved beasts here. We have no way to leave. Zhang Yin and the others kept on running and ran into a building. They looked outside and could see the dense mess of zombies and evolved beasts through the glass window. The frequent roars would cause their scalp to turn numb. All of the evolved beasts and zombies were rank 4 and above. Dealing with just a few was terrible enough, much less the horde of them outside. Looks like all the evolved beasts and zombies in the center had escaped here because of that terrifying evolved beast. It's going to be troublesome to leave now. Jianglai had an ugly expression as he commented. They had used up a lot of their nourishment liquid and had dropped the remaining. All of the vials had broken and the liquid had dropped onto the ground. After finishing the remaining nourishment liquid, they had none left. If the evolved beasts did not leave, they would starve to death. If only Class Monitor is here. Lai Ping sighed and said, Wait, don't you think he looks like Lin Xiu? Zhang Yin stood at the window and stared at a figure, as though he had spotted two familiar figures. Yes, it is Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. Lai Ping was ecstatic. They were situated at a higher spot. Although they could not see clearly, The group could make out their weapons and clothes. It was without a doubt Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. Let's go up. Jiang Lai clenched his fists and said. Just as they were about to head up, the ground trembled as though a powerful earthquake had started. Rumble. Lin Xiu looked into the distance. The ice crystal white bird unleashed the terrifying cold breath, and the tall structures around started to break and fall like ice cubes. The ice crystal white bird noticed many warriors flying over, and it became even more furious. It started to fly angrily and shrieked in the air. The shriek from its mouth had caused the earthquake. Chapter 203 Return. Chapter 203 Return. The shriek was so loud that it jolted pain in Lin Xiu's eardrums. Lin Xiu right at this time. Lin Xiu heard a familiar voice that came from nearby. He turned and looked at the building next to his and saw Zhang Yin and the others at a window on the middle floors. They were waving at him. Why did you guys come here? Lin Xiu asked. Seems like they are not injured. Ha! Lai Ping used his saber and broke the windows. We're jumping across. Zhang Yin and Jiang Lai saw that the buildings were not too far apart. They could perform the leap by relying on their warrior's physique. Lin Xiu immediately knew what they wanted to do and retreated. Once he retreated, the trio ran and performed a jump across. The three quickly arrived at Lin Xiu and Liu Yu's building. Phew! Zhang Yin and the others saw the street full of evolved beasts and their hearts palpitated. After all, there were too many evolved beasts and zombies. If they fell accidentally, it would be to their deaths. We looked for you guys for so long. Who would have thought that we would meet here? Lai Ping gasped and said. Lin Xiu, what do we do now? Are we returning? Zhang Yin looked at the evolved beast in the distance and hesitated for a moment before asking Lin Xiu. After all, the evolved beast was too terrifying and not something their current selves could fight against, and they had to deal with the large numbers of evolved beasts if they wanted to fight against it. The other Sakakard Region Academy students should have left. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and said, in such a situation, it was best to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would truly be in danger. But his gaze turned to the ice crystal white bird in the distance. If I could obtain the odd crystal, you guys go back first. He and I will stay here. Liu Yu looked at Zhang Yin and the others and said. Lin Xiu was startled. He was about to speak up when she continued. That odd crystal is beneficial for you. Think of a way to snatch it. The odd crystal of the ice crystal white bird had ice properties. If he absorbed the energy inside, it would mediate the red lotus fire in his body. It would be extremely beneficial for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu knew that. But it was too terrifying. How could they deal with it? We will be the fishermen to snatch everything once they finish fighting over it. Liu Yu glanced at him and said indifferently. To go. Or not to go. Lin Xiu thought about it and clenched his teeth. Riches lie in the depths of danger. To hell with it. And she's not afraid. I can't let her look down on me. Right. I just saw there were rank 7 warriors here. Zhang Yin could not help but advise when he heard their conversation. And there was more than one rank 7 warrior. It would not be easy to be a fisherman. A few warriors with ill intent might even attack them if they stayed around. At that time, it would become even more troublesome. Lin Xiu nodded his head and turned to them. You guys head back first. It's more dangerous there. He was speaking the truth. Zhang Yin and the others were still at rank 3. If they followed along, they would not be able to help and even risk their own lives. All right. Zhang Yin and the others hesitated for a moment but nodded in agreement. They were aware as well and decided to retreat. We will return to the edge of G17 ruin. Come and find us when you guys return. Zhang Yin thought for a bit and said. It was not the end of the time limit yet, and there were lesser evolved beasts and zombies at the edge for them to train. All right. While returning back, Lin Xiu and the others killed many more evolved beasts and zombies. It might be difficult for Zhang Yin and the others, but it was extremely enjoyable for Lin Xiu. Experience points. Experience points all the way. Lin Xiu felt extremely excited when he saw the experience points bar growing endlessly. And whenever he killed evolved beasts, Roly would grab their odd crystals and gather them up. There were too many of the monsters, but they finally killed their way out. You guys are back in the city at the edge of G17 ruin. They saw countless Sacred Region Academy students. There were students from the North and South campuses. Almost the majority of students had returned. After all, it was too dangerous inside. And, seeing the people from the South Campus Class 8 greeting them, Lin Xiu nodded. So you guys didn't die? The people from North Campus Class 2 were around as well and looked at Lin Xiu unkindly. They wanted to snatch the Red Lotus fire, but failed to do so and even lost a member of the creature. The class monitor of the North Campus Class 2, Sha Qiu, looked at Lin Xiu with killing intent in his eyes. Of course we're fine. But a pity your teammate died. Lin Xiu glanced at him and replied indifferently. Seeking death, Sha Qiu's expression changed. He did not know how Lin Xiu's team had escaped from the attack of the horrifying dimensional creature, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Lin Xiu. The students of the North Campus Class 2 surrounded Lin Xiu. The other students of Sacred Region Academy started laughing. They all watched Lin Xiu with interest. Students of the North Campus Class 2 were strong. How could someone from the South Campus Class 10 compare? Only a few were aware of the two freshmen from South Campus Class 10 that were on the Tower of Tournament's freshman ranking board. One was rank 1. The other was rank 4. Everyone's from Sacred Region Academy. We can talk about it. A bright youth walked over and smiled at everyone. Deng Wuji. This is none of your business. You better not bother. Sha Qiu snorted when he saw the guy walk over. He then turned back to Lin Qiu and spoke with a sinister face. Brat. Where did you place that ball of fire energy? Chapter 204 Fighting Sha Qiu. Chapter 204 Fighting Sha Qiu. Sha Qiu was interested in the red fire lotus. He had obtained special information and even brought a special box capable of storing special energy dropped from the space cracks. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu would discover it first? You're talking about the red lotus fire. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and smirked. It's in my stomach. Seeking death, Sha Qiu thought that Lin Xiu was intentionally provoking him and immediately flew into a rage. He raised his fist and punched at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes changed when he saw the fist. He raised his spear and stabbed at Sha Qiu's hand. Sha Qiu jolted and immediately forced his fist back. Class monitor, the guy behind him, called out for him and threw his saber over. Sha Qiu accepted the saber and erupted with powerful source strength. He enveloped his body and the saber with his source strength. His slash unleashed a powerful blade aura that produced several cracks on the ground. Bang! Lin Xiu snorted and swung dark edge upwards and produced a crescent blade of source strength that flew forward. It collided with the aura produced by Sha Qiu's blade and produced a loud sound. The ground around them shook. What powerful source strength! A few Sacred Region Academy students were inwardly shocked. Isn't the South Campus Class 10 at the bottom? How can there be a warrior capable of being Sha Qiu's equal? Sha Qiu was a peak rank 4 warrior. HMPH. Puny skill, Sha Qiu sneered, and his body flickered as he charged at Lin Xiu like lightning as he continued to slash down. His saber was covered in dense source strength and every swing of his blade produced vacuum sounds. Lin Xiu was able to sense the horrifying blade aura that caused cuts on his skin. This blade kai is very strong. You only know how to dodge, so weak. Sha Qiu sneered as his momentum became even stronger. Although he looks to be sneering and mocking Lin Xiu, he was inwardly shocked. Even under his ferocious attacks, Lin Xiu was not at a disadvantage. Although he was defending, he was aware of his strength as a peak rank 4 warrior, while Lin Xiu was obviously someone who had just stepped into the rank 4 level. Winged God Sha Qiu lost patience and activated all of his source strength. As he unleashed his skill, the air around seemed to stir into a great gale. A small tornado formed on his saber and enveloped the entire blade. Go and die! He held the saber with both hands and swung down as the tornado gushed forward. The originally small tornado instantly transformed into a gigantic tornado as it charged towards Lin Xiu. Sha Qiu's eyes were smeared with killing intent as he charged forward. The might of his tornado was enough to mince a rank 3 warrior's body up. Even for Lin Xiu, a rank 4 warrior, taking the tornado head-on would result in him being severely injured, so he dodged the attack. But Sha Qiu had prepared another strike behind. This attack was the true brilliance behind the skill. But right at this moment, The tornado that was heading towards Lin Xiu seemed to mix with flames. The ordinary tornado suddenly transformed into a fire tornado. The terrifying part was that this fire tornado actually turned back towards Shaqiu. How was that possible? Shaqiu was at a loss for words when he saw the change. But he was unable to dodge, and his body collided right into the fire tornado. A scream came out from inside the fire tornado. Class monitor: the students of North Campus Class 2 were shocked. They did not expect that Shaqiu's most powerful skill would be resolved so easily and instead used back at him. It was too terrifying. All the other Sacred Region Academy students were stunned. They thought there would be a show to watch. They wanted to see Lin Xiu being oppressed, but never expected the situation to be reversed. It was simply too inconceivable. Bang! The fire tornado dispersed and revealed Shaqiu gasping within. His clothes had been charred black. His head full of hair was completely burnt. If not for his peak rank 4 soar strength that enveloped his entire body, he would have been barbecued. So what? Still coming, Lin Xiu raised his right hand out and pointed at him with his spear. Shaqiu stared at him with venomous eyes. How did he do it? He did not see what Lin Xiu did. Damn it. Just a trash from the South Campus Class 10, you dare harm me? Shaqiu roared and raised his saber as he charged at Lin Xiu again. The other North Campus Class 2 students all had the intent to charge forward as well. Move and die. But a white figure suddenly appeared before them. In an instant, a cold aura enveloped them and caused them to shiver. One of them had a sword at his head. The piercing pain caused him to tremble. As long as Liu Yu exerted a bit of force, the sword would cut through his head. The three were at a loss. They did not expect Liu Yu to be so fast. Red Fire Sand Comet. Shaqiu gritted his teeth and unleashed another gold skill. Flames appeared on his blade as he erupted with source strength. The temperature of his blade became extremely high to the extent that the atmosphere around the flame seemed to distort. Shaqiu's eyes grew large. He wanted to take Lin Xiu's life. Chapter 205: Hand Everything Over. Chapter 205: Hand Everything Over. The flame on the blade was so intense that the faces of the students of Sacred Region Academy could not help but changed slightly. Using this saber covered in flames to attack Lin Xiu, he would probably be chopped in half. But what was surprising was that Lin Xiu was still standing at the same spot and didn't seem afraid at all. Careful. Seeing this thrilling scene, Gang Yan and the others yelled, "Go to hell!" Shaqiu's face contorted in anger. With this blow, he was absolutely determined to kill Lin Xiu. If he couldn't even deal with someone from Class 10 of the South Campus, then it would really be too shameful for him to be in the Sacred Region Academy. But Lin Xiu was still standing there, unafraid, staring coldly at Shaqiu, who was holding the saber covered with flames as he charged over. At the next moment, Lin Xiu's body moved and the dark edge spear in his hands burst into flames. What is going on? Shaqiu's eyes revealed a hint of shock, as the flames that appeared on top of Lin Xiu's dark edge spear seemed to be even more terrifying. The surrounding air seemed to be contorted. "I've said before that I've swallowed the red lotus fire," Lin Xiu said coldly, and immediately held the body of the dark edge spear with both hands. In the next moment, he waved it toward Shaqiu. Boom! Lin Xiu's dark edge spear that was covered in flames collided with Shaqiu's saber and there was a huge explosion. The two of them flew apart in an instant. Lin Xiu took a few steps back and pressed his dark edge spear against the ground before his body stopped retreating. At this time, Shaqiu hit the wall behind him heavily. His saber has broken into two. Class monitor: the two guys from Class 2 of the North Campus rushed towards Shaqiu. As soon as they helped Shaqiu up, he spat out blood. When the two guys touched his body, Shaqiu let out a scream. Looking closely, his arms and legs were twisted. They seemed to be broken. Miserable. It was really miserable. The rest of the people turned to Lin Xiu with a look of horror. The class monitor of Class 2 of the North Campus was beaten up so badly by Lin Xiu. At this moment, almost all the bones in his body were broken. You would probably have to spend a lot of time in bed to recuperate. When these two guys were about to help Shaqiu up, Lin Xiu had already walked over. That blow just now was just an impact. He didn't suffer much actually. Lin Xiu looked at them and pointed the tip of his dark edge spear at them, then said faintly, trying to flee. What do you want? The two men said angrily at this time. But looking at Lin Xiu holding a spear, although they were angry, they didn't dare to move at all. Not only were they afraid of Lin Xiu's horrifying skill, but they were in the wrong first. You can save him, but you must hand over all the odd crystals, Lin Xiu said lightly. Class 10 of the South Campus, don't go too far. At this time, the students from the North Campus said to Lin Xiu. The South Campus and North Campus had a certain competitive relationship from the beginning. Although some of them did not like the people in Class 2 of the North Campus, they had to stand up for them because they were bullied by the South Campus. What you guys would like to give me, some free odd crystals too? Lin Xiu raised his brows and pointed at them with his spear. Outrageous. Hearing the words of Lin Xiu, some students in the North Campus became furious. This was related to the reputation of the North Campus. H&G, the people in the South Campus are not ones you guys can bully. Your Sha Q from Class 2 of the North Campus attacked first, and now that they have been defeated, you still want to bully us? Huh? At this time, the students in the South Campus also stood up, especially Shang Yin and the others, who had already taken up their weapons and confronted them. At this time, the students at the North Campus frowned. If this continues, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. After all, the people in Class 2 of the North Campus have suffered a serious setback, and they had no idea where the team in Class 1 had gone. They haven't appeared yet. Fighting in the current situation, their odd crystals would probably be snatched away by the South Campus. Well, give them to you. The people in Class 2 of the North Campus gritted their teeth and took out all the odd crystals from the backpack. They hunted a lot of evolved beasts, and there were more than 20 odd crystals that were obtained from rank 5 evolved beasts, and the rest were mostly rank 4 odd crystals. I only need these. Lin Xiu put the 20 over odd crystals directly into his backpack, and glanced at the people around him. I don't take the initiative to provoke anyone, but if someone dares to provoke me and the people in my team again, this will be the consequences. Lin Xiu let out a cold snort, waved his right hand and released a flaming red-eyed bird from the dark edge spear. In a short time, the huge stone nearby was instantly annihilated as the flaming bird slammed against it. The warriors present were shocked when they saw this scene, and it was terrifying that he could simply unleash such a strong skill at will. The people in Class 2 of the North Campus had undoubtedly lost in this freshman competition. They did not have a single rank 5 odd crystal. When they returned to the airship, their score will be recorded as 0. The rest of the people dispersed slowly at this time. Although the G17 ruin near the city center was now very dangerous, the situation here was much better. And because the evolved beasts of rank 5 and above ran out, it was a good thing for them. As long as they were more careful around the borders, they could kill those rank 5 evolved beasts and obtain the rank 5 odd crystals. Shall we go now? Lin Xiu said as he watched those people disperse and looked at Luo Yu behind. Luo Yu nodded, but she was not in a hurry. That peak rank 8 evolved beast was not so easily killed. You guys be careful here. Luo Yu and I will go and take a look there. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Yin and the others and said, he wanted to put the crystals with Zhang Yin at first. After all, there were a bit too many odd crystals and it was slightly troublesome to carry them on his back. But thinking about the number of students from the Sacred Region Academy nearby, they might encounter other warriors and it would be troublesome if they were robbed. You guys be careful. Zhang Yin nodded. This level of battle was not something he could join, and if he wasn't careful, he may never come back. At this moment, a cold breeze blew over, causing him to shiver. Chapter 206 Encircle the Ice Crystal White Bird. Chapter 206 Encircle the Ice Crystal White Bird. Because of this ice crystal white bird, the temperature of the entire G17 ruins seemed to have dropped a lot. Lin Xiu felt a little bit cold at this time. Luo Yu continued to walk forward, and by climbing the surrounding buildings on the ground, they avoided facing most of the zombies and evolved beasts directly on the street. At this time, the more they walked toward the center, the more they could sense the air getting colder and colder, and there were fewer and fewer evolved beasts. Looking over, they could see that the huge body of the ice crystal white bird was still in the air, as it continued to spray those white mist-like things from its mouth. the surrounding buildings, and even the ground instantly froze. Tisk. Seems like quite a lot of people came here this time. Yuo was standing on the roof of a certain building, looking from a distance, and muttered to himself, "Young Master Yuo, are we really going to continue to wait for those people to attack the ice crystal white bird?" Yuo Saoki, who was next to him, asked. No matter how conceited he was about his strength, he was facing the ice crystal white bird after all, a rank 8 evolved beast at its peak. It wasn't a cat or a dog. And at this time, there were a lot of high-ranking warriors rushing over. Fighting with these people was simply stupid. Just wait. There will be an opportunity, Yuo said lightly. At the same time, the people from the North Campus were also waiting for this opportunity from a distance. After all, the odd crystals of a rank 8 evolved beast could be said to be priceless. The energy stored in this odd crystal was also very terrifying. As long as one absorbs the energy inside, it can greatly increase one's strength. So these people were all coming for this odd crystal. Wait here. Luo Yu and Lin Xiu arrived in a building not far away. They stood by the window and looked at the scene in the distance. Can these people deal with it? Lin Xiu was also looking over and could see the figure of the ice crystal white bird. But the figures of the other warriors were hidden. But Lin Xiu was sure that those warriors must be hiding. Time passed by minute and soon, the sky was completely dark. The ice crystal white bird was enraged all day, destroying many buildings but seemed to settle down at this moment. It's going to rest. Get ready the laser cannon. Some warriors nearby had already loaded those buildings with various heavy weapons. The moment they spoke, the area on the other side was completely dark, but they suddenly saw one huge light ray pierce through the darkness. Boom! There was a loud sound and a laser beam as thick as a few people hugging together, shot directly from a distance, and hit the ice crystal white bird. K-17 military laser cannon. Lin Xiu, who had been waiting there, was shocked at this time. This kind of laser cannon was for military use and it was very powerful. The laser shot could destroy a small town in an instant. He didn't expect that someone would move this thing here. Being attacked by the laser cannon, the ice crystal white bird's huge body shook in the air. But the laser cannon did not penetrate its body. What a tough skin. At this time, the ice crystal white bird was tottering and wailing. That's it. Lin Xia's eyes widened and stared at the scene in shock. Although the laser cannon did not penetrate the body of the ice crystal white bird, it seemed to be severely injured and its body could not continue flying in the air. A rank 8 evolved beast should have terrifyingly tough skin. No. It's still early. Yuo Yu shook her head, staring straight at the scene as she spoke. Kill him at this time. Some warriors had rushed out. A rank 8 peak evolved beast, it was bombarded by the laser just once and was obvious that it was seriously injured. As long as they ran over now, they could kill the ice crystal white bird first, and snatch the odd crystal. The rank 8 odd crystal was a treasure with no market price. But at this moment, the ice crystal white bird, who looked faltering and weak, suddenly became ferocious. When the warriors rushed over there, the ice crystal white bird that was crumbling suddenly flapped its wings and rushed towards them. Its huge wings swooped violently, causing an icy cold wind. Those warriors felt a chill and found that their skin seemed to be covered with thin ice. Their body's ability to react has dropped rapidly. It let out a scream, and its gigantic and sharp white claws went straight towards them. Kill it! The warriors who rushed out were shocked. They were experienced warriors. After all, at this time, they quickly broke free from the shackles of ice on their bodies and held their weapons in tightly as they attacked. A series of skills gave off various rays of light and the night seemed to be illuminated in an instant. Boom! But the ice crystal white bird seemed to lose its mind and attacked without any care. Those skills attacked its white feathers, which looked like ice crystals, sending out a lot of sparks. But they didn't do any significant damage. As its claws grabbed the warriors on the ground, the bodies of several warriors were immediately broken and a large number of organs fell on the entire ground. What a fierce beast! Lin Xiu, who saw the scene from a distance, couldn't help but turn pale in shock. The laser cannon did not cause any actual damage to the ice crystal white bird. This ice crystal white bird had evolved to have an IQ and even knew how to pretend to be weak to attract the warriors out. Prepare the laser cannon. At the same time, on the other side, some people continued to activate laser cannons to shoot at the ice crystal white bird. With the activation of the laser cannon, a large number of energy beams gathered towards the muzzle. In an instant, the entire place was illuminated by this light. Launch! Boom! As soon as the men commanded, another terrifying laser cannon shot out, aiming directly at the head of the ice crystal white bird. Although its wings appeared to be very hard, its head was different. When attacked, it would be seriously injured. Chapter 207 Endless Battle. Chapter 207 Endless Battle. Rumble. A terrifying laser artillery shell struck again, but the shocking thing was that the ice crystal white bird seemed to have eyes behind its back. It suddenly turned and swung its large wings. The terrifying laser artillery was actually reflected. It flew towards where it came from. How was that possible? Everyone who witnessed it had a change in expression as their eyes were filled with disbelief. They wanted to run, but it was too late. The terrifying laser shell returned and instantly decimated their bodies along with the buildings in the area. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Just like that, Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide. His face was filled with shock. Isn't the ice crystal white bird too powerful? It can actually repel the laser artillery. At the same time, warriors started to appear from the other buildings. The real show has just started. The Yuoyu noticed them and spoke up indifferently. Many higher-rank warriors had walked over. HMPH. The Union Army soldiers want to take the opportunity to kill the ice crystal white bird. What a joke. A few warriors saw the laser artillery team's destruction and sneered. In this world, many warriors looked down on the Union Army because the majority of them utilized advanced technology to carry out missions and would frequently steal hunted evolved beasts. To them, the higher-rank odd crystals had to be returned to the country, and this led to bad blood between the warriors and the army. So they did not come out to help when they saw the Union Army's attempt in using the laser artillery. But all the warriors seemed to have come to a common understanding and started attacking the ice crystal white bird. Begin the assault. A warrior that wielded a double-sided giant axe stood at the top of a building and roared as he looked at the ice crystal white bird. Following his voice, many high-rank warriors held their weapons matched with their body skills and charged toward the powerful evolved beast. Rumble, rumble. Many skills were unleashed and it felt as though the entire region had been placed under concentrated fireworks. The area lit up with explosions and smoke. Even the peak rank 8 ice crystal white bird was unable to tolerate the high intensity of skills. It spread its wings open and covered its entire body. All the skills landed on its wings and caused its entire being to tremble furiously. But in the next moment, the ice crystal white bird that was under pressure suddenly released a strange shriek. Following that, a powerful frigid aura spewed out of its mouth. All the warriors that took the opportunity to get closer were instantly frozen to ice. Bang, bang, bang. The ice crystal white bird shook its wings and swooped down at a terrifying speed. Some of the frozen warriors were unable to escape and were smacked by its claw. Their bodies were instantly broken into pieces. Don't be afraid. Continue to attack as long as we get it down. All the ice crystal feathers on its body are extremely precious. The high-rank warrior with the double-sided giant axe jumped down and slashed with his weapon. A loud vacuum explosion occurred. Bang, bang, bang. When the double-sided giant axe landed on the ice crystal white bird's back, it released a loud bang with a lot of sparks. The ice crystal white bird seemed to be in pain from the attack and released a shriek. The ice crystal white bird continued to flap its wings that were covered with the ice crystal feathers. The cold frigid aura swept towards the surrounding warriors. Suddenly terrifying ice needles appeared from within. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding buildings were struck by the ice needles and started to collapse. All the 100 and 200 floor buildings collapsed completely and looked like an apocalypse. The ice crystal white bird seemed to be infuriated by the attacks. While flying in a berserk, it took the opportunity to sweep down and used its horrifying claws to attack the warriors. A few rank 6 warriors were unable to dodge in time and got ripped apart. So strong Lin Xiu clenched his fists and said, as expected of a peak rank 8 evolved beast, Its terrifying combat ability actually killed many higher rank warriors. It will take a while. We can rest first. Yuoyu looked as though it was nothing strange. She spoke up and sat in a lotus position and started using her cultivation technique to absorb the energy in the air. The warriors continued to battle with the evolved beasts with all sorts of lights appearing sporadically. Lin Xiu stood inside the building. It had already been a night, but the battle was still ongoing. There were no signs of it stopping. Are they fighting from night to day? Early next morning, an ear-shattering explosion occurred and caused all the buildings to sway. The battlefield was even more horrifying. The surrounding tall structures were all destroyed. The ground had been covered with ice as though it was an ice world. Continue the attacks, it won't last for long, the man in command instructed. Although more than 10 warriors had died, there were no signs of the number of warriors dwindling. There were more than 100 of them. All of them were rank 6 and above. The warriors looked berserk and unleashed all sorts of skills as they attacked without a care for their lives. The ice crystal white bird was not disadvantaged and continued to fan its wings to release cold winds that had ice needles in them. It would occasionally grasp the opportunity to swoop down and attack. It did not even look like it was tired. Chapter 208 Fallen. Chapter 208 Fallen. Battles against rank 8 and above evolved beasts are mostly large-scale battles with many warriors. Especially that this peak rank 8 ice crystal white bird is so large. The battle will last for 72 hours and longer. Liu Yu opened her eyes and explained to Lin Xiu. So long Lin Xiu was slightly surprised at the fact. He already felt that it was extremely difficult fighting against the rank 6 green vine beast that had killed many warriors the last time. The rank 8 ice crystal white bird was most probably even scarier. When I was 10, I went with my family to fight against a rank 9 evolved beast, the Gold Flames pangolin, and it lasted for an entire week. Luo Yu thought for a bit and replied. Lin Xiu nodded his head subconsciously, then opened his eyes wide and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hold up. You're saying that you went to kill a rank 9 evolved beast at the age of 10? A rank 8 evolved beast was already so perverse. One can only imagine that a rank 9 could easily raise a city in an instant. You can't really say that. It was my family that fought. I only stood by the side and observed and gained battle experience. Luo Yu thought for a bit before replying. Lin Xiu wanted to comment that her family members were monsters. It was already so taxing for the 100 of warriors to fight against a rank 8 evolved beast. But her family brought her to fight against a rank 9. How powerful would they be? Seems like there are no rank 8 or above warriors that have come. Lin Xiu looked over and said. Liu Yu heard his words and looked at him as though she was looking at a fool. You think you can see rank 8 warriors that easily? There are very few rank 8 warriors in the world, and the majority of warriors that are rank 8 or above have already gone to space or other planets to train. There are extremely few rank 9 or above evolved beasts on Earth, and most of them are in slumber. Just as Liu Yu spoke up, another intense vibration occurred. As though another earthquake was coming. They looked at the battlefield and saw huge laser artillery shells flying towards the ice crystal white bird. The Union Army is back again. Lin Xiu looked at the gigantic laser artillery and asked with surprise. The ice crystal white bird had to fight against the warriors while avoiding the sudden appearance of laser artillery. Due to the barrage, it was struck by a few of the laser artillery. Its originally crystal white body started to have black spots on its back as blood started to fall. Its eyes suddenly turned red as it suddenly flapped its wings and unleashed a terrifying cold wind. Many terrifying tornadoes started to manifest. They circled around its body. When the laser artillery collided with the tornadoes, they were actually repelled back. Rumble! The repelled laser artillery struck the ground and produced loud and powerful explosions. Quick! We need to take the chance to attack. The ice crystal white bird is almost spent. The warriors saw the tornadoes and became even more excited instead of feeling fear. The reason for this was that all evolved beasts would have a self-preservation skill that would be unleashed when it was near death. It seemed that the rank 8 ice crystal white bird was drawing its last bit of energy. Just a bit more and the ice crystal white bird would fall. Are we going to make a move now? Lin Xiu realized that the ice crystal white bird was slightly tired and asked Liu Yu. He believed that the ice crystal white bird would fall soon, and all the warriors had been fighting for an entire night. So they would be at their weakest. They had the highest chance if they took action now. Not yet. The battle has just begun. Liu Yu shook her head and replied, just began. Lin Ziyu was stunned. He turned to look at the battlefield. The ice crystal white bird's eyes were scarlet red as though it had gone berserk and relied on the small tornadoes around it that acted as barriers to attack. Rumble rumble. Under the manic claw attacks, many gorges were formed on the ground. The warriors were obviously too engrossed in the battle and attacked without a care for their lives. The Union Army soldiers carried their advanced weapons and charged forward. In time, even more explosions and fighting sounds could be heard. The battle continued from 1 day, 2 days, until the 3rd day morning, where they continued to fight. Warriors came in batches and attacked the ice crystal white bird. That had many wounds on its body and the snow-white beauty was long gone. Almost time. A few warriors hiding immediately rushed forward when they witnessed the scene. Let's go. Liu Yu sensed the opportunity and immediately leaped out. Lin Ziyu tensed his body and followed behind Liu Yu and jumped out of the window down 15 stories. Lin Ziyu did not overtrain himself and used his cultivation technique to absorb the energy in the air to strengthen his own body. He was currently in his best state. The two figures jumped out of the building quickly and charged forward. All-out attack now, the strong warrior with the double-sided giant axe commanded. His eyes were filled with excitement. Just a bit more. Just a bit more and we will kill the rank 8 ice crystal white bird. At that moment, all the warriors that heard his command clenched their teeth and unleashed their powerful skills again towards the wounded ice crystal white bird. It no longer had the strength to resist and blood sprayed out from all their attacks like rain. Its large body started to fall. Thud. A loud thud resounded as its entire body fell to the ground. The rank 8 ice crystal white bird had fallen. Chapter 209 The Resplendent Rank 8 Odd Crystal. Chapter 209 The Resplendent Rank 8 Odd Crystal. After 3 days and 3 nights of battle, this terrifying ice crystal white bird finally fell. Its huge body fell directly on the ground. Motionless. There was no doubt that it was completely dead. Finally dead, the man with the double-sided giant axe walked over immediately. Well, all share the odd crystals. Don't snatch. While the man spoke, he walked over there. He glanced around and did not relax at all. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Although they said they were going to split the spoils before the battle, who didn't want to own it all? This is human nature. The warriors around looked exceptionally suspicious as their eyes were fixed on the man with the double-sided giant axe and the corpse of the ice crystal white bird. Some people looked at each other and their gaze became weird. The place seemed abnormally quiet all at once. Go to hell. Just when the man holding the double-sided giant axe in command of the battle walked in front of the ice crystal white bird's body, a warrior finally couldn't hold it in and directly attacked the man from the back. Get lost. The man holding the double-sided axe obviously expected this. At this time, his body turned abruptly and he used that terrifying axe to split his body in half. Warm blood splashed on his cheeks instantly. I said that these are ours. What are you guys anxious about? The man wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve and said coldly. His face now looked very hideous, especially with the blood just now. He smeared it with his sleeve and it made his face look very bloody. Some people around who still wanted to make a move hesitated instantly. They all knew that this man with a double-sided axe was a rank 7 peak warrior and for a while, they dare not move. I advise you not to act rashly. When I take out the odd crystal, we are moving the body of the ice crystal white bird back. Then, everyone will have a share of the pie. The man said grimly at this time, and then stood in front of the corpse of the ice crystal white bird. Suddenly, he raised the double-sided axe with both hands. A large amount of source strength gathered on his axe, which looks terrifying. In the next moment, he cut directly to the head of the ice crystal white bird. Boom! With the sound of a huge explosion. At this moment, all the feathers that looked like ice crystals covering its head were shattered. It was like a broken ice cube. Bang bang bang. He didn't stop moving his hands. At this time, He was holding the double-sided axe in both hands and was still desperately hacking at the head of the ice crystal white bird. After all, this ice crystal white bird was dead now, and its body was not as hard as it used to be. It didn't take long before the man was holding a huge and terrifying double-sided axe to split its head open. At this time, a white light shone through the slit in its head. Odd crystal. A rank 8 odd crystal. This odd crystal was different from ordinary odd crystals. It could release such a bright light. Those warriors around had greed in their eyes at this time. The laser cannon is ready to launch. At this moment, not far from there were already quite a few laser cannons aimed at the area over there and fired instantly. Boom boom, with loud noises coming from the surroundings. The laser cannon directly blasted towards those people. The laser cannon was very scary. It directly penetrated the surrounding buildings, leaving huge holes. Some warriors over there were accidentally hit by the huge laser cannon and they didn't even leave a scum. Damn. The Union Army wants to seize it. Some warriors were shocked. HNG. This is mine. The man with the double-sided axe looked at the bright crystals and his eyes were filled with greed. Just when he was about to reach out and take the odd crystal out, a cold light flashed from the surrounding area. Before he could react, a burst of blood sputtered out. His whole arm was cut off neatly. The excruciating pain caused him to let out a sudden cry. This odd crystal is mine. The man who had just cut off his arm roared with a hideous face. The rank 8 odd crystal was simply too attractive, and these people couldn't care less anymore. Each of them wanted it for themselves. Go to hell, the man holding the double-sided axe yelled. But he was a rank 7 warrior after all. At this time, he quickly recovered, holding the double-sided axe in his hand and slashed at the man's body. The man wanted to use his saber to fight back, but he didn't expect that the man holding the double-sided axe had such a powerful force. His saber was directly chopped off by his double-sided axe and his head was split in half. Some red and white things spilled out in an instant. Hahaha, who dares to grab my odd crystal at this time? He laughed wildly. Just then, the other warriors also rushed over and attacked. Everyone was thinking about snatching the odd crystals. The whole scene was chaotic. The Union Army and the warriors hidden in the dark all came out at this time. There was a series of more terrifying sounds than when they were fighting against the ice crystal whitebird. There were warriors releasing all sorts of skills everywhere, and there were even some laser cannons being shot from time to time. That is the rank 8 off crystal Lin Ziyu, and Liu Yu wanted to rush over there to seize it at first. But seeing the situation, the two of them gave up the idea. They were surrounded by warriors who were rank 6 and above. They couldn't participate in battles of that level at all. Liu Yu was confident, but not arrogant. At this time, the two of them took refuge in a nearby building, leaning on the window to observe carefully. Then, they saw the odd crystal that was the size of a baby's palm exposed from the head of the ice crystal whitebird. Lin Ziyu was shocked. This odd crystal looked like a piece of white crystal that emits bright light. It was shaped like a polished diamond with sharp edges and corners, and the energy fluctuations in there were very strong. He believed that as long as one absorbs the energy inside, it would be enough to make a high-ranking warrior become even stronger. Chapter 210 Successfully Seized. Chapter 210 Successfully Seized. What should we do now? Get ready to grab it, Lin Ziyu asked while looking in that direction. There was chaos over there now. Everyone wanted to get close to that side and seize that odd crystal. But when everyone was about to touch the odd crystal, they were killed by other warriors. Those Union Army men were also firing crazily over there with their terrifying laser guns. The entire ground was destroyed by laser beams and terrifying skills. Get ready. At the same time, Yuo Kixing looked at this scene in the dark, and the corners of his mouth raised. Then, he took out a strange bomb-like thing from his arms. This is. Yuo Zioki and the others who followed Yuo Kixing seemed a little surprised. The result of the latest scientific research, the paralyzing smoke bomb. Within 3 seconds, the smoke released by this thing will cover the entire area, and the smoke will have a paralyzing effect. Although it's not that useful for high-ranking warriors, even a 1-second paralysis effect is enough. Yuo Kixing said lightly. You guys can go now. The moment he said that, Awaken rushed over and threw the paralyzing smoke bomb directly. Get lost, there were high-ranking warriors all around. Seeing the bomb-like thing that was flying over, their gaze changed and they shouted as they were about to kick this thing away. But they didn't expect that this thing would explode instantly when it was in the air before it even got close to them. In a short time, a cloud of thick white dust scattered all over the area. A large amount of white smoke seemed to envelop the surrounding area in an instant, and the visibility suddenly dropped to the extreme. Right now Yuoyu's gaze changed when she saw this scene. The second she blurted out, she jumped down from the window. Lin Xiu did not hesitate at this time, and the two people rushed into the smoke at once. Although the dense fog was blocking their vision, they could still sense the area where the odd crystal was. Yuoyu's speed has reached the extreme as she passed through quickly, and her steps were very light, completely invisible. As soon as some warriors inhaled the white smoke, they felt their bodies freeze up suddenly. In that short second, Lin Xiu had already rushed to the corpse of the ice crystal white bird. At this time, Lin Xiu's body was shaking with excitement. Rank 8 odd crystal. The moment he stretched out his hand, he immediately felt that he had touched an oval-shaped object and pulled it out with force. Let's go, Yuoyu's voice rang in Lin Xiu's ears. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu changed hands and put the thing into his backpack, and then ran out frantically. Lin Xiu directly activated the Fury skill at this time, and his speed reached its peak as Yuoyu ran to another area. This is a rank 8 odd crystal. Even the rank 7 warriors were vying for it. The warriors here were all above rank 6. If these warriors make a move, it would be very troublesome. Get lost at this time. A warrior slashed out with a sharp saber and a violent strong wind appeared around him immediately, blowing away the thick smoke. That only lasted for a split second. Awaken widened his eyes and looked at the body of the ice crystal white bird in disbelief. The odd crystal on its head somehow disappeared. How could that be? In that kind of thick fog, it was impossible for anyone to take the odd crystal away so accurately. And only a few seconds went by. He clenched his fists and turned around to look. Then he saw two figures in the distance. It was a warrior wearing a black and white combat suit over their chase. At this time, the other warriors came to their senses and rushed over there frantically. Lin Xiu sprinted forward with Yuoyu and turned around to take a glance. He immediately saw that there were quite a number of warriors chasing from behind. What a fast speed! Seeing the scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted slightly. He was already using the Fury skill and his speed had already reached its limits in this state. However, he didn't expect that the speed of these warriors was even more terrifying. They were indeed warriors who were rank 6 and above. They were of a totally different level. Yuoyu also clearly felt this at this time and her expression changed too. At the next corner, Yuoyu took out something from her pocket and tossed it afar. At the same time, she pulled Lin Xiu's arm, and before Lin Xiu had time to react, they jumped down to a certain place at the side. Boom! Lin Xiu looked around when he landed. It was dark, but soon, Lin Xiu adapted to this environment and discovered that this turned out to be a sewer. There was a strong pungent smell around, as has been no water passing through for a long time. The sewers were dried up. Yuoyu glanced at Lin Xiu and motioned him to move forward quickly. Lin Xiu nodded and without hesitation. In this dark environment, he ran forward frantically. Damn it, where did they go, those warriors who rushed out first? Wanting to chase Lin Xiu and Yuoyu, were shocked when they saw nobody around them at this time. They looked ahead and suddenly saw a faint red gas released ahead. At this time, a large number of zombies and evolved beasts seemed to be stimulated by the red gas as they rushed over. Seeing those darn things rushing over, the faces of these warriors suddenly became extremely nasty. If they continued this way, there would be no trace of Lin Xiu and the others in this huge G17 ruin. Damn it. Young Master Zhuo, what's the matter at this time? As the warriors chased after Lin Xiu, some people from the Union Army were already trying to move the corpse of the ice crystal white bird. Although it was a pity that the odd crystal disappeared, the body of this ice crystal white bird was a very precious material. It was seized. When Yuo Kixing saw that Liuo Saoki and the others did not leave and walked out of the dark, he didn't look very surprised. But it doesn't matter. I still have this. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he took something out. Chapter 211 Swallow a Rank 8 Odd Crystal. Chapter 211 Swallow a Rank 8 Odd Crystal. At this time, Yuo Kixing had taken out a weird oval-shaped machine and he pressed a certain button on it. The machine turned on in an instant. The screen on it lit up like a radar. This is Liuo Saoki and the others' jaws dropped when they saw this thing and looked very surprised. A red dot could be clearly seen on the radar and it was constantly moving. This thing can detect the odd crystals around the area. Yuo Kixing said with a smirk, if the odd crystal is in the body of the evolved beast, that kind of energy fluctuation would be isolated, and this thing would not be able to detect it. But after that person took away the rank 8 odd crystal, he definitely didn't expect that Yuo Kixing had an instrument to track it. Right. There were many small red dots on the screen at this time, but only the brightest one was constantly moving. There was no doubt that this bright spot was the rank 8 odd crystal. Let's go, Yuo Kixing snorted at this time and ran towards the red dot indicated on the machine. Lin Xiu and Liuo Yu held their breath in the sewer at this time. They had been running just now and didn't know how long they had been running. The surrounding area was full of stench, which made Lin Xiu feel a little sick. Above his head, Lin Xiu could hear footsteps and they were very strong. What did you throw out just now? Lin Xiu recalled that when they ran away, Yuo Yu suddenly threw something out. A thing that releases a gas that makes those evolved beasts and zombies more violent. Luo Yu said lightly. It turns out that when the rank 8 ice crystal white bird died, those evolved beasts that ran out, because of the aggressiveness of the ice crystal white bird, have already begun to return at this time. Coupled with the thing that Luo Yu threw out, it attracted those evolved beasts and zombies. This way, it would be harder for those people to find them, but fortunately, I finally got the rank 8 odd crystal. Lin Xiu was lying on the wall covered in dust behind him as he panted. The after effects of fury came again and Lin Xiu's entire body seemed to be drained. Those high-ranking warriors just now were really terrifying and they were almost overtaken even after he used the fury skill. Did you get it? Luo Yu's face seemed a little strange when she heard Lin Xiu's words. What's the matter? Lin Xiu was startled and squat on the ground, then looked at Luo Yu. Other than Lin Xiu's mouth, other parts of his body couldn't move at all. He was really tired. Luo Yu quickly took out an odd crystal from her backpack. The moment she took it out, the entire place brightened up slightly from the glow of this odd crystal. It was giving off white light. If it was cut like a diamond with sharp edges and corners, it would look like the rank 8 odd crystal pulled out from the body of the ice crystal white bird. Lin Xiu's eyes widened at this time. That's right. He remembered that he seemed to have taken the odd crystal. Now that the odd crystal was in Luo Yu's hand, then, what was it that he took? Look at what's in my backpack. I remember I got something and put it in my backpack. Lin Xiu said aloud at this time. Luo Yu nodded, then opened Lin Xiu's backpack. Then, Luo Yu took out an oval-shaped object from Lin Xiu's backpack. Seeing this thing, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This is. When Lin Xiu saw what Luo Yu had taken out of his backpack, his eyes widened instantly. What she took out was not an odd crystal, but an egg. That's right. It was an egg the size of a palm. It was oval in shape and the surface was crystal clear. The rank 8 ice crystal white bird's egg. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and said faintly, "What's the use of this thing?" Lin Xiu was taken aback. It was the first time he saw the egg of the evolved beast and it was a rank 8 ice crystal white bird. If there is a chance that it can be hatched, you can train it. Luo Yu thought for a while and said. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. If it could be hatched, it would be pretty good. This ice crystal white bird is very powerful and looks very beautiful. The feathers on its body were like ice crystals. Luo Yu put the egg back into Lin Xiu's backpack, then looked at Lin Xiu with the rank 8 crystal in her palm, then said, "Now, swallow this thing first." Swallow. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. This was an odd crystal. Wouldn't he choke to death if he swallowed it or get stuck in his throat? Huh. But Luo Yu didn't give Lin Xiu any chance to react. She directly opened Lin Zia's mouth with her right hand and stuffed the rank 8 crystal into Lin Zia's mouth. Woo woo woo. Lin Zia's eyes widened. At this moment, he felt as if his mouth was frozen and his tongue was numb, unable to move. But this odd crystal looked very pleasant. It was obviously a big one, but at this time it felt slippery. It slid directly into Lin Zia's body, down his throat. Lin Zia couldn't move at all because of the after effects of fury. When the rank 8 odd crystal entered his body, Lin Zia's whole body shuddered subconsciously. Cold. Extremely cold. It was like jumping naked into the ice water in the winter. In the next moment, frost appeared on Lin Zia's body. Use the cultivation technique. Yu, who was standing in front of Lin Zia, said aloud at this time. Lin Zia was already frozen to the point that his body had become numb. Hearing Liu Yu's words at this time, his body began to use the cultivation technique subconsciously. With the use of the cultivation technique, the source strength originally stored in the body seemed to be flowing everywhere in his body at this time. The remaining energy of the red lotus fire began to surge at this moment. The frost on his body turned into droplets of water and began dripping. Lin Zia's entire body has become extremely hot. This burning sensation didn't last long. The rank 8 odd crystal in the body followed the use of the cultivation technique, and a large amount of cold energy gushed out and was absorbed by Lin Zia's body. Chapter 212 Ice and Fire. Chapter 212 Ice and Fire. It was like entering an extremely cold place for a moment, then falling into a sea of fire in the next moment. This kind of sensation, that was worlds apart, made Lin Zia feel very uncomfortable. He felt like he was about to die. Lin Zia gritted his teeth and continued to absorb the energy of the rank 8 odd crystal into his body. The cells in his body seemed to be bursting with this powerful energy. The intense pain caused Lin Zia to faint for a while. At the same time, there was a strange sound not far away. Liu Yu looked over there, and there were many blood-red eyes appearing in the sewer in the area where they were at. There was no doubt that the evolved beasts and zombies poured in from the entrance of the sewer. Seeing this, Liu Yu frowned slightly. Although they expected that this might happen, the number of evolved beasts and zombies was really overwhelming. However, there wasn't the slightest fear in Liu Yu's eyes. At this time, she was holding the long sword in her right hand. When a few zombies rushed over like hungry tigers, the long sword slashed directly at them. In just a short time, she managed to slash the zombies that rushed over into halves. Lin Zia was now in the critical moment of absorbing the energy from the rank 8 ice attribute odd crystal. Once the energy of this ice attribute is absorbed, it could neutralize with the energy of the red lotus fire in his body. When the time comes, the red lotus fire wouldn't have side effects or influence on Lin Zia's body, and the energy of the rank 8 odd crystal was very powerful. If one absorbs everything, it was enough for a warrior to advance. Liu Yu was still madly waving the long sword in her hand. It was as if she was moving the grass as she beheaded the evolved beasts and zombies that rushed over. And at this moment, Rolly, who was hiding in Lin Zia's backpack, also crawled out. Its chubby body was extremely fast and was frantically collecting the odd crystals of the evolved beasts that were killed by Liu Yu. More than half an hour went by, but the evolved beasts and zombies rushing over were still endless. This made Liu Yu feel a little bit tired. Lin Zia closed his eyes tightly at this time, still immersed in his cultivation. The energy of ice and fire was constantly colliding on Lin Zia's body. It was as if every part of Lin Zia's body was damaged by the collision of these two energies. But Lin Zia's body recovery ability was very strong. He was recovering quickly while getting damaged. The strength of his body was at least twice as strong as before after the restoration. Now Lin Zia knew why Liu Yu stuffed the odd crystal directly into his mouth and made him swallow it. This rank 8 odd crystal was different from ordinary odd crystals. The energy could only be absorbed when swallowed into the body. A large amount of energy was released from the odd crystal, which seemed to make Lin Zia very uncomfortable. The cold energy in the body and the energy left over from the red lotus fire continued to collide. A lot of sweat ran down from Lin Zia's forehead. Bang bang bang. The sound of Liu Yu's fighting against those evolved beasts kept ringing in his ears. About an hour went by and Liuoyu cut another zombie's body into two. These evolved beasts and zombies that rushed into the sewer were finally all wiped out. Liuoyu was panting slightly and she was dripping with sweat. Taking a closer look, the number of evolved beasts and zombies killed was terrifying. They covered the entire ground. Their blood stained the ground red. Tisk tisk. I finally found it. Liuoyu didn't get to relax for long when she heard a sound coming from the sewer behind. She turned and looked over there, then found a dazzling light coming from there. Liuoyu Zhuo held a searchlight and shone it towards Liuoyu, then exclaimed in surprise. He found this place through that special instrument, but what he didn't expect at all was that it was Liuoyu. Why is she here? Is she young Master Zhuo? Over there Liuo Zhaoqi noticed someone sitting over there with his skin turning red and white, looking very strange. Yuo Kixing looked at Lin Zia's body and found this quite shocking. He looked at the instrument in his hand. There was no doubt that the rank 8 odd crystal was right there with Lin Ziu. I didn't expect that you guys were the one who seized the rank 8 odd crystal away. Yuo Kixing laughed at this moment. He could see that Liuoyu was now obviously weakened because of the fight just now, and Lin Ziu appeared to be in a weird condition, but he was certain that Lin Ziu definitely didn't have any fighting power. Then this rank 8 odd crystal would definitely go in his pocket. If there is nothing else, you can leave, Liuoyu said faintly as she watched them. There was still a lot of blood on the long sword in her hand, sliding down the tip of the sword to the ground. No, I can't go now. Yuo Kixing shook his head and said, the rank 8 odd crystal. I want it. Yuo Kixing said while looking at Liuoyu. He sounded like he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Liuoyu did not speak. The long sword that was trickling with blood in her hand was already pointing at Yuo Kixing. Her action reflected her attitude. Young Master Zhuo. This girl deserves a beating, a guy spat out at this moment. The matter of Liuoyu changing classes previously made them a little bit annoyed. At this moment, her attitude made them even more unhappy. Shut up. Hearing their words, Yuo Kixing glanced at them and said coldly, she is from the Luo family. Luo family. Luo Zhaoqi and the others were taken aback when they heard Yuo Kixing's words, and their expressions changed like they recalled something. There were relatively few large families with the surname Luo, which meant that it was that. With that thought, they felt a chill down their spine. That family was not a family that ordinary people dare to provoke. Yuo, our ancestors can be regarded as family friends. Get him to hand over the rank 8 odd crystal, and the matter will be over. Yuo Kixing said in a deep voice at this time. He must have this rank 8 odd crystal today no matter what. Liuoyu did not answer his words, and at this moment walked towards Yuo Kixing step by step. When Luo Zhaoqi and the others didn't understand Liuoyu's movements, when Liuoyu approached Yuo Kixing, he had already swung his sword directly at Yuo Kixing's body. Chapter 213 Liuoyu's background. Chapter 213 Liuoyu's background. Clank. Yuo Kixing drew his sword quickly and clashed with Liuoyu. Sparks flew out. I knew you would do this. Yuo Kixing was not surprised by her attack. But the rank 8 crystal core is mine. He exerted force and unleashed powerful source strength while saying that, and forced Liuoyu a few steps back. Liuoyu frowned. She had killed too many evolved beasts and zombies and did not have all her strength to fight. And Yuo Kixing was peak rank 5. She had no chance to win if they fought. Hand the odd crystal over to me and I will let you go. Yuo Kixing also knew it and pointed his sword at Liuoyu as he spoke indifferently. Due to Liuoyu's background, he did not want to be hostile towards her. He glanced over to Lin Ziu at the side, whose skin was flickering between red and white. His eyes filled with jealousy. Why? Why would Liuoyu fall for this brat? Luo Zhaoqi, take action. The odd crystal must be with that brat. Yuo Kixing's expression became solemn as he swung his sword at Liuoyu while shouting to his teammates. Yuo Kixing had persevered his strength and could be said to be in his optimal state. As he charged forward, he moved like a shadow, making it difficult to capture his movements. Clank, clank, clank. Liuoyu focused on him and swung her sword quickly. Quick at the crystal. Luo Zhaoqi and the others charged towards Lin Ziu. Liuoyu's expression changed. Her sword skills became even more serious and every strike was aimed at the vital organs. HMPH. You can't go over. We will leave once we get the rank 8 odd crystal. Although Yuo Kixing sensed that her attacks had turned serious, she was still weaker and he was a peak rank 5 warrior. Under the circumstances, he was able to hold his own. Luo Yu did not reply but continued dancing with her sword. Young Master Yuo. The odd crystal is gone. Yuo Saoki looked around, and aside from the many rank 5 odd crystals in Lin Zia's bag, and a few other strange objects, he could not find the rank 8 odd crystal. How can it be missing? Yuo Kixing frowned. According to the signal, the rank 8 odd crystal is here. How can it be missing? Unless... Yuo Kixing's expression changed when he thought of the possibility. He blocked Luo Yu's attack and roared. Did he swallow the rank 8 odd crystal? That's right, that must be it. It is no wonder his skin is changing between red and white color. If I didn't guess wrong, he should have some fire-attributed energy inside him that is not inferior to the rank 8 odd crystal. He devoured the rank 8 ice crystal. White bird's odd crystal ice attributed energy for the two to react and produce such an effect. Damn it. Kill him, the odd crystal is in his body. Yuo Kixing's expression became sinister as he roared. You dare? Luo Yu, who had maintained her silence throughout, growled as her pupils constricted. She turned into a white shadow and charged towards them. Yuo Kixing did not expect Luo Yu to unleash such a terrifying speed and was unable to react in time. Luo, Saoki, and the others had sinister faces in front of Lin Ziu as they raised their weapons towards him. Cut Lin Ziu's stomach. Too late. But right at this moment, Lin Ziu suddenly opened his eyes. Clank, clank, clank. Lin Ziu opened his eyes and picked up his spear to block their attacks. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Ziu felt that his body was still alternating between cold and hot. He clenched his teeth and endured it, although it was extremely unbearable. A large number of blazing birds erupted from Lin Ziu's spear. They immediately engulfed the area. Go! Lin Ziu grabbed onto Luo Yu, who had arrived in the nick of time, and charged forward as he blasted a hole above him. Sunlight pierced down into the hole. The two quickly rushed out. Damn it. Yuo Kixing's eyes had a change in expression when he saw the blazing birds dancing inside the channel. He clenched his jaws and released powerful source strength and deflected the blazing birds. The temperature of the blazing birds were very high and caused the channel to become extremely hot. Rumble. Yuo Kixing broke through the mud at the surface and rushed out. He looked around, but could no longer find Lin Ziu and Luo Yu's trace. Young Masters Yuo Saoki and the others ran over, looking extremely terrible because of Lin Ziu's blazing birds. Yuo Kixing's mood was bad. He took out the apparatus, but found out that it had gone haywire due to the high temperatures and the screen was spoiled. Damn it! Yuo Kixing was infuriated and threw the apparatus on the ground. Young Masters Yuo, what do we do now? Yuo Saoki looked at Yuo Kixing and asked meekly after a while. Yuo Kixing's expression changed, but quickly returned to normal. Return to the path towards the airship and block them. Yuo Kixing replied coldly. It was the second last day and they had to return, and they had to pass through the same path to return. Even if Lin Ziu swallowed that rank 8 odd crystal, he can't absorb it that easily. I will kill him and retrieve the odd crystal. Upon thinking of that, Yuo Kixing revealed a sneer. Lin Ziu and Luo Yu moved quickly and hid inside a building. Phew! Lin Ziu was gasping hard. Although he had closed his eyes inside the water channel, he knew of the situation around him. They should not be able to find us here. Lin Ziu gasped and said. But at the next moment, he opened his eyes wide as all the veins in his body seemed to explode. Chapter 214 Level 25. Chapter 214 Level 25. Pain. The icy cold energy and the blazing hot energy clashed in his body and produced countless explosions. The immense pain caused him to frown as beads of perspiration trickled down his face. Use your cultivation technique, Luo Yu advised. Lin Ziu barely grunted out and took a deep breath. He endured the pain and started cultivating with the cultivation technique. With the flow of the cultivation technique, Lin Ziu felt that the pain gradually grew lesser. But the hot and cold feeling still existed. It was not enjoyable at all. Gu Roli poked half of its head out of Lin Zia's bag and looked around curiously. They were inside a dark space with no other creatures around them. Liu Yu sat beside Lin Ziu and used her cultivation technique as well. After all, she had exhausted her stamina and source strength. She was in need to recover. The energy inside his body was constantly absorbed into every cell of his body through the cultivation technique. The cold and hot sensation became even more intense. At the same time, Lin Ziu was able to sense the experience points in his stats board moving extremely rapidly as he absorbed the energy. The number kept on jumping. Lin Ziu did not know how many experience points he had gained, but it was astonishing fast. Congratulations, Master. Level up, you were level 22. I've leveled up. Lin Ziu knew that he needed 300 million experience points to level up from 21 to 22. He only saw the experience points number jumping crazily, but he did not expect himself to level up. He investigated his stats board while constantly using the cultivation technique. Host Lin Ziu. Level 22. Experience points to 40 million. Strength 453. Physique 235. Speed 101. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Rage build-up to 1. Remaining potential points 22. Title Rank 2 Warrior. Not active titles. Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Overall combat strength 4,959. His experience points that were supposed to be at 0 started to rise again. The number jumped to 2 digits. Then to 3 digits. Lin Ziu was overwhelmed with shock. This was the most experience point he had ever gained from absorbing energy from odd crystals. The energy of the rank 8 odd crystal was too powerful, especially after his body had the energy of the red lotus fire and was filled with fire attribute energy. When the ice and fire collided, it seemed to produce even more energy in his body. Lin Ziu quickly added all of his potential points to physique. He immediately felt much better and the pain dropped. He focused his attention on his body. At the same time, the experience points continued to grow. What Lin Ziu did not know was that Engulf was being used at the same time. There was a small string of numbers that jumped from 0, 1 to 0, 5. As time passed, Lin Ziu felt that the pain in his body slowly became numb. When Lin Ziu opened his eyes, he realized that light was shooting in. He felt as though his body was extremely light. I absorbed all the energy. Ding! Engulf skill level up. Leveled up. Lin Ziu was startled and subconsciously entered the system. He could clearly see the number LV3 beside the Engulf icon. What did that mean? So Engulf is level 3 now. So what? Lin Ziu did not understand. But Lin Ziu became stunned when he looked through the notifications. There were countless strings of information. Lin Ziu hit on the notifications and lines after lines popped up. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. You are now level 23. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. You are now level 24. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. You are now level 25. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up to level 25. Awarded 1 chance to draw a prize. Congratulations, Master, for leveling up. You can proceed to unlock rank 2 Gene Lock. Congratulations, Master, for becoming a rank 5 warrior, obtaining the title of rank 5 warrior. The flood of information gave him a headache, but he knew for a fact that he was level 25. And he was a rank 5 warrior at that. This shook Lin Ziu to the core. It required 400 million experience points to grow from level 22 to level 23. How many more millions were required to level up to level 25? To provide so many experience points. How terrifying is this rank 8 odd crystal? Lin Ziu thought about it. He took 3 days previously to absorb the rank 6 odd crystal, but only took about a day to absorb the rank 8 odd crystal. Lin Ziu had a feeling that it was due to the Engulf skill. And at level 25, he seemed to have gained a new skill. Lin Ziu immediately entered his stats. Host Lin Ziu. Level 25. Experience points 0.2 billion. Strength 500. Physique 270. Speed 113. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Mirror Image. Rage build-up to 1. Remaining potential point 72. Title Rank 2 Warrior not active. Titles Rank 1 Warrior, Rank 3 Warrior, Rank 4 Warrior, Rank 5 Warrior. Overall combat strength 5124. Rank 5 I am a Rank 5 Warrior. Lin Xiu was ecstatic at this point. 72 potential points. Lin Xiu added 42 points into strength and 30 into physique. He immediately felt extremely comfortable after adding all the stats. Due to the increase in strength and physique, his speed changed to 125 points. This was the reason why Lin Xiu did not add speed, as the two other stats could influence speed, and increasing speed would not affect the other two. Its value was too low. Mirror image, what's this? Lin Xiu paid attention to the new skill and his eyes lit up. Chapter 215 Return Home. Chapter 215 Return Home. Mirror image activates two identical copies with 30 strength of original. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. Copies that have 30 of my original strength. It doesn't feel too strong. After all, 30 of his original strength would only be able to bully the low-rank warriors. But the noteworthy point was that Lin Xiu could see the words LV1 on the icon. This meant that the skill could increase in level. Just like in golf, skills that can grow are great. Lin Xiu quickly looked at the unique effect of the Rank 5 Warrior title. Rank 5 Warrior when attacked, there is a 30 probability of blocking 50 of harm. Lin Xiu was stunned. This is a good effect. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiu removed the Rank 4 Warrior title and swapped it out for the Rank 5 Warrior title. The swap caused his physique to drop by 50 points. It went down to 250 points. The drop caused his heart to feel pain. Lin Xiu exited the stats, and opened his eyes to see an emotionless face right in front of him. Lin Xiu was so shocked he took a step back, but heaved a sigh of relief when he realized what was going on. I thought you fried your brains. Yuo looked at him curiously and said, no. Lin Xiu glared at her. He looked at her slightly haggard face. Did she stay up to guard me the entire night while I was absorbing the energy? Lin Xiu felt a slight heartache upon thinking about this. She's a lass that acts cold but is actually warm on the inside. It must be because I was looking at my stats that she thought something was wrong with me. One day. You only used 1 day to absorb all the energy in the Rank 8 odd crystal. Lin Xiu looked at Lin Xiu with an unconcealable surprise in her eyes. It was a Rank 8 odd crystal and not something an ordinary odd crystal could compare. How could a Rank 4 warrior possibly absorb all the energy in a day? But Lin Xiu did it. This surprised Luo Yu even more. He had grown from his original state that was not qualified to be a warrior to a Rank 5 warrior in just a few months. That was a few months of time. How many people would never be able to reach this stage their entire lives? It's called talent. Lin Xiu replied proudly. Luo Yu looked at him as though he needed a spanking and could not help but roll her eyes. Lin Xiu's heart palpitated when he saw her roll her eyes. This lass is showing more and more emotions. It truly tickles the heart. Do you want to rest for a bit? Lin Xiu hesitated before asking. Luo Yu shook her head. Today's the last day. Let's head back. It was the last day of the freshman assembly and their bags were all filled with Rank 5 odd crystals. Roly laid on them as though it was asleep. Lin Xiu was surprised at the number of odd crystals. They had unknowingly gathered so many of them. Due to the appearance of the Rank 8 ice crystal white bird, the other students did not gather as many odd crystals over the last few days. We are most probably first in place. Lin Xiu clenched his fists tightly in excitement. As they walked out, the sky had turned bright and the air was much better. The abandoned city looks to be filled with haze. Roar! Just as they walked out, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu immediately heard a roar, followed by a Rank 5 mutated dog that rushed over. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at the mutated dog. As it was rushing over, he used the spear in his right hand and stabbed it accurately into its head. The action took only one breath. Lin Xiu was able to feel that Dark Edge had become much lighter. This was due to the substantial increase in his strength and he had yet to get used to his new strength. Goo right at this time. Roly jumped out and swayed its body for a bit before jumping onto Lin Xiu's shoulder. It then slid down and jumped on Dark Edge and onto the Rank 5 mutated dog's body. It dug out a Rank 5 odd crystal. You can have that, Lin Xiu chuckled and said. As though it understood him, Rolly jumped in excitement and ate the rank 5 odd crystals like a squirrel eating nuts. Yu watched on curiously. Rolly was a mysterious creature that she had never seen before. There were very few traces of evolved beasts and zombies ahead as the ground was covered with blood and corpses. The blood stench was extremely unbearable. According to their speed, they would be able to leave G17 ruin in half an hour and arrive at the airship. As expected, after around 20 minutes, they saw the large city gates that were dilapidated. Seems like the biggest prey has arrived. But right at that moment, a voice came out at the side of the gates. They saw 4 guys and 1 girl that were in uniform black and white battle robes. They looked to be in high spirits and had obviously rested well. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes. Their insignia showed that they were from North Campus Class 1, just like South Campus Class 1. They were all top students to be in the North Campus Class 1. They should be intending to steal the odd crystals in my bag. Z's. You must be Lin Xiu and Liu from South Campus Class 10. I heard that you guys have many odd crystals. The guy walked ahead and spoke to Lin Xiu and Liu. The others immediately turned to look at them when he spoke those words. Chapter 216 North Campus Class 1. Yonghang. Chapter 216 North Campus Class 1. Yonghang. Rank 1 of the freshman rankings of Tower of Tournament and even squeezed Yuo kicking out. The man chuckled. He had short hair and a big build. He had fully developed muscles that were not over-exaggerated. It was as though his entire body was brimming with energy. Oh, I forgot to introduce ourselves. I am Yonghang. She is Tian Zixia. The man chuckled and said, Yonghang, Tian Zixia, why are their names so familiar? Lin Xiu was stumped for a moment, but his eyes gradually grew large. Yonghang, isn't he ranked 2nd on the freshman rankings in the Tower of Tournament, and if I didn't remember wrongly, Tian Zixia should be ranked 3rd. We have no ill intent and only want half of your odd crystals. Yonghang looked at Lin Xia's surprised eyes and smirked as he spoke up. That is because the reward for first prize is extremely important to us, and you guys look like you have plenty. And that's no ill intent, Lin Xiu sneered. Liu was at the front and was already walking over with her sword in hand. You want to fight us? Yonghang's eyes turned cold. How could a rational person want to fight with 5 experts from North Campus Class 1? And 2 of them were in the top 5 of the Tower of Tournament freshman ranking list. And there were 5 of them. And all of them were in their peak states. You talk too much nonsense. Yu replied indifferently. How much nonsense is there in your mouth? The words pierced Yonghang's heart and caused his face to change. Seeking death, Yonghang snorted and grabbed the silver spear that he had stabbed into the ground beside him and thrust it at Liu. Su! His spear moved extremely fast. With a blur and a cold flash, the spear tip was already in front of Liu. Clank! Liu moved her right hand and used her thin sword to block the spear. The collision instantly produced sparks. HMPH. Quite fast of you. Yonghang snorted, and was about to continue his attack when a black spear stabbed right at him. As his spear came forth, vacuum explosions were produced in the air. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes. He did not expect Yonghang to use the spear as well, and he was obviously an expert. Clank! Just as Lin Xiu's spear was about to reach, Yonghang retracted his spear and blocked the attack. At the same time as Liu was about to attack, Tian Zixia intercepted her with her sword. Your opponent is me. Tian Zixia was a pretty lady, but was still inferior to Liu. This made her jealous. You're rank 5 at the same time, Yonghang exclaimed after blocking Lin Xiu's attack. He had paid attention to Lin Xiu when Lin Xiu got first place in the freshman ranking in the Tower of Tournament. After investigating, he found out that Lin Xiu was only a rank 4 warrior. But who would have thought that Lin Xiu would become a rank 5 warrior in such a short time span? This speed was still a bit too horrifying even to a genius like him. You guys from North Campus Class really have a lot of rubbish to spew. Lin Xiu replied indifferently and stabbed forward with both hands on the spear again. His spear moved like a dragon. The eyes of the other 3 teammates of North Campus Class 1 changed and they were about to take action. You guys don't have to do anything. We will get rid of them with ease. Aoyonghang sensed their movement and spoke up indifferently. Upon hearing his words, they nodded their heads and stopped. They watched as Aoyonghang fought against Lin Xiu while Tan Zixia went against Liuoyu and smiled. In their eyes, although Lin Xiu and Liuoyu were strong, they could not compare against North Campus Class 1. Seems like you're slightly talented. Aoyonghang fought Lin Xiu with his spear. His hands turned slightly numb when the spears collided. Hand over your odd crystals and I'll let you go. Lin Xiu snorted and stared at him. Seeking death, Aoyonghang felt humiliated when he heard Lin Xiu. They were clearly the predators trying to take Lin Xiu's odd crystals, but Lin Xiu was the one to threaten him instead. How could he take it? Earth-shattering strike. Aoyonghang held his silver spear with both hands and unleashed terrifying source strength after deflecting Lin Xiu's attack. With a swing of his spear, explosions occurred as the spear cut through the air. Rumble! The powerful attack went straight for Lin Xiu. The terrifying force caused the ground to split and cracks to spread everywhere. It felt like an intense earthquake as the cracks pervaded outwards until Lin Xiu's spot. A dense cloud of dust had formed due to the attack. HMPH. Even if you are a rank 5 warrior, there are strong and weak warriors in the same rank. He looked at the destruction caused by his own skill and smirked. Earth-shattering strike was a peak gold skill and the destructive force was not to be looked down upon. If nothing went wrong, Lin Xiu would be severely injured no matter how fast he could react and block the attack. Just with that, Lin Xiu suddenly walked out from the dust. Lin Xiu had dust over him as he wiped away the blood on his lips and said indifferently, "How is that possible?" Before Aoyonghang could speak, his teammates all looked at Lin Xiu with shock. They knew the might of Aoyonghang's skill, but who would have thought that Lin Xiu only sustained a light injury? Aoyonghang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Why, how is he able to deflect my skill? Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. He almost failed to react in time against the terrifying skill, but the rank 5 title's effect had activated and blocked 50 of the damage. It should be my turn now. Right. Chapter 217 Gold Skill Sand Rock Wall. Chapter 217 Gold Skill Sand Rock Wall. Lin Xiu snorted coldly. Ignoring them, he held the dark edge spear in his hand and attacked Aoyonghang. Aoyonghang was startled and he wanted to block the attack with the silver spear in his hand. Torrential storm of rose flowers. But the moment the spear in Lin Xiu's hand thrust over, it was transformed into dozens of illusions. The cold light on the tip of the spear seemed to sparkle. Dang dang dang. The pupils in Aoyonghang's eyes constricted slightly, and the spear in his hand reacted very quickly to block. This was not an illusion. Every hit was real. But Lin Xiu's torrential storm of rose flowers skill was really terrifying. In just 1 second, he stabbed over a dozen times. Aoyonghang's reaction has reached the extreme, but Lin Xiu still stabbed him in the body. Bang bang bang. Although the spear tip hadn't pierced his combat suit that had a very strong defense, he was still injured and blood flowed from the suit. Aoyonghang opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Since he became a warrior, he had never suffered this kind of injury, and he was actually hurt by a student of Class 10 of the South Campus. This shame immediately angered him. You're courting death. Aoyonghang yelled and the source strength in his body burst out suddenly. Boom! The ground around them shook and the wind was strong. Lin Xiu frowned. This Aoyonghang actually exploded with such powerful source strength. The situation seemed a bit weird. Click, click, click. Aoyonghang's body made a strange sound at this moment as if his bones were changing. Lin Xiu took a closer look and noticed that his muscles were swelling up at this time. Go to hell, the veins of Aoyonghang's body protruded. He held the silver spear with both hands, and with a sudden force on his legs, he attacked Lin Xiu. He actually left a pair of footprints at the spot he was standing at just now. What a terrifying speed. Before Lin Xiu had time to react, Aoyonghang appeared in front of him. Dang. Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear with both hands and blocked immediately. Aoyonghang's attack was so powerful that even Lin Xiu's hand was getting a little numb. Lin Xiu wasn't afraid. The blood in his body was boiling instead. The two fought frantically. As the spears collided, loud noises resounded and gave off a lot of sparks. The other 3 people in Class 3 of the North Campus were surprised to see this scene. One must know that Aoyong was the #1 student in the North Campus, and Lin Xiu, a member of Class 10 of the South Campus, was equally matched with him at battle. He was simply too strong. If the 3 of them attacked Lin Xiu as well, they would probably be able to get rid of him quickly, but they knew Aoyong's temperament and they certainly didn't want to. Right now, they could only watch. HNG. Didn't expect that your strength is nothing more than this. Tanzixia was fighting the Yuoyu with a long sword at this time, seemingly at ease. After keeping watch the entire night yesterday, Yuoyu was in the best state mentally. At this time, while fighting Tanzixia and listening to her mocking words, Yuoyu's expression remained unchanged. Is that so? As she spoke, her swordsmanship became even sharper. Swish! The thin long sword slashed forward and a deep crack suddenly appeared on the ground. What a terrifying sword aura! The sword aura generated by covering the long sword with source strength was simply too powerful. Tanzixia accidentally cut off a few strands of her long hair. Go to hell! Tanzixia was shocked and attacked Luoyu with the long sword in her hand again. Luoyu moved slightly and dodged, although she was not in her peak state. With her own combat experience, even Tanzixia, who was currently stronger than her, couldn't do anything to her. The battle between the two seemed to be equally matched. Boom! While Lin Xiu was fighting with Aoyong, the tip and the body of the spear began to have small flames. Aoyong, who was fighting with Lin Xiu with a silver spear, clearly felt something was wrong. He felt that it was getting hot. What was happening? He looked to the front and saw the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hand. He wasn't sure when flames began appearing. When his silver spear collided with Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear, the entire silver spear became scorching hot due to the flames of the phoenix. Before he could react, Lin Xiu directly held his spear and continued to attack. A large number of flaming birds flew out and flames covered the sky. What is this at this time? Not only Aoyong, but the guys in Class 1 of the North Campus were stunned. The temperature of this flaming bird was extremely high, so high that it seemed like it could even cause the surrounding air to become distorted. These flaming birds cut through the sky and rushed towards Aoyong. Although Aoyong was using a spear as well, he has never seen all the skills used by Lin Xiu before. Damn it! Gold skill sand rock wall. Aoyong gritted his teeth. His eyes widened, and his spear thrust directly into the ground. Boom! The whole ground caved in instantly and all the dirt on the ground gathered together, then formed a sphere to surround his body. Bang bang bang. The flaming birds rushed over there and they were surrounded by the spheres made of soil. HNG, if you hide inside, I will cook you directly. Lin Xiu snorted and waved the spear again. Those flaming birds rushed over there in an instant. A large number of flaming birds gathered together and formed a huge flaming tornado, crashing against the sphere covering Aoyong's body. Boom boom. Aoyong Tanzixia, who was fighting with Luoyu, saw this scene and her expression changed. She wanted to rush towards Aoyong. Dang. But Luoyu didn't give her the chance to, and the long sword in her hand pierced Tanzixia's body. Fortunately, Tanzixia's ability to react was fast. Otherwise, Luoyu's long sword would have penetrated her body. Boom! At this time, as the flaming tornado continued to spin, the huge sphere composed of mud exploded instantly. Lin Xiu, I going to smash you into pieces. Chapter 218 Defeat. Chapter 218 Defeat. Aoyong rushed out of it at this time, looking very battered. His hair smelled burnt and there were a lot of black marks on his cheeks. He had a sinister expression as he held the silver spear and rushed directly to Lin Xiu. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Xiu's eyes. This person still had such a strong fighting power. He was truly a peak rank 5 warrior. You have seriously provoked me. Aoyong's eyes were so huge that they looked like they were about to fall out. This move was originally used to deal with Yuo Kixing, the top student in the South Campus. But let's try it on you now. He yelled, and a dazzling gold light seemed to burst out from the silver spear in his hand. Profound intent. King Kong destruction. Profound intent. Lin Xiu was startled at this time. The pupils in his eyes constricted slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu clenched the dark-edged spear tightly. Under the explosion of a large amount of source strength, the dark-edged spear seemed to be affected and made a clattering sound. His move looked like a very destructive move formed by a large amount of source strength. If he wanted to fight against him, he had to use the same destructive move. Adjudicate definitely cannot be used successfully. The only thing left was Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and leaped up with a sudden force. The source strength in his body burst forth at this time. At the same time, the Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall skill seemed to have undergone slight changes as Lin Xiu absorbed the fire of the Red Lotus Fire and the rank 8 Ice attribute Odd Crystals. It became even more terrifying. Go to hell looking at Lin Xiu, who leaped high in the air and was about to attack him. Aoyonghang let out a roar and slashed over. As soon as his spear thrust out, everything around him seemed to be covered by gold light. The powerful skills used by the two people immediately collided together. Boom! At this time, the surrounding ground shook violently and a lot of dust flew due to the collision of these two huge forces. Bang dang! Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear and the silver spear in Aoyonghang's hand flew out. They fell directly to the ground. At the next moment, the two people's figures also appeared from the smoke. PFFF. Lin Xiu retreated a few steps back and a stream of blood came out from his lips. Lin Xiu wiped the blood from his lips, looked forward, and Aoyonghang's had taken a few steps back as well. His whole body hit against the city gate. Class monitor. The people from Class 2 of the North Campus all looked at Aoyonghang, wanting to step forward to help him. Aoyonghang waved his hand, looking at Lin Xiu over there with a look of disbelief in his eyes. This was the gold profound intent skill. How could it be comparable to an ordinary gold skill? And his chest was very tight at this time. In the next moment, there was a sweetness in his throat as he spurted out a mouthful of blood directly. He vomited more blood than Lin Xiu and seemed to be a lot more seriously injured than Lin Xiu. It seems that you really have some strength. Huh? Aoyonghang stared at Lin Xiu and said. On the other side, the battle between Liu Yu and Tan Zixia was still ongoing, and Liu Yu had gradually gained the upper hand. Tan Zixia obviously felt a little tired. Liu Yu's swordsmanship was really too strong, even when she was not in her best condition. Go and help her. Aoyonghang's gaze changed when he saw this scene. At the same time, he rushed to Lin Xia's side with his bare hands. The three looked at each other and rushed towards Liu Yu. Lin Xiu saw Aoyonghang charging over and scoffed. His body moved and he didn't dodge as he charged over as well. Bang bang bang. When the two collided together, they fought like crazy. This time, neither of them picked up the spears on the ground and fought with bare hands instead. Aoyonghang's close combat ability was also very strong. He was especially good with his legwork. He kicked Lin Xiu's waist and it brought about a loud sound. Divine wind kick. Lin Xiu didn't avoid it and kicked too. A strong wind seemed to spread across his entire leg. As the legs of the two collided, Aoyonghang retreated several steps back in an instant. How could it be he managed to develop his strong skills only after rigorous training since he was a child? In his eyes, he only regarded Yuo Kixing, the number 1 in the South Campus, as his opponent. But how could Lin Xiu's strength be so terrifying? And Lin Xiu was merely a student from Class 10 of the South Campus. If others found out that he was defeated by a student from Class 10 of the South Campus, he would be a laughingstock. Gold skill sand wall fist. Aoyonghang gritted his teeth with blood seeping from them. As soon as he yelled, his fist was covered with a layer of sand. The entire fist became extremely stiff and he attacked Lin Xiu directly. Watch how I'm going to beat you into fool. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, and threw a punch. Silver thunderbolt. Rupturing fist. Boom! When the two fists collided, Lin Xiu felt that his hand was harder than a steel plate. The huge impact made Lin Xiu feel that his bones were about to shatter. Aoyonghang felt even more unbearable. His whole body was filled with electricity and there were bursts of cracking sounds like fried beans from the bones in his hand. Being electrocuted by the strong electric current, his body was trembling constantly. Soon, a little bit of white foam came out. His eyes widened as he fell to the ground. Damn. His body seemed to be paralyzed, shaking constantly. But he couldn't move. White foam flowed down his lips and it was disgusting. Go to hell. Linzius' eyes were full of murderous intent. He looked at Aoyonghang on the ground, raised his right foot, and stepped on his head. Stop it. Just at this very moment, there was a voice from behind. Lin Ziyu turned around and saw that the few people in Class 2 of the North Campus had put their long swords on Liu Yu's neck. Obviously, with Liu Yu's current state, one person against 4 people was simply impossible. Lin Ziya's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He had been fighting with Aoyonghang just now and didn't notice what was happening behind. Seeing this, Lin Ziya's eyes turned cold. Let her go. Chapter 2 and 19. Who permitted you to leave? Chapter 2 and 19. Who permitted you to leave? If you have the guts, kill me. Aoyonghang trembled and spat out. Electric currents were running all over his body. Lin Ziya's silver thunderbolt rupturing fist had harmed him greatly. Endless killing intent surged in his eyes when Lin Ziyu heard his words. He wanted to stomp on his head and kill him, but he exhaled and looked over to the group that had their swords at Liu Yu's neck. Let her go. Let our class monitor go first. Tian Zixia and the others glared at him ferociously and retorted. Lin Ziya's leg dangled above Aoyonghang's head. He was unable to move, and as long as Lin Ziyu exerted a bit of force, he would smash his head into bits. Let her go first. Lin Ziyu looked at them indifferently and replied. His eyes that were brimming with killing intent sent shivers down their spine. On the count of 3, we will let go at the same time. Tian Zixia clenched her jaws and said, Fine. Lin Ziyu replied indifferently. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, Lin Ziyu kicked Aoyonghang over. They also retracted their swords from Liu Yu's neck. Are you all right? Lin Ziyu asked in concern once Liu Yu jumped over to his side. Liu Yu shook her head. With a thought, the thin sword on the ground flew back to her hand. HMPH, count yourself lucky. We will have your lives the next time we meet. The few North Campus Class 2 students glared at Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu and declared. Tian Zixia supported Aoyonghang as they started to leave. Who permitted you to leave? Lin Ziyu spoke up indifferently when he saw them leaving. What do you mean? The expressions in their eyes changed when they heard his words and rebuked in anger. Lin Ziyu pointed dark edge at them. Leave your odd crystals and you guys can go. Lin Ziyu replied. Liu Yu stared at them and tightened her grip around her sword while standing beside Lin Ziyu. Although she was unable to unleash all her strength, it was not a problem for her to fight alongside Lin Ziyu. Impossible. Tian Zixia refused through clenched teeth. If that was the case, they would be eliminated right away. How could they tolerate that? Then we can only snatch it. Lin Ziyu snorted. They had just wanted to snatch Lin Ziya's odd crystals, so they would continue the battle. Upon hearing his words, their eyes changed. Aoyonghang was the strongest among them, but he was reduced to such a state. The 4 of them would have difficulty winning against Lin Ziyu and Liu Yu. Their chance of victory was low. Their expressions were dark and gloomy. A third of it. We will give you a third of our odd crystals. Otherwise, we will fight you till the end. Tian Zixia replied with pain in her voice. Aoyonghang had fainted from the severe injuries sustained while fighting Lin Ziyu. If they did not bring him back to the infirmary in time, he would either go into shock or die. Lin Ziyu frowned and looked at Liu Yu. Their eyes met and Liu Yu nodded. Sure. After hearing Lin Ziya's agreement, Tian Zixia gestured to one of her teammates. Although he was unwilling, he still opened his bag and took out a pile of odd crystals, and placed them on the ground. That's a third of it. Tian Zixia looked at Lin Ziyu and said with a gloomy expression. These were the odd crystals that they had hunted and stole. They believed that they were steadily at first place, but after losing a third of it and against Zhuo Kixing's team, they knew they had lost the position. Lin Ziyu squinted his eyes. There were at least more than 40 odd crystals, and all of them were rank 5 odd crystals. Lin Ziyu nodded his head. Tian Zixia and the team looked at Lin Ziyu cautiously while they supported Aoyonghang out of the city gates. Lin Ziya's body went soft after they left, and he used Dark Edge to support himself. He had sustained injuries against Aoyonghang as well. Aoyonghang was very strong. as expected of a peak rank 5 warrior. But Lin Xiu found consolation in the fact that he was able to defeat a peak rank 5 after entering rank 5 himself. And it was under the condition of not using the system's skills. If he used Fury, he might even be on par with a rank 6 warrior. Fine. Seeing Liu Yu's look of concern, he revealed a smile and reassured her. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. After recovering slightly, he walked over and picked up the odd crystals. He placed them in his bag. Roly leaped out after seeing so many odd crystals. It used its 2 hands to raise the ice crystal white bird's egg, and leaped into Lin Xiu's front pocket. The bag was already full of odd crystals. Lin Xiu was carrying a large-size bag, and as it was full, he could feel the weight of it. He estimated that there were at least 200 and more odd crystals. Let's go. After resting for a bit, the two headed towards the airship. Errant Class Monitor and Liu Yu back yet Lai Ping stood at the side of the airship and asked. The majority of Sacred Region Academy students had rushed back, but there were no signs of Lin Xiu and Liu Yu. North Campus Class 1 Zhang Yin saw North Campus Class 1 students supporting a person over and frowned. The other Sacred Region Academy students also saw them, and felt the urge to fight them. That was because their odd crystals were seized by them. You guys send him over to the infirmary first, Tian Zixia told her teammates. The two nodded and supported Aoyang Hang inside. Tian Zixia walked over to the registration. She saw many other classes had registered their information. The majority of them had dozens of odd crystals. It was already quite a feat. After all, rank 5 evolved beasts were not so easily killed. North Campus Class 1. The old man seated at the table looked at her and asked indifferently. Chapter 220 Points Ranking. Chapter 220 Points Ranking. Tian Zixia nodded, then handed her bag over to the old man. The old man nodded and placed her bag on the machine behind him. Di-di-di. The machine activated and information came up. 208 rank 5 odd crystals. 10 rank 6 odd crystals. Total score, 258 points. 1 rank 5 odd crystal was worth 1 point and a rank 6 odd crystal was worth 5 points. The old man keyed in the numbers and North Campus Class 1 immediately became first place. Tian Zixia's mouth curved upwards when she saw the board. Many of Sakigura Region Academy students exclaimed when they saw the number of odd crystals. So many odd crystals. Diong Lai clenched his fists tightly. It would be much harder to grab first place if that was the case. And they did not know how Lin Xiu was. The airship would not wait, and any achievements after that would be nulled if they did not arrive by 12. Someone else is here right at this time. A few students saw another group appear. Aside from those dead, almost everyone had returned back well and alive. Yuo Kixing, Zhang Yin and the others frowned when they saw them. Yuo Kixing's complexion was not well. Lin Xiu and Liu Yu had disappeared and they were unable to find them. He was fuming with rage upon recalling how Lin Xiu had taken advantage of everyone and obtained the rank 8 odd crystal. He walked to the front gloomily, looked at Zhang Yin and the others and realized that they were South Campus Class 10 people. He snorted. You're still waiting for them. I think they are already dead. It was not easy to absorb a rank 8 odd crystal. The reason why Lin Xiu had yet to appear might be his body had exploded because of the powerful energy inside the rank 8 odd crystal. Upon thinking about this, his complexion became slightly better. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yin and the others were infuriated at his words and glared at him. Scram Yuo Kixing snorted and walked to the registry counter. South Campus Class 1. Let's see how many you've gathered. The old man at the counter looked at them and said. Yuo Kixing looked back at Liu Zhaoqi. He nodded and took his bag over. It was bulging and everyone knew that it was filled with odd crystals. Countless of the other students turned to look. The number of odd crystals far exceeded their expectations. Oh, North Campus Class 1 only has that number of odd crystals. Yuo Kixing looked at the table and saw the number of odd crystals, as well as points earned by the competitor, and smirked. Hee hee. How many do you think I'll get? Tan Zixia retorted coldly. She panicked slightly when she saw Yuo Zhaoqi's bag. It looked like they had no hope of being first. Damn. If not for Lin Xiu and Liu Yu, they would have held first place for sure. Di-di-di-di. As the machine tabulated the score, The screen quickly revealed the contents of the bag. 200 rank 5 odd crystals. 12 rank 6 odd crystals. Total tally of 280 points. South Campus Class 1 rank immediately went to first place. Apologies. Seems like our South Campus Class 1 will be taking first place in this freshman assembly. Kixing glanced at Tanzixia and spoke indifferently. Tanzixia fumed angrily. If not for the 60-odd crystals they had given to Lin Xiu, first place would be in their hands. Right. Where's your team leader Aoyonghang? I can't wait to fight with him. Kixing looked over and asked. Tanzixia glared at him ferociously and snorted. Don't celebrate too early. You might not be first. Is that so? Kixing smirked. The majority of the students were back, and he did not believe that there would be someone who had obtained more odd crystals than them. Lin Xiu. Right at this time, Dang Yin and the others saw Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and immediately called out in joy. Tun Zixia and Zhuo Kixing's expressions changed as they looked back. They saw Lin Xiu and Luo Yu walking over. He squinted his eyes. He did not expect Lin Xiu and Luo Yu to actually look fine. Tan Zixia's eyes were filled with rage. If not for Lin Xiu, they would have been first. Good that you're fine. Let's go register our results. Shang Yin and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Xiu was fine and immediately urged them. It was already 11 plus, and if they did not hit the time, their results would be void. Lin Xiu nodded and walked over and saw the two familiar people. One was Yuo Kixing. The other was Tan Zixia. He. Who would have thought that you would be alive? Yuo Kixing sneered. I didn't expect you to be alive. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. South Campus Class 10. The old man saw Lin Xiu's insignia and asked. Anne? Everyone turned to look over at Lin Xiu. He was only a student from South Campus Class 10. Why were Yuo Kixing and Tan Jixia paying attention to him? The other students did not understand. Only a few Sacred Region Academy students that had seen Lin Xiu's moves truly understood how terrifying he was. This is what we gathered. Zhang Yin took out more than 20-odd crystals. You killed so many? Lin Xiu asked with surprise. And? We took the chance and collaborated to kill them. Zhang Yin chuckled. Only these if you have so few. That's worth roughly 20 points. The old man rubbed his mustache and chuckled. No, there's more here. Lin Xiu replied and placed his bag on the platform. Bang! The loud sound attracted everybody's attention. To look at Lin Xiu's bulging bag. Don't tell me. Everything inside is odd crystals. A few students were stunned by the sight of the bag and asked. Chapter 221 tied for first place. Chapter 221 tied for first place. The old man seemed a little surprised when he saw this bag of odd crystals. The Sacred Region Academy has always divided its students into classes according to their strengths. Class 10 of the South Campus could be said to be the weakest class. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiu would come up with so many odd crystals. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu's strength. It seemed that he was not weak, which made the old man glance at Lin Xiu curiously. The old man took the machine and directly put the bag of odd crystals in Lin Xiu's hand on top of the machine. At this moment, everyone's eyes looked at the monitor. Di-di-di-di. As a series of sounds rang out, everyone turned to look. 205 rank 5 odd crystals. 15 rank 6 odd crystals. 280 points in total. 280 points. Yuo Kixing's eyes widened at this time. How could it be possible? How could it be 280 points? Seeing that his ranking was tied with Lin Xiu's Class 10 of the South Campus, his hands clenched tightly. The rest of the people all exclaimed. It turned out to be 280 points. Isn't this the same as Class 1 of the South Campus? Tian Zixia glanced at Lin Xiu, and her face became extremely ugly at this time. She really hated Lin Xiu. If they hadn't given the odd crystals to Lin Xiu, they would definitely have gotten first place. Could it be that this Class 10 of the South Campus actually picked up someone else's odd crystals otherwise? How could there be so many students from the other classes who didn't know the truth and thought that Lin Xiu was very weak? Were very surprised. Okay, time's up. Let's get on the airship and get ready to return. There was a hint of astonishment in the old man's eyes. After so many years, There had never been a tie in the first place. The decision of who will receive the final reward had become quite troublesome right now. How are we going to decide who gets the first place? Yuo Kixing stood in front of the old man and asked. The reward for the first place in this freshman assembly is very generous. He must get it. It is relatively rare to have a tie for the first place. I will ask for opinions later. The old man said lightly. Yuo Kixing frowned, and seeing that this old man couldn't make the decision, he clenched his fist bitterly and walked into the airship. Damn it, if we collect one more odd crystal, then the first place would have been ours. Li Ping clenched his fists and said in a resentful tone. Lin Xiu also felt a little regretful. They were so close. So close. He shook his head and walked into the airship with everyone. Within a short period of 1 week, in the G17 ruin, there were only about 60 students left from the original 100 students. Nearly 40 people have died in the G17 ruin. The number of deaths was quite high. After all, the people here were all elites. The Yuo was exhausted from before. After she drank the nourishment liquid provided on the airship, she sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated with the cultivation techniques. Phew! We're finally going back, Jiang Yin and Jiang Li said while sitting on the ground. The events of the past few days were too terrifying for them. They almost died in the G17 ruin. As the airship started to move, yellowish rain began to fall in G17 ruin, and everything around it seemed to corrode slowly. The surviving students of the Sacred Domain Academy seemed quite battered, and they were leaning against the wall behind them as they began to enjoy the rest time they rarely had. Not long after, the airship arrived at the Sacred Domain Academy. Boom boom. The plane began to shake and soon landed. We're here. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu, who had just opened her eyes. And Luo Yu nodded and stood up too. At this moment, they were on the other side, and the people from Class 1 of the North Campus were helping Aoyang hang out. After treatment in the medical cabin on the airship, Aoyang Hang's mental state has obviously improved a lot. At this time, he seemed a bit sluggish and was supported by 2 guys from the North Campus. Seeing Lin Xiu over there, his face suddenly became ferocious. I won't forget this. He was gifted and also the class monitor of Class 1 of the North Campus. Yet he got beaten up so badly by Lin Xiu. To them, this was a lifelong shame. You're welcome to come over for a beating anytime, Lin Xiu sneered. You, being provoked by Lin Xiu. Aoyang Hang was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. You'll remember this. He glared at Lin Xiu bitterly. But he couldn't do anything. Lin Xiu followed those people out and suddenly saw the dazzling sunlight. The surrounding air has also become a lot fresher. The air at G17 ruin was really unpleasant because of the pollution. Compared to that place, this was simply heaven. Many students from the Sacred Region Academy who had just walked out of the airship were excited at this time. They were finally back and finally bid farewell to that place. Are you all back? Nanjingjun was already standing there waiting, watching Lin Xiu and the others walk out one by one. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. There were many students who died when they went to the G17 ruin in the past years. The combat strength of Class 10 of the South Campus was relatively weak, and he wasn't sure if their lives would be in danger. Seeing all 5 of them return safely surprised him. Teacher Nan, Shang Yin and the others greeted Nanjingjun. Glad you guys are back. Nanjingjun nodded and looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu, who were behind, then smiled at everyone. The students in our class had done well in the Emerald Forest and got the 16th place, so the whole class can get a reward of 10 points. There were a total of 20 classes in the South Campus and the North Campus, and 16th place was not bad for Class 10 in the South Campus. This was also quite unexpected for Nanjingjun. After all, the overall combat strength of Class 10 was definitely at the bottom, and if they came in last, it wouldn't be surprising. But what he didn't expect was that the class actually came in 16th. Okay, let's go back first. It doesn't matter what the rankings are, and it doesn't matter if you came in last. After all, our G17 ruin is still relatively dangerous. It is not that easy to hunt down rank 5 evolved beasts to obtain odd crystals. Who said we came in last? Chapter 222 If you want to fight, I will fight. Chapter 222 If you want to fight, I will fight. Lin Xiu looked at Nanjing and said aloud, "You guys didn't come in last." Nanjing was taken aback. Although there was Liu Yu from Class 1 who transferred over, and there was also Lin Xiu who was relatively good. Zhang Yin, Lai Ping, and Jian Lai were really quite average in strength. Having this kind of combination in the team, it was already pretty good that they were able to come back alive from the G17 ruin. And he also received news just now that the death toll reached more than 40 people this time. It was one of the highest death tolls. He heard that a rank 8 evolved beast actually appeared over there. Ranking and whatnot. He really didn't expect them to achieve any place. Teacher Nan, do you think we will be at the bottom? Lin Xiu raised his brows at this moment and asked. Zhang Yin and the others laughed when they saw Nanjing's expression. Nanjing was startled, then smiled. Let me guess. Are you guys in the 10th place? Judging the expressions of Lin Xiu and the others, he knew that they must have done well. No. Lin Xiu shook his head. Are you guys in the top 10? Nanjing said with a little excitement. There were 20 classes, and if they could make it into the top 10, it would be considered very remarkable. Guess boldly. Lin Xiu shook his head, but the corner of my mouth curled up and said, guess boldly. Nanjing was taken aback at this time and he gasped, his voice trembling a little as he said, are you guys in the top 5? If they got into the top 5, the class would not only have a lot of rewards, but this class 10 of the South Campus would also be well known throughout the entire Sacred Region Academy. After all, for so many years, no one in the 10th class could get into the top 10. Almost all of them were at the bottom. Lin Xiu raised a finger at this time. First place. First place. As soon as these two words came out of Lin Xiu's mouth, Nanjing's eyes widened. He seemed so shocked that he stood rooted to the ground. First place. Nanjing had never expected to hear those simple two words. Ever since he took on Class 10, he never thought that the class he led could get a place in the top 10. After all, the students were divided into classes according to their combat strength. People in Class 10 have the lowest combat strength. Even the strongest students in the class couldn't be compared with anyone in the other classes. But it's just a tie. The damn South Campus actually had the same score as us, Lai Ping said grudgingly. Good. Nanjing came to his senses, and was grinning from ear to ear. First place. Even if it was a tie, they were still in the first place. Class 10 of the South Campus actually won first place. This year's freshman assembly would probably be recorded in the history of the Sacred Domain College, because this was something that has never happened before. At this time, there was a blast of noise from the front, as if urging them to gather at the field. Let's go there first, Nanjing said aloud. Just like a week before the freshman assembly, they were grouped neatly on the field according to their classes. Class monitor, we got the 16th place as Lin Xiu and the others returned. Some students in the class said excitedly to Lin Xiu. They seemed to be a little battered now and had probably just returned from fighting over there. Not bad. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Soon, a school leader began to speak eloquently on the platform, and after about 15 minutes, Dean Bailey went up on the platform. In the first place of those who went to the Emerald Forest Class 1 of the North Campus. At this time, following the announcement, the people in Class 1 of the North Campus burst into loud cheers. Class 1 of the North Campus. Each person will get 50 points and an extra gold skill card. Second place. Class 1 of the South Campus. Each person will get 40 points and an additional gold skill card. The third place. At this time, as Dean Bailey announced the results, some of the classes cheered, and those classes that didn't win looked really unhappy. Class 10 of the South Campus. 16th place. Each student gets 10 points. Woo! At this time, when they read the name of their class, the people in Class 10 of the South Campus were all excited. The faces of the four classes behind Class 10 of the South Campus turned ugly. The class that was supposed to be at the bottom wasn't at the bottom. Next, it's the results for those who went to the G17 ruin. Bailey Yard said with a smile. He opened the results on the screen projected in the air and revealed a look of surprise. In this year's freshman assembly, it seems that there are many amazing people appearing. The first place, Class 1 of the South Campus. Hearing this, everyone in Class 1 of the South Campus cheered. But before they could rejoice any longer, Dean Bailey continued to say, and also Class 10 of the South Campus. Class 10 of the South Campus. As soon as his words came out, everyone around was stunned. The whole place became silent in an instant. This is impossible. How could Class 10 of the South Campus be the first? Some people were shocked at this time. It didn't matter if the Class 10 of the South Campus had just won the 16th place. It might be that some of the classes were careless. But now, Class 10 of the South Campus has won first place. How could they not be shocked? After all, this wasn't the top 20 or top 10. This was first place. There is nothing wrong with the results. Class 10 of the South Campus is indeed tied for first place with Class 1 of the South Campus. Dean Bailey touched his long white beard and said with a smile. When the rest of the people on the level heard the words of Dean Bailey, their faces became nasty at this time. As for the reward, we only prepared for one team to receive it, so this is a bit of a headache. Dean Bailey patted his head and said aloud. Then let's continue to decide who is in the first place, Audiobook said, standing in front of his class. Oh, does this student have any thoughts? Dean Bailey saw Audiobook stepping out, and Dean Bailey touched his beard at this time, then said with a smile, I want to fight with the people of Class 10 of the South Campus. And only the winner is the real number one. Audiobook glanced in the direction of Class 10 of the South Campus, and said in a cold voice, yes, otherwise, who knows whether someone used some tricks to get first place. At this time, everyone started jeering. After all, the gold content of getting first place for G17 Ruin was far better than the ranking from the Emerald Forest. They refused to accept the fact that Class 10 of the South Campus got first place. Bullies. Some people from Class 10 of the South Campus were a little stirred up at this time. After all, the combat strength of Class 10 and Class 1 was too far apart. If you want to fight, I will fight. Lin Xiu stepped out at this time, then looked forward and said indifferently, Chapter 223 Fighting Audiobook. Chapter 223 Fighting Audiobook. Everyone turned to look at them when they heard Lin Xiu's words. The majority of the students looked at him in confusion. His opponent was the class monitor of Class 1, the number 1 freshman Audiobook. Wasn't he seeking death? Audiobook looked at Lin Xiu and smirked. He was not afraid of a fight, but afraid that Lin Xiu would not agree to the fight. Dean Bailey looked at Lin Xiu and Audiobook with interest in his eyes. It was his first time seeing Class 1 and Class 10 competing. How could it be that the boy was actually at rank 5? He was not weak at all. When they split classes, him being placed in Class 10 meant that his strength was insufficient. This also meant that in the short time span, he actually reached rank 5. What do you think? Dean Bailey looked at the teachers in charge of Class 1 and Class 10 and said, I have no objection. Class 10 teacher replied indifferently. He knew Audiobook's strength, and if nothing was out of sorts, their class would definitely win. As long as they won the battle, they would be in the first place. Nan Zhengjun's expression was not as great. Although he was ecstatic that his class was tied for first place, he knew that Audiobook was already at peak rank 5 and close to rank 6. The chance of Lin Xiu winning him with that strength was extremely bleak. What is Teacher Nan afraid of losing? Class 1 teacher looked at Nan Zhengjun and asked indifferently. HMPH Nan Zhengjun snorted when he heard his words, and looked over to Lin Xiu since he said that it is fine. I won't interfere. Dean Bailey nodded his head, then looked at the crowd and announced, let everything go as it is. Let the competition for first place start now. Start now. All the students were surprised and looked over at Lin Xiu and Audiobook. Then come. Audiobook held his sword tightly and pointed it at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu did not reply, but held dark edge spear tightly. His eyes fixated on Audiobook with fighting intent. All the Sakigard Region Academy students that suffered under Lin Xiu's hands looked over at him. The competitors looked at each other as though electricity were flying out from their eyes and colliding in the center. Although they did not want to admit it, they knew that Lin Xiu was extremely strong. HMPH. This brat will definitely be killed by Yuo Kixing. Tian Zixia looked at Lin Xiu and commented, if not for him, her class would have been first. The prizes for first place and third place were extremely different. Upon thinking about this, she hated Lin Xiu even more. No, that brat's skills are too strange. Ouyang replied gloomily from beside her. Although he had yet to recover from his injuries, they did not impede him. Tian Zixia nodded. It had to be admitted that Lin Xiu was strong to defeat Ouyang. All the students gradually separated and formed a large circle. Lin Xiu and Yuo Kixing both stood inside the circle. Lin Xiu. Defeat him. Zhang Yin waved his fists and said. The people from South Campus Class 10 were anxious. After all, the person opposite them was no ordinary freshman. He was the strongest freshman. And Lin Xiu was just the class monitor of South Campus Class 10. The expression in Yuo Yu's eyes changed, but she stood by the side quietly and observed Lin Xiu. She believed that Lin Xiu would definitely win. The winning class will take first place for the freshman assembly. Dean Bailey stroked his beard and said. It had been many years since such an interesting matter occurred. He stroked his own beard and watched on with excitement. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. He had recovered all his energy, and after leveling up, he felt as though his strength had reached its peak state. It was a pity that Fury was still on cooldown and he was unable to use it. Maybe the battle will be slightly dangerous. Who would have thought that you would absorb the energy inside the rank 8 odd crystal? Yuo Kixing glared at Lin Xiu. A rank 8 evolved beast was rare and he needed the ice attribute rank 8 odd crystal. But Lin Xiu had taken it and actually absorbed it in a short time span. There are many things you can't even think of. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and replied, fine. Let us battle. Yuo Kixing heard Lin Xiu's unbridled tone and killing intent flooded his eyes. He suddenly lunged forward with his sword. He's on the move. All the students immediately flew into an uproar. Yuo Kixing was too fast and he quickly arrived before Lin Xiu. He slashed towards Lin Xiu with his sword. All the South Campus Class 10 people held their breaths as their hearts flew up to their throats. Clank. But right at that moment, Lin Xiu moved his right hand and used Dark Edge to block the sword. This produced a clear and crisp sound. HMPH take this. Yuo Kixing snorted as his eyes glazed with a cold aura. Sword strength suddenly surged forward as he slashed down at Lin Xiu. His sword arts were sharp and direct. Every strike was aimed at Lin Xiu's vital parts. Clank clank clank. Lin Xiu frowned. Yuo Kixing's attacks were too sharp, which was followed up by his explosive sword strength. Lin Xiu was able to sense the sharp sword aura just by deflecting his blows and caused pain in his arms. Yuo Kixing was already furious when Lin Xiu escaped in G17 ruin. This made him go all out. Scram. Lin Xiu became annoyed by Lin Xiu's unrelenting attacks. He pushed forward with both hands on the spear and forced Yuo Kixing back. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Xiu unleashed his skill immediately without hesitation. Chapter 224 Fight for First Place. Chapter 224 Fight for First Place. Lin Xiu swung his spear as he roared and unleashed many gigantic blazing birds. The blazing birds were fiery red and caused the air around them to distort. All the Sakigard Region Academy students exclaimed in shock. They were able to feel the intensity of the flames and the surroundings had suddenly turned extremely hot. The blazing birds flew straight for Yuo Kixing. Yuo Kixing's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. Although he had watched Lin Xiu battle in videos before and had seen the same move. But the temperature when facing the move head-on was truly too hot. If struck, even his body would be burned. Yuo Kixing moved and quickly avoided the blazing birds. His footwork was extremely fast and made him move like a ghost. The blazing birds chased after Yuo Kixing, but were unable to land on him. What a strange body skill. It was far stronger than all that Lin Xiu had seen before. Lin Xiu immediately sensed a pressure on him. It would not be so easy to defeat Yuo Kixing. HMPH. Seems like Yuo Kixing is stronger. Tian Zixia sneered. To her, Lin Xiu's defeat was only a matter of time. Ouyang continued to watch without saying a word. He looked down on Lin Xiu back in G17 ruin and suffered severely after that. If not for Tian Zixia holding Yuo Yu down, he would have died. Upon thinking about this, his fists started to clench tightly. After dodging all the blazing birds perfectly, he rushed towards Lin Ziyu with his sword. The sword emitted a white light aura and a buzzing sound. Divine light stab. Just as his sword was closing in on Lin Ziyu, both Zhuo Kixing and the sword seemed to transform into a beam of light that went straight for Lin Ziyu's chest. The speed was extremely fast. Lin Ziyu was almost unable to capture his strange movements. His eyes turned cold as he clenched his jaws. Adjudicate. Thinking that his skill would instantly break Lin Ziyu, Zhuo Kixing suddenly felt a large burst of power repelling him the instant his sword touched Lin Ziyu. Rumble. The collision of the two powers immediately brought forth a loud explosion. Zhuo Kixing's eyes were in disbelief as he stood in place while Lin Ziyu retreated a large distance and almost collided into the crowd. Lin Ziyu felt a heavy depression on his chest as his throat turned sweet and blood flowed out from his mouth. What skill did you just use? Zhuo Kixing asked. Ordinary rank 5 warriors were unable to handle his skill, but Lin Ziyu was able to resist it and Zhuo Kixing even suffered slightly. Zhuo Kixing was also able to sense that the power that Lin Ziyu had unleashed was almost similar to the skill he had used. What is going on? You speak too much. Lin Ziyu wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and suddenly charged forward. He dares make a move. The spectators were shocked. Lin Ziyu was clearly at a disadvantage, but did not hold his ground against Zhuo Kixing's attacks and instead launched his own. There was a large possibility that he would be instantly defeated by Zhuo Kixing. Dean Bailey stroked his beard upon seeing this and immediately brought up information on both Lin Ziyu and Zhuo Kixing. Zhuo Kixing was born into a prestigious family with large resources that groomed him into the current genius he was. But Lin Ziyu's information was too simple, and that he was even a trash back in Xingyao Academy. Then how did he become a rank 5 warrior in a short span of less than a year? Dean Bailey became curious about this. He looked at Lin Ziyu, and did not feel that Lin Ziyu had consumed any forbidden medicine. That only left one possibility. That was Lin Ziyu was relying on his own abilities to increase his strength. You dare attack me, I'll send you to hell. Zhuo Kixing felt provoked when Lin Ziyu attacked him and his face became sinister. His sword turned to light as he charged straight at Lin Ziyu. Bang bang bang. Right when he swung his sword, dark edge spear stabbed forth. The entire source strength on the spear was extremely terrifying, and the spear released a buzzing sound as though it was trembling. The instant Lin Ziyu swung the spear, it produced more than 10 afterimages. Right in that instant, all the spearheads flashed with cold light, and it felt as though stars had appeared. A series of loud explosions occurred in the air. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. That kid knows by Liyuo's skill. Dean Bailey was slightly surprised. And Lin Ziyu was able to unleash the skill's profound intent. Wait a minute. Is that dark edge in his hand? Upon thinking about it, Dean Bailey became even more surprised. What is that? Zhuo Kixing was shocked when he saw Lin Ziyu retaliate. Clank clank clank. He used his sword frantically to block, but Lin Ziyu had unleashed too many stabs and every strike was filled with immense might. Bang! Following a loud sound, Zhuo Kixing was flung out. The power in the strikes caused him to drop the sword after blocking Lin Ziyu's attacks. Phew! Everyone exclaimed out loud when they saw the change. How was that possible? South Campus Class 10. Actually, forced the strongest freshman, Zhuo Kixing, to this state. Very good. Lin Ziyu must win at this. Zhang Yin and the others clenched their fists in excitement. Yuo Yu felt that something was amiss and frowned. Ha ha ha. I'm bleeding. I'm actually bleeding. Zhuo Kixing spat out blood and laughed fanatically. Chapter 225 Hidden Origin Art. Chapter 225 Hidden Origin Art. Zhuo Kixing laughed and said. He was a bit deranged now and had a sinister look on his face. He wiped the blood from his lips. In the next moment, the muscles all over his body seemed to start to swell up slowly. He, who was already tall and strong, became even more terrifying at this time. Lin Ziyu's source strength covered his eyes. Taking a closer look, the source strength on Zhuo Kixing's body had already exploded into a terrifying state at this time. The light green source strength was continuously released from his body madly. Very strong source strength. This is hidden origin art. Aoyonghang widened his eyes when he saw the scene. The current state that Yuo Kixing was in did seem very terrifying, and the powerful air around him had shocked the surrounding Sakikard Region Academy students. Hidden origin art. A student from Class 1 of the North Campus said curiously as he watched Lin Xiu and Aoyonghang. He really hadn't heard of this kind of cultivation technique. And this is a way to suppress and hide one's powerful source strength in the body. The more suppressed source strength there is, the greater the explosive power when it is released. Aoyonghang said with a gloomy expression. This hidden origin art cultivation technique was extremely harsh and ordinary people couldn't practice it at all. But he didn't expect that Yuo Kixing would actually be able to practice this technique. Also, he was now bursting out part of the source strength which was much stronger than when he was in tip-top condition. That kid, he is so dead. Tan Zixia listened to Aoyonghang's words. Her eyes turned cold at this time and she said bitterly. Compared to Aoyonghang, she hated Lin Xiu more. Crippling spirit Yuo Kixing moved again at this time and immediately used the ultimate move. Yuo Kixing's toes touched the ground and he rushed towards Lin Xiu like a bullet. One could even hear the gust of wind. The long sword in his hand suddenly turned into a dazzling light at this moment. A large amount of source strength has been poured into his long sword, and he stabbed Lin Xiu abruptly. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. Lin Xiu stared at this scene stubbornly, without any fear in his eyes. He bellowed angrily, and the spear he was holding also attacked Yuo Kixing. With the swing of the spear, a long white light was produced which looked like the Milky Way as he attacked. Courting death. Due to the injury just now, he has become extremely enraged. Since when did he ever get injured and even bled? Most importantly, it was Lin Xiu who caused all this. He couldn't tolerate it at all. With so many students from the Sakikard Region Academy watching, it was embarrassing for him. Boom! Lin Xiu's and Yuo Kixing's skills collided and a very loud noise resounded in an instant. The ground around was shaken instantly at this moment. There were a lot of cracks on the ground. What a strong power. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Sakikard Region Academy students were shocked. Especially Nanjingjun. He never thought that Lin Xiu who was in his class would have such a strong power. He could actually force Yuo Kixing, who was practically the top freshman, to this degree. This was really beyond his expectation. Damn, Yuo Kixing's eyes were full of murderous intent at this time, and the skill of Lin Xiu was almost comparable to his skill. If Lin Xiu's source strength wasn't sufficient, he would be seriously injured by the impact of that skill. At this time, he could feel that his right hand, which was holding the long sword, getting numb. Hu-hu! Lin Xiu, who was across Yuo Kixing, was holding a spear in his right hand and he pushed his spear against the ground to stabilize his body. Lin Xiu felt his body aching. The power that Yuo Kixing just exuded was already very close to the power of a rank 6 warrior. He was too powerful and terrifying. Now that fury couldn't be used, it was too difficult to deal with Yuo Kixing. He didn't have a choice. If he waited for Yuo Kixing to continue to attack, he might really lose. With this thought, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and his legs burst forth with strength as he charged out like an arrow. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The spear shot out like a dragon, giving off spots of cold light. H&G, do you think I will be tricked again? Yuo Kixing had already seen through Lin Xiu's trick. Although this move could make dozens of spears appear in a short moment and looked terrifying, as long as he avoided the tip of the spear and waited for Lin Xiu's skill to be over, Yuo Kixing could counterattack. Go to hell. At this time, Yuo Kixing moved his body and dodged the dozens of spears. Then, taking advantage of this gap, he rushed out at this moment. The long sword was about to take Lin Xiu's head. Bang! The long sword moved very quickly. At this moment, it pierced through Lin Xiu's neck. Lin Xiu, seeing this scene, Jiang Yin and others shouted. Liu Yu's gaze also changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. No, it was impossible. There was an uproar at this moment. Yuo Kixing actually pierced through Lin Xiu's neck. Haha. He is finally dead. Tan Zixia saw the scene and burst into laughter. She really hated Lin Xiu. At this moment, seeing Lin Xiu had his neck pierced through, he would definitely die. How could she not be pleased? No, he is not dead. Yonghang also thought that Lin Xiu had already died at first, but in the next moment, he felt a strong aura. No, there seemed to be two auras over there. What is going on? Bang! Just when Zhuo Qixing thought that Lin Xiu's neck had been pierced through by his long sword, he saw Lin Xiu disappear like a smoke bomb exploded. What happened? While he was in a state of shock, he felt the gust of wind behind him. His eyes widened suddenly and he directly attacked behind with his longsword. He suddenly realized Lin Xiu was attacking him with a spear. Zhuo Qixing's long sword was very precise. In the next moment, force burst out of his right arm, and the long sword in his hand cut Lin Xiu's body in two. But the same strange thing happened. Lin Xiu's body once again disappeared. What kind of skill was this? Tianzixia, who originally thought Lin Xiu was killed by Zhuo Qixing, was shocked at this time. Not only Tianzixia, but the entire Secret Region Academy. Even the teachers such as Nan Jingjin and Dean Bailey were shocked. They all hadn't seen an amazing skill like that before. Goodbye. Chapter 226 Mirror Image. Chapter 226 Mirror Image. Just after Zhuo Qixing cut the Lin Xiu in half just now, he heard a voice coming from the opposite side. But when he wanted to take action, it was too late. Because at this moment, Lin Xiu's spear had pierced directly into his shoulder. The intense pain made Zhuo Qixing's eyes widen and the pupils in his eyes constricted. Lin Xiu pierced through Zhuo Qixing's shoulder. Some of the students in Class 10 of the South Campus were so surprised that their eyes widened and looked as if they were about to fall out. Lin Xiu was a student in Class 10 while Zhuo Qixing was the class monitor of Class 1. They did not expect that Lin Xiu would win. Those students were now in too much shock to even speak. They thought that this was impossible, but it actually happened. Mirror Image. The skill that Lin Xiu just used was Mirror Image. He didn't expect that it would have this effect when it was only the first time he used it. However, the cooling time of this skill was a bit long and it couldn't be used again for now. Lin Xiu stared at Zhuo Qixing who was in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that so many people were watching, Lin Xiu would have killed Zhuo Qixing directly. But Lin Xiu knew that if he used a killing move on Zhuo Qixing, the teacher of Class 1 would definitely stop him. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can beat me like this? Lin Xiu's spear pierced through his body. Zhuo Qixing's expression only froze slightly and he laughed. He threw the sword in his right hand directly to the ground and grabbed Lin Xiu's spear with both hands. Lin Xiu frowned. When he tried moving the spear in his hand, he found that Zhuo Qixing had already held it tightly and he could not move it at all. In the next moment, Zhuo Qixing used force and the spear was pulled out of his body. Blood flowed out of his body instantly to the ground. At this time, Zhuo Qixing looked at the blood flowing out and his eyes seemed to have turned blood red. They were filled with anger and violence. The people around them all exclaimed at this moment. This was simply terrifying. He actually pulled out the spear like that. Lin Xiu felt his terrifying power. As Zhuo Qixing grabbed his spear, Lin Xiu moved it no matter how hard he tried. Get lost. Zhuo Qixing suddenly used force and roared. The veins in his hands had completely exploded at this time. The muscles on the entire arm swelled up to the extreme. Looking terrifying, he held Lin Xiu's spear and with a violent force, Lin Xiu was being shaken wildly. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, his hands grabbing the dark-edged spear tightly. But what he didn't expect was that something seemed to spread over his spear at this time. The hands that were holding the dark-edged spear tightly suddenly felt a strong painful sensation. At this time, both hands seemed to blacken. Zhuo Qixing had a sinister smile and in the next moment, he used force again, and Lin Xiu could no longer hold the dark-edged spear in his hand and he was sent flying directly. Boom! Lin Xiu's body was like a kite with a broken string as he fell to the ground. He took a closer look at his hands and they had turned a lighter shade of black. It was still painful. You used poison. Lin Xiu was about to say something, but Zhuo Qixing didn't give him any chance as he rushed to Lin Xiu's side. He threw Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear directly on the ground then waved his fist and attacked Lin Xiu. Black Dragon Blast Fist. Zhuo Qixing roared and lifted his fist when he was about to rush to Lin Xiu's side to attack him. His soar strength wrapped around his fist and a terrifying black body of energy was charging towards Lin Xiu. Such powerful source strength. Nan Jingjun was shocked when he saw this scene. He was shocked just now when he saw Lin Xiu pierce Yuo Kixing's body with a spear. But he didn't expect that Yuo Kixing still had such a powerful force hidden. And this Black Dragon Blast Fist was among the gold skills. It was also one of the top-notch skills. Even he couldn't block that attack. Lin Xiu was in danger this time. Lin Xiu's gaze changed when he saw this. He moved his body, wanting to dodge it. But what he didn't expect was that the Black Dragon illusion that came out Yuo Kixing's fist directly hit Lin Xiu. It seemed to be tracking him. What kind of skill is this? Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw this scene and used without a trace to the extreme. Constantly evading, trying to flee. No way. Yuo Kixing sneered. He stood at the same spot, waving his hands constantly, and the Black Dragon that was transformed out of that terrifying energy body seemed to continue chasing after Lin Xiu under Yuo Kixing's control. Moreover, the body of this Black Dragon seemed to grow bigger and bigger. With Yuo Kixing's control, its speed was already reaching the limits. When Lin Xiu wanted to dodge, the Black Dragon opened its mouth and directly bit Lin Xiu, who was about to leap away. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the hearts of the people in Class 10 of the South Campus had gone to their throats. Go to hell! Yuo Kixing's eyes widened and he slammed his right hand on the ground. The Black Dragon that was biting Lin Xiu hit the ground directly at this moment. Boom! The second it hit the ground, it was like a bomb falling from the sky, causing a huge explosion. The students of the Sacred Region Academy had stepped back a long time ago, but they were still affected by this huge explosion. At this time, the people standing in front were all sent flying. Due to the explosion, the entire center area was filled with thick smoke and dust. Nothing could be seen at all. Ha! He should be dead. Right? Yuo Kixing looked at the scene there and said with a sneer. He wasn't best at using swords but fists. This was his strongest skill. However, not many people knew that. Unlocking rank 2 Dean Lock. At this time, Lin Xiu heard a sound in his mind. Chapter 227 I1. Chapter 227 I1. At this time, a huge pit had appeared in the middle. In the thick smoke, Lin Xiu laid motionless in the middle. He seemed unconscious. But even though Lin Xiu could not move his body or open his eyes at this time, he still had intuition. Just now, Lin Xiu had immediately activated the unlocking of the rank 2 Gene Lock without hesitation. As the Gene Lock was unlocking, Lin Xiu felt a sharp pain throughout his body. This pain was even more intense than being hit by Yuo Kixing's skill. It felt as if every part of his body was pricked by needles. When he unlocked the Gene Lock for the first time previously, Lin Xiu felt exceptional pain. This time, it was so painful that he wanted to kill himself. And Lin Xiu knew that in the process of unlocking the Gene Lock, there was a chance of dying. Although the pain drove people crazy, Lin Xiu still kept himself awake. The cells in the flesh and blood in every part of the body seemed to be dividing and changing. Under the influence of the system, this process became very fast, and the pain Lin Xiu felt was also doubled. Now Lin Xiu's bones started to make crackling sounds like when one is frying beans. His body was constantly changing and evolving. HNG, he should be dead. Right? Tan Zixia was also shocked by Yuo Kixing's move. This time, Lin Xiu was certainly dead. With that thought, she sneered. The students of the Sacred Region Academy held their breaths and watched the scene. As the smoke cleared up, they could see that a huge pit had been blasted out of the ground. And in the pit, they could see Lin Xiu's body lying there. The uniform on him was dirty, and there was still a lot of blood on his face, as blood came out from the corners of his mouth. Haha! Yuo Kixing couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. There was still blood flowing out of his shoulders from Lin Xiu's attack, but he seemed to have forgotten the pain as he looked at Lin Xiu and laughed wildly. Lin Xiu at this time. The people from Class 10 of the South Campus were shocked. Lin Xiu really died just like that. Don't go there. Seeing Zhang Yin and the others trying to rush over there, Yuo immediately blocked them. Lin Xiu is dying, Zhang Yin said emotionally when he saw Yuo blocking their way. Now that Lin Xiu is in this situation, he looks like he's dead. Right. With that thought, they became even more anxious. He's not dead, Luo Yu said as she looked straight at them. Lin Xiu's current state was very strange. But Liu Yu could clearly sense that there was still aura in his body. And this aura seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Even she found this unbelievable. Thud thud. Lin Ziya's body seemed to be pulsating, and the muscles on his body were throbbing constantly. At this time, Dang Yin and the others looked over there and saw this mysterious and weird scene. They were surprised. I won. Right, Yuo Kixing didn't seem to notice this. He turned around and looked at the high platform on the other side, then said aloud to Dean Bailey. At the same time, Lin Ziyu felt that the intense pain from the beginning had slowly dissipated. 99. 1. 99. 2. Although Lin Ziyu couldn't move now, he could still enter the stats board in his mind. At this time, after a closer look, Lin Ziyu could see that there was a progress bar in the corner of the system page. This was the progress bar for unlocking the gene lock. This time, the speed of unlocking the gene lock seemed to have become faster than before, and he wasn't sure if it had to do with his increase in level. As the progress approached 100, Lin Ziyu felt that the pain had disappeared completely, and he felt a sense of comfort instead. The pores all over his body seemed to be opened and his whole body was so relaxed that he trembled in pleasure. Every cell in his body seemed to have undergone a certain qualitative change, and the bones and even the organs in the body had become stronger. No, you haven't defeated him yet. Dean Bailey heard Yuo Kixing's words, touched his beard at this time, and said with a smile, haven't defeated him. Yuo Kixing frowned. At this moment, he had a strange feeling. A strong aura appeared behind him. Impossible. He was shocked and his eyes widened. When he turned around, he saw a figure, who was staggering and trying to stand up. You're not dead. The pupil in Yuo Kixing's eyes constricted suddenly. Lin Ziyu seemed to have died just now. He wiped the blood from his lips and slowly stood up. The students of the Sakekura Region Academy were in shock. After suffering such a powerful blow, Lin Ziyu seemed fine and stood up again. Lin Ziyu twisted his body and instantly let out a series of bone-cracking sounds. Lin Ziyu was very comfortable and felt like he was given a new life. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully unlocking the rank 2 gene lock. There was a sound in his mind. Lin Ziyu felt as if every place in his body was full of power. Lin Ziyu clenched his hands into fists and could feel the strength in his hands. What kind of monster is he? Aoyong Hang was stunned when he saw this scene. How could Lin Ziyu still stand up? Lin Ziyu, who was obviously injured at this time, seemed to have become stronger. Phew! Lin Ziyu breathed out, then stared at Yuo Kixing with piercing eyes and said, now, it's my turn. As soon as Lin Ziyu spoke, he rushed to the front. Yuo Kixing was shocked and his expression turned sinister. Putting up an act. Huh! Watch out for my Black Dragon Blast Fist! Yuo Kixing screamed and charged directly at Lin Ziyu, who was rushing over. He suppressed and hid a large amount of source strength in his body through the hidden origin art. It could be said that Yuo Kixing's body now had the source power equivalent to 2 peak rank 5 warriors. So now he could cast this terrifying Black Dragon Blast Fist again. Just like before. As his skill was released, a large amount of black energy appeared in his hand at this moment, and a black dragon seemed to hover over his arm. Silver Thunderbolt rupturing fist! Lin Ziyu snorted coldly. Watching the punch that had just knocked him down, he didn't have any fear and he directly attacked with a punch. On Lin Ziyu's fist, a lot of lightning had already appeared at this time. His whole fist seems to be covered in electricity. There were bursts of thunder and the surrounding air had a scorching smell. As Lin Ziyu's skill attacked, there seemed to be explosions. Boom! The fists of the 2 people collided in the next moment. The black dragon on Yuo Kixing's fist directly ate Lin Ziyu's fist and wrapped around it. But in the next moment, the lightning on Lin Ziyu's fist directly penetrated the body of the black dragon. The source strength of the two had a violent collision at this time. There was a violent wind around them. What a terrifying skill! Seeing this scene, the students of the Sakekura Region Academy were flabbergasted. Tian Zixia and the others' faces turned nasty, as they clearly felt that Lin Ziyu's strength had improved again. It has improved a lot. The immense power of this punch made Lin Ziyu and Yuo Kixing take a few steps back. HMPH! Lin Ziyu snorted coldly, and before Yuo Kixing could react, he rushed towards him again. Without a trace, Lin Xiu felt that his whole body was full of power after unlocking the rank 2 gene lock. Although he couldn't see any drastic improvement on the stats board, but his whole body had undergone a qualitative change. H still looked like a human, but the cells in his body had already gone through some kind of evolution. His speed was extremely fast. Looking at Lin Xiu rushing over, Yuo Kixing was startled. At the next moment, Lin Xiu attacked with a kick which brought about a gust of wind. Gold skill Divine Wind Kick. The moment Yuo Kixing blocked his front with his hands, he felt tremendous power coming. Lin Xiu's legs seemed to be surrounded by terrifying winds. As soon as he blocked the attack, the skin of his arms was cut open by those winds. Droplets of blood dripped from his hands. Divine Steel Palm. After Yuo Kixing blocked Lin Xiu's Divine Wind Kick, he didn't care about anything else and his right palm slammed over. When he slammed Lin Xiu's body with the palm of his right hand, that terrifying source strength instantly transformed into a huge palm that was so big it looked like it could cover a whole person. Lin Xiu didn't dodge at all when he saw this. There was still a large amount of electricity surging through his fist, and he waved it again to attack. Boom! Due to the impact of the skill, there was a deafening noise again. But this time, Lin Xiu was not shaken off. Instead, Yuo Kixing's body was sent flying. Boom! His body fell heavily on the ground and rolled on the ground as a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Impossible, impossible, you're rubbish. How could you hurt me? Yuo Kixing laughed wildly at this time. His hair was messy and he looked like a lunatic. At this time, the source strength in his body had completely burst out and he moved his leg and attacked Lin Xiu with his fist. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. Yuo Kixing has exhausted all his strength. As long as he was careful and block off his last offensive, Yuo Kixing would definitely lose. But Lin Xiu didn't want to defend, so he didn't hesitate to throw his fist directly at Yuo Kixing. Bang bang bang. At this time, the speed of the two people seemed to have reached their extremes. Like two phantoms as they continued to fight in the field, Lin Xiu's fist hit Yuo Kixing's body directly, every punch hitting the flesh, and there was still a lot of electricity on the fist. As the fist hits Yuo Kixing's body, his body was also covered in a lot of electricity. Yuo Kixing had undergone electric shock resistance training, so his body wasn't afraid of lightning to a certain extent. But at this time, Lin Xiu was pounding against Yuo Kixing's body frantically with his fist covered in electricity, so Yuo Kixing still felt intense pain. At first, Yuo Kixing was still able to fight Lin Xiu and they seemed to be on par. But after some time, he slowly felt that his body was paralyzed by the electricity. Goodbye. Lin Xiu also noticed this change. In the next moment, a large amount of source strength rushed to his fist, and the current on his fist had reached the extreme at this time. Crackling. The electricity emitted a dazzling light. Yuo Kixing's reaction ability had become very slow now. Lin Xiu threw out this punch, right in the center of Yuo Kixing's body. Boom! With a dull sound, Yuo Kixing was completely covered by electricity and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. He hit a huge stone pillar in the distance, then fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore. I won. Lin Xiu stood there. His gaze swept across the students of the Sacred Region Academy around him and said faintly, Yuo Kixing lost. The people around were completely shocked at this time. Yuo Kixing saw that he was about to win, but didn't expect that Lin Xiu would stand up suddenly and seemed to have become even stronger. He even defeated Yuo Kixing, the top student in Class 1 of the South Campus. Hurry up and call the medic. The teacher of Class 1 became extremely gloomy when he saw this scene. He never expected that Lin Xiu would win this battle. Yuo Kixing's family background was not simple, and now he could only get medics to treat Yuo Kixing quickly. Haha. As expected, heroes are cultivated from childhood. At this time, Dean Bailey leaped gently from the high platform over there and jumped down directly. Dean Bailey was also very curious at this time what happened with Lin Xiu just now that his strength became much stronger. But how did you do it just now? I'm curious. Hearing Dean Bailey's words, the teacher of Class 1 who had a gloomy face suddenly rushed up at this time and said aloud, I suspect that he has taken a forbidden drug. Chapter 228 First. Chapter 228 First. Taken a forbidden drug. Hearing the words of the teacher from Class 1 of the South Campus. Everyone looked over here at this time. They were all looking at Lin Ziyu and appeared to have a revelation. It's possible. Otherwise, why did he suddenly become so strong just now? Some people in Class 1 of the South Campus said immediately. Lin Ziyu's strength burst forth and actually defeated Yuo Kixing to them. This was indeed shocking. Exactly, there's no way he could beat Yuo Kixing, the people around shouted. Investigate, we request for an investigation. I don't mind. Lin Ziyu glanced at these people and said faintly. I'll do it at this time. The teacher from Class 1 of the South Campus came over with a device and looked at Lin Ziyu with a gloomy expression. Then, he motioned Lin Ziyu to exhale into the device. If you take a forbidden drug, the exhaled air will be directly detected by the device. With everyone looking, Lin Ziyu exhaled directly at the device. Di-di-di. Soon, as the sound of the machine rang, the test results appeared on the display of the device. Nothing abnormal. The teacher of Class 1 of the South Campus opened his eyes wide at this time, looking at the display in disbelief. This is impossible. Could it be that this kid really defeated Yuo Kixing with his own strength? Are you guys sore losers? Zhang Yin and the others had already walked up and sneered at those in Class 1 of the South Campus. When those people heard Zhang Yin's words, their faces turned red for a second, then white, especially the teacher of Class 1 of the South Campus. His face became even nastier. Class 10 of the South Campus defeated Class 1 of the South Campus. This has never appeared in the entire history of the Sacred Region Academy. Ha ha ha. Lin Ziyu, you have won glory for our class. Nanjangjun also walked over at this time, patted Lin Ziyu's shoulder, and said aloud. He was smiling from ear to ear now. After all, he was the teacher of Class 10 of the South College. If the students in his class have this ability, it made him very happy thing too. Dean Bailey looked at Lin Ziyu and while touching his beard, he said, I hereby announce that Lin Ziyu won first place for the G17 Ruin competition. Dean Bailey's voice was very loud. Upon hearing Dean Bailey's words, the people in Class 10 of the South Campus cheered. The other classes were silent, especially Class 1 of the South Campus, and they looked like a cock that had been defeated in a fight. It was even more embarrassing for their teacher, who suspected that Lin Ziyu cheated. He couldn't say a word at this moment. The reward for the first place is an increase of 50 points for each student in the class. The 5 students who went to G17 Ruin will all get one of the top gold skill cards in the Academy's Skills Pavilion. Dean Bailey had already jumped back to the high platform at this time, and he glanced at the crowd and said, 50 points. You also get to choose any top-notch gold skill card. Hearing Dean Bailey's announcement, these people were shocked. Everyone from the other classes was looking at Class 10 of the South Campus with their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. This is 50 points. Second place, Class 1 of the South Campus. Each student in the class gets 40 points. And those who went to G17 Ruin will get an extra 10 points. Although the second place was still awarded many points, the people in their class weren't happy, because the top freshman, the pride of their class, Yuo Kixing, lost. Ha ha ha. Lin Ziyu, now you are the number 1 freshman in the Sacred Region Academy. Zhang Yin and Lai Ping said happily at this time. The students from Class 10 of the South Campus around them also nodded. Let's go. Yuo walked over, looked at Lin Ziyu, and said faintly. Where to? Lin Ziyu was taken aback and asked. Skills Pavilion. Skills Pavilion. The collection of skills in there was different from the exchange center. Many of them were passed down for a long time. Or skill cards there were not sold on the market. Only those who have received special rewards could enter to choose skill cards. At this moment, Yuo led Lin Ziyu and the others towards the Skills Pavilion. Soon, they arrived at the Skills Pavilion located in the west of the field. This Skills Pavilion looks so small. Jianglai looked at the small traditional-style wooden house in front and commented, aren't they worried that people would steal the skill cards from this wooden house? Zhang Yin was also a little curious when he saw it. This is the Heavenly Iron Gate, and it is harder than ordinary metal alloys. Luo Yu glanced at them at this time and said faintly. Hearing Liuoyu's words, Dang Yin and the others got a little embarrassed. Lin Xiu and Liuoyu went forward side by side at this time. He was already a rank 5 warrior now, and had used those previous skills too many times. Also, the battles in the arena were videotaped, so people would definitely find a way to counterattack his skills. He had to learn a few more powerful skills. You guys are here just when Liuoyu and Lin Xiu walked in. A terrifying voice resounded in the house. Lin Xiu was taken aback. He looked ahead and saw an old man sitting on the ground over there, smoking a cigarette. We are. Lin Xiu was stunned, and when he was about to speak to the old man waved his hand. I already know. Go in and choose. Remember, each person can only choose one gold skill card. The old man said aloud at this time. Lin Xiu was surprised for a moment, then nodded and walked in with Liuoyu and the others. This skills pavilion did not look big, and the decoration inside was also simple. It was like entering an old library, and those skill cards were displayed on the cabinets. So many skill cards. Zheng Yin and the others exclaimed in surprise as they looked at the glistening skill cards around. The skill cards here were almost all gold skills. As they walked further in, the place was filled with diamond skills. There were so many diamond skills and each one was unique. Lin Xiu looked at the gold skills area, and there were a lot of these skill cards. But there were lesser spear arts cards. He took a closer look, and those skill cards at the corner had traces of dust on them. What was this? At this time, the skill cards in the corner caught Lin Xiu's eyes. Chapter 229 Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. Chapter 229 Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. What is this? Lin Xiu looked at the skill cards in the corner. The skill cards inside had a lot of dust over them. They looked a bit dirty, like no one had organized or cleaned the place for a long time. Lin Xiu pushed the glass of the cabinet and reached inside. Soon, he took out a skill card. Who? Lin Xiu blew gently at the skill card he took out, removing the dust on it. Soon, the words on the skill card appeared. Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. This was a skill card that looked very practical. There was a spear-type skill that was just right for him. Just looking at this card, Lin Xiu felt the power in it. This skill card seems very powerful. These skill cards had no introduction on them, but Lin Xiu could feel that the skill card was very powerful. Lin Xiu looked at this skill card and pondered for a moment before he decided to get it. Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. There are more than 20 people who practiced this card in the history of the Sacred Region Academy, but every one of them did not succeed in the end. At this moment, a soft voice came from behind Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was taken aback, and when he turned around, he saw Liuoyu standing behind him. Is it so difficult to learn? Lin Xiu asked when he heard Liuoyu's words. Yeah. Liuoyu nodded, then walked to the corner and took out another skill card covered in dust. With a light blow, all the dust on the skill card was blown away. To learn this kind of skill card, you must pair it with this skill card in order to exert the greatest strength. Liuoyu handed another skill card to Lin Xiu while talking. Overlord Spear Art. Lin Xiu took the card that Liuoyu handed over and saw the words on it. Gold Spear Art. Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder at this time. Ever since he practiced the fundamental spear arts, he had never practiced any other spear arts. Also, he didn't see any other spear arts that could be practiced. After all, as long as you have mastered the fundamentals, other spear arts could be easily picked up. Also, spear arts were quite rare. Tisk tisk. The girl is quite knowledgeable. At this time, the old man walked over and said while blowing out smoke. He glanced at Lin Xiu and Liuoyu, then continued to say, You are right. In the past few years, many students wanted to learn this skill card, but they couldn't even absorb the information of this skill. Not to mention practice. Couldn't absorb the skill's information. Lin Xiu was surprised when he heard this. Logically speaking, as long as you placed the card on your forehead, you could absorb all the information in the skill card, which allows you to have the relevant information and experience of the skill card. But the old man said that others couldn't even absorb the information on the skill card. What is going on? If you can learn this skill, these two skill cards could indeed exert the greatest power when combined, but you can only choose one of them. The old man said faintly at this time. I want this one. Then, Lin Xiu said while holding the Heavenly Dragon Rex the city card. After hearing what Liu Yu and the old man said, Lin Xiu felt that this skill card was even more mysterious. But the more this was true, the more curious Lin Xiu become. What is so mysterious about this skill card that someone who chose this skill card can't absorb the information inside? Are you sure? The old man looked at Lin Xiu with interest and asked. Ever since the news that this skill card could not be learned spread around a few years ago, warriors who use spears would never choose this card. After all, it was very rare to be able to choose a skill card in the skills pavilion. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded. At this moment, Zhang Yin and the others also walked out from the other side with a gold skill card in their hands, and they seemed very happy. They probably picked the skill card they liked. Register and you can leave. The old man nodded towards the wall in front, and the wall suddenly became a huge screen. Lin Xiu and the others took a pen and signed on it one by one, then left. After today's battle between Lin Xiu and Zhuo Kixing, Lin Xius had been known by all freshmen. The news about Lin Xiu defeating Ouyang Hang in the G17 ruin had also spread. It was without a doubt that Lin Xiu was the strongest among the freshmen. Number 1 freshman. Lin Xiu had already returned to the villa at this time. After placing his weapon down, he took the card that he had just taken out of the skills pavilion out of his pocket. I should be able to learn it. Right. Ha. Just then, a black shadow flew over and Lin Xiu instinctively caught it with his hand. Upon closer look, it turned out to be a card. The card was gold with 3 bold and cursive words on it: Overlord Spear Art. Lin Xiu was taken aback when he saw it. You. Then he turned around and saw Luo Yu walking down the stairs. Here you go. Luo Yu said indifferently. You didn't pick a skill card? Lin Xiu asked. The skill cards in the skills pavilion were very rare. Even if they were duplicate cards, they were only available in the skills pavilion and they were not available outside. This Overlord Spear Art was no exception. Needless to say, Luo Yu exchanged for it. The skills in there aren't that good, Luo Yu said lightly. Lin Xiu was a little dumbfounded when he heard Luo Yu's words. If those students from the Sacred Region Academy heard what she said, they would probably beat her up. These rare and unique skill cards were very precious in the eyes of the students of the Sacred Region Academy, and Luo Yu seemed to look down on them. Thank you. Lin Xiu looked at her and said, I just think you are too weak. It will make me feel embarrassed. Luo Yu snorted coldly and replied. At this moment, she didn't look at Lin Xiu and went back up the stairs. Chapter 230 Overlord Spear Art. Chapter 230 Overlord Spear Art. As soon as Luo Yu said that, she ignored Lin Xiu and walked away. Looking at Luo Yu leaving, Lin Xiu was a little bit dumbfounded. She was really as arrogant as before. Lin Xiu thought about it and shook his head, then sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the Heavenly Dragon Rex the City card. Lin Xiu sat on the ground. Without hesitation, he put this skill card on his forehead. But Lin Xiu found it strange that when the card was placed on his forehead, no skill information flooded into his mind. Damn. After trying several times in a row, there was still no effect, and Lin Xiu cursed. This is a scam. How can there be no effects at all? Could it be that he was just like those students in the Sacred Region Academy and couldn't master this skill? Lin Xiu frowned and felt a little regretful. He didn't believe it just now, but now it seems that this skill card really cannot be used. No, I don't believe it. Lin Xiu was also a little annoyed at this time and continued to put the skill card on his forehead. He was completely focused on his forehead and activated the source strength in his body to flood into this skill card. But it was as if a stone sinking into the sea and nothing happened at all. Just when Lin Xiu was about to give up, he heard the system prompt. Unknown energy found. Does Master want to absorb it? At this time, the clear voice of the system rang out and the engulf skill seemed to light up too. Choose to engulf. Lin Xiu was overjoyed when he heard the prompt and chose to accept without hesitation. Ding! The engulf skill is activating. 0, 1, 0, 2. At this moment, Lin Xiu found that there was a progress bar on the system interface, which appeared to be downloading slowly. Lin Xiu held his breath. This heavenly dragon Rex the City skill card was still placed on his forehead and he did not put it down. Because Lin Xiu knew that the engulf skill must be absorbing the contents of this skill card. It seemed that there were more and more magical effects after the engulf skill leveled up. Time passed bit by bit. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, he found that the progress bar on the system interface was showing 100. Ding! The absorption is completed. As soon as the prompt in the system resounded, Lin Xiu felt a lot of information had rushed into his mind from this skill card. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide because the information rushed into his mind all at once, and his head felt a little painful at this time. Damn! He gritted his teeth. After some time, Lin Xiu finally composed himself and panted heavily. Click! The skill card that was originally on Lin Xiu's forehead had fallen to the ground at this time. Lin Xiu took a closer look and realized this skill card has become dull. Just like an ordinary skill card would. Phew! Before Lin Xiu could even heave a sigh of relief, he saw his surroundings change suddenly. He was suddenly in a war-torn world from the first-person point of view. A man was holding a long spear that gave off light in the dark night and he suddenly jumped from the fortress. Then, he suddenly thrust the spear and a white dragon-shaped energy body was instantly released from the spear. The crowd across was instantly annihilated in an instant. Who? This terrifying scene made Lin Xiu sweat all over, and he quickly returned to his senses from the strange scene. Looking around, Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief. What happened just now? Why did he see those things? Could it be that this is some information that was stored in this skill card? Before Lin Xiu had the time to think about it, the skill information of Heavenly Dragon Rex the City rushed into his mind. In a short moment, Lin Xiu was extremely familiar with the content of this skill. This skill was much stronger than those he learned before. It could be regarded as the gold skill that was closest to a diamond skill, and the power of this skill at its later stage seemed to be comparable to a diamond skill. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment, then took out another skill card. Overlord Spear Art. Luo Yu and that old man said that if used together, it would allow this skill to become stronger, which made sense. Lin Xiu didn't think much about it and put the Overlord Spear Art card on his forehead. It was different from the Dragon Rex the City's skill card from before. As soon as he used this Overlord Spear Art, a large amount of skill information poured into his head. It didn't take long for Lin Xiu to absorb all the skill information into his mind. After absorbing the information from 2 cards in a row, Lin Xiu's head was still hurting a little at this time. Lin Xiu stood up and thought about the Overlord Spear Art skill. He was still quite taken aback by it. This Spear Art and the Spear Art he used before had their differences. The general Spear Arts was a coordination of attacking and blocking, but this Spear Art emphasizes on attacking. The entire Spear Art has no defense and only offense. It was simply the Spear Art of either you die, or I die. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, then held the dark edge spear in his hand and waved the spear according to the Spear Art information in his mind. Clang clang clang. With the use of the Overlord Spear Art, this dark edge spear made a sound and it began to shake. Boom boom. The spear danced and there were explosions in the air. The ground shook slightly. What an overbearing Spear Art. And when Lin Xiu was trying to use the Dragon Rex the City skill, a louder sound echoed and Lin Xiu was stunned. His chest felt tight as a mouth of blood spurted out. Dang! The spear touched the ground and Lin Xiu was panting as he looked at the blood he spat out. This skill was truly powerful. When he swung the spear, the impact generated even affected him. Damn! Lin Xiu wiped the blood from his lips. If he continued to practice like this, he would have died before he could even master the Spear Art and skill. Chapter 231 Challenge. Boom! Just as Lin Xiu was about to practice, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Lin Xiu frowned, then walked over to the door and saw a figure standing here. Yi. The Yi who had fought with him in the Tower of Tournament. What was he doing here? I heard that you were the #1 freshman now, right? Yi looked at Lin Xiu, then said coldly. When he recalled being defeated by Lin Xiu and having so many people known about it, it felt very uncomfortable. After all, Lin Xiu's strength barely reached rank 4 yet. As a rank 5 peak warrior at that time, he was actually defeated by Lin Xiu. Although Lin Xiu used some clever tricks, it was still shameful for him. The only way to wash away the shame was to defeat Lin Xiu. Go straight to the point. Lin Xiu looked at him and said, "You wouldn't have visited without an ulterior motive. This chap probably wanted to have a rematch. Lin Xiu defeated him previously and he probably held a grudge. After all, Lin Xiu tricked him to win. Next Monday, do you dare to have another match against me at the Tower of Tournament?" Yi said, looking at Lin Xiu straight in the eye. "Why should I go?" Lin Xiu raised his brows and said indifferently. Yi came to look for him, which meant that he clearly was confident in winning and wanted to wash away the shame from before. If Lin Xiu simply agreed to it, wouldn't it be digging a pit for himself? "If you win, this is yours." Yi seemed to know that Lin Xiu would refuse. At this time, he took out a card from his pocket and placed it in front of Lin Xiu. Looking at the bright light emitted by this card, Lin Xiu's eyes changed. Diamond Body Skill Card. Diamond cards were very precious. Even ordinary diamond skills were very valuable. But what Yi took out at this time was a body skill card, which was rarer than diamond skills. Seeing Lin Xiu's eyes, the corners of Yi's mouth curled up. He believed that as long as there was a temptation, Lin Xiu would definitely agree to fight him. When the time comes, he could not only wash away the shame, but also cripple Lin Xiu. Thinking of this, there was a gleaming light in Yi's eyes. "I accept your challenge." Lin Xiu took a deep breath, weighed the pros and cons, looked away from the diamond card, then looked at Yi and said, he was now a rank 5 warrior. As long as he reached rank 6, he could learn new diamond skills, as well as diamond body skills. His current gold body skill was starting to be unable to keep up with him. And now that Lin Xiu had activated his analytic eye, he could clearly see that Yi has advanced to the level of a rank 6 warrior. A rank 6 warrior and a rank 5 warrior were of totally different levels. This was also why Yi was so bold to challenge Lin Xiu. Now that Lin Xiu had fury and mirror image, even if Yi was a rank 6 warrior, Lin Xiu was not to be trifled with. And if Lin Xiu lost, it wasn't a big deal. But if he won, he could get this extraordinary diamond body skill card. "Next Monday, I will be waiting for you on the 22nd floor of the Tower of Tournament," Yi said with his mouth cocked at this time. His guess was right. Lin Xiu really took the bait. "By the way, you haven't participated in the Tower of Tournament for so many days and your rankings have fallen. You have to fight from the first floor. If you can't make it all the way up, you won't even be able to see my shadow." Yi laughed and walked away. Lin Xiu looked at his retreating back and his eyes narrowed at this time. Someone sent a precious diamond body skill card right to his doorstep. Why wouldn't he take it? "Young Master Hang, it's done." After Yi left Lin Xiu, he walked over to a pavilion on the other side and looked at Aoyang Hang, who was standing there, as he spoke respectfully. "Yes." He challenged Lin Xiu this time mainly because Aoyang Hang looked for him and wanted to get rid of Lin Xiu. He accepted the challenge, Aoyang Hang said subconsciously at this time. Thinking of the scene in the D17 ruin, he trembled with anger. He was actually beaten up by this guy from class 10 of the South Campus and he almost couldn't make it back alive. He must take this revenge. But today, even Huo Kixing was defeated by Lin Xiu. He knew that he would not be Lin Xiu's opponent. Lin Xiu has now become the #1 student among freshmen, but he knew that Yi had a grudge with Lin Xiu, and that Yi had advanced to rank 6 warrior a few days ago. He could use Yi to teach Lin Xiu a vicious lesson. Of course, it would be even better if Lin Xiu was killed. And this kid saw the diamond body skill and immediately agreed. Yi nodded at this time and said respectfully. Yi knew that Aoyang Hang came from a powerful family, so his tone was so respectful. "HNG, that diamond body skill is something that my ancestors prepared for me to use after reaching rank 6. Of course it is powerful," Aoyang Hang said with a sneer at this time. "By the way, take this." Aoyang Hang seemed to have thought of something at this time and handed a black box to Yi. "What is this?" Seeing this strange thing, Yi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took the box. After opening the box, Yi was stunned and his eyes were filled with shock. "Who?" Lin Xiu took a deep breath at this time. When he was planning to continue practicing, He suddenly recalled that he had many lottery chances that were not used yet. He wanted to see if there was anything good. Perhaps he could get something like a good skill. Lin Zhu, who was sitting on the floor, instantly went into his mind. In the column showing the number of chances, Lin Zhu suddenly found that the number of draws had unknowingly accumulated to 6 times. He entered the system draw page directly without hesitation. The familiar turntable appeared and words appeared in Lin Zhu's mind. 12 grids. Each grid was either skills, union coins, weapons, combat suits, etc., and a grid which was a mystery. The rewards were very common and there wasn't any large number of skill cards like before. After some thought, Lin Zhu spun the turntable. He used one chance and the draw started. Chapter 232 Obtaining the Super Vitality Gift Pack. Chapter 232 Obtaining the Super Vitality Gift Pack. When Lin Zhu clicked to draw the prize again, the turntable started spinning. It spun very quickly at the beginning and gradually slowed down. Skill card. I want a skill card. There were more skill card slots separated into silver, gold and even diamond skill cards. If he got a diamond skill card, he could exchange it for a large number of points even if he could not use it. The needle stopped and the notification came out. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a gold skill card. Following this system notification, a gold light appeared before him. The skill card floated in front of Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu reached out for the gold card, and all his excitement disappeared when he saw the weapon type of the skill card. Turning to utter disappointment, it was a rod skill that was useless to him. Left with no other choice, Lin Zhu continued to draw the prize and quickly used up his remaining 5 chances. The second was a claw-type weapon that was good in quality but useless for him. The third was a silver skill card. The fourth was 1 million union coins. Damn you, you're cheating me! Lin Zhu was fuming with rage. If the system was an actual android in front of him, Lin Zhu would have beaten it up. It was truly a cheat. Aside from the first gold skill card that was passable, all the other rewards were trash. Last draw. Grand prize or that diamond skill card. Lin Zhu watched as he exhausted the last draw and clasped his hands to pray. If he got rubbish again, Lin Zhu felt that he would vomit blood. The turntable's needle started spinning frantically. Lin Zhu stared at the turntable and suddenly roared out loud. Stop. Right when he finished his word, the needle gradually slowed down. It swayed and seemed as though it was about to stop at the union coin section. Screw! Lin Zhu cursed out loud. Sacred Region Academy used its own currency and points, and the union coins were practically useless. Even if he had a few billion union coins, they would be useless. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Super Vitality Gift Pack. Just as Lin Zhu was fuming with rage, he suddenly heard the notification and was stunned. He looked carefully and saw that the needle had moved slightly off the union coins, so he did not get the union coins. He landed on the section instead. So I see. Fortunately, it's not union coins. It can be anything but union coins. Lin Zhu was curious. What was this Super Vitality Gift Pack? The name of it sounds like some medicine or healing item. Before Lin Zhu could make a guess, a red gift pack dropped from the sky. Bang! The gift pack was not big, and Lin Zhu quickly untied the rope and retrieved the items inside. Is this some quack medicine? Lin Zhu looked at the items and did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were more than 10 of the quack ointment, a small bottle of pills and another bottle of pale blue liquid. There were roughly 20 odd pills and only a little bit of pale blue liquid. There was no introduction to any of the items. Let's have a go at it. Lin Zhu thought about it and opened a bottle. A fragrant smell came out upon opening, and Lin Zhu could not help but take a deep breath. Super Vitality. This should be used to cure injuries. Right. Lin Zhu took a pill out that was the size of a little fingernail. It emitted a fragrant smell. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Zhu swallowed it. Gulu. Lin Zhu thought he had swallowed a peppermint sweet and instantly felt refreshed upon consuming it. It surged from his throat to his entire body. The light internal injury from using Heavenly Dragon Rex the city seemed to have disappeared as well. This is really good. Lin Zhu became ecstatic. Although he knew that it was meant to heal injuries, He thought that its medicinal effects would be ordinary. Who would have thought that it would be so powerful? Lin Xiu was able to sense that his stamina had recovered, and he became extremely focused. Not only can the pill heal injuries, it would restore his stamina. Aside from the quack medicine, Lin Xiu believed that the pale blue liquid would be extremely beneficial as well. But since it was limited, Lin Xiu decided to try it in the future after sustaining severe injuries. Continue training? Lin Xiu clenched his fists and muttered to himself. It was exactly like receiving a pillow when one decides to take a nap. Training Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city, and Overlord's spear art would affect his body. So he decided to take advantage of the medicinal properties and train at the same time. This way, all the injuries caused by the skill would be recovered, and he did not have to worry about training in the tyrannical skills that would cause harm to his body. Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu picked up Dark Edge and started swinging. Bang bang bang. Explosions came out when he swung his spear. The Overlord spear art was extremely powerful. Just swinging the spear would induce vacuum explosions in the air, and the might of Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city was most probably even stronger. Lin Xiu did not dare use it recklessly, or the entire villa might be destroyed. Pooh! After training the spear art for a bit, Lin Xiu felt pain in his meridians, and his organs seemed to be unable to tolerate it. He had unlocked his second gene lock and evolved his body further, but sustained such damage. If any ordinary warriors attempted the skills, who knew what might happen? This skill and spear art is truly tyrannical. But Lin Xiu became even more ecstatic. The more powerful it was, the more he trained, the more valuable it would be. Chapter 233 Feeling of Unease. Chapter 233 Feeling of Unease. Lin Xiu continued to swing Dark Edge and dance in the large hall. Be it Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city or Overlord spear art, both were extremely tyrannical. Spear arts and skills focused on offense and did not care much about defense. It was said that the final defense is the offense. This phrase explained Overlord spear art the best. The skill and spear art was too strong, and Lin Xiu was able to sense the tyrannical Kai while training it. This Kai brought immense pain to his body. Lin Xiu would occasionally have blood in his mouth as well. If not for Lin Xiu's second gene lock that strengthened his body, an ordinary body would never have been able to endure the skills. Fortunately, the Super Vitality gift pack came in time. The 20 pills proved extremely effective for the injuries in his body. While practicing, he would reach his limit and swallow another pill. The internal injuries and pain in his body would quickly recover and subside. The exhaustion and loss of strength from training in the skill and spear arts would recover as well. At this time, Liu Yu was seated in her own room. She received an email and frowned. Just like that, Lin Xiu repeated this repetition all the way to the morning. It's morning. Lin Xiu rubbed his tired eyes and looked at the light that shot in through the window as he stretched. That's right. I trained in the skill and spear arts for the entire day and fell right asleep after that. The bottle of pills was right beside him with only 8 pills left. Although it was a pity that he finished 12 in one day, the good news was that Lin Xiu had grasped Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city and Overlord spear art completely. He was able to control the strength and power when using it and no longer suffer harm from the tyrannical power of the skill. He looked at the table and noticed a set of breakfast on it. It was still warm as though it was prepared not long ago. Lin Xiu revealed a smile at the sight of this and felt warmth in his heart. Liu Yu always made breakfast for him, and according to her, it was always her over-preparing and having leftovers. But Lin Xiu knew she was acting cold but filled with warmth inside. Lin Xiu headed to class after breakfast. Class monitor, so early today. Just as Lin Xiu opened the doors to the training room, Lai Ping walked over and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded his head. After returning from G17, Lai Ping had grown a lot stronger. As expected, dangerous places would temper an individual greater, be it willpower or strength. Dangerous places were also good places to train. But what Lin Xiu found strange was that Liu Yu did not come here. Where did she go? Morning. Lin Xiu Shangyin walked over and waved at him. Lin Xiu Shangyin waved his hands right in front of Lin Xiu's face when he noticed Lin Xiu in a daze. What's up? Lin Xiu regained himself and asked. You were stoning. Did you overdo it last night? Zhang Yin was more familiar with Lin Ziyu and started to tease him. Screw you. Lin Ziyu glared at him when he heard him. Lin Ziyu felt a little strange, as though his heart was feeling uneasy. He sensed that something might have happened. He was about to head to the arena at 1 to spar with Yu Yi. Would something happen? Lin Ziyu frowned. Regardless of what happens, I won't shrink back. He headed to the gravity room. He was already used to 4 times gravity, and after unlocking his second gene lock and becoming a rank 5 warrior, he had become a lot stronger than before. I should be able to adapt to 6 times gravity now. Right. Upon thinking about it, Lin Ziyu slotted his card into the machine and activated it before clicking on 6 times gravity. Lai Ping and Zhang Yin, who were relaxing inside, suddenly had a change in expression. What the? They were forced straight to the ground from standing positions. They had difficulty in breathing, and it felt as though their brains were cut short of oxygen. How many times gravity is this? Lai Ping clenched his teeth and said. They had become rank 4 warriors the night before, but did not expect to feel unbearable under this gravity. But Lin Ziyu stood as though there was no difference. Unlocking the second gene lock had affected his body greatly, and improved his physique substantially. Although his movements had turned slower and had been impacted, he was able to accept the intensity. Lin Ziyu activated the laser beam training, and the ceiling opened up for many laser machines. Bang bang bang. They shot at Lin Ziyu right away. The dense cluster of laser beams looked as though there were no delays in between and was extremely terrifying. What the hell? Lai Ping stood up after much difficulty, and his face changed when he saw Lin Ziyu's training. Zhang Yin's expression was also of shock as they both quickly hid at the corner. Lin Ziyu continued to avoid all the laser beams. The laser beams came extremely close one after another, but it was nothing for Lin Ziyu as he avoided them. Bang bang bang. All the laser beams struck the ground that was made out of a unique material that caused the laser beams to bounce off and shoot towards Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu continued to avoid every single laser beam that missed him by a hair's breadth. These laser beams were nothing to Lin Ziyu. This is too much. Zhang Yin and Lai Ping gulped down their salivas at the sight of Lin Ziyu's training. They already had difficulty moving under the heavy gravity, but Lin Ziyu was able to avoid all the laser beams. This was a strength that they could no longer strive for. They were simply eating his dust. Chapter 234 Entering the Tower of Tournament Again. Chapter 234 Entering the Tower of Tournament Again. Not long after, Lin Ziyu saw that it was almost time. He took a deep breath and turned off the laser training directly. Yuoyu. Just when Lin Ziyu turned around and wanted to call Yuoyu, he remembered that Yuoyu hadn't come today. He had been cultivating here with Yuoyu in the past and got a little used to telling her every time he was done. When he looked back, he saw that Zhang Yin and Lai Ping were in the corner. The two of them were already pale at this time, like they were trying very hard to hang in there. Lin Ziyu quickly adjusted the gravity and removed it. Phew! Lai Ping and Zhang Yin fell on the ground and panted. They felt like they were going to die just now. Are you guys alright? Lin Ziyu said apologetically to Lai Ping and Zhang Yin. Just now, Lin Ziyu was immersed in his training and forgot that these two people were here. With their physique, being able to withstand 7 times the gravity up to this moment was pretty impressive. We're okay. But Lin Ziyu, you're a little weird today. Zhang Yin panted and said. Yes. It seems like you're a little distracted. Lai Ping agreed at this time. Lin Ziyu was startled when he heard their comments. Indeed, he seemed to be a little dazed. Could it be because he hasn't seen Yuoyu since yesterday afternoon? It can't be. Right. Lin Ziyu shook his head quickly. Could it be that he had fallen for that chick when he thought about Yuoyu's icy face? He had a strange feeling. Ding. Just then, the hourly chime sounded, and Lin Ziyu saw that it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning over there. You guys practice first. I'll get going. It was almost time he took a break, ate something and could head to the Tower of Tournament already. This time, he must defeat that Yu Yi. Thinking of that diamond body skill card, Lin Ziyu's eyes lit up. The body skill card was rare, and this time, not only was it a body skill card, it was also a diamond body skill card. This was extremely rare. Usually, diamond body skill cards were rarely seen. Even the Sakikrid Region Academy's exchange center didn't have a diamond body skill card for exchange. Lin Xiu took a short break and it was noon. He ate his lunch and rested for a while more, then headed straight to the Tower of Tournament. He's here. He's here. He is Lin Xiu, the top freshman who defeated Yuo Kixing. As Lin Xiu walked over, there were already quite a few students standing around at the Tower of Tournament. When they saw Lin Xiu, they began to whisper. Their eyes were filled with fear when they thought about how Lin Xiu defeated Yuo Kixing that day. The strength that Lin Xiu displayed that day was really terrifying. Lin Xiu stood beside the list over there, ignoring the people who were sizing him up. He hadn't gone to the Tower of Tournament ever since he left for the G17 ruin. At this moment, not only was his name gone from the freshman ranking, but Yuo Kixing and Ouyang Hun's names were gone too. It was replaced by some unfamiliar names. Lin Xiu knew that now he had to start from the first level and fight his way up. He really came? Yu Yi, who was on the 22nd floor, could clearly see the situation below through the screen over there. Seeing Lin Xiu's figure, his eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. And because he spread the news on the school forum, there was already a large number of Sacred Region Academy students waiting around the 22nd floor. Ha ha ha. The freshman wants to fight Yu Yi. I don't believe that kid can reach this floor this time. I think he might not even make it to the 20th floor. Which freshman could reach such a high level anyway? That kid only made it because he used trickery the previous time. At this moment, the surrounding students have begun to whisper. Almost all the students thought that Lin Xiu had no chance of fighting against Yu Yi on the 22nd floor. But there were still many people who were looking forward to it. After all, the news about Lin Xiu defeating Yuo Kixing and Ouyang Hang had spread in the academy. Not only the entire freshman cohort, but even the students of the Sakikrid Region Academy and other grades knew that Lin Xiu was the top freshman now. Lin Xiu walked in with his dark edge spear at this time, handed his information card to the staff, and soon, the first battle began. There were more and more people watching Lin Xiu's live battle under the Tower of Tournament, especially because of Lin Xiu's battle previously. The freshmen who admired Lin Xiu's super combat ability were all rushing to watch. Only the first floor. I think it would take quite some time for him to reach the 22nd floor. He probably wouldn't be able to fight Yu Yi today. Right. Just as a large number of students were discussing, Lin Xiu easily defeated the warrior on the first floor. Then, he went directly to the second, third, fourth floors. At this time, the students were dumbfounded. Lin Xiu's battle duration was so short. He defeated a warrior in almost a few seconds. The longest he took was only about 10 seconds. At this moment, Lin Xiu was constantly going up the tower like he was taking an airplane, so ridiculously fast. Damn, this speed is too fast. Some second-year students wanted to see the strength of the so-called top freshman. But the moment they saw this, they were shocked. Haha. I knew that Lin Xiu's strength is amazing. Lai Peng, Dang Yin and Jiang Lai all saw the news from the school forum that the one freshman and Yi were fighting on the 22nd floor of the Tower of Tournament. They went over at this time and stood in front of the big screen on the first floor of the Tower of Tournament, watching Lin Xiu's battle excitedly. After returning from the G17 ruin, Lin Xiu's strength has obviously changed the most. At this moment, he was about to enter the 22nd floor without any difficulty. This floor is our second-year student Zhang Yizhai, our rank 5 warrior. This kid probably can't defeat him. Some second-year students watched in shock as Lin Xiu continued to win and reached the 20th floor very quickly. Almost all the students above the 15th floor were second-year students. Lin Xiu defeated several second-year students, which immediately made them very upset. Hee. Freshman, you seem quite arrogant. But this is the furthest you will go. Zhang Yizhai held a huge hammer and smiled at Lin Xiu. Chapter 235, Entering the 22nd floor. At this time, more and more people watched the live broadcast of the battle. One freshman wants to challenge a second-year student. This piece of news had spread to almost every student. This was a battle related to their pride as second-year students, so countless second-year students were staring at the live broadcast. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Yizhai holding the hammer. Through the analytic eye, He found out that Zhang Yizhai's power attribute was very high and his physique was also great, but his speed was much lower than the two other attributes. 1 minute. Lin Xiu stared at him, then raised a finger and said out loud, 1 minute, what a minute. At this time, the students went blank when they heard Lin Xiu's words. They didn't really understand. I only need 1 minute to beat you. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Yizhai and explained like he knew Zhang Yizhai's doubts. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yizhai's face changed drastically. Arrogant, he yelled. At this moment, he directly carried the hammer and attacked Lin Xiu. The hammer looked very huge and there were spikes on it. Once hit, you would be severely injured if not dead. Lin Xiu's words really made him furious. Bang! At this time, the hammer slammed directly on Lin Xiu's head. Some students who saw this scene couldn't help exclaiming. This warhammer swung vigorously, and if one was hit in the head would be smashed. But at this moment, Lin Xiu's body moved slightly to the side and he dodged it directly. Zhang Yizhai didn't stop his movements just because Lin Xiu dodged the attack. At this time, he waved his hammer crazily and slammed it on Lin Xiu's body. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like explosions that made Lin Xiu frown. The power of this hammer was too great. HNG. Although Zhang Yizhai isn't very smart, his limbs are great. His strength is also one of the best among the second-year students. This so-called one freshman doesn't seem like he's a match for Zhang Yizhai. At this time, some second-year students saw this scene and began discussing. Be careful, Zhang Yin watched the thrilling battle from below and couldn't help exclaiming at this time. The explosive sounds produced by the hammer could be heard clearly. If you were hit by the hammer, you can imagine how severe the damage you would suffer. Don't hide if you have guts. As time went by, Zhang Yizhai started to feel a little tired. From the start of the battle to this time, his attacks had not even hit Lin Xiu at all. The hammer would brush past Lin Xiu's body each time. It seemed as if Lin Xiu did it on purpose. This made Zhang Yizhai even more frustrated. 59 seconds. Lin Xiu said faintly when he dodged the next blow. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhang Yizhai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But he saw Lin Xiu make a turn and he disappeared. Where did he go? He was shocked, and when he was about to turn around to look behind him, a fist covered in electricity slammed directly on his body. The speed of this punch was so fast that Zhang Yizhai had no chance to dodge at all. Boom! The fist covered in electricity hit his body directly, giving off a loud noise. At this moment, the light of the electricity filled his whole body. There was a burst of crackling noises. His body was like a broken kite and flew out to the opposite side. Boom! His body hit the back, and there was a loud noise. We won. Lai Ping and the others couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly when they saw this scene. 1 minute. Lin Xiu said 1 minute. He really defeated the big guy in 1 minute, and he even knocked him out of the field directly. This was simply terrifying. The second-year students who were still bragging about Zhang Yizhai's power were completely stunned at this time. They didn't expect that once Lin Xiu made a move, he could just knock Zhang Yizhai out. Next floor. Lin Xiu took his dark edge spear, then jumped off to the ground without turning back at all and went straight to the next floor. 21st floor. It seems like he is coming soon. Yi was already waiting on the 22nd floor. He got stirred up just thinking about being able to fight Lin Xiu in a while. This time, he must wash away his previous shame and knock Lin Xiu to the ground in front of all these students. The warriors of this floor are not in the Tower of Tournament today. You can get the opportunity to advance to the next level unconditionally, a staff member said to Lin Xiu who had just arrived. This was the rule of the Tower of Tournament. There will be warriors on each floor. But if the warriors are not in the academy and cannot accept the challenge, the challenger will be promoted directly. How lucky. If he went against those guys on the 21st floor, this so-called one freshman will definitely lose here, some second-year students said with a cold snort. Lin Xiu knocked down Zhang Yizhai so arrogantly just now, which made those second-year students very upset. It would be great if someone came to suppress Lin Xiu's arrogance. Just wait. Yi on the 22nd floor is already a rank 6 warrior. It is impossible for this freshman to win. There was a threshold to cross in order to advance from a rank 5 warrior to a rank 6 warrior, and it was impossible to get promoted so easily. Many of the second-year students had advanced to a rank 5 warrior in their freshman year, but there were very few rank 6 warriors, which was enough to prove the difficulty of advancing to a rank 6 warrior. You finally arrived. On the 22nd floor, Yi was already sitting cross-legged on the arena, with a long sword like he was waiting for Lin Xiu to arrive. Lin Xiu looked at him, and the analytic eye was activated instantly. Target Yi. Level rank 6 warrior. Strength 553. Physique 275. Speed 151. Whether it was strength, physique, or speed attributes, they were much higher than their Lin Xius. But it was not as difficult as he imagined, and with the skills he had acquired, he was not afraid to deal with Yi at all. Chapter 236 Fighting Yi again. Chapter 236 Fighting Yi again. Yi stood up and looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu leaped forward at this moment. Many students were already aware of the battle from the forums. Someone had leaked the news and attracted countless spectators. Right at this time, many of the first and second year students stood at a distance to the extent of reaching the 22nd floor. It was simply a mass of students that could fill the seas and mountains. Lin Xiu, you have to win. Zhang Yin and the others rushed forward and shouted. There were many people and they had to squeeze in. HMPH. This time, you'll see how long you can bounce around. For Aoyonghang commented with an ashen expression on his face. The events that transpired in G17 ruin had left a shadow in his heart. He almost died there. Under Lin Xia's feet, there was still lingering fear upon recalling that moment. The venomous rage in his eyes became even denser when he looked at Lin Xiu. You've grown much stronger. Yu raised his sword and pointed it at Lin Xiu. He sensed that Lin Xiu was much stronger than previously when he saw Lin Xiu the day before. And when he looked carefully again, it felt that Lin Xiu had grown even stronger than the day before. What is going on? How is he improving at such a rapid rate? Yu began to feel uneasy as he thought about this. He and Lin Xiu had an enmity, and Lin Xiu getting stronger was not beneficial to him. And because of Aoyonghang, he had to find a way to cripple Lin Xiu. He could not let Lin Xiu grow any further. Take out what you staked first. Lin Xiu ignored his words and just glared at him and spoke up indifferently. Yu laughed when he heard Lin Xiu's words. He took out a card that was shone with bright light and replied, "It's here. You can take it if you can beat me." With that said, he flicked his finger and the card flew out and landed on the workbench. "Help me take care of it." "Thanks." Yu spoke up to the workers at the workbench. The workers dressed in Sakikard Region Academy uniform nodded their heads. A few of the people had seen the bets in the Tower of Tournament and did not find it strange. Diamond card. He actually bet on a diamond skill card. All the students exclaimed out loud when they saw the card. Diamond skill cards were extremely valuable even in Sacred Region Academy and required a lot of points to exchange for one. No one expected Yu to take one out as a gamble, and it looked extremely powerful. This shocked the spectators even more. Yu must have confidence in winning, otherwise he would not take the diamond skill card out. In that case, this competitor is bound to lose. Many of the students thought to themselves, "Alright, let the game begin." Yi chuckled, but the smile on his face disappeared the next second. His legs erupted with power as he rushed straight at Lin Xiu. Matched with his body skill, Yi's speed had reached its fastest speed. This caused his body to disappear and appear right behind Lin Xiu. He slashed his sword towards Lin Xiu's body in an attempt to cut him in half. Clank! But Lin Xiu seemed to have eyes growing on his back as Dark Edge suddenly shifted backwards and the spearhead clashed with Yui's sword directly, and produced the loud and crisp sound. Interesting. Yui sneered. Although Lin Xiu's reaction had surprised him, he did not stop and stabbed forward at a faster speed. Clank clank clank. Lin Xiu did not attempt to block the attack and used Dark Edge to attack Yui instead. Lin Xiu used Overlord Spear art that induced explosions in the air around Dark Edge. Following Lin Xiu's recovery, Dark Edge was able to produce an extremely large power. Yui's sword clashed with Lin Xiu's spear and he immediately felt his right hand turn numb. What kind of spear art is this? Yu was at a loss. He had even requested for the recording of their previous fight the day before. He had grasped Lin Zia's spear art, skills, and fighting patterns. And Lin Ziu enjoyed dodging and avoiding before retaliating with a powerful attack from behind. But who would have thought that Lin Ziu would not try to defend and attack him straight off the bat? His spear art clearly had many flaws, and every time the spear was swung, he was able to find flaws to attack. But since this battle started, he was unable to do so. It was as though all his attacks were stopped whenever he tried. This shocked Yi greatly. Yi's being suppressed. Everyone was stunned. Yi's initial splendor and glamour had become passive defense, as though he had no way of retaliating at all. And on the other hand, Lin Zia's spear moved like a dragon and attacked in a frenzy. He was like an overlord on the battlefield, incomparably brave. Lotus Flower first sword. Yi felt the growing pressure and could no longer tolerate it. He took the chance between Lin Zia's attack and used his own skill. The sword was immediately filled with source strength and produced many lotus flowers. When the sword closed in towards Lin Ziu, the lotus flowers blossomed and immediately dropped their petals that shot straight towards Lin Ziu as well. Go and die, Yi roared. Lin Ziu opened his eyes wide at this, and his pupils immediately constricted. The skill was extremely powerful, and if struck, the consequence was unthinkable. What is he doing? Why isn't he blocking? Chapter 237 Sphere. Chapter 237 Sphere. Everyone was stunned by his actions. If Lin Ziu got struck by the skill, he would definitely lose, and his life might even be in danger. But Lin Ziu stared straight at the skill and did not cower back at all. He held Dark Edge tightly and in the next moment continued to attack, seeking death. Yi roared with rage when he saw Lin Zia's action. Yi was infuriated at the fact that Lin Ziu disregarded his attack and retaliated. He forced even more source strength into the skill. This caused his sword to become even faster. Clank, clank, clank. The spear danced in Lin Zia's hands when a series of loud zooming sounds flew over. All the lotus petals formed from source strength charged over and were destroyed by Lin Zia's spear. At the same time, Lin Zia's spear collided into Yi's sword. Rumble. The collision of source strength instantly produced a loud explosion. Lin Ziu and Yi both took 2 steps back at the same time. Yi's eyes were wide open and felt blood surging from his throat to his mouth. But he endured it and swallowed it back down. He looked at Lin Ziu with disbelief in his eyes. Why is he able to unleash such power when he is only a rank 5 warrior? All the spectators were stunned by the aftermath. They thought that Lin Ziu would be severely injured from Yi's skill. In the end, Lin Ziu had forced an attack and actually forced Yi back. It was too inconceivable. Awe of the Phoenix. Lin Ziu snorted and swung his spear upwards. At the same time, a large number of flames burst forth. All of the flames turned into flaming birds and flew out from the spear tip. Lin Ziu had suffered light injuries from the clash, but it did not matter to him. Although Lin Ziu looked like an ordinary rank 5 warrior, he had successfully unlocked the second gene lock. The power of his flesh body was already comparable to a peak rank 6 warrior. Puny skill. Yi snorted at the attack and swung his sword out again. He did not believe that a rank 5 warrior could pose that much of a threat to him. Upon thinking so, he held his sword tighter and unleashed his body skill. His entire being moved like a phantom and charged straight for Lin Ziu. He dodged all of Lin Zia's flaming birds. He had studied Lin Zia's skill prior to the battle, and the flaming birds were nothing to him. Clank. But Lin Ziu was not slow in reacting as well. He held Dark Edge and blocked Yi's attack, and the flaming birds that were released turned back and charged at Yi from behind. Each and every flaming bird emitted extremely high temperatures and caused the air around them to distort. Yi's face changed at the sight of this, and immediately discarded his intention of continuing his attack and quickly moved to the side. Su su su. The flaming birds were extremely fast and already caught up to him. Yi's expression became serious. He was able to sense that the temperatures of the birds were abnormal. He could only dodge them. What is going on? Why does his skill feel even stronger than before? As he had fought against Lin Ziu before, he knew all of Lin Zia's skills. Although the blazing birds looked terrifying, they did not pose a threat to him. But what shocked him was that the blazing bird's temperature had risen to a terrifying degree. As long as they touched his body, he would feel a burning sensation. It was simply too shocking. Yi's eyes grew large as he saw the blazing birds rushing towards him from all angles, and he bellowed out loud. A large burst of source strength spewed out from his body, with his body as the center. A defensive structure of source strength covered him up. It was a high-level utilization of source strength sphere. He had formed a barrier with his own source strength and covered himself up. The stronger the source strength, the more powerful the defensive capability of the barrier. Isn't that the sphere that can only be used by rank 6 warriors, and above a few warriors were stunned by Yi. All the blazing birds struck the defensive barrier. Rumble rumble. A series of explosions occurred while Yi was unaffected inside the barrier. All the blazing birds that exploded on the defensive barrier did not pose the slightest threat against Yi. Damn it. The sphere used by rank 6 warriors. This is extremely disadvantageous for Lin Xiu. Deng Yin and the others became worried and clenched their fists. All the warriors knew the dividing range between rank 5 and rank 6. Even a peak rank 5 warrior would be far inferior to a warrior that had become rank 6. Yi sustained the barrier and blocked all the blazing birds, making the spectators believe that Lin Xiu no longer had any chance to win. Seems like that's rather strong. Lin Xiu squinted his eyes and spoke to Yi as he maintained the barrier. Ha ha ha. I've long seen through your skills. You can't harm me. Yi watched as the blazing birds disintegrated. He then laughed out loud and replied. He was not afraid of Lin Xiu regardless of how strong his skills were, since only rank 6 warriors could unleash fear. Once he finished his sentence, he suddenly shot forward with sword in hand and unleashed crescent sword kai that shot through the barrier towards Lin Xiu. Su su su. The transparent sword kiss were like blades made out of the wind that flew at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu avoided them with his quick reflexes but was able to sense the piercing pain on his cheeks as they swept past him. It was true. The gulf between rank 6 and rank 5 warriors was still a bit too large, but it was not enough to make him fearful. Chapter 238 Lin Xiu was killed. Chapter 238 Lin Xiu was killed. Bang bang bang. At this time, as Lin Xiu dodged the crescent-shaped sword aura, cracks appeared on the wall behind Lin Xiu. Obviously, it was all because of Yi's sword aura. These sword auras were too terrifying. If an ordinary warrior got hit, his body would probably be cut in half by the sword aura. Yi saw Lin Xiu dodging and gave a cold snort, then continued to attack Lin Xiu. The open circle on his body slowly contracted at this time, and formed a small protective shield around his body. In this situation, if you want to attack his body, you could only do it once the protective shield disappears, and the protective shield was supported by his majestic source strength. As long as his source strength was still there, this protective shield would not disappear so easily. Lin Xiu obviously knew this as well. At this moment, his brows were slightly knitted as he raised his spear and continued to rush over. The strongest defense was offense. This was where the profound intent of Overlord Spear Art lies. When he rushed over with the dark edge spear, Lin Xiu clearly saw that there were white rays around Yi's body. Lin Xiu knew that, in this case, he could use the profound intent. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. As Lin Xiu became more and more familiar with the torrential storm of rose flowers skill, it was easy to use the profound intent of torrential storm of rose flowers. It was different from the normal torrential storm of rose flowers. This time the skill was even more terrifying. Yi had just rushed over and all he saw was cold light everywhere. Seeing this shocked him. How many times did Lin Xiu thrust his spear within a second? But he didn't have time to think about it. The tip of the spear was about to pierce his body. It seemed like there was almost no way to block Lin Xiu's attack. Dang dang dang. Yi instinctively swung his long sword and blocked. There were sounds of metals colliding as he used his sword to block the attacks. He felt that the long sword in his hand was violently attacked by the spear and his hand was getting numb. There were bursts of explosions in the air. But Lin Xiu thrust his spear too many times in this short period of time, making it impossible for him to block them all. There were at least a dozen attacks from Lin Xiu's spear which he couldn't resist. But fortunately, the circle he unfolded protected his body. At this moment, he was unharmed. Terrifying. It was simply terrifying. Yu Yu was surprised at the start, but now he was completely shocked. Lin Xiu may not have caused any harm to him, but since the beginning of the battle, Lin Xiu has been suppressing him. It could be said that Lin Xiu completely overwhelmed him in terms of aura. Is Yi hiding some tricks at this time? People around couldn't help whispering. It is possible. Otherwise it is impossible to keep getting beaten by this freshman. Some people began to have a puzzled expression on their faces. This battle was different from what they had imagined. They thought that Lin Xiu would be suppressed and beaten the entire time, but didn't expect that it was the other round instead. The current battle was really unusual. After all, Yu Yu was a rank 6 warrior and Lin Xiu was a rank 5 warrior. But now the situation was completely reversed. Although Lin Xiu's attack did not cause any harm to Yu Yi also failed to attack Lin Xiu. And this was when Yu Yi was in the state of the circle. Don't get too arrogant. I shall let you see my true power. Yu Yi obviously sensed the weird looks from the crowd and suddenly felt a little bit ashamed and angry. Looking at Lin Xiu, he became even angrier. At this time, he yelled suddenly and the sword strength on his body burst out again and again. The long sword in his hand also rang loudly at this time. He charged towards Lin Xiu again. A faint light appeared on the long sword like it was filled with some terrifying energy. Lin Xiu saw this, and the pupils in his eyes constricted as his hands gripped the spear in his hand tightly against the current just as he was about to rush to Lin Xiu's side. The long sword in Yu Yi's right hand suddenly swept across the air. The light on the long sword burst out suddenly and the sword strength seemed to be transformed into streams of water that splashed out. The second it splashed out, these water droplets emitted a white mist and turned into little sharp ice drops. They all rushed towards Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu reacted quickly and wanted to block. But there were way too many small ice drops and they hit the back of Lin Xiu's hand that was holding the dark-edged spear. There was a tingling sensation. Blood began dripping out of Lin Xiu's arm in an instant. This skill was too weird. It could actually hurt him just like that. Just as Lin Xiu blocked the small ice drops, he looked up and Yu Yi disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Xiu was startled. In the next instant, Lin Xiu seemed to have felt something and he turned around immediately. Then, he found Yu Yi holding the hilt of the long sword with both hands and roared with a sinister look on his face. Go to hell. Bang. With the long sword slashing down, a dull sound rang out and Lin Xiu's body was divided into two. Ah! Some girls saw this scene and screamed. This was really horrifying. Lin Xiu was actually cut in half. Lin Xiu, Zhang Yin and the others couldn't help but yelled when they saw the scene. How could it be Lin Xiu was cut in half? They couldn't accept this. There was an uproar in the audience. They thought that this battle would last for a long time, but didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be killed now. And he was even cut in half. Dao Yonghang saw the scene. The pupils in his eyes constricted. But before he could rejoice, he recalled something and his heart thumped. Because he remembered that a strange scene like this happened in the battle between Lin Xiu and Zhuo Kixing the day before yesterday. Pay attention, something is weird. Ao Yonghang stood up at this moment and shouted. Yu Yi, who was looking at the dead Lin Xiu with a smile, suddenly had a change in his facial expression. Chapter 239 Suppress him and attack. Chapter 239 Suppress him and attack. Now Yi also felt that something was wrong. He killed Lin Xiu just now, but there was no blood that splashed out at all. And what shocked him even more was that Lin Xiu's body was cut in two. At this moment, with a resounding bang, the body that was cut into two instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. What is going on? The crowd was taken aback too. They all thought that Lin Xiu was killed in the arena and didn't expect this to happen at all. By the way, I think I saw Lin Xiu use this move before. Zhang Yin seemed to have recalled something at this moment and said with sudden realization. When fighting with Zhuo Kixing that day, Lin Xiu used this weird move as well and avoided a fatal attack. Although he didn't know what skill Lin Xiu used, Zhang Yin and the others were relieved at this time. Yu Yi, who was in the arena, seemed to sense something at this time as he turned around and looked behind. He immediately saw Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear charging toward him. Courting death, Yu went pale and was very furious. He got tricked by Lin Xiu. He was a little bit irritated. At this moment, holding the long sword in his hand, he attacked Lin Xiu. Boom! The long sword collided with the tip of Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear, but there was no sound of metals colliding like before. It was replaced by a slightly dull sound, which made people find it very strange. Yu obviously realized this as well, but did not stop attacking with the long sword in his hand. While easily blocking the long spear that Lin Xiu was thrusting, he waved the long sword and cut Lin Xiu's body in two again. Some girls couldn't help exclaiming when they saw the bloody scene. But what shocked them was that there was no blood spilling out of Lin Xiu, who was clearly cut in half again. It was just like before. At this time, Lin Xiu turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Yu was already enraged at this moment. Twice. Lin Xiu clearly got attacked by him twice, but he didn't expect that what he attacked seemed to be a puppet that looked exactly like Lin Xiu. This was really weird. Again Yu felt that someone appeared behind him again. His gaze changed suddenly, and he turned around abruptly. It was exactly the same as before. Yu snorted coldly, then swung his sword to kill Lin Xiu. But what he didn't expect was that at this time, the dark-edged spear stabbed across and collided with Yu's longsword, causing a loud sound. This strength. Yu's eyes widened instantly, and the pupils in his eyes constricted suddenly. Now he finally realized that everything just now was fake, but this current Lin Xiu was real. And because he thought this Lin Xiu was a fake, he didn't put much strength in swinging the sword. At this time, when it collided with Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear, a loud dang resounded. His hand was numb and Lin Xiu's spear actually sent his sword flying. And at this time, the movement of Lin Xiu's hand did not stop in the slightest. The spear in his right hand stabbed him frantically. The speed of the spear was so fast that the surrounding wind made a rattling noise. This is the real one. The students watching were all shocked at this time. They had no idea that Lin Xiu would have this kind of skill. It was like a cloning technique. Besides, every Lin Xiu looked exactly like the real Lin Xiu except for its strength. Now that Yu's sword was knocked off by Lin Xiu would most likely defeat Yu. He defeated Yu once again. Damn it! Aoyanghang slammed a punch to the armrest beside him. His face became very nasty at this time. He didn't expect that Lin Xiu would play such a trick again. Losing the weapon in his hand was equivalent to breaking off his left and right arms. Now if Yu continues to fight Lin Xiu, he would die for sure. Damn, Yu used his body skill and kept avoiding Lin Xiu. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiu was surprisingly fast, and every shot he stabbed out almost hit his body. This made him break out in cold sweat. Lin Xiu stared at Yu, frowning slightly. Although he just relied on mirror image to knock out Yu's weapon, Yu was a rank 6 warrior after all. Yu's body skill was extremely powerful. If he really wanted to defeat Yu, it would still be a little difficult. And Lin Xiu had a feeling that this guy was still hiding something. Lin Xiu wouldn't win so easily. But even if he was hiding something, Lin Xiu was not afraid. The spear in Lin Xiu's hand continued to strike towards Yu. The spear was like a dragon. Yu looked at this strong spear art and kept backing away. His face was extremely serious. Yu's reaching the edge soon. If he continues to step back like this, he will lose. At this moment, some students of the Sakura Region Academy exclaimed when they saw the scene. Yu lost the previous time because he stepped out of the arena. Was he going to repeat the same mistake this time? Awesome! Lai Ping clenched his fist, staring at the silhouettes of Lin Xiu and Yu in the arena. It was obvious that Lin Xiu had the upper hand. The battle between a rank 5 warrior and a rank 6 warrior, and it turned out that the rank 5 warrior had the upper hand. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. In the past, Lai Ping was upset that Lin Xiu was the class monitor. However, he slowly began to admire Lin Xiu since then. Seeing this scene right now, Yu was in awe. Aoyanghang gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and calmed down, then sat on the chair. Seems like he should be using that thing soon. After he used that thing, his strength would be greatly improved in a short time. This thing was not very effective for ordinary warriors. But for rank 6 warriors with an abundant source strength, the effect could be exerted to the extreme. When the time comes, even if Lin Zia's spear art was powerful, he would still die. Boom! At this moment, as Yu Yi was forced to the edge by Lin Zia's offense, Yu Yi's gaze changed. Seeing the dark-edged spear that was about to stab him again, he suddenly stretched out his hands and caught it directly. The body of the spear. The dark-edged spear that pierced swiftly and violently was caught by Yi in the next instant. Chapter 240 A Sky Full of Flames. Chapter 240 A Sky Full of Flames. The spear moved so fast, and when Yu Yi grabbed it, it caused smoke to emit out from his hands. His hand started to bleed from the friction. Who would have thought that you have such capabilities? Yu Yi held onto Lin Zia's spear tightly and stared at him. He had underestimated Lin Ziyu and initially thought he could kill Lin Ziyu with ease. Who would have thought that Lin Ziyu had such a miraculous skill capable of duplicating his body and confusing him between the real and the fake? His weapon had fallen to the ground and his strength had been cut by a large margin. You lost. Lin Ziyu looked at him and replied indifferently. With that said, he exerted force with both legs. Right at this time, Dark Edge continued to inch forward, but Yi's hands were strong enough as he tightened his grip and prevented his body from moving. Because if he took another step back, he would fall off the arena. He would lose once he falls. He already lost the last time. He could not afford to lose again. And he was a rank 6 warrior while Lin Ziyu was only rank 5. If he lost again, it meant that he no longer had the face to stay in Satikra Region Academy. His deeds would make him a laughingstock and a joke for people to discuss over meal times. And he had to accomplish what Aoyang Hang had tasked him with. Upon thinking about this, his eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Yu Yi roared out loud and the muscles on his body started to expand. The immense power from his body burst out and even surged against Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu opened his eyes wide as his pupils constricted. How can he suddenly unleash so much power? Yi held onto the spear tip and started to exert force and pushed Lin Ziyu backwards. What power? As expected from a rank 6 warrior, Zhang Yin thought that Lin Ziyu had won, and did not expect Yi to unleash such power under the circumstances, and even pushed Lin Ziyu backwards. Very quickly, Lin Ziyu was pushed to the center of the arena. This is the mountain seizing power skill. A learned student's eyes lit up and announced when he saw that. What is the mountain seizing power? I have never heard of it before, another student asked curiously. The battle was too thought-provoking. Every time one party was about to win, a reversal would occur. Now no one knew who would win. That is a unique skill capable of unleashing all the power in the body. I have only come across it in research and never really seen it before. But I'm sure that it must be that sort of skill, the student answered with excitement. After all, to be able to see a skill that he had read in papers was something that excited him. Lin Ziyu, do your best. A few South Campus students started shouting and cheering for him. All the freshmen started to cheer together. After all, it was a battle between a freshman and a senior. All of the Year 2 students that heard their cheers had a change in expression. Yu Yi, kill that freshman, he's too arrogant. A few seniors turned cold and roared. The atmosphere on the ground immediately became extremely sharp. Either side that lost would not be able to accept it. HMPH, I've just warmed up. The real battle is about to begin. Yu Yi roared and continued to exert power. He wanted to use his terrifying power to pull Dark Edge from Lin Ziya's hands. Damn it. Lin Ziyu was able to sense the distinct change in strength from Yu Yi, and the expression in his eyes changed. He immediately activated Fury without hesitation. Scram for me. Once Fury was activated, a surge of power entered Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu exerted a force as a large amount of flames erupted from Lin Ziya's spear. Terrifying flames suddenly blossomed out. Yu Yi had the intention to hold Dark Edge tightly, and wanted to seize Lin Ziya's weapon away from him when he suddenly felt the heat emitting from the spear, and his expression changed. He immediately let go of the spear without hesitation and retreated backwards. Rumble! Lin Ziyu swung Dark Edge with both hands and unleashed blazing birds towards Yu Yi. The blazing birds were completely different from before. They had become gigantic. And instead of charging at Yu Yi, they flew and hovered in the sky. The blazing birds seemed to be converging. The entire space started to turn red. So hot. All the spectators started to perspire and droplets of perspiration trickled down their faces. The flame had produced a heat that was too hot and caused the surrounding temperature to rise to about 6,070 degrees Celsius. Fire refining starlit sky. Lin Xiu looked at Yu Yi and roared. This was a skill he gained enlightenment by himself. Lin Xiu wanted to use this skill to defeat Yu Yi instantly. If he delayed further and any unexpected things were to occur, it would be even more troublesome for him. What skill is that? Aoyonghang was so shocked he stood up. The skill was too inconceivable. It was too horrifying, as the temperature was enough to cook the spectators. And this skill came from Lin Xiu. He had never seen such a horrifying fire skill before. Yu Yi was stunned when he saw the large flame. He did not have the confidence in the sphere to block the skill. What do I do? He looked around and realized that everyone's focus was on the raging flame above them. His eyes changed as he took something out of his pocket. Chapter 241 Hiding Your Strength. Chapter 241 Hiding Your Strength. He looked at the small bottle in his hand and opened it without hesitation. When he opened the bottle, he immediately saw the clear liquid within. An extremely small and translucent worm crawled out from the bottle. It then crawled on Yu Yi's arm. This thing then dug into his arm. The sudden pain caused him to frown. As the worm went deeper, Yu Yi's expression became weird. Although no one saw his actions, Aoyonghang had been paying attention to him. He saw what had transpired and smirked. Amian worm. A worm that they had discovered on an alien planet. Aside from being able to live inside a body, it could survive inside the unique liquid. Upon contact with a human body, it would dig into the body and move about while emitting a strange energy capable of increasing the adrenal gland hormones crazily. If used on a warrior's body, it would incite the warrior with an extremely large burst of power. It was even better than the forbidden medicine. And the liquid that the Amian worm could thrive in also had compositions of forbidden medicine. It further increased the intensity of the burst of power. Lin Xiu did not realize his movements. At this moment, he swung his spear and the flames in the sky turned into large fireballs and flew towards Yu Yi. Rumble rumble. The large fireballs that resembled meteors were about to fall on Yu Yi. Be careful. All the students exclaimed in horror. The terrifying meteors had scared the spectators. They even evacuated to a further location to avoid the attack. That flame is too terrifying. Likewise, Zhang Yin was retreating as the fireball landed on the ground nearby. A large black pit immediately formed with white smoke coming out. Zhang Yin's clothes were completely drenched due to the high heat from the flames. Bang bang bang. After avoiding the aftermath of the flames, the students looked over at the arena and saw many fireballs smashing towards Yu Yi. Rumble rumble. As the fireballs smashed onto the stage, it unleashed loud explosions that shook the entire place. Phew! Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief after unleashing the skill. He could feel the great depletion of energy. The flames that he had unleashed were no ordinary flames, but the red lotus fire. Although he had yet to completely grasp the use of it, the might of the skill was extremely powerful. Although you're strong, it is impossible for Yu Yi to lose. Aoyonghang looked at Lin Xiu and snorted. Flames pervaded the entire arena after smashing down onto Yu Yi. Yu Yi stood in his original position and looked as though he was engulfed in a sea of fire. All the spectators heaved a sigh of relief once all the fireballs had dropped. They were close to being affected. Very few people would be able to block the flames. After all, not everyone was rank 5 or rank 6 warriors. Yu Yi seems fine. Li Ping looked at the stage as the flames gradually died down. He saw a figure within and rubbed his own eyes and asked. Once his words were out, everyone turned to look at Yu Yi. As expected, Yu Yi stood in his original place. His hair was charred and his face was black with soot. He looks to be in a difficult situation, but not severely injured. That's all. As the flames dissipated, Yu Yi walked out and looked at Lin Xiu indifferently. He seemed to have grown even sturdier. He wiped away the black soot on his face and glanced over at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw Yu Yi. How was that possible? How did he only suffer from light injuries? Lin Xiu was confused. He had initially guessed that Yu Yi would use sphere to block the attack, but the sphere would most probably block half of the flames and Yu Yi would be struck once the sphere was dissolved. and he was sure that Ui would be smashed by the fireballs. But who would have thought that Ui was completely fine? How is that possible? It's my turn now. Ui moved his body and crack sounds were heard immediately. It was as though all the bones in his body had exploding beans in them. The instant he moved, his entire being had flown right to the other side and immediately picked up the sword that he had dropped. Without any hesitation, he continued to charge at Lin Zhu. His sword produced a sonorous sound. He could feel that the power in his body had swelled to an astronomical level. And with the rapid increase of adrenal gland hormones, he was filled with fighting intent. Clank! Lin Zhu looked at the incoming sword and tightened his grip on Dark Edge. He swung the spear and blocked the attack. Only that Yu Yi snorted and continued to brandish his sword at Lin Zhu. You're only so too. Lin Zhu sneered and retaliated with attacks of his own. Yu Yi had grown much stronger. But Lin Zhu was also extremely strong under Fury's effects. Matched with Overlord Spear Art, he was not on the losing end against Yu Yi. Damn it! Yu Yi's eyes widened as he roared out loud and performed a thrust at Lin Zhu. Chapter 242 Last Skill Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. Chapter 242 Last Skill Heavenly Dragon Wrecks the City. Yu Yi clenched his teeth and used more force in the sword. He had utilized something far more terrifying than forbidden medicine, and he was filled with fighting intent that desired to rip Lin Zhu into pieces. But he did not expect Lin Zhu's fighting capabilities to be extraordinarily powerful. He was a rank 6 warrior and had used an external product to increase his strength to the equivalent of a peak rank 6. But even so, he was only able to maintain a stalemate against Lin Zhu. He was unable to accept this outcome. Clank! But in the next moment, Lin Zhu's spear blocked his attack. Ninth Heaven Galaxy Fall. After blocking the attack, he swung the spear with both hands to push Yu Yi away before executing another skill. The spear immediately released lights that looked like stars. This skill was used with rage buildup at its maximum, resulting in an amplified execution. Clank! Yu Yi stabbed forward with his sword and collided with Dark Edge perfectly. But the power from the collision forced him back a few steps. Damn it! He exerted force at his feet to stop himself from flying out of the arena and stabilized himself. Yu Yi's eyes were red. He so badly wanted to rip Lin Zhu's body up into 1,000 pieces. I want you dead, Yu Yi roared as he erupted with sore strength again. Following this, berserk gales started to surge around them. What powerful sore strength! A few students exclaimed out loud. No one dared to go close to the arena anymore. After all, it was too dangerous for the spectators to stand near them. If Lin Zhu or Yu Yi used an aeroeffect skill and they were affected, they might even be in danger. Take my move! Yu Yi glared at Lin Zhu and growled ferociously. He never wanted to use this skill because there was the chance that the entire arena might be destroyed. But he no longer had any thoughts but to kill Lin Zhu, to remove the hatred in his heart. He held his sword with both hands and raised it towards the sky. The sword was enveloped by a large amount of source strength and emitted a dazzling light. What skill is that? Zhang Yin used source strength to cover his own eyes and he could see a large amount of source strength surging into Yi's sword. All the source strength on his body resembled the surface of a sword. One could only imagine the power if he unleashed the concentrated source strength. Lin Zhu opened his eyes wide at the sight of Yu Yi's skill as his pupils constricted. He could sense that Yu Yi's skill was extremely powerful. Without thinking further, Lin Zhu rushed towards him. He had to stop Yu Yi. Diamond Skill Dragon Beheadment Art. But before Lin Zhu could reach him, Yu Yi's expression became sinister. He let out a loud roar as his hands turned into a gigantic and terrifying sword image as he slashed it down towards Lin Zhu. Not good. Aoyanghang opened his eyes wide when he saw the skill. His body instinctively thought to dodge the move. The reason for his move was that Yi Yu's power was extremely large, and might even destroy the space outside of the arena. Yi Yu wanted to kill Lin Zhu with this skill. Lin Zhu saw the sword image slashing down at him, but did not reveal any panic. He did not stop moving and continued to charge forward. You want to die? Yu Yi's face became even more sinister when he saw Lin Zhu's response. He was using a diamond skill. Under his normal state, it was impossible for him to grasp the diamond skill so quickly just after becoming a rank 6 warrior. But under the effects of the worm, the power in his body had swelled up. This was how he was able to unleash the skill to its biggest potential. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Lin Xiu snorted and swung Dark Edge as he welcomed the sword. Seeking death, seeing that Lin Xiu did not attempt to avoid the attack, but executed an attack of his own. Yu Yi immediately roared out loud. His skill was the diamond skill dragon beheadment art. While Lin Xiu's skill was obviously one of a dragon, wasn't that setting his own death? Lin Xiu was bound to die. Roar! As Dark Edge stabbed forth, a large energy body formed into a black dragon and rushed forward. What is that? Everyone was stunned. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Where did I hear that skill from? A few students seemed to recall the skill. Right. I remember it now. Isn't that the skill that people would try to learn every year, but no one ever accomplished it? He grasped the skill. A few students exclaimed out loud and stared at Lin Xiu. The black dragon was formed from energy and looked extremely terrifying. Yi was able to sense the terrifying might of the dragon, and fear appeared in his eyes. Impossible. I'm using a diamond skill. It is the dragon beheadment art, and that black dragon formed of energy will be beheaded by my skill. Die. For me, Yu roared as his gigantic sword slashed down. Rumble. The black dragon that came out of Dark Edge collided right onto the gigantic sword image conjured by Yu Yi and exploded with a loud bang. The ground trembled incessantly. It was like an earthquake with a magnitude of 10. Everyone could not stand and many fell to the ground. Countless debris fell off the arena. Many of the spectators that were caught unprepared were struck and suffered light injuries. Chapter 243 Defeat. The entire tower of tournament trembled. All the projected screens flickered from the impact. What's going on? Those not present at the arena and were watching from the screens were confused. The collision of the powerful skills was too impactful and had even distorted the signal for the live broadcast. It's back to normal. A few spectators saw that the screen had stabilized and commented. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the screen. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the dense cloud of dust on the tower of tournament. The cloud of dust quickly scattered and two figures appeared. Fortunately, that brat's skill seems to be on par with Yu Yi. Otherwise, I think the entire floor will be destroyed. Aoyonghang heaved a sigh of relief. But after that, his expression became ugly. So who is the winner? Lin Xiu or Yu Yi? If it's Lin Xiu, it's going to be troublesome. He clenched his fists tightly as he thought about this. As the dust scattered, everyone saw Lin Xiu and Yu Yi's figure. The two had their weapons against each other and they seemed to be frozen in place. Who won? Everyone stared at the two competitors in shock. They did not know who suffered more from the clash. Who would have thought that you have such a powerful skill? Yu Yi stared at Lin Xiu and moved his lips to speak. Pooh! Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide as blood came out from the corners of his lips. I'm right, the freshman lost. Yu Yi's skill is a diamond skill. As a rank 5 warrior, his strongest is most probably a gold skill. Even the legendary Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. Can't win that. All the spectators saw blood dripping from Lin Xiu's mouth and started to whisper among themselves. Lin Xiu had lost in their eyes. After all, Yu Yi looked as though he was not injured anywhere. Very good. Aoyonghang, who was staring at the fight, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone could see that Lin Xiu had sustained heavy injuries while Yu Yi was fine. If Lin Xiu won, the diamond body art that the Zhang family had given him would become Lin Xiu's card. How could he accept that? After all, his family only had a few body arts. It was extremely difficult to create a diamond skill card. Not only must the creator be extremely powerful and well versed in the body art, there were many procedures to go through. Aoyonghang sat back in his seat, but his eyes remained fixed on the tower of tournament. Goodbye. But right at this moment, Lin Xiu looked at Yu Yi and spoke up with blood in his mouth. Yu Yi opened his eyes wide as crack sounds came out from his body. At that moment, his mouth, eyes, ears, nose all started to bleed. Bang! His entire body trembled and he fell to the ground as his eyes rolled to the back. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone opened their eyes wide at that. Especially for the students that thought Yi had won. All of them had their mouths wide open. It was an inconceivable scene. Impossible. One of the students rubbed their eyes and commented. The change was too abrupt. How did Yu Yi fall when he looked completely fine? Winner. Lin Xiu. Yi remained unmoved on the ground after the time limit. A worker walked over and announced to the crowd after counting down. He won. Lin Xiu won. Once the announcement was made, Zhang Yin and the others screamed out in joy. All the freshmen were cheering in excitement. After all, Lin Xiu was their representative of the freshmen. How could they not be happy when a fellow freshman defeated a great senior? All of the Year 2 students had ugly complexions. They definitely wanted to beat the freshmen up. Trash. Amidst the cheers, Aoyonghang fumed with rage to the point that his entire body was trembling. He thought that Yi had won since Lin Xiu had spat blood out. Who would have thought that Yu Yi was the one to be even more injured? Yu Yi was still comatose as a group of medical workers came over and carried him out. Do you wish to continue or stay at this level? A worker came and asked Lin Xiu. He looked at Lin Xiu with surprise in his eyes. He did not expect this result at all. The freshman actually won against a rank 6 Year 2 senior. He'll stay. Lin Xiu struggled to reply. He was no longer able to stand by himself if not for the fact that he was leaning on dark edge. The after effects of fury were too intense and he was currently weaker than a child. Lin Xiu. Too powerful. You really beat him down. Zhang Yin and the others crowded around Lin Xiu beneath the stage and looked at him. It wasn't much. Lin Xiu smiled when he saw them. Unable to hold it in any longer, he fell to the ground. He was completely devoid of strength. He could not even lift a finger. Are you okay? They all leaped onto the stage and asked Lin Xiu with concern. I'm fine. Don't worry. He'll be back up after a bit of rest. Lin Xiu replied weakly. Chapter 244 Diamond Body Skill Transient Steps. Chapter 244 Diamond Body Skill Transient Steps. Seeing that Lin Xiu seemed to be fine, but lying on the ground without any strength, Zhang Yin and the others were relieved at this moment. Lin Xiu was panting on the ground. After resting for 15 minutes, his physical strength had begun to recover at this time. Lin Xiu slowly propped himself up from the ground and slowly stood up. Many of the students from the Sacred Region Academy who were there had already left. HMPH. You won again. Aoyonghang walked over at this time, looking at Lin Xiu in the arena, and said with a gloomy expression. He was so mad that he could blow up now. He painstakingly planned everything and didn't expect that Yu Yi would actually lose. And he even lost so terribly. He was seriously injured and unconscious at this moment. And he wasn't even sure if Yu Yi was alive or dead. What you asked Yu Yi to do it because you didn't have the guts. Lin Xiu saw Aoyonghang and could easily guess that Yu Yi might have been instigated by Aoyonghang to challenge him. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Aoyonghang's face suddenly changed. A psychological shadow suddenly surfaced when he looked at Lin Xiu, especially when he thought of the scene when Lin Xiu lifted his foot and nearly stomped his head. A chill went down his spine and he shuddered at the thought. You thought I had no guts? Aoyonghang spat, trying to keep up his appearances. He didn't want to admit that he was afraid of Lin Xiu. Then do you want to also make an appointment for a battle? Lin Xiu smiled. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Aoyonghang suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. I will come and find you personally. Then Aoyonghang turned to Lin Xiu and said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking and before Lin Xiu could say something, he waved and walked out directly. His face became extremely cold. Yi had already placed the diamond body skill card on the workbench long ago. It was too late for him to go back on the deal now even if he wanted to. Thinking of the diamond body skill card becoming Lin Xiu's, he suddenly felt a hint of pain in his heart. But he had no other choice and could only continue looking for opportunities to deal with Lin Xiu. Let's go. Lin Xiu glanced at Zhang Yin and the others, then said aloud. Zhang Yin and the others nodded and jumped off the arena with Lin Xiu. The arena was now full of potholes and pits, and it was quite badly damaged. One must know that this kind of stone was mined from another planet and it was even tougher than steel. It was rarely destroyed to this extent. Lin Xiu walked over to the workbench and the students of the Sacred Region Academy immediately made way. All of them were looking at Lin Xiu. Looking at Lin Xiu in such close proximity, they realized that Lin Xiu looked very young. His cheeks were still slightly tender. Such a young man actually defeated Yu Yi. This is your spoils of war. At this time, a man on the workbench saw Lin Xiu coming over and handed a box to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and took the box. He opened it and inside was a diamond card giving off a resplendent glow. Diamond body skill card. Transient steps. Zheng Yin, Lai Ping, and Jiang Lai looked at the words on the diamond skill card and were very surprised. Body skill cards were rarer than skill cards, especially the diamond body skill card. It fetched a sky-high price. They didn't expect that Yu would bet Lin Xiu with a diamond body skill card and let Lin Xiu win. He was probably going to cry to death. Right. The name of this skill card may sound ordinary, but Lin Xiu was very shocked. Although he knew that this was a diamond body skill card, he didn't expect it to be this body skill card at all. Yes, Lin Xiu has heard of this body skill. He saw it on the Warrior Union website. Transient steps was one of the top 30 body skills in the world, and it was said that this body skill was the secret of the Aoyang family. Only the direct line of their own family could have the opportunity to learn this body skill. It was clear how precious this body skill was. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked startled. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiu seemed to have figured something out at this time and burst into laughter. Zhang Yin and the others were puzzled. Lin Xiu thought of Aoyang Hang, and suddenly understood that Aoyang Hang must have given Yi the diamond body skill card first, and got Yi to take the diamond body skill card to entice Lin Xiu to a battle. He probably thought that Lin Xiu would definitely lose, so he was not afraid that this skill card would fall into Lin Xiu's hands. And this was indeed true at that time. As a rank 6 warrior, Yi's strength was too strong and his final skill was also very powerful. If he hadn't learned the Overlord Spear art in conjunction with Heavenly Dragon Rex the City, even if he used the Fury skill, there would be no other skill that could withstand Yi's last skill. Lin Xiu, it's time for you to treat us to a meal, right? Zheng Yin said with a smile. Yes, class monitor. You must treat us. Lai Ping and Jiang Lai also chimed in. Seeing that Lin Xiu had obtained the diamond skill card, they were not jealous. Instead, they were sincerely happy for Lin Xiu. No problem, Lin Xiu said with a smile. He was also very happy. It was a diamond body skill card and also one of the top 30 body skills in the world. Transient steps money can't buy it. But as much as Lin Xiu was happy, he also felt uneasy. This Aoyang Hang turned out to be a direct line of descent of that powerful Aoyang family, and Lin Xiu had a feeling that there would be more trouble coming to the door. After leaving the Tower of Tournament, it was already the afternoon. After Zheng Yin, Lai Ping, and Jiang Lai went to the high-end restaurant in the academy to fill their stomachs, Lin Xiu carried his dark edge spear and returned to the villa. Just as Lin Xiu was leaving, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path, which made him frown. What's the matter? Lin Xiu said faintly, staring at a woman in front of him. Isn't this girl Tian Zixia from Class 1 of the North Campus? This girl was considered his enemy and now she probably hated him terribly. She appeared here and she definitely didn't have nice things to say to him. Tian Zixia looked at Lin Xiu with cold eyes, then smiled and said, Lin Xiu, do you want to know where Luoyu went? Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.